In a hidden leaf village, within the branch family of the Hyuga clan, a modest residence shelters a somewhat discontented 5-year-old named Hinata Tianyun, who gazes at his diminutive form. Although his body is that of a child, his mind harbors the wisdom of an adult man with 5 wives. Thus, he feels greatly hindered by his physical limitations. Despite his dissatisfaction, Hinata Tianyun must ultimately acquiesce to the system's design, unable to resist its dictates. Perched on the steps before his home, he watches the first rays of dawn spread across the sky. Gradually, he begins to accept his corporeal form and delves into the capabilities bestowed upon him by the system. Within his mind, Hinata Tianyun starts to grasp the new system's rules, a reinforcement system, one that allows for the enhancement of all things in existence. After a moment's contemplation, he decides to augment his physical strength and eagerly anticipates the system's response. Please recharge with 1 million currency. Beep, beep, beep. Host current funds are insufficient. The task system is now activating. Beep, beep, beep. Task system initiated. Completing a task will grant 1 enhancement of physical strength. Task: eliminate 1 ordinary chunin to receive 1 enhancement. Hinata Tianyun is taken aback for a minute, realizing this new system entails both recharges and tasks, marking it as rather exceptional. However, the requirement to eliminate a chunin poses a significant dilemma. A teen merely 5 years of age. He has yet to reach the level of a genin. How could he possibly eliminate a chunin? Such a notion seems utterly preposterous. After some reflection, he mutters to himself while seated on the steps. Perhaps it would be more sensible to focus on earning money. That I refuse to believe that, with my past lives' experiences, I cannot procure 1 million currency. What do you need 1 million currency for, Tianyun? A calm voice inquires from behind him, startling him from his thoughts. Without needing to turn, he recognizes the voice belongs to his adoptive mother, Hinata Matsuen, for this modest abode is occupied solely by the 2 of them. As for Hinata Tianyun's father, the memories within his mind reveal that Hinata Leyu passed away 3 years prior during a mission, leaving him and his widow, Hinata Matsuen, to navigate life alone. Hinata Tianyun finds himself at a loss for words in response to her question, for he is not the true Hinata Tianyun. Rather, he is a soul that has recently taken residence in this child's body. He is unfamiliar with Hinata Matsuen, save for the knowledge that she is his mother. Speaking carelessly might draw her suspicion, complicating matters considerably, especially in a world where the phenomenon of soul possession is a known reality. After a moment of contemplation, he refrains from turning around, instead gazing towards the radiant crimson light illuminating the sky, and replies to Hinata Matsuen, "Mother, I am pondering ways to earn money to improve our lives. I believe 1 million should suffice." As soon as Hinata Tianyun finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on his head, as if he had been struck by a fist. Before he could turn around to discern the cause, he heard Hinata Maiken's somewhat irate voice. "What are you thinking about making money for? Haven't I given you pocket money to use? If you could train as diligently as Hinata Niji, I will be willing to take all the savings from our household and give them to you." Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat helpless. He had yet to sort through the various pieces of information left in his mind by the original Hinata Tianyun. It was only after being struck by Hinata Matsuen that he recalled from his memories that she was indeed a rather violent individual. It would be wise to refrain from conversing too much with Hinata Matsuen, that he quickly sought a place to organize the information swirling in his mind to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. With that thought in mind, Hinata Tianyun stood up and dashed towards the door, calling out as he ran, "Mother, I am stepping out for a while. They'll return for lunch, so don't look for me. You brat, come back here. You haven't had breakfast or done your morning exercises." Upon hearing Hinata Maiken's furious shout, Hinata Tianyun quickened his pace. Eager to avoid encounters with anyone else, he solely focused on finding a secluded spot to clarify his current situation. Even though he now possessed a system, his lack of funds to enhance his capabilities meant he had no combat power. That if anyone were to discover his abnormalities, it would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, he resolved to understand his circumstances first. The Hinata clan is regarded as a prominent family within Kanahagakure, naturally possessing a vast residential area. Although Hinata Tianyun belonged to the branch family, he still had a small territory of his own. Following his memories, he ran toward a small grove where he often played. In the small grove at 6 in the morning, There were, of course, no people around. Hinata Tianyun selected a relatively easy-to-climb tree, swiftly ascended, found a comfortable perch, and began to organize the information that had surfaced in his mind. Being quite young, Hinata Tianyun did not have much significant information stored in his mind. Most of it consisted of gifts exchanged with playmates. Among this, he managed to piece together some crucial intel. The time was the summer of the 54th year of Konoha. During a period of peace, Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat satisfied. He still had time to improve himself. Otherwise, if he appeared amidst the ninja world war, his life would likely be in jeopardy. Mother, Hinata Matsuin, a not-so-attractive yet violent young woman. Growing up in the Hinata family, she was indoctrinated with the belief that strength is paramount, which led to her violent demeanor. Hinata Maiken's attitude towards Hinata Tianyun was one of desire for him to become as strong as his father. That was her ultimate goal. Hinata Leiyu, Hinata Tianyun's father, who was originally a genin of the Hinata clan. He went on a mission at the young age of 3 and never returned. The report from Konoha stated that he had perished, and a substantial compensation had been awarded as for his father. Hinata Tianyun felt little, having been only 2 years old 3 years prior. He had no awareness of his father's circumstances. Hinata Tianyun. He is merely an ordinary 5-year-old child, possessing a keen interest in play, yet showing little enthusiasm for training, participating only in the afternoon drills of the Hinata branch. Family.in Truth. Hinata Tianyun is quite reluctant to attend the branch family's training sessions, but as it is mandatory for all clan disciples, he feels compelled to join. If he were to abstain, his companions would still attend, leaving him without playmates. Thus, he begrudgingly participates in the training. His close friends Hinata Irong, Hinata Pengjing, and Hinata Huijo often play together, all being children aged between 5 and 8, with Hinata Huijio being the sole girl among them, while the other 2 are boys. Lastly, concerning the village of Kanehagakure, Hinata Tianyun possesses limited knowledge about it, having grown up within the confines of the Hinata clan, with most of his playmates being children of the same clan, which has hindered his understanding of Konohagakure in the young boy's mind. He is aware that it is currently the 54th year of the Hidden Leaf Village, and that the Uchiha clan still exists, but beyond that his knowledge remains quite vague. Resting quietly on the tree for 2 hours, the sun had illuminated the entire forest. After reaching a decision in his heart, Hinata Tincloud climbed down the great tree, preparing to return home to discuss with Hinata Miku. Hey, Tincloud, why are you here so early? Not far into his journey, Tincloud encountered his friend, Hinata Heijing, who greeted him, leaving Tincloud somewhat at a loss for words. Deep down, Tincloud was no longer a child. He was once a dominant ruler. How could he still engage in childish antics? After a moment of silence, Tincloud calmly replied, Brother Heijing, I came here early today to inform you and Sister Huijio, and Brother Irong, that I plan to leave the Hinata family to attend the Konoha Academy. I intend to work diligently and train to become a ninja like my father. Hinata Heijing looked at Tincloud in bewilderment, unable to contain himself as he approached and touched Tincloud's forehead, questioning, This isn't right. You, who love to play. How could you want to train? Have you bumped your head? Tincloud found this utterly ridiculous, yet he was too lazy to explain to a child. He simply brushed aside Heijing's hand and said solemnly, I will say this once more. I am here to bid you farewell. I am going to Konoha Academy to study and become a powerful ninja. Heijing, still perplexed, asked, If you want to become a strong ninja, why go to Konoha Academy? Our Hinata family specializes in gentle fist techniques. Studying at Konoha Academy would be futile. Tincloud, of course, would not divulge that his intention in attending Konoha Academy was to escape the confines of the Hinata family and seek wealth and strength in Konoha village. He merely responded dismissively, You don't understand. I want to learn new ninjutsu, so I can become stronger. If I only study my family's techniques, I will never match Hinata Niji's strength. Though young, Heijing was aware that Hinata Niji was the strongest child under 10 in their branch of the family. Upon hearing Tincloud's words, Heijing began to see some merit in what Tincloud was saying. However, the thought of losing a good friend made him feel somewhat despondent. Tincloud, can't you stay? Konoha Academy isn't even fun, he lamented. Tincloud replied with conviction, Brother Heijing, I am going to train, not to play. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. After a moment of hesitation, Heijing grasped Tincloud's arm and inquired, Tincloud, will you return to the Hinata family after this? Tincloud nodded affirmatively, of course. Isn't Hinata Niji also studying at Konoha Academy? He returns every night. I will do the same and come back here to sleep at night. Upon hearing this, Tincloud noticed the tension in Heijing's expression ease. Understanding what Heijing was thinking, he quickly added, Brother Heijing, if I am at school, I may come home quite late and won't have time to play with you. I will only have time to play during the 2 days of each month when Konoha Academy has a break. Hinata Tenkin immediately felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, grumbling to himself, honestly, if we play ninja games in the future, there won't be anyone to play the villain, as Kiku and Ikaru certainly won't take on that role. The root of Tenkin's discontent stemmed from the fact that he always played the antagonist in their games. Hinata Hiraku, feeling somewhat exasperated and melancholic, chose not to dwell on Tenkin's childishness and simply bid farewell, saying, All right, I must return home to discuss matters with mother. Please inform Ikaru and Kiku for me. With that, Tenkin paid no further attention to Hiraku and hastened back to his residence, preparing to speak with Hinata Mibin about attending school. After 10 minutes, Tenkin arrived home and searched the estate, eventually discovering his mother in the kitchen, venting her frustrations upon the vegetables. Standing at the threshold, Tenkin gazed upon the shredded remnants of the vegetables with a twinge of sympathy. Though his mother was still in a fit of anger, he deliberately knocked on the door, creating a noise that drew Mibin's attention. Upon spotting Tenkin, she fumed, brandishing a kitchen knife, ready to reprimand him. Seeing his mother's reaction, Tenkin quickly interjected, Mother, I have come to plead with you to allow me to attend the Konoha school. I am determined to study diligently and become a formidable ninja. Mibin halted just a meter away from the kitchen door, taken aback by her son's earnest countenance. Finally, unable to suppress her amusement, she discarded the knife and approached the doorway, pinching Tenkin's chubby cheek, exclaiming, Are you truly my son? Am I still dreaming? Tenkin, feeling exasperated, brushed aside her hand and replied, Mother, I am serious. Please stop jesting and simply tell me whether or not you will send me to school. His earnest words jolted Mibin back to reality, and she scrutinized her son with a peculiar gaze, noting the unfamiliar determination in his demeanor. I am inclined to grant your request, she said, but if you wish to grow stronger, you must not neglect your training in the gentle fist. You cannot learn our clan's ultimate techniques at Konoha school. Tenkin quickly repeated the convincing argument he had used on Hiraku, stating, I believe I lack the talent for the gentle fist and need to study other ninjutsu to enhance my abilities. Perhaps then I might even surpass Hinata Niji. At this juncture, Tenkin looked up into Mibin's eyes and added, Besides, isn't Niji also studying at Konoha school? Why can't I attend? I am determined to surpass him. Seeing her child exhibit such fervor, Mibin could hardly bring herself to dissuade him. She dismissed any thoughts of why Tenkin had suddenly become so ambitious, and instead, she embraced him, planting a kiss on his cheek, joyfully declaring, Very well. I shall take you to Konoha school tomorrow. Today, we shall visit Lord Hokage to report in, so you may commence classes without delay. Hinata Tianyun was somewhat dissatisfied after being kissed by Hinata Matsuin, yet he thought that having achieved his goal of entering Konoha Academy, he could endure a little bullying from her. Hinata Matsuin was in high spirits. The more she looked at Hinata Tianyun, the more pleased she became. After setting him down, she picked up the kitchen knife she had discarded earlier and said, Tianyun, please wait for me in the hall. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. And then we shall go find the clan leader and the third Hokage. Hinata Tianyun understood that within the Hinata clan, the authority of the clan leader surpassed even that of the third Hokage. In order to attend the Ninja Frog School, he must secure the clan leader's consent. However, he was aware that the clan leader would likely not refuse him, as he had been marked with a cursed seal, rendering him incapable of betraying the Hinata family. Moreover, given his lack of exceptional talent, it was quite possible that the clan leader did not even recognize him, a mere nobody, let alone consider retaining him. In the grand hall of the Hyuga residence, Hyuga Tianyun gazed helplessly at the peculiar assortment of food piled in his bowl by Hyuga Miko. Faced with these unappetizing dishes, he found himself in a quandary, neither able to eat nor to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly swallowed the unpalatable morsels in a hasty manner. Alas, such was his fate when one seeks favors from others, and Hyuga Tianyun felt a profound sense of resignation. Truth be told, the culinary creations of Hyuga Miko were not devoid of merit. However, the presence of numerous raw fish dishes rendered them unsuitable for Tianyun's palate, a fact that led to his distaste. Come now, do eat more. Hyuga Miko, noticing that Tianyun had polished off every last bite, beamed with delight and attempted to heap more food into his bowl. Seeing this, Tianyun swiftly interjected, Mother, please stop. I am quite full. Our priority now should be to seek out the clan leader and the Hokage. That is of utmost importance. Hyuga paused, taken aback, and remarked, Tianyun, you seem rather mature today. Has something happened? You appear somewhat different. With that, she affectionately ruffled Tianyun's hair, casting an odd look his way, which made him refrain from speaking further lest he arouse her suspicions. Silently, Tianyun met her gaze with determination. After a moment, Hyuga, her doubts dissipating in the face of his resolute expression, conceded, very well. I shall tidy up, and then we will seek out the clan leader. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Tianyun stood and said, Mother, I shall return to my room to change my attire. Although Hyuga felt that Tianyun's clothing was not particularly soiled and required no change, she acquiesced to his insistence, replying, Let us convene at the front gate in 20 minutes before we head to the clan leader's residence. Nodding, Tianyun hurried back to his room. He wished to minimize contact with Hyuga, the one person most familiar to him, for he feared that she might soon harbor suspicions. At present, he sought to avoid encounters with those who knew him well, believing that in time, once they had acclimated to his new demeanor, doubts would fade, allowing him to breathe easier. Once in his resting chamber, Tianyun casually changed his clothing and sat deep in thought, contemplating how to navigate his meeting with the clan leader and the third Hokage, ensuring they would accept him. Recalling the plot of Naruto, he devised a strategy, brimming with newfound confidence as he exited his room to meet Hyuga at the entrance. Come here, Tianyun. Before he could reach the door, Miko's voice called out, prompting him to suppress his confident demeanor and adopt a cheerful facade as he rushed to join her. Yet within, Tianyun sighed repeatedly, finding the act of pretending to be a child exceedingly wearisome. Upon reuniting with Hinata, Tianyun grasped her hand as they exited the home and proceeded towards the residence of the Hinata clan leader. The environment surrounding the Hinata clan's dwelling was rather pleasant. The path leading to the clan leader's mansion was flanked by lush green trees that provided ample shade, rendering the day comfortably cool for Tianyun. Along the way, he encountered several adults from the Hinata family, yet they were all in a hurry, merely exchanging brief greetings with Hinata, completely disregarding him. However, this suited Tianyun just fine. The less he spoke, the fewer mistakes he would make, and he preferred to avoid conversations altogether. At the entrance of the clan leader's mansion, four guards intercepted Hinata and Tianyun. One of the guards, who recognized Hinata, inquired, Miku, what brings you here? It was Brother Zhongyan. Hinata replied with a smile. I came to discuss a reward with the clan leader and to seek his approval for Tianyun to attend the Leaf Village Academy. The guard known as Zhongyan glanced at Tianyun before responding. Such trivial matters shouldn't trouble the clan leader. First, take Tianyun to see Lord Hokage. The clan leader is currently training the young lady, but when he takes a break, I will relay your request to him. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Hinata expressed her surprise. The guard Zhongyan shook his head, saying, It's no problem. The clan leader won't hold it against you for such a minor issue. If anything arises, you can simply say it was my doing. After a moment of hesitation, Hinata nodded. Then I shall rely on you, Brother Zhongyan. I will invite you over for dinner soon. Zhongyan sighed and shook his head. It's fine. I was once part of the same team as Brother Liu. Assisting your family requires no repayment. My only wish is for Tianyun to thrive at the village school. Upon mentioning Hinata Liu, Hinata fell silent. In the end, she bowed to Zhongyan, saying, Thank you for your assistance, Brother Zhongyan. I will take Tianyun to see Lord Hokage now. We shall take our leave. Go ahead. I still have duties to attend to, Zhongyan replied. After bidding farewell to Zhongyan, Hinata led Tianyun into the heart of the Leaf Village, the scenery evoking a sense of nostalgia in Tianyun. As for not meeting the clan leader, Tianyun was indifferent. He could discern from Zhongyan's gaze that he held a disdainful view of him. This only confirmed that, as a talentless child, he was of little significance to the Hinata clan. One less child made no difference, since he was already looked down upon. Tianyun felt no urge to engage in further dialogue. The dismissive words he had thought of earlier regarding the clan leader were cast aside as he walked, admiring the shops and sights of the Leaf Village that he had previously encountered in manga. From time to time, Tianyun would catch glimpses of familiar faces from the world of Naruto, which piqued his curiosity as he scanned his surroundings in search of characters frequently depicted in the manga. Regrettably, upon his arrival at the Hokage building, he did not encounter any of the notable figures such as Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, or Yuhi Kurenai, nor any of the Konoha 12, which left him feeling quite disheartened. However, setting aside his disappointment, The anticipation of meeting the astute third Hokage brought him back to focus. He knew he must maintain his disguise to avoid any complications should the third Hokage see through his ruse. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Hinata Matsuen was once again halted by two guards. Yet, due to the presence of both Hinata Matsuen and Hinata Tianyun, with their distinct white eyes, the guards exhibited a courteous demeanor, expressing their respect for the Hinata clan. One of the guards approached and inquired, "May I assist you, esteemed guests?" Hinata Matsuen held the Hokage in high regard and responded earnestly, "Please inform the Hokage that Hinata Matsuen has a matter to discuss regarding my desire for my child to attend the Konoha Academy." The guards paused momentarily, as the Hinata clan traditionally trained their disciples within the clan, rarely permitting them to enroll in the Konoha Ninja Academy. It was indeed a rare spectacle in Konoha village to witness a member of the Hinata clan seeking admission to the academy, as typically it was the clans that sent their children to demonstrate loyalty to Konoha, while the more talented youths remained within their families for training. After a brief moment of astonishment, the guard quickly regained his composure and stated, "Please wait a moment. I will notify the Hokage." "Thank you," replied Hinata Matsuen. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage leisurely enjoyed his pipe while gazing out the window at the tranquil scenery. Over the past few years, Konoha village had enjoyed a period of peace, allowing him to relax. He even wished for this tranquility to endure indefinitely. However, the third Hokage understood that peace was but a fleeting state, and war remained the prevailing theme of the world. As a ninja, he was aware that their purpose was to serve in times of conflict. Thus he balanced his relaxation with a serious commitment to his duties, determined not to tarnish the legacy left by the first and second Hokages. Knock, knock, knock. Hokage-sama. Yinjin requests an audience. The knocking interrupted the third Hokage's serene moment. Resuming his position, he called out, "Yinjin, you may enter." With that, Yinjin stepped through the door. The third Hokage observed Yinjin's peculiar expression and inquired, "Yinjin, is there something troubling you? You seem rather uneasy." Yinjin approached the desk and nodded, saying, "Hokage-sama. There is a woman named Hinata Matsuen outside who wishes to enroll her child in the Konoha Academy, and I found this rather odd." The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the Hyuga and Uchiha clans would send a few disciples to the Leaf Village Academy at designated times each year, signifying their concession to the village. However, it was not the enrollment period, and yet a young disciple from the Hyuga clan expressed a desire to attend classes. He paused for a moment and inquired, "Is the child of considerable age?" "Surely, they cannot be too old. The academy is not an easy place to manage." The third Hokage's concern stemmed from the belief that the academy was intended to cultivate loyal ninjas for the Leaf Village. If the child were older, their mindset would be more fixed, making it challenging to alter their perspectives. He had no desire to nurture a child devoted solely to their clan, rather than to the village. After careful consideration, Yujin recalled the appearance of Hyuga Tianyun and responded, "Hokage-sama, the child is likely not yet of enrollment age. Probably around 5 years old. I believe the academy can accommodate him." The third Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. A 5-year-old could indeed be accepted. Even if the child did not initially possess loyalty to the Leaf Village, he could be gradually nurtured. An older child would present complications. It would be unsuitable to train them, yet rejecting them might offend the Hyuga clan and create further difficulties. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage said, "Please have them come in to speak. I wish to meet them and assess the situation before making a decision." Yujin nodded. "Please wait a moment, Hokage-sama. I will bring them in immediately." "Go ahead," the third Hokage replied, intrigued by the child who voluntarily sought to attend the ninja school. He wondered about their circumstances and whether they felt marginalized within the Hyuga clan, prompting their choice of the Leaf Academy. 2 minutes later, as the third Hokage pondered these matters, he noticed 2 figures entering the room. He quickly observed Hyuga Matsuen and Hyuga Tianyun. The third Hokage, seasoned and astute, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Hyuga Tianyun. The calm demeanor of the child exuded a unique confidence, one not typical of an ordinary person, but rather indicative of a strong individual. This peculiarity left the third Hokage feeling perplexed. How could a mere child possess such an intense gaze? He found himself enveloped in profound curiosity. "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama." Hyuga Matsuen, feeling somewhat exasperated, approached the third Hokage and called out thrice. Yet, the third Hokage remained fixated on Hyuga Tianyun, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Not wishing to directly tap on the Hokage's desk, Hyuga Matsuen decided instead to position herself strategically, blocking Hyuga Tianyun from the Hokage's view. thereby redirecting the attention. As the image of Hyuga Tianyun vanished from the third Hokage's sight, he finally regained his composure and met the serious expression on Hyuga Matsuin's face, clearing his throat. The third Hokage awkwardly coughed twice, feigning calmness as he inquired, "Miss Hyuga Matsuin, are you truly intent on sending Hyuga Tianyun to the ninja school? I perceive he is still below the appropriate enrollment age." Hinata Makura nodded and brought Hinata Tianyun before the third Hokage, saying, "This child, Tianyun, has expressed his desire to become a powerful ninja like his father. I believe he lacks natural talent for the gentle fist technique. So I sought permission from the clan leader for him to attend the Leaf Academy. Perhaps this will help him grow stronger." The third Hokage glanced at the silent Hinata Tianyun before taking a couple of puffs from his pipe, eventually conceding, "Very well, Miss Makura. You may return home to rest for now. I need to discuss this matter with Azashi, and I will send someone to notify you. Please await our message at home." Hinata Makura felt a tinge of disappointment, as the third Hokage's lack of immediate acceptance indicated potential obstacles to Tianyun's enrollment. However, since the third Hokage had already spoken, she refrained from further comments and replied, "Hokage-sama, we shall return and await your news. Should you reach a decision, please send someone to inform me." The third Hokage cast another glance at the quiet Hinata Tianyun and assured her, "I will make it a priority to inform you at the earliest opportunity." With the promise made, Hinata Makura chose not to press further and left the Hokage's office, guiding the still silent Hinata Tianyun out. As Hinata Tianyun and Hinata Matsuin exited the Hokage office, Tianyun could not help but wipe away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Simultaneously, he marveled inwardly, "Truly, the Hokage is formidable. I am still quite inexperienced." Prior to his encounter with the third Hokage, Tianyun had pondered how to feign normalcy, convincing the Hokage that he was merely an ordinary child. However, upon locking eyes with the astute third Hokage, he realized that his disguise would not withstand the scrutiny of such a seasoned figure. He could only lower his gaze in silence, lest he exacerbate his predicament. At this juncture, Tianyun no longer yearned for admission to the Konoha Academy. Instead, he contemplated how to alleviate the Hokage's suspicions regarding his true identity. Following the glum Hinata Matsuin, Tianyun walked alongside her, both lost in thought as they made their way back to the Hinata clan's residence. During their journey home, neither spoke. Matsuin felt a twinge of embarrassment for failing to fulfill her objective of enrolling Tianyun in the academy, while Tianyun deliberated on whether he should indeed pursue that path. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed Tianyun and Matsuin depart before turning away from the window and returning to his desk. "Hikage, step forward," he called after a moment of silence. Following his summons, a shadow leapt through the window, revealing a dark-clad ninja adorned with an umbu mask. "Hokage-sama, how may I assist you?" inquired the umbu operative, Hikage. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, contemplating for a moment before instructing. "Investigate the backgrounds of Hinata Tianyun and Hinata Matsuin. You have 6 hours. Ensure the details are thoroughly gathered." "Understood," replied Hikage tersely before vanishing in a plume of smoke. Once Hikage had departed, the third Hokage sat in contemplation for 5 minutes before speaking again. "Kakashi, step forward. I have a task for you. Visit the Hinata clan and inquire with Azashi about Tianyun's circumstances. Be discreet in your questioning to avoid arousing suspicion." With a soft whoosh, Kakashi, his white hair partially obscuring his face, appeared in the Hokage's office, lazily asking, "Hokage-sama, isn't it a bit excessive to be so cautious regarding a mere child?" The third Hokage shook his head repeatedly, asserting, "You have not stood face to face with that boy. You cannot comprehend the unique aura he possesses." As he spoke, the Hokage gazed out the window at the clouds, reflecting in him. "I sense a confidence reminiscent of the first Hokage. It is the confidence of an unparalleled warrior. I cannot be mistaken. He is destined to become an extraordinary ninja." "That assessment seems rather lofty," Kakashi mused silently. The third Hokage glanced back at Kakashi and instantly sensed his skepticism regarding the words spoken. However, he chose not to elaborate, calmly stating, "Pay a visit to the Hyuga clan. There is no need for you to worry about other matters. Simply inquire about Hyuga Tianyun's situation." Having issued the command, Kakashi could only nod in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will accomplish the task. You may proceed with your duties, and I trust you will not waste my time." "You must return with a report by 4 this afternoon," the third Hokage insisted. Kakashi, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged his reputation as the late king, recognizing that the third Hokage was fully aware and had given him a prior warning. "I shall take my leave," he said awkwardly, swiftly transforming into smoke and vanishing. After Kakashi's departure, the third Hokage made his way to the rooftop of the Hokage building. He gazed at the structure and the statues of past Hokages, murmuring to himself, Hyuga Tianyun, Hyuga Tianyun. I wonder what changes this young man will bring to Konoha. The leisurely demeanor of the third Hokage shifted the moment he sensed the significance of Hyuga Tianyun. He realized that this youth was not to be underestimated, disrupting his previously tranquil disposition. Standing atop the building, the third Hokage pondered for 2 hours before returning to his office to tackle his daily tasks. At precisely 3 o'clock, a wisp of smoke flickered through the office. Hikage, how did the investigation proceed? The third Hokage inquired seriously, setting down his documents as he addressed the returning Umbu operative. Hikage knelt partially, replying calmly, Hokage-sama, Hyuga Tianyun is the son of Hyuga Meichun and the late Hyuga Ryu. 3 years ago, during an A-rank mission in the Land of Lightning, Hyuga Ryu tragically perished. Following this, you provided Hyuga Meichun with a substantial compensation. For the past 3 years, she has diligently trained Hyuga Tianyun, aspiring for him to become a ninja like his father. However, it seems Hyuga Tianyun lacks the aptitude for gentle fist techniques and has displayed a rather mischievous nature, rendering him an ordinary child. Upon hearing Hikage's report, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and inquired, is that all the information? Surely, there must be more detailed insights. Hikage contemplated briefly before responding. I inquired about the 3 children who played with Hyuga Tianyun. One of them mentioned that Tianyun has resolved to train diligently to become a powerful ninja and will no longer play with them. Beyond that, there is no further information. The third Hokage felt a twinge of disappointment. The information regarding Hyuga Tianyun appeared rather mundane, portraying him as merely an ordinary child, making it difficult for him to reconcile this with the confident gaze and unique aura he had sensed. Troubled, the third Hokage began to tap his pipe against the desk rhythmically. After 3 minutes, he took a deep drag from his pipe and declared, you may leave for now. Continue your investigation into Hyuga Tianyun's background, but keep it confidential. Do not let anyone know. Understood, Hikage replied before dissipating into smoke once more. The third Hokage found himself in a quandary regarding whether to allow Hinata Tianyun to enter the Ninja Academy. He decided to await Kakashi's return and report before making a decision, thus continuing to attend to the unfinished documents at hand. An hour passed, and Kakashi arrived 10 minutes later than scheduled. However, the third Hokage was well aware of Kakashi's nature. A 10-minute delay was quite customary. He promptly inquired of Kakashi, who had just revealed his presence. Kakashi, what intelligence have you gathered? The third Hokage's concern for Hinata Tianyun left Kakashi feeling somewhat exasperated. From his inquiries, he discerned that Hinata Tianyun was merely an ordinary child from the Hyuga clan, hardly warranting excessive concern. Nevertheless, having been questioned by the third Hokage, Kakashi proceeded to relay the entirety of his findings about the Hyuga clan, awaiting the Hokage's decision. Kakashi recounted that upon arriving at the Hyuga clan, he was swiftly welcomed by the guards and met with Hyuga Hizashi. He subtly probed Hizashi regarding Hinata Tianyun, thereby uncovering Hizashi's sentiments towards the child. It appeared that Hizashi had nearly forgotten about Tianyun, recalling only that a guard had previously mentioned the boy. For Hizashi, a family member lacking talent and gentle fist was not worth much concern. Even if an application to the Leaf Academy was not submitted, he would eventually be sent there at the age of 7 as a concession to the village. Ultimately, Hizashi assured Kakashi that the third Hokage need not worry about his stance. Accepting Hinata Tianyun would be perfectly acceptable. Kakashi, wary of prying too deeply, exchanged pleasantries with Hizashi for about an hour before expressing a desire to explore the Hyuga compound, where he began to eavesdrop on conversations regarding Hinata Tianyun. Regrettably, Tianyun's presence was so faint that after several hours of wandering, Kakashi was unable to gather any substantial intelligence about him. Though he did acquire some information about Hinata Mikura and Hinata Rhea. Hinata Rhea was a jonin of the Hyuga clan, holding a significant position, and had died in the line of duty for the village, which garnered his family considerable care from the clan. Ultimately, Kakashi found himself at an impasse. Recognizing that time was slipping away, he returned to the Hokage Tower to report to the third Hokage. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage felt increasingly disheartened. He had hoped to receive more promising news from Kakashi to facilitate his decision regarding Hinata Tianyun. Yet he was left with the understanding that Tianyun was not valued within the Hyuga clan, leaving him in a state of indecision. Observing the Hokage's hesitation, Kakashi could not help but interject. Lord Hokage, he is merely 5 years old. There is no need for such concern. I suggest we allow him to attend the Leaf Academy, perhaps placing him in a suitable class for his education. A single phrase can awaken the dreamer. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage realized that Hinata Tincloud was merely 5 years old. Even if the child might become a formidable force in the future, that was a matter yet to unfold. If he could provide proper guidance, perhaps Konoha would gain an extraordinary ally. With this thought, the third Hokage's mood unexpectedly brightened. With the wisdom accumulated over the years, he was convinced that Hinata Tincloud would undoubtedly leave his mark on Konoha. He rapped his knuckles on the desk and said, "Kakashi, you are right. I need not worry excessively about Hinata Tincloud. Here is the plan. Please visit the Hyuga clan once more and inform Hinata Mikura that I greatly admire her son's aspirations and intend to place him in the elite class for his studies." Kakashi paused, taken aback. The elite class was typically reserved for those with connections or exceptional talents. Hinata Tincloud, possessing only average aptitude, seemed an unlikely candidate for such a prestigious program. Enough of your musings, Kakashi. Just follow my instructions and notify them. The third Hokage commanded with an unusual air of authority. Recognizing the seriousness in the Hokage's demeanor, Kakashi swiftly accepted the order and vanished in a puff of smoke from the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, at the Hinata residence, Hinata Mikura was feeling disheartened as she prepared dinner. Her child, who had finally shown a desire to excel and wished to attend the Konoha Academy, had left her feeling helpless since she could not facilitate the enrollment. Coupled with her son's recent tendency to isolate himself in his room in silence, Mikura began to feel a sense of guilt, believing she was unable to support her child, leading to his despondency. Knock, knock, knock. "Miss Mikura, this is Kakashi. Sent by Lord Hokage to inform you that you are to take Hinata Tincloud to school tomorrow." Startled by the sudden knock and the announcement, Mikura's spirits lifted. She quickly set aside her cooking utensils and tidied up before rushing to greet her visitor. Kakashi was a name well known in Konoha. Mikura recognized him as a highly esteemed elite jonin favored by the third Hokage. The fact that Kakashi had come to relay a message from the Hokage left her feeling both honored and astonished. In his bedroom, Hinata Tincloud overheard Kakashi's words. He found himself torn, contemplating whether he should attend the Konoha Academy or remain with the Hyuga clan, which seemed a safer choice. While Tincloud wrestled with his thoughts, Mikura had already met with Kakashi, who conveyed the Hokage's decision. Hinata Tincloud was to join the elite class at the academy. Upon hearing this, Mikura's eyes sparkled with delight. She grasped Kakashi's arm, insisting that he stay for dinner. However, Kakashi politely declined, citing the Hokage's expectation for him to report back. With a courteous farewell to the enthusiastic Hinata Mikura, he swiftly transformed into a swirl of smoke, vanishing from her doorstep. After Kakashi's departure, Hinata Miku hurriedly ran to Hinata Tianyun's room. With excitement, she addressed the contemplative Hinata Tianyun, saying, "Tianyun, just now the third Hokage sent someone to inform me that you were to attend the elite class. You can start your lessons tomorrow." The mention of the elite class took Hinata Tianyun by surprise. He had not overheard the conversation between Kakashi and Hinata Miku due to the distance and Kakashi's quieter tone. Upon hearing Hinata Miku's words about the third Hokage's decision, the astute Hinata Tianyun quickly grasped the Hokage's intentions to create bonds that would tie him to Konohagakure, ensuring that irrespective of who he became, he would always retain a connection to the village. This was a customary method employed by the third Hokage to cultivate loyal talents. With this realization, Hinata Tianyun exhaled in relief, feigning joy as he replied to Hinata Miku, "That's wonderful, mother. I shall study diligently and surpass Niji Hinata." Hinata Miku, feeling a surge of excitement, enveloped Hinata Tianyun in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Good child. Tomorrow, you must learn to be independent in both study and life. Today, I shall teach you how to become a competent ninja." Thus, Hinata Tianyun reluctantly began to endure Hinata Miku's incessant chatter, feeling as though his ears might develop calluses from the constant stream of words. He yearned to escape outside for a breath of fresh air. Unfortunately, he could not do so, for Hinata Miku held him tightly, and despite his desire to leave, he found himself unable to break free. As a chunin, Hinata Miku continued to chatter away, leaving Hinata Tianyun to listen. The residence of the Hyuga clan is the Hyuga Hayashi mansion. After Hyuga Hayashi sent Kakashi away, he found himself increasingly perplexed. It was rather strange that the third Hokage would dispatch Kakashi to inquire about such a trivial matter concerning Hyuga Tincloud. There must be an underlying issue at play. Consequently, Hyuga Hayashi sought information regarding Hyuga Tincloud and Hyuga Mikon, only to discover that they were merely ordinary members of the Hyuga clan, without any remarkable attributes. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, having almost dismissed the affair of Hyuga Tincloud from his mind, Hyuga Hayashi received another message from his guards. It conveyed that the third Hokage had sent Kakashi to the residence of Hyuga Mikan to inform her that tomorrow she should take Hyuga Tencloud to the elite class at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Hyuga Hayashi contemplated whether the third Hokage was intentionally trying to win over the branch family, seeking to diminish the strength of the main family. However, he quickly discarded this notion, as the curse seal of the caged bird rendered the branch family incapable of betraying the main family. Thus, it was unlikely that the third Hokage had such motives. Regrettably, after much deliberation, Hyuga Hayashi could not fathom what made Hyuga Tencloud worthy of the third Hokage's attention. In the end, he hesitated and dispatched someone to deliver some provisions and money to the Hyuga Mikan family, extending his congratulations on Hyuga Tencloud's opportunity to attend the elite class. Hyuga Hayashi's rationale for this gesture was that regardless of whether Hyuga Tencloud possessed any innate talent for cultivation, by offering him gifts and financial support, he demonstrated that the Hyuga clan had not neglected him. Thus, should Hyuga Tencloud thrive in the future, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of gratitude towards the clan. At the Hyuga Mikan residence, Hyuga Tencloud seized the moment while the messenger from Hyuga Hayashi was delivering gifts to finally escape the incessant chatter of Hyuga Mikan. He sought a quiet place to rest and prepare for the following day's journey to the Ninja Academy. Hyuga Tencloud had already begun to devise a plan. He would first target the children at Konoha School, aiming to earn their pocket money. Once his strength improved, he would gradually expand his business throughout Konoha Village and eventually into the wider ninja world. If he followed through with this plan, a decade would suffice to conquer the entire realm, enabling him to reunite with his 5 wives. With this thought, Hyuga Tencloud returned contentedly to his room to rest, dismissing Hyuga Mikan's invitation to dinner under the pretense of preparing for school and refraining from further conversation. The next morning, Hyuga Mikan brought Hyuga Tencloud to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, where they stood in a daze before the imposing gates. Hyuga Mikan's stupor stemmed from the sudden realization that she had no idea where the elite class was located. She could only glance around, observing where other children were heading as they entered the academy. Meanwhile, Hyuga Tencloud scrutinized the Konoha Ninja Academy, pondering the differences between the institution he had seen in anime and the present-day academy. He noted some distinctions, though they were not particularly significant. As Hinata Makura and Hinata Tenkumo found themselves lost in thought, a middle-aged ninja clad in a Chunin uniform approached them. With a courteous demeanor, he addressed them. "You must be Miss Hinata Makura and classmate Hinata Tenkumo. I am the receptionist from the Ninja Academy. The Hokage has instructed me to welcome you both and escort you to the office to wait for the elite class instructor, who will take classmate Tenkumo to his lessons." Upon finishing his introduction, the middle-aged ninja smiled and remarked to the slightly puzzled Hinata Makura, "After all, Tenkumo is still quite young. The Hokage intends for the teacher to provide an introduction, so he can communicate effectively with his classmates and integrate into the class smoothly." "Oh, I see. The Hokage is truly considerate of my child Tenkumo. I must express my gratitude to the Hokage later," Hinata Makura replied, coming to a realization and expressing her intent to thank the third Hokage. The middle-aged ninja shook his head, saying, "The Hokage is quite busy. There's no need to disturb him over such trivial matters. Miss Makura, please do not worry about it." "Very well," Hinata Makura responded, a hint of resignation in her tone. The clock read 6:30 in the morning, and children were beginning to make their way to the Konoha Ninja Academy. The middle-aged ninja glanced at the curious children observing them and promptly urged Hinata Makura, "Miss Makura, let us head to the office for a moment. The teacher will arrive shortly to take classmate Tenkumo to his class." Wishing to avoid drawing attention, especially from the young children, Hinata Makura nodded and took Tenkumo's hand, following the middle-aged ninja until they reached a private office. They settled onto a sofa to rest. After arranging seating for Hinata Makura and Hinata Tenkumo, the middle-aged ninja stated, "Please wait here for a moment. I have matters to attend to. The elite class instructor, Irika, will come shortly to take classmate Tenkumo to class. If you have any questions, Miss Makura, you may discuss them with Irika." Understanding that he had business to attend to, Hinata Makura refrained from asking further questions and nodded for him to leave. Once alone with Tenkumo, she began to discuss how he should build relationships with the other children, causing Tenkumo to feel drowsy, yawning repeatedly. After half an hour of her chatter, Tenkumo finally heard the sound of the door opening. He quickly turned to see who it was, eager to meet Irika, a character who had appeared numerous times in Naruto. As the door swung open, Tenkumo immediately recognized Irika. Having watched Naruto several times, he could never forget Irika's distinctive attire and hairstyle. "Are you teacher Irika?" Hinata Makura exclaimed, standing up enthusiastically to greet him upon his entrance. Irika, slightly taken aback by Hinata Mikura's warmth, quickly regained his composure and replied, "You must be Miss Mikura. I am Irika, here to escort classmate Tenkomo to his lessons." Hinata Michimura would not easily let go of Irika, the teacher who was about to become her child's mentor. She unexpectedly produced a small gift box from somewhere and handed it to Irika, saying, "Irika-sensei, my child, Tianyun is still quite young. I hope you will look after him in the future. These are some homemade cookies I made. Please, do not hesitate to accept them." Upon seeing the gift from Hinata Michimura, Irika initially feared it might be something extravagant and was reluctant to accept it. However, upon hearing that it was merely some homemade cookies, he hesitated but ultimately accepted the gift. The reason for his acquiescence was the resolute determination he observed in Michimura's eyes. He understood that refusing the gift would not be an option. With Irika accepting the gift, Hinata Michimura became even more eager to converse with him. However, Irika perceived her intent to engage in polite conversation and preemptively said, "Miss Michimura, the other students in the class are waiting for me. I must first escort Tianyun to class. You may rest here or return home. I will personally ensure Tianyun gets home safely this evening and discuss with you what he accomplished today." As Irika prepared to take Tianyun to class and promised to visit her later, Hinata Michimura felt it inappropriate to detain him any longer. She held on to Tianyun for a brief moment, chattering for 2 more minutes, before finally allowing Irika and Tianyun to depart, all while Irika wore a resigned expression. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Ninja Academy elite class, Irika, accompanied by a composed Tianyun, walked toward the classroom. He had hoped to engage Tianyun in conversation to help calm his nerves. Yet, observing Tianyun's remarkably tranquil demeanor, which surpassed that of an adult, Irika found himself at a loss for words and could only sigh internally as he led Tianyun into the classroom. Upon reaching the entrance of the elite class, Tianyun immediately recognized several familiar faces within, including Niji Hyuga, whom he aspired to surpass, along with his companions Rock Lee and Tintin. As for the remaining students, Tianyun was less acquainted with them. The individuals he had hoped to see, the master of verbal jutsu Naruto Uzumaki, the brooding Sasuke Uchiha, and the other members of Team 7, were nowhere to be found, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It made sense, however, as Hinata and her friends were only 6 years old. Still a year away from starting school, they would not join the academy until the following year. Thus, Tianyun had arrived too early. With no familiar faces to greet, Tianyun lost interest in the classmates around him. Upon entering the classroom ahead of Irika, he boldly approached the center of the platform and introduced himself with remarkable bravado. "I am Hinata Tianyun, and from now on, I shall be your leader. You all must heed my words. Do you understand?" Irika felt utterly speechless, contemplating how the third Hokage had brought such a troublesome character into the fold. Moreover, he wondered about Hinata Michimura's insistence that he look after Tianyun. What nonsense! Given Tianyun's demeanor, did he truly require any oversight? Irika felt a headache coming on as he witnessed the commotion. The elite class was composed of disciples from various families, all of whom had undergone rigorous training. And being mere children, they were unlikely to accept a newcomer as their superior. Thus, the elite class erupted into chaos. Who is that little brat? How arrogant! Just looking at him is infuriating, one of the Inuzuka clan's children exclaimed in indignation. Yes, Inuzuka Hyakii, show him your strength after class. 2 of his peers chimed in eagerly. All right, just watch me. Inuzuka Hyakii replied with pride. In the classroom, 2 children seated beside Hyuga Niji leaned closer and asked, "Hey, Niji, is that arrogant guy really formidable? How come he has even more brazen than you?" Hyuga Niji frowned as he regarded Hyuga Tianyun, regrettably having no recollection of him, nor awareness of when a figure so audacious had emerged from the Hyuga clan. Nevertheless, as a member of the same clan, Niji did not wish for Tianyun to be bullied, especially by the 2 members of the Uchiha clan glaring at him from a distance. Thus, he stood and beckoned to Tianyun, saying, "We are both of the Hyuga clan. You should come sit beside me for mutual support." Humph. The 2 Uchiha children realized with Niji's intervention, their plans to confront Tianyun were no longer straightforward, for Niji held the esteemed position of the elite class's leader, and they lacked confidence in overpowering him. Regrettably, Hyuga Tianyun was ungrateful after casting a glance at Niji. He strode to the 3rd row of seats and declared to Inuzuka Hyakii, "This seat now belongs to me. You may take a seat at the back, but do not provoke me." Inuzuka Hyakii's fury surged. How could he, a top contender in the elite class, be chastised by a mere newcomer? The 2 children seated behind Hyakii, witnessing this humiliation, eagerly encouraged him. "Hyakii, If you don't retaliate, your status in the elite class will dwindle, and you'll only be a subordinate from now on. You insolent brat. Inuzuka Hyuki was incensed, and with the taunts of his peers fueling his rage, he disregarded Irika, the teacher, and stood to throw a punch at Tianyun. Inuzuka Hyuki, stop. Irika, who had been in shock at the unfolding events, finally snapped back to reality and attempted to intervene. Alas, Hyuki was consumed by his anger and paid no heed to Irika. All he wanted was to pummel Tianyun's insufferable face into submission to vent his frustrations. Thus he continued his assault on Hyuga Tianyun. In the elite class, the children were all under the age of 11, and none had even reached the level of a lower ninja. Despite their potential, they were not formidable adversaries, especially when compared to the battle-hardened Hinata Tianyun. Although Hinata Tianyun's strength was currently minimal, even less than that of Inuzuka Hyuki, his combat experience far surpassed that of an ordinary lower ninja. And even middle ninjas could not boast of such extensive experience. Thus, with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly subdued Inuzuka Hyuki, sending him sprawling in a most undignified manner. In an unfortunate turn of events, Hyuki found himself propelled by the inertia of the encounter, landing face-first with a resounding thud, eliciting a pained cry. By the time Hyuki turned around, the entire class had witnessed the alarming sight of his nose, now crimson and bleeding profusely. Panic set in as he attempted to staunch the flow of blood, but in his flustered state, he was unable to do so, nearly reducing him to tears. Deep down, had it not been for the pride of the Inuzuka clan, he might have succumbed to his embarrassment, for being bested by a mere child was indeed a humiliation. Irika was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend how the 10-year-old Inuzuka Hyuki could be so effortlessly dispatched by Hinata Tianyun. This unexpected turn of events shifted his perception of the latter. However, now was not the time to confront Tianyun. He hurried over to Hyuki and addressed the rest of the class, instructing them to resume their self-study while he escorted Hyuki to the medical room for treatment, cautioning them not to cause further trouble. Irika's authoritative demeanor commanded respect, and the students averted their gazes, pretending not to have witnessed the earlier debacle. Noting that the children had settled down, Irika quickly lifted Hyuki and exited the classroom, heading toward the medical room. In a rather comical twist, Hyuki seemed reluctant to be carried by Irika, struggling and shouting at Tianyun. Hinata Tianyun, you wait. I challenge you to a duel at noon. That was merely a fluke. Tianyun, indifferent to Hyuki's outburst, merely scoffed and remarked derisively, Kid, go home and drink some milk. You need to grow stronger if you ever hope to defeat me. For now, you should drink even more milk. Fuming, Hyuki threatened, I'll kill you, as he continued to thrash against Irika's back, demanding to be released to seek vengeance on Tianyun. However, Irika was resolute and would not relinquish Hyuki, swiftly carrying him away as they soon vanished from the classroom. With Hyuki and Irika gone, Hinata Tianyun nonchalantly took a seat at Hyuki's desk, exuding an air of self-assuredness that drew the attention of the entire class. However, at present, no one dares to casually provoke Hinata Tianyun, for he has unequivocally demonstrated his prowess. In the elite class, Inuzuka Pingue, while not the most formidable student, ranks among the top 10. Even the likes of the Uchiha siblings or Niji Hyuga would find it no simple task to defeat Inuzuka Pingue in just a few moves. The technique employed by Hinata Tianyun earlier unmistakably bore the hallmarks of the Hinata clan's esoteric arts, capable of vanquishing Inuzuka Pingue in a single blow. Students lacking confidence would refrain from challenging him. In the entire class, only Niji Hyuga regarded Hinata Tianyun with a frown, for the move he executed was unfamiliar to him. It was not a technique of the Hyuga clan. Yet, the fluidity of his strikes suggested a connection to their esteemed lineage, plunging Niji into profound contemplation. With a fervent desire to grow stronger, Niji began to ponder the possibility of acquiring the martial arts that Hinata Tianyun had just displayed, believing that such mastery would elevate his own abilities. However, Niji hesitated to voice his thoughts, as Hinata Tianyun's dismissive demeanor made it difficult for him to approach, and his pride forbade him from humbling himself to inquire. As for the sentiments of the elite class, Hinata Tianyun paid them no heed. He had driven Inuzuka Pingue away primarily because of his proximity to Tianyun, the affluent heiress of Konoha village. Hinata Tianyun sought to gain favor with her. Once seated in Inuzuka Pingue's place, he beamed at Tianyun and inquired, Fair maiden, what is your name? Would you care to join me in some amusement? Tianyun, intrigued by Hinata Tianyun, was not captivated by his looks but rather by his formidable strength. In response to his inquiry, she raised her chin and declared, I am Tianyun. If you wish to play with me, you must possess the strength to be the top of the class. Otherwise, I shan't entertain you. Hinata Tianyun raised an eyebrow and confidently proclaimed, merely the top rank? A triviality. I shall achieve it by tomorrow, so do not forget your words. Tian rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, let us see if you can become number one first, then we can talk. Stop boasting here. Well? Tian's arrogance proved challenging for Hinata Tianyun to navigate, so he conceded for the moment. He then turned to address the entire class with a cold demeanor, stating, you all heard our conversation. Surrender and acknowledge me as your leader, or when I teach you a lesson later, do not weep. Frustration bubbled within a particularly plump student. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pointed at Hinata Tianyun and exclaimed, Hinata Tianyun, do not be so arrogant. I challenge you to a duel. I have endured your antics for far too long. Casting a glance at the rotund figure's attire, Hoga Tianyun remarked with a hint of indifference, ah? So it is the chubby scion of the Akimichi clan. You dare to challenge me one-on-one? You would do well to summon 5 or 6 companions to stand a chance. How dare you? I am Akimichi Daisher, not some mere chubby. The irate Akimichi Daisher retorted, leaping onto the table and launching himself toward Hoga Tianyun's head, intent on using his substantial bulk to crush him. With a chuckle, Hoga Tianyun calmly raised a hand to intercept the descending Akimichi Daisher, grasping his ample belly. Employing the technique of leveraging minimal force against significant weight, he deftly spun in midair and hurled Akimichi Daisher forward. Ah, ouch. The startled Akimichi Daisher landed near the front row, inadvertently pinning 2 unfamiliar classmates beneath him, all 3 emitting simultaneous cries of pain. The entire class witnessed Hoga Tianyun's effortless handling of Akimichi Daisher, and it became abundantly clear that he was no one to provoke without sufficient strength. Consequently, the gaze of every student shifted toward the 2 members of the Uchiha clan, for it was common knowledge that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were at odds. With Hoga Tianyun displaying such audacity, the students were eager to observe the Uchiha's reaction, feeling the weight of their classmates' scrutiny. The 2 Uchiha children understood that failing to respond would lead to rumors circulating throughout the school, suggesting that the Uchiha feared the Hyuga. Such gossip would be a source of shame upon their return to the Uchiha clan. Let us confront him together, Hachiro, urged the elder of the 2 Uchiha. Turning to the younger sibling. Indeed, Nankao, we shall face him together. The Uchiha clan does not concede defeat, Hachiro declared resolutely. With their resolve solidified, the siblings approached Hoga Tianyun and spoke earnestly. Uchiha Nankao and Uchiha Hachiro challenge you. Hoga Tianyun, who had been observing the Uchiha duo, smiled lightly at their challenge. By all means, proceed. If you can manage to displace me from my seat, I shall concede victory to you. You underestimate us, Uchiha Nankao retorted, visibly displeased. Do I? Hoga Tianyun replied with a dismissive expression. Fueled by indignation, Uchiha Nankao turned to his brother and said, we shall attack from both sides. I refuse to believe we cannot force him from his seat. Agreed, Nankao, Uchiha Hachiro replied, equally incensed. Then, Uchiha Nankao leaped onto the table in front of Hoga Tianyun, while Uchiha Hachiro positioned himself on the table behind him, both launching simultaneous assaults aimed at Hoga Tianyun's head. Hinata Tianyun sat in his seat, smiled, and then extended both hands to grasp the fists of Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinga. Employing the principles of Tai Chi, he effortlessly hurled them in opposite directions, sending them flying over 10 meters away. Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinga fell further than Akimichi Dashik, due to their greater strength. The technique utilized by Hinata Tianyun was rooted in the fundamentals of Tai Chi. The stronger the force of the attack against him, the greater the force he could redirect back. Thus, Uchiha Shinga and Uchiha Ba brought this upon themselves. As for Hinata Tianyun's mastery of Tai Chi, it was a result of his own diligence, for he was a seasoned warrior with extensive experience, capable of grasping the nuances of such techniques. After being thrown to the ground, Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinga merely groaned softly before rising, their faces etched with displeasure as they glared at Hinata Tianyun. He smirked and remarked, you 2 are not too bad. At least you didn't cry out like that little chubby one. I suggest you stop seeking further trouble and find a doctor to attend to your injuries. I assume you are aware of your condition. Uchiha Shinga shot a venomous glance at Hinata Tianyun before turning to Uchiha Ba. Hachiro, let us retreat to treat our wounds. We will avenge this insult in due time. Let us go. Uchiha Ba hesitated, questioning, but what about class? Forget about class. Do you want to be the subject of ridicule? Hurry up and follow me. Uchiha Shinga scolded fiercely. Uchiha Ba, taken aback for a moment, quickly complied and dashed out of the classroom alongside Uchiha Shinga, disappearing in an instant. TCH, how dull. Hinata Tianyun muttered, feeling somewhat bored. He turned to Tianyun and inquired, "My dear, are you interested in playing with me now? I am now the champion." Tianyun, astonished by Tianyun's prowess, hesitated to agree outright. Instead, she pointed to the other classmates and said, "They haven't surrendered yet. You are not the champion just yet." Tianyun was somewhat speechless. This little girl was indeed a tough nut to crack. After a moment's contemplation, he rose and glared menacingly at the entire class before declaring, "You have 5 minutes to either surrender and acknowledge your defeat, or, like those two Uchiha, be thrown out of here." With the Uchiha clan members already bested by Tianyun, the remaining students felt a sense of dread and reluctance to provoke him. However, their pride prevented them from submitting. After one student led the charge out of the classroom, the rest followed suit in a frenzy, leaving Tianyun quite amused. In the brief span of 5 minutes following Irika's departure, only Tianyun, Tianyun, and a few defiant students remained, including Niji, who was eager to test the potency of Tianyun's martial skills. Tianyun found herself momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend how her single utterance had caused all her classmates to flee. With a sense of helplessness, she turned to Tianyun and said, "What shall we do now? If Irika comes, it will be disastrous for the three of us." Tianyun scoffed. "Only the incorrigible would skip class and face the teacher's ire. We have not skipped, so why should we fear misfortune?" Tianyun was rendered speechless. Casting a glance at the nonchalant Tianyun, she sighed, "Fine, I agreed to play with you, but you must not cause any trouble. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if Irika-sensei blamed me." "I never caused trouble," Tianyun replied with a nonchalant tone. "But weren't you just causing trouble?" Tianyun questioned with a hint of confusion. Tianyun shrugged. "Tell me, did I strike first? My actions were purely in self-defense. This cannot be laid at my feet." Tianyun, defeated by Tianyun's audacity, stood up and declared, "Everyone has already gone home. I suppose I should do the same. Otherwise, Irika will surely be furious." With that, she hurried towards the door. "Hey, don't leave. You promised to play with me," Tianyun called out as he chased after her. In the classroom, only Niji Hyuga remained, caught in indecision, his expression one of bewilderment. After 5 minutes of sitting in silence, Irika returned with Inuzuka Higa, who had just finished treatment, only to find the classroom empty save for Niji. He stared blankly and asked, "Niji, where have the others gone?" Niji, wishing to learn the new gentle fist technique from Tianyun and not wishing to offend him, replied coolly, "Irika-sensei, they said they had matters at home and left." Irika, infuriated, felt the urge to reprimand Niji, fully aware that it was implausible for the entire class to have legitimate home issues. He couldn't contain his frustration, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. This group has gone too far. I must report this to the Hokage. It's infuriating." With that, Irika, having momentarily forgotten both Inuzuka Higa and Niji, stormed out of the classroom to seek out the Hokage. Inuzuka Higa, bewildered, turned to Niji and asked, "What should we do now?" Niji glanced at Higa, picked up a book, and said, "It's up to you. If you wish to go home, then go. If you wish to stay, then stay. It matters not to me. After all, there will be no class today." Higa, momentarily taken aback, suddenly brightened and dashed out of the classroom, eager to enjoy a rare day off. As for the matter concerning Tianyun, the young Inuzuka had temporarily forgotten it. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened with a sense of resignation to Irika's furious report and consoled him. "Irika, I am already aware of the situation. Take the day to rest. I will handle this matter, and you need not concern yourself further." The third Hokage had already expressed his thoughts, and Irika felt it inappropriate to press further about the consequences for the truant students. He took his leave, saying, "Hokage-sama, while I usually overlook the occasional absence of some children, the fact that the entire class has skipped is utterly outrageous. I implore you to discipline them, otherwise, I shall find it difficult to continue in my role as their teacher." "Very well, Irika, I understand. You may return now." The third Hokage replied with a sense of resignation, ushering Irika out of his office. Irika, unaware of the Hokage's musings, grumbled a bit more before storming out in a fit of anger. Once Irika had departed, the Hokage took out his pipe and pondered aloud. Could it be true that Tianyun has developed a new form of gentle fist? Can you ascertain whether it might be a secret technique of the Hyuga clan? A cold voice responded from the shadows, "Hokage-sama, if the Hyuga clan possessed such a technique, they would likely not conceal it. I suspect that the gentle fist employed by Tianyun is a novel variant specifically designed to counter power-type ninjas." "I see," the third Hokage mused. Pausing for a moment before continuing, keep a close watch on Hinata Tianyun. Additionally, investigate whether he has been in contact with any significant individuals. He may have acquired this new gentle fist technique from someone else. The mysterious voice replied, Hokage-sama. It is improbable that such a new technique could be created by an outsider. I believe it was developed internally within the Hyuga clan, as outsiders would find it challenging to comprehend their style and thus create a new form of gentle fist. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. That aligns with my thoughts. However, we must avoid confronting the Hyuga clan directly, as it would disturb the peace of Konoha. Please make an effort to investigate whom Hinata Tianyun associates with, to identify the most likely candidate behind the creation of this new gentle fist. Understood, the voice affirmed before falling silent. The third Hokage set down his pipe and approached the window, gazing out over the vast expanse of Konoha, murmuring to himself, what a tumultuous season this is. Meanwhile, within the village, Hinata Tianyun followed Tianyun as they exited the school. Why are you trailing me? I'm heading home, Tianyun complained. With unabashed determination, Tianyun replied, I wish to accompany you to meet your parents, so that I may visit you in the future without being an unknown to them. Tianyun felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She had no desire to bring a boy, especially one younger than herself, home. As they reached a fork in the road, she voiced her displeasure. Stop following me. I don't want you coming to my house. Go back to your own. Are you abandoning me? Tianyun asked earnestly, looking directly at Tianyun. What do you mean, abandoning? I've only just met you today. Don't cling to me. Just hurry back to your own home. Tianyun retorted angrily. You promised to play with me. Hinata Tianyun insisted unwaveringly. I only agreed to play with you. But I never said I would do so today. Tianyun replied with a glare. You are being unreasonable. Hinata Tianyun expressed his discontent. What? You call me unreasonable? Tianyun, bemused by Hinata Tianyun's shamelessness, shook her head decisively. I've decided not to play with you anymore. You should hurry back home. I'm going home now. With that, Tianyun turned sharply to the left, ignoring Hinata Tianyun entirely. These kids are truly hard to fool, Hinata Tianyun sighed. Choosing not to follow Tianyun, after surveying his surroundings, he turned back towards the ninja school, intending to return to rest before heading home later that evening. Otherwise, returning home this early would surely provoke Hinata Mikura's ire. Upon reaching the ninja school, Hinata Tianyun discovered that the entire class had already vacated, and even Hinata Niji was nowhere to be found. He randomly selected a spot to lie down, preparing for a well-deserved rest while contemplating his next steps. On this day, Hinata Tianyun had intentionally established his authority upon arriving at school. His objective was to gain the third Hokage's greater attention. By doing so, he hoped that in the future, if he were to act out in Konoha, the third Hokage would shield him, recognizing his potential as a worthy investment. Additionally, he was aware that following today's events, even if the third Hokage attempted to conceal the information, Hinata Hizashi would inevitably learn of them. Consequently, Hinata Hizashi would likely regard him with increased importance to acquire the new gentle fist techniques. This positioning between Hinata Hizashi and the third Hokage would afford him the greatest benefits while ensuring his own safety. Of course, this strategy hinged on Hinata Tianyun proving his worth to Konoha. Only then would the third Hokage offer him assistance. Otherwise, the third Hokage would not risk offending Hinata Hizashi to aid Hinata Tianyun. The approach he adopted was, in fact, a necessary tactic as he sought financial gain. Eventually, he would attract the attention of both the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi, so it was wiser to cast out some bait initially to command their focus, thus allowing him to operate without restraint and leverage these connections for profit. However, if the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi were as ruthless as Shimura Danzo, Hinata Tianyun would refrain from employing such a strategy. This plan was specifically applicable to the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi because they were competent politicians rather than mere ambition-driven individuals. They would compromise for mutual benefit rather than resort to reckless gambits. After lying down to rest and reflect for a while, Hinata Tianyun's frustration from being rebuffed by Tianyun began to dissipate. He contemplated when Hinata Hizashi and the third Hokage would approach him regarding the new gentle fist techniques, as this would provide an opportunity for him to gain some profit and enhance his abilities. As time slowly passed, noon approached, signifying lunchtime. Although Hinata Tianyun could have eaten at school, the absence of his classmates left him unaware of the cafeteria's location. Contemplating his decision, Hinata Tianyun resolved to visit the renowned Ichiraku Ramen in Kanahagakure, eager to ascertain whether the ramen there truly lived up to its reputation. The cost of the ramen was of no concern to him, for earlier that morning, Hinata Miko had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of money, intended for winning over his peers. With those children now frightened away by Hinata Tianyun, the funds conveniently fell into his possession, allowing him to indulge in a delectable bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Without further ado, Hinata Tianyun exited the classroom and set off towards the school gate. At noon, the students of Konoha School enjoyed a 3-hour respite, a precious interval designated for lunch and relaxation. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the students would engage in outdoor training sessions, primarily focused on physical conditioning and basic techniques, as the institution refrained from teaching advanced ninjutsu. Nonetheless, many commoners eagerly enrolled their children in the Ninja Academy, for it was there that they could learn the art of ninjutsu and aspire to become genuine ninjas. Ninjas were far from ordinary professions. Even a humble genin could potentially earn substantial sums, while common folk, through arduous labor, barely scraped by with meager incomes. This disparity elucidated why so many aspired to the ninja path. Upon arriving at the plaza of the ninja school, Hinata Tianyun observed a group of students playing together, their camaraderie creating an atmosphere of harmony amidst the often brutal world of ninjas. Observing the lively children, he mused that had he been born in another nation or village, the prospect of earning money would likely be fraught with peril, as he might be robbed the moment he acquired it. As Hinata Tianyun stood contemplatively in the plaza, his demeanor drew the attention of several children, 2 of whom approached him eagerly. Not wishing to engage with a gaggle of youngsters, he turned to leave. However, the 2 children were undeterred, calling out, "Wait, we just want to ask if you are Hinata Tianyun, the one who defeated the entire elite class. Please don't go so fast." Momentarily taken aback, Hinata Tianyun realized that the events of the morning had spread throughout the academy, a development he had not anticipated. As he assumed the 3rd Hokage would have suppressed the news, it appeared that he was soon to become the focus of Hinata Hisashi's attention, a prospect that troubled him, as he remained uncertain whether the 3rd Hokage would support him unwaveringly. With these thoughts coursing through his mind, Hinata Tianyun hastened his departure from the ninja school, eager to avoid the tedious explanations to the inquisitive children. After leaving the academy, he inquired of passers-by about the location of Ichiraku Ramen and swiftly found his way to the celebrated ramen shop. As Hinata Tianyun gazed at the sign outside Ichiraku Ramen, he reminisced about the narrative of Naruto, feeling a sense of nostalgia before preparing to enter the ramen shop. Just as he was about to step inside, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Yeah, you're just a little brat too. What are you doing acting like an adult, as if you're reminiscing? Are you out of your mind?" Hinata Tianyun immediately turned around, donning a cheerful expression as he addressed the girl who spoke. Tian, how did you know I was here? Did you come specifically to find me? I'm truly delighted." Tian shot him a glance, replying bluntly, "Don't get ahead of yourself. I merely came to fetch lunch for my parents. They are exceedingly busy today and have no time to return home for a meal. Honestly, Tian, couldn't you offer me a bit of comfort?" Hinata Tianyun lamented, somewhat at a loss for words as he conversed with her. "Hurry up and move aside. I need to go in. Don't waste my time. I have to return with the food," Tian said, unceremoniously urging him to step aside. All right. You go first." Hinata Tianyun conceded, allowing Tian to enter Ichiraku Ramen ahead of him before following her inside. The interior of the ramen shop was rather modest, accommodating around 10 patrons at most. However, considering its proximity to the Hokage Tower, Hinata Tianyun understood the spatial constraints. After all, in a prime location, if the establishment were too expansive, it would struggle to turn a profit. Upon entering, Tian confidently approached the ramen chef, declaring, "Boss, 3 extra-large bowls of chicken bone udon ramen." "Ah, Tian, back again to get lunch for your father?" The chef, evidently familiar with her, inquired without needing to ask if it was for takeout, knowing she intended to bring it home. After placing her order, the chef glanced at Hinata Tianyun, saying, "So, Tian, you've brought a friend along?" Tian raised her chin defiantly and replied, "He is not my friend. He is a new student who just transferred to our class. We're not close, so don't worry about him. Just hurry up with the ramen. I need to get back." The chef chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to Hinata Tianyun. "Well, would you like, young man? Take a look at the menu while I prepare Tian's ramen. Please wait a moment." Hinata Tianyun, observing the chef with a curious gaze, began to ponder peculiar thoughts, recalling tales of someone claiming that the chef was a major antagonist in Naruto, deliberately concealing himself within the Hidden Leaf Village, among other fanciful rumors. Now that he stood before the chef, Hinata Tianyun realized those notions were mere fabrications. Judging by the chef's demeanor, he was at most a low-ranking ninja, and could not possibly be a hidden figure. Upon hearing the chef's inquiry, Hinata Tianyun snapped back to reality and pointed to a dish on the wall menu, stating, "I'll have that seafood 3-flavor ramen, please. I'd like to see what your ramen shop is capable of." The chef paused momentarily, slightly taken aback, and replied, "Very well. Let me show you the quality of our Ichiraku ramen. If you find it delicious, do remember to spread the word for us. You certainly have a knack for business," Hinata Tianyun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the ramen shop proprietor. In his eyes, the owner did not underestimate him due to his youth. Instead, he had entrusted him with the promotional tasks for the ramen shop, a testament to his adeptness in interpersonal relations. It was no wonder that the ramen business thrived. The proprietor, amused by Hinata Tianyun's mature demeanor, chuckled and said, "Very well, esteemed customer, please wait a moment. The seafood triple flavor ramen will be ready shortly. You may take a seat in the corner designated for children." Hinata Tianyun glanced at Tian, noticing the latter's reluctance to engage, and shook his head before settling into the high seat meant for children in the corner, awaiting his seafood triple flavor ramen. While Hinata Tianyun waited for his meal, the leader of the Hinata clan, Hinata Hizashi, was preoccupied with urgent matters. He had received intelligence indicating that Hinata Tianyun had employed a new form of gentle fist technique, defeating all the students of the elite class at the Leaf Academy, including his exceptionally gifted nephew, Hinata Niji, who seemed hesitant to confront Tianyun. The notion of a new gentle fist technique caused Hinata Hizashi to furrow his brow. He found it hard to believe that such a claim could be true. The techniques of the Hinata clan had been honed to perfection over generations. Creating a new style was no trivial feat. It seemed improbable that a mere 5-year-old could have mastered such a technique independently. He suspected it was the result of adult instruction passed down to Hinata Tianyun. Contemplating this, Hinata Hizashi issued a command akin to that of the third Hokage, instructing his subordinates to investigate whether Hinata Tianyun had recently interacted with any clan members. Simultaneously, he ordered that a substantial gift be sent to the Hinata family of Mei. Hinata Hizashi believed that since Tianyun had the ability to defeat elite students, it indicated a degree of talent worthy of investment, rather than being a mere incompetent disciple. Moreover, as Hinata Tianyun was a member of the Hinata clan and had now demonstrated potential, Hizashi was keen to prevent the third Hokage from luring him away. If Tianyun were to align solely with the Leaf and disregard the Hinata clan, it would pose a significant problem. Thus, he needed to make a show of support. After issuing these commands, Hinata Hizashi turned to his attendant, saying, "Raizong, go and inquire with Niji about today's events. Find out if Hinata Tianyun truly utilized a new technique." Hinata Raizong, a jonin and Hizashi's personal guard, as well as his cousin, understood the delicate nature of the relationship between Hizashi and Niji. Thus, his assignment to consult Niji was laden with implication. However, Raizong sighed and remarked, "The clan leader's previous actions were not voluntary. Why not take this opportunity to explain the situation to Niji? It could pave the way for his return to the clan, as he is undoubtedly talented and could be of great benefit to us." Hinata Hizashi shook his head, responding, "Let it be. He is still quite young. Anything I say now would be lost on him. Perhaps when he matures and can discern right from wrong, then I shall clarify everything." Hinata Hizashi fell silent for a moment and said, "Very well, I shall deliver some items to Niji and, in the process, inquire about Hinata Tenkyo. However, my relationship with him is rather ordinary. He may not divulge any information. I understand, yet among our clan, you are the only one with a somewhat better rapport with him. I fear that if others approach, Niji may dismiss them outright. Please, bear this burden and make the trip," sighed Hinata Hayashi. "Then I shall go," replied Hinata Hizashi. At Ichiraku Ramen, after finishing his 3 servings of ramen, Hinata Tenku paid no heed to Hinata Hizashi and merely shot him a disdainful glance before leaving. With a sigh, Hinata Tenku mused that the child certainly had a distinct personality as he waited for his lunch to arrive, relishing the ramen from the renowned shop in Kanahagakure. The flavor of Ichiraku ramen was indeed delightful. The noodles were perfectly chewy, and the broth was rich and savory. Once he had savored every drop of the soup, he contentedly set down his bowl and exited the ramen shop with satisfaction. Having resolved his lunch, and with the time only just past 1 in the afternoon, Hinata Tenku contemplated wandering through Kanahagakure until 5 o'clock, thereby familiarizing himself with the village's surroundings. The entirety of Kanahagakure was nestled within a vast forest, providing a remarkably comfortable environment, complemented by a significant protective barrier ensuring safety. As Hinata Tenku strolled through the village, he inadvertently attracted considerable attention from passers-by. primarily due to his distinctive Byakugan, which was quite renowned in Konohagakure. Many ordinary residents dared not greet him, while ninjas preferred to avoid him to steer clear of potential trouble. The village was expansive, and it was impractical for Hinata Tenku to explore every corner. Thus, he merely wandered through some bustling streets before retreating to a nearby clearing close to the entrance of the Ninja Academy to rest. This clearing served as a waiting area for parents picking up their children from the academy, and when Hinata Tenku arrived around 4 in the afternoon, several parents were already present, awaiting the release of their children. As he settled down to rest, those parents began to scrutinize him. The Hyuga clan was prestigious, and although Hinata Tenku was still quite young, he garnered significant attention. The parents, mostly the wives of ordinary ninjas, regarded him with envy, their status starkly contrasting with that of the Hyuga clan. Indifferent to the glances from the women, Hinata Tenku found a spot beneath a large tree, preparing to close his eyes and rest until his mother arrived to escort him home. Just as he was about to doze off, he caught sight of the legendary protagonist peeking from behind a tree, gazing enviously at the students of the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. A spark of inspiration ignited within Hinata Tenku, and he waved at Uzumaki Naruto, beckoning him to come over, signaling 3 times in succession. As was his custom, Uzumaki Naruto, after classes at the Ninja Academy, stood at the entrance, enviously watching those students who were greeted by their parents and enjoyed the company of friends. At first, when he saw Hinata Tenyu waving at him, he mistakenly thought she was beckoning to someone behind him, as he was acutely aware of his unpopularity in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, after Hinata Tenyu waved twice more for him to approach, he realized she was indeed calling for him. Uzumaki Naruto was instantly elated. This was the first time someone had reached out to him. Although she appeared to be younger and was likely from the esteemed Hyuga clan, he cared little for her lineage or the disdainful glances from the parents of younger children. He eagerly dashed over to the large tree where Hinata Tenyu was seated and inquired, "What do you need? Do you want to play with me?" Hinata Tenyu glanced at the exuberant Naruto and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "I am Hinata Tenyu, the finest ninja at the Leaf Ninja Academy. How could I possibly play with a child like you? I called you over to run an errand for me. Bring me back an ice cream." "This is impossible. How can you be the best at the ninja school?" Naruto exclaimed, astonished, completely disregarding the latter part of her statement. Hinata Tenyu shrugged dismissively. "You can ask around and find out. I, Hinata Tenyu, do not lie. Hurry and get me that ice cream. If the students are dismissed before you return, I won't have the appetite to eat it." Naruto, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced at the resting Hinata Tenyu and protested, "But you haven't given me any money. How am I supposed to buy it? I don't have that much." Hinata Tenyu glared at him. "This is your chance to be my little subordinate. And you dare to ask your boss for money? What kind of face do I have left?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then, after a moment of contemplation, reluctantly replied, "Fine, I'll get you the ice cream, but you must acknowledge me as your subordinate, and when we go out to play, you have to take me with you." Hinata Tenyu nodded with satisfaction. "That is acceptable, but when we go out, the subordinate pays. Do you have enough money for that?" Naruto felt like crying. He never anticipated encountering someone like Hinata Tenyu. It seemed his wallet would soon grow ever thinner. Yet, despite this realization, he did not wish to lose a newly found friend, for he did not see the disdain in Hinata Tenyu's eyes that others often directed at him. This indicated she was not deceiving him. "All right, I agree. I'll go get your ice cream right now," he said, a mix of anxiety and excitement propelling him forward. As Naruto departed, Hinata Tenyu resumed her composed demeanor, casting a glance at the young women nearby who were curiously watching them. She leaned back against the tree, closing her eyes to rest. To be frank, the women of the Hidden Leaf Village were indeed of commendable quality, primarily due to the high salaries of ninjas. Women from across the Land of Fire were eager to marry ninjas, ensuring a life free from financial worry, along with the added security of having a ninja as their partner in these tumultuous times. This phenomenon had led to a significant influx of beauty into the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, women also aspire for their offspring to achieve greatness. In a world dominated by nobility, it is exceedingly difficult for commoners to ascend to such ranks. The only viable path to a better status appears to be through becoming a ninja. Hinata Tianyun, naturally, held little interest in the women of Konoha Village. His focus lay solely on enhancing his own strength to realize his ambition of becoming the strongest in the world, so that he might eventually reunite with his wives. After resting beneath a grand tree for approximately 7 minutes, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly approached Hinata Tianyun, presenting an ice cream as if it were a precious treasure. "Boss, what do you think? I've brought the ice cream. Do you acknowledge me as your little brother now? Hinata Tianyun, however, did not accept the ice cream. Instead, with a satisfied demeanor, he remarked, "Since you are so earnest, I shall accept you as my little brother. But the ice cream is for you to enjoy. I have matters to attend to and must depart." Big brother, you are truly too kind. Uzumaki Naruto, somewhat touched, reclaimed the ice cream and couldn't resist taking a lick. Yet, before Naruto could fully savor his emotions, he was taken aback to see Hinata Tianyun, who had just risen, being unexpectedly seized by a woman who tugged at his ear and led him away while reprimanding him. Naruto glanced at his melting ice cream, bemused, as he realized that Hinata Tianyun's refusal of the treat was not due to a dislike of ice cream, but rather because his mother had arrived, leaving him no opportunity to indulge. With a sigh, Naruto hastily finished the ice cream in a few bites, casting an envious glance at Hinata Tianyun, who was being pulled away by his ear, wishing for someone to do the same to him. Hinata Mikamura experienced a day of emotional turbulence. In the early hours, she sent Hinata Tianyun off to school with a tinge of anxiety, fearing that her child might face bullying in the elite class. She fervently recounted numerous strategies for her to forge friendships with other students. Once Tianyun was in class, Mikamura returned home, only to be consumed by worry about her child's well-being. Distracted and restless, she contemplated visiting Konoha Academy, but remembering the rules prohibiting parental interference, she reluctantly restrained herself. As noon approached, Mikamura's mood began to settle, and she intended to rest before picking Tianyun up from school. However, before she could take a proper nap, an abundance of gifts from Hinata Hazashi arrived at her home, accompanied by no explanation other than a brief congratulatory remark, leaving her utterly bewildered. Once Hazashi's envoy departed, Mikamura hurried to inquire within the village about the reason behind the clan leader's generous gesture, only to be met with astonishing revelations. She was acutely aware of her own child's character, and now, hearing that Tianyun had supposedly dominated the elite students at Konoha Ninja Academy, even overshadowing the prodigy Hinata Niji, was beyond her wildest imagination. After an hour of stunned contemplation back at her residence, she realized that school was about to dismiss, prompting her to dash to the Ninja Academy, arriving at the gates more than 10 minutes early. Upon her arrival, she spotted Tianyun leisurely resting, while another child was eagerly offering her ice cream. This sight filled Mikamura with indignation, and she rushed over to seize Tianyun by the ear, leading her home. During their journey, Mikamura refrained from posing any questions, overwhelmed by a multitude of concerns that she couldn't articulate at that moment. Her intention was to bring Tianyun home first and then interrogate her thoroughly. Once they reached the estate and Mikamura had seated Tianyun in the hall, she stared wide-eyed at her child's nonchalant expression, at a loss for where to begin her inquiries. As silence lingered, Tianyun broke it. "Mother, I am hungry. Did you not prepare dinner?" "Dinner?" Mikamura exclaimed, realizing she had forgotten in her flurry of thoughts. Anger surged within her as she glared at Tianyun, exclaiming, "You wretched child! What mischief did you engage in at school today? Did I not instruct you to get along with your classmates? Why were you fighting?" Tianyun, having anticipated his mother's reprimand, quickly defended himself. "Mother, I did not engage in a fight. They initiated it. I merely sent them away. Who would have thought the elite class students were so inept? I defeated them with just one move. Is that so?" Hinata Miyamura pondered for a moment, her confusion giving way to ire as she exclaimed, "Cease your nonsense. How could a student from the elite class possibly be defeated by you in a single move? It appears I must teach you a lesson today. Return to your room at once." In response, Hinata Tianyun immediately raised his hands in earnestness, stating, "Mother, I assure you, I am not lying. You may inquire with Hinata Niji. He has witnessed the entirety of the events." "Niji? Could it be that what you spoke of earlier was indeed the truth?" Miyamura found herself somewhat convinced by Tianyun's assertion. She recognized Niji as a prodigy unlikely to utter falsehoods. Tianyun eagerly nodded. "We can seek out Niji now. You will see that I merely retaliated in self-defense and did not initiate any aggression against my classmates." "Ah, I see. I shall take you to inquire," Miyamura replied. No. If I go, Niji will surely feel too embarrassed to speak. It would be far better if you, mother, were to ask him," Tianyun insisted, shaking his head. What could he possibly feel embarrassed about? Miyamura began, but then fell silent. She recalled the village rumors that spoke of Tianyun defeating his entire class, Niji included. It would indeed be inappropriate to confront Niji with Tianyun in tow. After a moment of contemplation, Miyamura hesitated and asked, "Tianyun, have you truly defeated Hinata Niji?" Tianyun quickly shook his head. "That is impossible. Niji and I did not even engage in combat. I only exchanged blows with 2 members of the Uchiha clan, while the others fled on their own. Miyamura instantly felt relieved, joyfully patting Tianyun's small head. So that's how it is. I thought you had truly bested Niji. It turns out you only triumphed over 2 Uchiha children. It is quite normal to defeat them. You performed admirably today. I shall not reprimand you. Go rest, and I will prepare dinner for you. With that, Miyamura, in good spirits, hummed a tune as she made her way to the kitchen. Deep down, she understood that the Uchiha clan's children were not weak. Otherwise, she would not be so pleased to prepare an extravagant feast for Tianyun, rewarding both his accomplishments and her years of guidance that had shaped him into a formidable ninja. In the main hall of the estate, once Miyamura had been led away, Tianyun resumed his adult demeanor, strolling back to his room to change clothes and rest, for he would soon have to resume the guise of a child to appease Miyamura. To Tianyun, Miyamura was relatively easy to persuade. Had he encountered the cunning third Hokage, his ruse would surely have been uncovered, and he would have had no choice but to negotiate with the third Hokage, which would be the only way to contend with such a shrewd figure. Having spent 2 days in the Hidden Leaf Village, Tianyun had finally begun to integrate himself into the community. While some still harbored doubts, the current situation had become quite satisfactory. In the following period, as long as he managed to handle the third Hokage and Hinata Hisashi adeptly, he could establish a stable existence in the Hidden Leaf Village, gradually amassing wealth and enhancing his combat prowess, ultimately aiming to conquer the ninja world. Indeed, Hinata Tenku's ambition was to subjugate the ninja realm before the Fourth Great Ninja War. Otherwise, he would face a multitude of troubles when figures like Kagaya Otsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths emerged. At precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, after dining with Niji and Hinata Hanabi, Tenku returned to his room, feeling somewhat dejected, clutching a stack of banknotes. These bills were gifted to him by Hinata Hanabi, who claimed they were a present from Hinata Hisashi. Hanabi had generously allocated 1/10 of the reward to Tenku. Tenku's melancholy stemmed from the fact that he had only received a fraction of the total sum from Hanabi, specifically 1/10, amounting to 100,000 yen. Had he received the full amount, he would have possessed 1 million yen, which would have sufficed for a single enhancement of his physical abilities. Unfortunately, Hanabi had concealed the remaining 900,000 yen, leaving Tenku unable to obtain it. The rationale provided by Hanabi for withholding the funds was that they were reserved for Tenku's future bride, rendering the 5-year-old Tenku utterly speechless. Upon returning to his resting quarters, Tenku glanced at the 100,000 yen in his hand and promptly deposited it into the system, increasing his wealth by the same amount. Just as he completed the transaction and prepared to lie down for a respite, he was suddenly startled by a notification from the system, leaving him momentarily stunned. The system indicated potential enhancements for the jutsu, shadow clone technique, substitution technique, and transformation technique. Tenku found himself in a state of bewilderment, as he was indeed familiar with these fundamental ninja techniques. However, his chakra reserves were insufficient for their application at present. The system's prompt to strengthen these skills struck him as peculiar, and after a moment of contemplation, he remained undecided about whether to pursue the enhancement. During the formative years of a ninja, from ages 1 to 10, training primarily focused on physical conditioning, with a supplementary emphasis on chakra refinement. Mastery of the 3 body techniques was deemed sufficient until the age of 11, when genuine chakra cultivation would commence. The rationale behind this approach was that chakra training demands considerable physical strength and energy, which most children aged 1 to 10 are unable to sustain. Of course, this did not apply to those from noble families or those endowed with innate robust physiques, as they received nutritional support from their clans. Conversely, children with naturally strong constitutions could endure the energy expenditure without issue. Individuals like Hinata Tenku, possessing average talents and lacking familial resources, typically began chakra training around the age of 7. Thus, despite knowing the methods of the 3 body techniques, Tenku had yet to accumulate sufficient chakra for their execution. Ultimately, during times of war, to cultivate a fighting force, most ninja villages would enforce chakra training for 5-year-old children, enabling them to quickly prepare for the battlefield. However, those who commenced chakra training prematurely, without adequate resources for supplementary development, would likely only reach the level of a special J-nin in the future, rendering aspirations for the rank of J-nin nearly impossible, effectively relegating them to the status of cannon fodder. Hinata Tianyun sat in contemplation for a full hour before ultimately deciding to enhance his ninjutsu. After careful consideration, he opted for the body replacement technique, recognizing that, if executed skillfully, it would significantly increase his chances of escape, thereby ensuring his safety. investing 100,000 in fortifying a D-rank body replacement technique. He immediately began to experiment within the confines of his room, yielding results that greatly pleased him. The system-enhanced body replacement technique was remarkably flawless, and it appeared that his chakra had also received a slight augmentation, enabling him to utilize the technique multiple times. Moreover, the system's enhancement ensured that the body replacement technique was executed with precision, leaving no room for failure. It simply required him to master the timing and positioning of its use for it to be executed perfectly. The only source of frustration for Hinata Tianyun was the modest increase in his chakra reservoir, which would only suffice for him to execute the body replacement technique 10 times before it was depleted, necessitating further training to restore his chakra levels for subsequent applications. Although he contemplated enhancing his chakra, the exorbitant cost of 10 million berries per enhancement left him bewildered, as he could not fathom the rationale behind such a steep price. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the situation and began experimenting with the shadow clone technique and the transformation technique, only to be disheartened by his lackluster talent in ninjutsu cultivation. His attempts at the shadow clone technique resulted in merely a single clone that could barely stand, and the transformation bore no resemblance to his intended form. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that the limited chakra derived from the enhanced body replacement technique would not allow him to fully realize the potential of either the shadow clone or transformation techniques. He thus decided to suspend his training, intending to earn money in the future to directly enhance both techniques, which would elevate his mastery of the three-body technique to a more perfect state. After 2 hours of futile attempts, it had grown late, as the clock struck 10. Hinata Tianyun lay in bed, pondering how to procure 200,000 berries from Hinata Matsuen, so he could fully enhance his three-body technique. After an hour of deliberation, he devised 3 plans and finally drifted into a satisfied slumber, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to put his plans into action the following day. At 5 in the morning, Hinata Tianyun rose and ventured to the back courtyard of the estate in search of Hinata Matsuen, who trained there for an hour each morning in her small training area as a chunin. While Hinata Matsuen, as a chunin, was indeed assigned tasks, the rules of Konoha stipulated that female ninjas with children under the age of 7 were exempt from missions during peacetime, allowing them to receive certain allowances from the village. Furthermore, belonging to the esteemed Hinata clan, Hinata Matsuen not only benefited from the village's support but also received assistance from her clan, enabling her to live comfortably over the past 3 years without employment. Of course, the allowances from both Konoha and the Hinata clan were merely sufficient for basic sustenance. Aspiring for a life of greater comfort and luxury remained entirely out of reach. Fortunately, Hinata Mimura is a strong-willed woman who remains indifferent to the pleasures of life. The subsidies provided by Konoha village and the Hyuga clan are more than sufficient for her to sustain a tranquil existence with Hinata Tianyun. One day, as Hinata Tianyun arrived at the small open space behind their residence, he found Hinata Miyamura diligently practicing the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan. He stood quietly for a while, observing her. Although the gentle fist technique is not inherently powerful when combined with the Byakugan's unique ability to perceive chakra pathways, its effectiveness is exponentially enhanced. Without activating his Byakugan, Hinata Tianyun could not discern the intricate network of his mother's chakra system and found her soft, fluid movements rather uninteresting. He called out to her, "Mother." Hinata Miyamura, with her Byakugan activated, had already noticed Hinata Tianyun's presence, but as her training was not yet complete, she chose to ignore him. Now that he had called her, she reluctantly ceased her practice and inquired, "What is it? Can't you see I'm training? If there's nothing important, do not disturb me. Hurry back and prepare yourself. I will take you to school shortly." Hinata Mimura suddenly erupted in anger, leaving Hinata Tianyun utterly speechless. Just yesterday, she had displayed an attitude of complete compliance towards him. Yet today it had transformed as if the praises she had lavished upon him were but a distant memory. Frustrated though he was, he knew he had to proceed with his request. "Mother, may I kindly ask for 200,000 yen? I need to buy." Before he could finish, Hinata Miyamura interjected, "Didn't I give you 100,000 yesterday? What on earth do you need so much money for?" "I refuse." Hinata Tianyun, feeling increasingly exasperated, insisted, "Mother, would you please allow me to finish? The money is for something important." I am curious to hear your reasoning. What could a child like you possibly need with such a large sum?" Hinata Mimura retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. Quick to clarify, Hinata Tianyun explained, "Mother, I have begun learning ninjutsu at school, and I have already mastered the shadow clone technique. Therefore, I need to purchase some supplements daily. There's a classmate from the Nara clan, and I've heard their medicinal herbs are quite effective. I plan to buy some from him. You've started learning ninjutsu already? Hinata Miyamura exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Yet, she quickly furrowed her brow in discontent, saying, What are your teachers thinking? How could they allow you to study ninjutsu at your age? It's not suitable for your growth. Hinata Tianyun shrugged. All my classmates are already learning ninjutsu. If I don't keep up, I'll fall behind. Hinata Miyamura found herself at a loss for words. The elite class was composed of heirs from prestigious families, who naturally had ample resources for training, making their early studies in ninjutsu perfectly feasible. However, her family was just a branch of the Hyuga clan, and a rather ordinary one at that, lacking the resources to support Hinata Tianyun's training. This dilemma left Hinata Miyamura contemplating whether she might need to undertake missions in the future to earn some money. Suddenly, Hinata Miyamura had an epiphany and exclaimed excitedly, Tianyun, you just mentioned that you've mastered the shadow clone technique, correct? Yes. Is there a problem? Hinata Tianyun feigned confusion in his response. Hinata Miyamura was elated, never having anticipated that her son would be a prodigy in ninjutsu. Overcome with joy and excitement, she exclaimed, Wonderful. Quickly show me a shadow clone. Hinata Tianyun nodded and said, All right, mother, please strike me, and I will demonstrate for you. I assure you it will be flawless. Flawless? Such bravado. Hinata Miyamura scoffed as she aimed a strike at Hinata Tianyun's head, skeptical that a technique learned in just one day could be perfect. However, she soon found herself in shock, for as her hand made contact with Hinata Tianyun's head, there was a loud thud, and he vanished without a trace, leaving only a wooden log on the ground. Hinata Miyamura was astounded. The shadow clone technique had truly been executed with remarkable perfection, and as a chunin, she had failed to detect any flaw. As she surveyed her surroundings, Hinata Mijuin discovered Hinata Tianyun, grinning mischievously beside a small tree, reveling in her embarrassment. Infuriated by his audacity to mock her, she bellowed, Come here at once, or you shall witness my wrath. Yet, while reprimanding him, her mind was occupied with thoughts of how to procure funds to provide Hinata Tianyun with the resources necessary for his training. It would be a grave injustice to let such a remarkable talent languish due to a lack of cultivation materials. When Hinata Tianyun approached her, Mijuin declared, I shall handle the transaction for the medicinal herbs with the Nara clan. You focus on attending school diligently. However, Hinata Tianyun was reluctant to let her do so, fearing it would derail his scheme to earn money. He quickly interjected, Mother, I've already made arrangements with Nara. He'll bring some herbs to school for me to purchase directly. Those were specially prepared by his father for him to sell. Mijuin paused, not outright rejecting Tianyun's suggestion, for she understood that even if the Nara clan sold herbs casually, the ones intended for their children were surely of the highest quality. After a moment of silence, she glanced at the eager Hinata Tianyun and acquiesced, Very well. I can bring 20,000 to school. But should you deceive me, you shall not see a single coin henceforth. I would never deceive you, Mother, Hinata Tianyun vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Mijuin nodded, satisfied. Then let us return home. I will give you the money when we reach the school. Hinata Tianyun was momentarily speechless. Yet he dared not contradict her. If he angered Mijuin, he might not receive the money at all. Thus, he resolved to endure the hour-long journey to school. Aware that her child was a prodigy in ninjutsu, Mijuin felt it was unwise to train him at that moment. Instead, she decided to escort Hinata Tianyun to school and later contemplate taking on some missions near Konoha village to earn extra income for his expenses. With these thoughts in mind, she grasped Hinata Tianyun's hand and departed from the Hinata clan, stopping in the village to purchase breakfast for him before continuing to the ninja school. At the entrance of Konoha Ninja School, numerous parents were already escorting their children, and as Mijuin accompanied Hinata Tianyun, she relished the envious glances cast her way. Secretly pleased while maintaining an air of maternal authority, chastising him frequently at the school gate. The events of the previous day had spread throughout the small village. As news of a budding genius in this peaceful era was certainly a topic of conversation worth sharing, the parents of children attending the Ninja Academy, naturally, harbor a profound envy for Hinata Miyamura. Coupled with the esteemed status of the Hyuga clan, they feel an insurmountable distance that prevents them from approaching Hinata Miyamura, leaving them with no choice but to admire her from afar. The disparity in their standings renders them devoid of the courage to engage her in conversation. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the sole individual feeling somewhat disheartened is Hinata Tianyun, as his mother's exuberance knows no bounds, incessantly chattering away. He dares not contradict her, merely enduring her incessant prattle. Eventually, Unable to bear it any longer, he spots Hinata Niji approaching from a distance and hastily interrupts his mother, exclaiming, "Mother, Niji is coming. I must prepare to enter the school." Hinata Mayumura glances back at Hinata Niji, ceasing her monologue. She hands Hinata Tianyun a sum of 200,000 ryo, cautioning him, "Do not let anyone deceive you. Be careful when procuring medicinal materials." Hinata Tianyun replies resignedly, "The Nara clan has an excellent reputation. He would not risk exposure by selling me counterfeit goods." Upon reflection, Hinata Mayumura concedes and refrains from further lecturing her son. After ushering him to the entrance of the academy, she waves goodbye and swiftly returns to the Hyuga clan. At the gates of Konoha Ninja Academy, Hinata Niji observes Hinata Tianyun being propelled into the school by Hinata Mayumura. He quickens his pace, intent on catching up to Hinata Tianyun to engage him in conversation. The previous afternoon, upon returning home, he had encountered Hinata Hizashi at his residence. Hinata Hizashi frequently delivered supplies to his household, so they had grown somewhat familiar. Yet yesterday was not a scheduled delivery day. Hizashi's unexpected visit led Niji to surmise that he had come for a specific reason, as Niji had anticipated. After placing the items down, Hinata Hizashi inquired about Hinata Tianyun's activities at school. Niji, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that Hizashi was inquiring on behalf of Hinata Hayashi. Given his long-standing animosity towards the Hyuga main house, Niji was hardly inclined to divulge the truth, offering only perfunctory responses before dismissing Hizashi. Once Hizashi departed, Niji pondered the possible motives behind Hayashi's interest in him, ultimately concluding that it must pertain to the new gentle fist technique that Hinata Tianyun had been practicing. This new technique was the sole aspect worthy of Hayashi's attention. Contemplating this, Niji felt an urgent desire to discuss the new gentle fist with Hinata Tianyun, as acquiring its training methods would afford him a rare victory over Hayashi, thus alleviating his long-standing resentment. However, Niji recognized that it was impractical to visit Hinata Tianyun's home in the dead of night, so he resolved to wait until the following day at school to seek him out. Upon arriving at the school entrance, Niji was eager to approach Hinata Tianyun but hesitated due to Hinata Mayumura's lingering presence. Instead, he proceeded at a customary pace towards the academy. Once Mayumura departed, he swiftly pursued Hinata Tianyun, calling out, "Hinata Tianyun, wait for me." Hinata Tianyun had just acquired 200,000 yuan and was entirely preoccupied, disregarding Hinata Niji. As he advanced, he promptly infused the funds into the system, immediately mastering the shadow clone technique and the transformation technique. After acquiring these two new ninjutsu, Hinata Tianyun felt compelled to conduct an experiment. Just as Hinata Niji was closing in, he executed the shadow clone technique, conjuring 3 replicas of himself. Subsequently, the 3 Hinata Tianyuns morphed into 3 Hinata Nijis and dashed off in different directions. Hinata Niji, who was on the verge of catching up, was taken aback by Hinata Tianyun's sudden display of the shadow clone technique followed by the transformation technique, which left him astonished. Niji, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that despite Hinata Tianyun being merely 5 years old, he executed the techniques with remarkable proficiency, levels that Niji himself had yet to attain, indicating that Tianyun was indeed a prodigy. Pausing to observe the 3 Hinata Nijis that had already ventured far away, Niji refrained from pursuing them. Uncertain if they would even acknowledge him, he decided to wait until they entered the classroom to gauge Hinata Tianyun's disposition. As he pondered this dilemma while moving forward, he soon noticed several children by the teaching building casting peculiar glances in his direction, which left him puzzled, wondering what had transpired. As Niji stepped inside the building, he encountered 3 children from the Uchiha clan, who glared at him with evident ire. "You scoundrel, Hinata Niji. Don't think you can bully us just because you're stronger. Today, we shall teach you a lesson," they declared, frowning. Niji regarded the 3 unfamiliar Uchiha children and inquired, "Who are you? I do not know you, so why are you seeking trouble with me?" One of the Uchiha children, incensed by Niji's response, retorted, "You insolent brat. Just moments ago, you rushed up to us, disregarding our explanations, and threw us to the ground, robbing us of all our money. And now you dare to feign ignorance? We'll take you on." Niji was momentarily speechless, having already deduced who was behind this trouble, none other than Hinata Tianyun and his transformed guise. Niji had intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but the 3 Uchiha children charged at him. With his prideful nature, he refused to back down and engaged them in a scuffle right there in the corridor. True to his reputation as a genius, Niji swiftly dispatched the 3 uninitiated Uchiha children, who could not withstand even 5 exchanges before being brought to the ground. With a disdainful snort, Niji left behind the 3 Uchiha, who were left in a state of despair and proceeded towards the classroom. Having been delayed by the Uchiha children, Niji arrived at the elite class just in time to see a student already present, including Inuzuka Hyakuai and Akimichi Taichi, both of whom glared at Hinata Tianyun with indignation. Among them, Inuzuka Hyakuai was the most furious, for his seat had been usurped by Hinata Tianyun, forcing him to take a position at the very back of the classroom. After surveying the entire classroom, Hyuga Niji calmly approached Hyuga Tianyun, who was languidly resting his head on the desk. Hyuga Tianyun, he stated, "What you did just now was inappropriate. I wish to discuss it with you. Let us meet beneath the large tree in the square after lunch." Hyuga Tianyun glanced up at Niji and replied nonchalantly, "Are you eager to learn my new gentle fist technique? Then bring some money, and I shall teach you. Without payment. I shan't entertain you. Hurry home and prepare the funds." Niji's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately managing to utter, "Fine. How much do you require for the lesson? Just name your price." After a moment's contemplation, Hyuga Tianyun declared, "For someone like you, undoubtedly affluent, I shall charge you 100,000. This is a special rate." 100,000 was not particularly burdensome for Hyuga Niji. He nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. I shall pay. I do not have that much on me at present. I will return shortly to retrieve it. Please wait for me for half an hour." Fearing that Tianyun might change his mind, Niji dashed out of the classroom in haste. The remaining classmates stared at Hyuga Tianyun in astonishment. The ninjutsu of a ninja. Even physical techniques are rarely imparted to others. Now, Hyuga Tianyun was selling a technique for merely 100,000, an exceedingly low price, which left their classmates astounded. Even the secret arts of the Hyuga clan are not easily practiced. Merely obtaining them for reference would be invaluable. After a brief 2 minutes, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and approached Tianyun. "Hyuga Tianyun, is your ninjutsu still for sale? I will offer you 200,000. If you are willing to teach me." Hyuga Tianyun glanced at the newcomer, who appeared to be a member of a lesser clan, and then surveyed the other classmates watching him. He responded coolly, "Hyuga Niji is of my clan, which is why I offered him a discount. If you wish to learn from me, present 50,000, and I shall instruct you." The elite students, each belonging to clans with at least 4 or 5 high-ranking jounin, earned roughly 1 million in monthly wages from their missions. They cared little for the mere 50,000, eager to enhance their family's repertoire of techniques. They swiftly stood and rushed out of the classroom. On the second day of Hinata Tianyun's arrival at the Ninja Academy, he once again led the entire class in a collective truancy, while he languidly rested his head on the desk, awaiting the affluent patrons to bestow their monetary gifts upon him. Among them were Inuzuka Hyakuai and Akimichi Deshure, who had been reprimanded by Hinata Tianyun, as well as Uchiha Shingao and Uchiha Ba, who had just arrived at the school entrance. They all hurried back home to demand 50,000 yuan from their families. As for seeking vengeance against Hinata Tianyun, that notion had been cast aside, and their current desire was to learn the unique techniques he possessed. At precisely 7 in the morning, Irika cast aside the gloom of the previous day and, with a renewed spirit, prepared to educate those students who had skipped class, intent on ensuring they trained diligently. To his dismay, upon entering the teaching building, he encountered teachers from other classes informing him that their students seemed to have vacated the school entirely and were not present in their classrooms. Alarmed by this news, Irika swiftly rushed to his own class, only to find that the sole occupant was none other than Hinata Tianyun, who had just enrolled the day before. Suppressing his anger, Irika loudly inquired of the resting Hinata Tianyun, "Tianyun, where are the other students? Why is everyone absent? Have you instigated another fight with them?" Hinata Tianyun glanced up at Irika with a calm demeanor and replied, "Teacher, I haven't done anything today. They chose to skip class on their own." Irika's frustration reached a boiling point, and he retorted, "Tianyun, you continue your self-study. I have matters to attend to." With that, Irika promptly exited the classroom and dashed out of the school. Little did Irika know that within 5 minutes of his departure, Hinata Niji had returned to the classroom with 100,000 yuan. Subsequently, other classmates trickled back in, crowding around Hinata Tianyun to present their payments. Niji was somewhat bewildered, as he had been the first to leave and was unaware of the events that had transpired. Now, witnessing his classmates flocking to pay Hinata Tianyun, he found himself pushed aside. Hinata Tianyun was elated, as the elite class comprised 35 students. Besides the 100,000 from Niji, the rest contributed 50,000 each, swiftly augmenting his wealth to 16,600,000 yuan. Initially, there could have been an additional 50,000, but that amount was from Tian, who would become his significant patron, Thus, he chose not to alienate Tianyun over a mere 50,000 and decided to offer her Tai Chi lessons for free. Once the entire class had completed their payments, Niji broke through the throng and approached Hinata Tianyun with a furrowed brow, cautioning Hinata Tianyun. Your martial arts techniques belong to the Hyuga clan. How can you freely impart them to outsiders? Are you not concerned about the repercussions from our clan? To this, Uchiha Shingao, who had just settled his payment, would not allow Niji to disrupt the proceedings. He promptly rallied his group of followers to block Niji from approaching Hinata Tianyun again. Indeed, Hinata Niji, you ought not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. A few children from other clans echoed Uchiha Shinku's sentiments. Although the villagers of Konohagakure generally maintained a strained relationship with the Uchiha clan, when it came to the matter of new ninjutsu, they were willing to lend their support to Shinku lest Niji disrupt their endeavors. Niji found himself pushed aside by Shinku and, after a moment's hesitation, chose not to protest further, despite his strength. He understood that he could not withstand the collective efforts of his classmates, and thus, he reluctantly withdrew. Sitting next to Hinata Tenkyu, Tenkyu had felt a slight improvement in her opinion of him when he refused to accept her money. However, Niji's warning compelled her to inquire, Tenkyu-kun, you wouldn't truly face punishment from your family, would you? I am deeply moved. Are you genuinely concerned for me? Tenkyu retorted playfully. Flustered, Tenkyu shot him an annoyed glance and replied, who cares about you? Your fate is of no concern to me. Disappointed, Tenkyu sighed, oh dear. I thought my sincerity had finally touched your heart, and that you might want to spend time with me in the future. Tenkyu resolutely turned her back, ignoring the theatrics of Tenkyu. Noticing her dismissal, Tenkyu hastily reassured her, fear not, Tenkyu, you need not worry about the Hinata clan punishing me. This is a new martial art that does not belong to the Hinata lineage. I may choose to share it with whomever I wish. However, this technique is most effective when utilized by the Hinata clan. Should you master it, you would have a means to contend with taijutsu specialists, though its efficacy against ninjutsu or jinjutsu practitioners is rather limited. Tenkyu's interest piqued. She turned with curiosity to inquire, if I were to master it completely, could I contend with a chunin? Hee, Tenkyu chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Let me put it this way. If you are a Jinin facing a taijutsu chunin in close combat, you might hold your ground. However, should your opponent be an elite chunin, your strength would be insufficient to prevail, though it was merely taijutsu that allowed for the possibility of surpassing ranks. This already classified as mid to high-level ninjutsu. The elite students, upon hearing Tenkyu's explanation, could not contain their excitement. Among them, Uchiha Shinku was the first to exclaim, Tenkyu, we have already paid you, please teach us without delay. Tenkyu cast a disapproving glance at Shinku and replied, the 500,000 you provided was merely an agreement for me to teach you. It did not specify when the lessons would commence. If you wish to learn, you must make an appointment in advance. The fee for each session is 10,000, with a duration of 1 hour. Shinku felt a surge of frustration, his face reddening as he struggled to find words. Ultimately, he presented 20,000, slamming it onto Tenkyu's table, declaring, here is 20,000. Now teach me and Hachiru your martial art. Upon encountering Uchiha Shinku, Hyuga Tianyun promptly stowed away the money and, with a satisfied demeanor, declared, I adhere to the principle of exchanging payment for training. Since you have already paid, let us proceed to our training. With that, Hyuga Tianyun cast a sly glance at their classmates and added, Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinku have settled their dues, and I shall instruct them personally. Those of you who have not paid will have to wait until I am in a generous mood to receive my teachings. Turning back, Hyuga Tianyun cheerfully addressed Tianyun, saying, Miss Tianyun, there is no need for you to worry about payment. Let us find a suitable place to train together. I assure you I will impart all my knowledge. Under the envious gazes of her classmates, Tianyun's face flushed crimson as she retorted, Hyuga Tianyun, we have no such relationship. I can pay as well. I am not one to be short by 10,000. With that, Tianyun produced a 100,000 yen note from the 50,000 she had just retrieved and handed it to Hyuga Tianyun, stating, here, I have also paid my tuition, you know. However, Hyuga Tianyun was not inclined to accept Tianyun's money, promptly returning it to her with a smile, saying, enough. We are friends with a deep bond. How could I possibly accept your money? Please, keep it. The playful banter between Hyuga Tianyun and Tianyun appeared to Uchiha Shinku as flirtation, and he eagerly urged, Hyuga Tianyun, the other students have already pooled together 31,000. Let us begin our training without delay. Upon glancing back at his classmates, Hyuga Tianyun noticed that several had borrowed 1,000 from others to reach their payment, now eagerly awaiting his guidance. With his goal of gathering funds achieved, Hyuga Tianyun wished to avoid inciting the ire of these second-generation students, as their parents could be troublesome. Thus, he rose and gestured grandly. There is a small forest behind the school. Let us train there. Located 600 meters behind the Konoha Ninja School is a designated trial forest, specifically designed for students to master forest stealth techniques and various traps. Leading his entire class into this training ground, Hyuga Tianyun found a suitably sized clearing and instructed his classmates to stand apart, beginning their lessons. While the principles of Tai Chi were not particularly difficult to grasp, mastering it required considerable practice. After imparting some essential techniques to his classmates, Hyuga Tianyun turned his focus to Tianyun, meticulously guiding her through the movements of Tai Chi. Raise your arms slightly. Yes, now step back a little. Bend your arms more, he continued, correcting her posture intermittently. The attention from their peers made Tianyun's cheeks burn even more. Yet, deep down, she yearned to learn the techniques Hyuga Tianyun was teaching. Realizing they were well suited to her, an adept in close combat, but lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Thus, she felt an overwhelming shyness within her heart. Yet she was reluctant to let Hinata Tianyun depart. After all, with the guidance of such a professional as Hinata Tianyun, her learning pace would surpass that of her peers by a considerable margin. This was precisely the reason why her classmates were envious of her. Indeed, there were others who aspired for Hinata Tianyun's personal instruction, but the moment they broached the subject, Hinata Tianyun would extend a hand and say, "Pay more," leaving them dejected and forced to retreat. Their thoughts were that, having already grasped the techniques of Tai Chi, they could simply train gradually in the future, rendering any further expenditure unnecessary. In the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received another report from an Umbu ninja, revealing that Hinata Tianyun had sold the new Gentle Fist technique to the entire class for 500,000 ryo. This left the third Hokage somewhat bewildered, as he had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage inquired of the reporting Umbu ninja, launching. You mentioned you have observed Hinata Tianyun instructing his classmates on the use of the new Gentle Fist techniques. What level of ninjutsu do you believe this new Gentle Fist represents? The Umbu ninja, launching, concealed behind a mask that obscured all expression, replied with a tone of gravity. Hokage-sama, in my assessment, this physical technique is at least A-rank ninjutsu and is highly beneficial for any martial arts ninja. I recommend an immediate containment of the ninjutsu's dissemination. The revelation that it was indeed A-rank ninjutsu left the third Hokage in a state of shock. After contemplating for a moment, he acknowledged, "You are correct. Such ninjutsu should not be disseminated carelessly. Inform the families that have already paid for lessons that this physical technique cannot be shared externally, and any others wishing to learn must obtain consent from the upper echelons of Konohagakure." Launching responded, "Hokage-sama, there are 2 children from the Uchiha clan present as well, making it inconvenient for us to notify them." The third Hokage, aware of the Umbu's predicament, nodded in understanding. "You need not concern yourself with the Uchiha clan. I will dispatch others to inform them." He then added, "Also, please notify the head of the Hyuga clan and inquire whether the Hinata family is in need of financial assistance. If they are, we in Konohagakure are willing to provide support." Launching found this somewhat perplexing, as the third Hokage's actions seemed to push Hinata Tianyun towards the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage, however, had no intention of elucidating his reasoning to the Umbu. His aim was to encourage Hinata Hizashi to extend some benefits to Hinata Tianyun's family, lest Hinata Tianyun, in his pursuit of profit, begin to sell A-rank ninjutsu widely, thereby causing unrest within Konohagakure, a source of considerable concern for him. In truth, the third Hokage had contemplated subsidizing Hinata Tianyun's family himself, but he understood that such actions would undermine the agreement between the Hyuga clan and Konohagakure. Therefore, he opted to exert a favor towards Hinata Hizashi instead. Finally, as Umbu Ninja Launching prepared to take his leave, the third Hokage said, "Launching, Irika is waiting for me on the first floor. Please inform him that I wish to meet with Hinata Tianyun. Have him bring Hinata Tianyun to me for a discussion." Launching received a mission from the third Hokage and transformed into a wisp of smoke before departing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, within the Hyuga clan's residence, the home of clan leader Hyuga Hizashi, he was instructing his daughter, Hinata Hyuga, in the art of Gentle Fist. Suddenly, a guard approached to report that Launching, a direct operative of the Hokage's Umbu, had come to seek an audience with him regarding an important matter. Given the urgency of the third Hokage's envoy, Hizashi could not afford to keep him waiting. He entrusted Hinata's training to the guard and hurried back to the main hall to meet with the envoy. Upon entering the hall, Hizashi immediately inquired, "What brings you here on behalf of the Hokage?" The Umbu ninja, eschewing any pretense, replied straightforwardly, "Lord Hizashi, the Hokage has sent me to inquire whether the Hyuga clan has been remiss in providing sufficient living expenses to the Hyuga Mikuin family. It seems the son, Hyuga Tenkyun, has taken to selling A-rank ninjutsu at the academy and has already sold it to numerous families. This has caused considerable concern for the Hokage." Hizashi was taken aback, momentarily stunned before responding, "Please relay to the Hokage that I shall investigate this matter immediately and provide a response within 2 hours." The Umbu ninja acknowledged his task with a calm nod. "Understood, Lord Hizashi. I take my leave." After watching the Umbu ninja depart, Hizashi furrowed his brow and called out, "Jizong, come forth. I need you to investigate what is transpiring at the Ninja Academy and ascertain whether there are any issues concerning the Hyuga Mikuin family." Hyuga Jizong emerged from behind a beam, expressing doubt. "Clan leader, could there truly be a problem? How could Hyuga Tenkyun possibly possess A-rank ninjutsu, let alone sell it?" Hizashi shook his head resolutely. The third Hokage is not a man to be trifled with. His decision to send an envoy indicates the gravity of the situation. The new gentle fist technique that Tenkyun employed yesterday may indeed be classified as A-rank ninjutsu. Jizong recognized the seriousness of the matter and stated, "I will gather a team to investigate and report back in an hour. Go, and ensure your inquiries are thorough," Hizashi instructed with a wave of his hand. Without delay, Jizong summoned a group of Hyuga clan members, dividing them into 2 teams to investigate the situations of Tenkyun and the Hyuga Mikuin family. At 10 minutes past 9, in the root office of Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo was engrossed in paperwork when a guard entered to report, "Lord Danzo, an envoy from the third Hokage has delivered a letter for your immediate attention." Danzo set down his documents and replied calmly, "Leave the letter with me and step outside to await further instructions." The root ninja bowed and exited. Once alone, Danzo opened the letter from the third Hokage, quickly scanning its contents before muttering to himself, "Hyuga Tenkyun, where did this individual come from during this period?" Shimura Danzo has been preoccupied with addressing the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. Although he was informed about Hyuga Tenkyun yesterday, he merely regarded him as a promising young talent, paying little attention to the matter. It was only upon receiving a letter from the third Hokage instructing him to notify the Uchiha clan not to indiscriminately disseminate the A-rank ninjutsu taught by Hyuga Tenkyun that he began to take a more serious interest in the young boy. After a moment of silent contemplation, Danzo ultimately resolved to temporarily disregard Hyuga Tenkyun, considering him merely a slightly talented youth. His primary focus remained on resolving the Uchiha clan's situation, especially since the Hyuga clan, led by Hyuga Hizashi, was far less manageable than the Uchiha. If things went awry, both prominent clans of Konoha could rebel, plunging the village into a precarious state. Setting down the third Hokage's letter, Danzo exited his chamber and instructed the root ninjas waiting outside, "Take 2 teams and accompany me. We are to pay a visit to the Uchiha clan." At 9:30 in the morning, in the training forest of the Ninja Academy, Irika finally located Hyuga Tenkyun, who was happily consuming tofu with Tenten, oblivious to the other students training nearby. When an Umbu ninja had approached Irika earlier, he had briefly updated him on Hyuga Tenyun's recent activities. So Irika was aware of the boy's good deeds. Furthermore, since the third Hokage wished to meet with Hyuga Tenkyun, Irika knew he couldn't keep the Hokage waiting. Thus, upon finding Tianyun, he adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Tianyun, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please accompany me promptly. Do not delay." Hyuga Tianyun, engrossed in conversation with Tenten, could only comfort her, saying, "Tenten, please practice on your own for a bit. I must go meet the Hokage. I'll return shortly to continue your training." Tenten, already exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted, "I don't need your guidance anymore. Just hurry to meet the Hokage. I want to go home now." "Ah, you truly are heartless," Hyuga Tianyun sighed in resignation. Irika, already irked by the disruption caused by Tianyun over the past 2 days, was further annoyed to see him flirting with Tenten. He snapped, "Tianyun, spare me the chatter and follow me at once. The Hokage is waiting." "What's the rush?" Tianyun murmured, casting a glance at Irika's displeased expression. After venting his frustrations, he obediently followed Irika toward the Hokage's office. Hyuga Tianyun was well aware that his actions today would soon attract the attention of the third Hokage. Thus, he had prepared in advance, mitigating any potential complications. For instance, he could have taught Tai Chi to all the students at the Konoha Ninja Academy, thereby earning significantly more. However, Hinata Tianyun was acutely aware that such actions were strictly prohibited by Konoha Village. Thus, he chose to instruct only the elite class of Konoha's ninja academy, comprising primarily the offspring of high-ranking officials who were unlikely to betray the village. This ensured that the teachings of Taijiquan would remain within the confines of Konoha. Furthermore, he sought secluded locations for his instruction, preventing other students from witnessing the teachings, all to safeguard the secrets of Taijiquan from dissemination beyond Konoha. Following Irika, the two arrived at the Hokage building within 10 minutes, where they encountered the third Hokage, who was resting in his office. Upon seeing Irika and Hinata Tianyun, the third Hokage set aside his pipe and addressed Irika, saying, "Irika, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Tianyun. You can escort him back afterward." Noticing the serious demeanor of the third Hokage, Irika hastily interjected, "Lord Hokage, Tianyun is still quite young and naive. He did not intend for the ninjutsu to be shared. I implore you not to be too harsh on him. As his teacher, I too share some responsibility. If punishment is to be meted out, please include me as well." The third Hokage regarded Irika with a sense of resignation. It was evident that Hinata Tianyun had anticipated the outcome, rendering Irika's pleas unnecessary. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "Very well, Irika. I merely wish to speak with Tianyun and will not punish him. Please step outside for now." With a sigh of relief, Irika bowed respectfully and exited. Once alone, the third Hokage turned to the composed Hinata Tianyun and inquired, "So, Tianyun, how have you been faring at the Konoha Academy? If you require anything, feel free to confide in this old man." Understanding that the third Hokage had already discerned his maturity, Hinata Tianyun replied straightforwardly, "Since you have asked, Lord Hokage, I require substantial funds for my training. I hope you can provide some assistance." The third Hokage paused for a moment before responding, "You have already amassed over 10 million. Is that not sufficient? That amount could train several chunin." Hinata Tianyun shook his head, asserting, "No, it is insufficient. I need more, otherwise I would not be considering selling my martial arts." "Such a precocious mind for one so young," the third Hokage remarked, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well. I shall offer you a lucrative opportunity. Your martial art is well suited for the taijutsu combat of ninjas, and Konoha could greatly benefit from it. Should you agree to share your teachings, I can ensure that each student pays you a fee." The third Hokage's proposition was indeed astute, as it would provide a continuous influx of funds for Hinata Tianyun. However, he was not concerned with future gains. He merely wished to secure a substantial sum to enhance his strength for self-preservation. Thus, he replied decisively, "Lord Hokage, could we negotiate differently? If you provide me with 10 million, I will relinquish my martial art to Konoha, with all subsequent profits belonging to the village." The third Hokage was taken aback, asking, "Are you in such dire need of money? Engaging in such actions may lead to considerable losses. Are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner?" Hinata Tianyun nodded and expressed, "Indeed, I humbly request your consent, Lord Hokage." The third Hokage took a couple of puffs from his pipe, contemplating before responding solemnly, "Konoha cannot take advantage of you. If you choose this path, I can grant you the privilege of learning an A-rank ninjutsu. You may proceed to the ninjutsu room and select one at your discretion." In a bid to win over Hinata Tianyun, the third Hokage was prepared to invest some resources. Generally, even when someone offers ninjutsu, such a privilege is rare. His actions stemmed from an astute recognition of Hinata Tianyun's potential strength in the future, prompting this early investment. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage offered Hinata Tianyun the opportunity to choose an A-rank ninjutsu as a form of incentive. However, he did not anticipate that immediately after his proposal, Hinata Tianyun would inquire, "Lord Hokage, might it be possible to exchange the A-rank ninjutsu for 3 B-rank ninjutsu instead?" The third Hokage was taken aback for a moment, gazing at Hinata Tianyun with a look of perplexity, pondering whether the young lad truly comprehended the vast disparity between A-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. Regaining his composure, the third Hokage inquired, "Tianyun, are you aware of the formidable power inherent in A-rank ninjutsu? Such techniques are reserved for jonin. B-rank ninjutsu cannot be compared." Hinata Tianyun nodded and replied, "Lord Hokage, I believe that at this juncture, B-rank ninjutsu suits me better. A-rank techniques feel quite distant." The third Hokage could not help but admire his maturity, saying, "Indeed, your lack of greed is commendable. A-rank ninjutsu is indeed somewhat beyond your reach. However, in 2 years, you will be ready to learn B-rank ninjutsu. Your choice is commendable, and I can authorize you to review 5 B-rank ninjutsu as an exchange." Hinata Tianyun bowed deeply and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Observing the bow that rendered Hinata Tianyun unseen beneath the desk, the third Hokage marveled at how he seemed far from a mere child. Rather, he embodied the demeanor of a remarkably sensible adult. The third Hokage had, in fact, entertained doubts about whether Hinata Tianyun had fallen victim to Jinjutsu, instructing the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan to establish a barrier outside the office. This barrier would react to any traces of Jinjutsu. However, upon Hinata Tianyun's entrance, the barrier remained unresponsive, coupled with the lad's evidently agreeable demeanor, which alleviated the third Hokage's suspicions. Unbeknownst to Hinata Tianyun, the third Hokage had set up the barrier as a test. After bowing, he looked up and addressed the third Hokage, Lord Hokage. I have one final request for your assistance. Oh, what is it that you wish for my help with? The third Hokage inquired, astonished. Hinata Tianyun articulated, my mother, Hinata Makura, is contemplating taking on missions to earn money. I hope that you will refrain from assigning her dangerous tasks or those that require her to venture too far from Konoha. The third Hokage was genuinely taken aback for an extended period, but eventually he regained his composure, gazing at Hinata Tianyun with satisfaction as his mood unexpectedly brightened. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Hinata Tianyun's steadfast support of her mother indicated that as long as Konoha village ensured the well-being of Hinata Makura, Tianyun would have no reason to betray the village. This bond was tantamount to a form of leverage over Tianyun, serving as a safeguard for the third Hokage. With a serious demeanor, the third Hokage assured, rest assured, Tianyun, I have agreed to your request and shall act accordingly. Hinata Tianyun bowed once more, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama. May I return home now? I believe the Hinata clan leader has been waiting for some time, and I would prefer to avoid any trouble with him. The third Hokage smiled and replied, there is no rush. I have already informed clan leader Izashi. You may select your 5 ninjutsu before returning to the Hinata clan. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama, Tianyun reiterated. The third Hokage nodded and instructed, launching, please escort Tianyun to select her ninjutsu. Once she has made her selections, take her to meet Irika, and that will conclude your task. Suddenly, a plume of smoke enveloped the office, and an Umbu ninja appeared before Hinata Tianyun. Reporting to the third Hokage, I am at your service. The Umbu ninja, diligent in his duties, saluted the third Hokage before leading Tianyun out of the Hokage's office, down the staircase of the Hokage building, and into the underground passageway. As they traversed the corridor, Tianyun observed that both sides were lined with rooms adorned with various intricate patterns, clearly the seals of different barriers. After advancing approximately 100 meters through the underground passage, the Umbu ninja halted before a door. After performing a series of complex hand seals, he placed his hand upon the door, which gradually opened to reveal a brightly lit room filled with scrolls. The Umbu ninja stated flatly, the ninjutsu within are all of B rank. You may choose 5 scrolls. The names of each are inscribed on the wooden table beneath them. You have 10 minutes to make your selections. Tianyun, dismissing the emotionless Umbu ninja, entered the scroll room, eager to find the B-rank ninjutsu that would be of use to her. The room contained an impressive array of B-rank ninjutsu, with over 300 scrolls on display. With only 10 minutes at her disposal, Tianyun knew she could not afford to waste time. She quickly scanned the titles of all the scrolls and decisively selected 5 that would serve her well. The 5 B-rank ninjutsu that Tianyun chose were Shadow Clone Technique, Jinjutsu, Shadow Technique, Wind Release, Gale Technique, Earth Release, Stone Armor Technique, and Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. Among these selections, 4 were auxiliary techniques. While only the Fire Dragon Technique was offensive in nature, her rationale for this choice stemmed from a desire to preserve her life. As she did not lack for offensive techniques, the Hinata clan's taijutsu was inherently aggressive, and with the activation of her Byakugan, she would have ample offensive capabilities at her disposal. Having acquired 5 new ninjutsu techniques, Hinata Tianyun emerged from the scroll room in high spirits. Following the Umbu ninja as they exited the underground passage, the Umbu ninja escorted Hinata Tianyun to the hall of the building, where he handed him over to Irika, then vanished without a word before both Hinata Tianyun and Irika. Irika had been observing Hinata Tianyun, who had been brought in by the Umbu, but he dared not inquire about the events that transpired, as such matters were shrouded in secrecy. Once the Umbu ninja departed, he addressed Hinata Tianyun. Let's go. We shall head to your home. The Hokage just entrusted me with a pouch to deliver to you. Hinata Tianyun understood that the pouch contained 1 million ryo from the third Hokage. Not wishing for Hinata Matsuin to discover this, He quickly shook his head and replied, "Irika-sensei, the clan leader is waiting for me. Please give me the pouch. I must first seek out the clan leader." Irika, recognizing the importance of the third Hokage's instructions, hesitated to refuse outright. However, as Hinata Tianyun was to meet the esteemed Hinata Hizashi, Irika felt he could not accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Irika said, "Very well, I shall escort you to the entrance of the Hyuga clan. You may enter on your own." As long as Irika refrained from handing the money to Hinata Matsuen, everything else was inconsequential. Without further ado, Hinata Tianyun followed Irika as they set off. Near the entrance of the Hyuga clan's residence, Hinata Tianyun, after sending Irika away, promptly deposited all the money from his wallet into the system, thus augmenting his wealth by an additional 10 million. As a result, Hinata Tianyun's total amount now stands at 10,091,000. While the 1,691,000 he received from his classmates has been reduced by 16 million. The time Hinata Tianyun spent was during his instruction of the other students in their training, during which he seized the opportunity to convert his wealth into strength. With the 16 million, Hinata Tianyun enhanced himself 3 times. The first enhancement, he expended 1 million to strengthen his physique, elevating his physical attributes to the level of an ordinary chunin. The second enhancement, he invested 5 million to awaken his Byakugan. The third enhancement, he spent 10 million to bolster his chakra, bringing it to the standard of an ordinary chunin. Hinata Tianyun felt exceedingly satisfied with these enhancements, as his strength had significantly escalated, rendering him no longer merely an ordinary student. Even if he were to leave the Hidden Leaf Village, as long as he exercised caution, he would not find himself in peril. What left him discontented, however, was the exorbitant cost of subsequent enhancements. For instance, the second enhancement of his physique astonishingly required 10 million. The second enhancement of his chakra demanded a staggering 100 million. As for the second enhancement of his Byakugan, the cost was ludicrously inflated to 500 million. This realization made Hinata Tianyun acutely aware that with each enhancement, the subsequent price would escalate drastically, necessitating greater efforts on his part to amass wealth. Of course, Hinata Tianyun could opt to undertake missions for the second enhancement of his physique. The mission would entail the elimination of a Jonin. The task for the second enhancement of his chakra would require him to vanquish 5 Jonin, while the mission for the second enhancement of his Byakugan was absurdly to defeat Hinata Hizashi, which was utterly unfeasible for Hinata Tianyun. Ultimately, he resolved that earning money to enhance his strength was the safer route. However, should a Jonin present themselves, he would reluctantly accept their offer and choose to complete the mission. Now, with another 10 million at his disposal, he glanced at the list of 5 new enhancement options, each requiring 2 million for enhancement. He promptly chose to enhance all 5 new B-rank ninjutsu, thus depleting his freshly acquired 10 million in an instant. Nevertheless, having learned 5 new B-rank ninjutsu, Hinata Tianyun's power surged once more, rendering him less concerned about the loss of the 10 million. Through these 2 days of exploration, Hinata Tianyun had gained a certain understanding of the enhancement system. To enhance an item, one must first possess it. The system does not concern itself with whether he can utilize it. For instance, when Hinata Tianyun had not acquired the B-rank ninjutsu the previous day, the system did not offer the 5 enhancement options. Now that he had obtained the B-rank ninjutsu, even though he had yet to learn it, the system was already capable of enhancement, thereby saving him valuable training time. This could be described as trading money for time. Standing near the entrance of the Hyuga clan residence, Hyuga Tianyun completed his training of 5 B-rank ninjutsu. Excitement coursed through him at the prospect of soon securing a lucrative opportunity with Hyuga Hizashi. 10 minutes later, as he approached Hizashi's abode, a guard came forth to greet him, indicating that Hizashi had been awaiting his arrival. "Master Tianyun," please, the guard addressed him with utmost courtesy. However, Tianyun dismissed the guard's politeness with a mere wave of his hand, saying, "Lead the way. The clan leader is waiting for me." Let us not waste time. The guard was momentarily taken aback by Tianyun's demeanor and felt a twinge of resentment. Yet, as Hizashi had instructed respect towards Tianyun, the guard begrudgingly escorted him to meet Hizashi. Tianyun's indifference towards the guard stemmed from his recollections of their previous disdainful attitudes towards him. Now that he had risen in stature, he felt no obligation to extend kindness to those who had once looked down upon him. He was not the type to forgive and forget. Upon arriving at Hizashi's residence, Tianyun's excitement abruptly waned as he spotted his mother engaged in cheerful conversation with Hizashi in the hall. "Damn it, Hizashi is truly cunning, inviting my mother here. It seems my plan to gain funds has been thwarted," he lamented inwardly. Entering the hall, he concealed his discontent before his mother, adopting a respectful faade. Mother. Clan leader, Tianyun has come to report Hyuga Mikamura was in good spirits. Having just been informed by Hizashi of his willingness to provide resources for Tianyun's training and to impart some advanced secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. As soon as Tianyun arrived, she eagerly urged him, quickly bow and express your gratitude to the clan leader. He is willing to provide you with training resources, however. Hizashi would not permit Tianyun to bow, having observed the displeasure etched across his face. Aware from the third Hokage that Tianyun was no ordinary child. Possessing a maturity beyond his years, he hastily intervened, saying, "Enough, Lady Mikamura, no need for such formality. Tianyun is a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Aiding him is akin to aiding our clan." With a smile, Hizashi added, "Furthermore, I have a request. I would like Tianyun to instruct my less-than-adequate daughter. I hope she can learn his new martial art, thus ensuring we are even. Is that appropriate? Tianyun is still quite young. How can he teach the young lady?" Mikamura expressed her concerns. Deep down, she was inclined to have Tianyun teach Hinata, yet she feared that her son might not meet expectations, potentially jeopardizing their relationship with the main family, a source of her inner conflict. Hinata Hayoshi chuckled. Those who excel come first. With such an astute child as Tianyun, I believe he is capable of guiding my daughter well. Lady Hinata, fret not. Let us settle this matter henceforth. With Hayoshi's resolute stance, Hinata Makura ceased her objections and once again grasped Tianyun's hand, saying, "Tianyun, you must diligently instruct the young lady, understand? Our branch family's mission is to safeguard the main house." Due to Tianyun's diminutive stature, Makura could not perceive his expression as he looked down. However, Hayoshi, positioned opposite Tianyun, discerned the disdain etched upon the latter's face. This realization confirmed Hayoshi's belief that, as the third Hokage had remarked, employing childish tactics against him was futile. What truly mattered was offering benefits or engaging in reciprocal exchanges. In the grand hall of the Hyuga residence, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Mimura reached an accord and resumed their conversation, leaving Hyuga Tenka somewhat sidelined. Finding himself rather bored, Hyuga Tenka chose a spot to rest. As he settled down, he caught sight of Hyuga Hinata peering from behind a column on the left side of the hall, curiously gazing into the space. However, upon noticing Tenka's gaze fixed upon her, Hinata quickly withdrew her head, hiding once more behind the pillar. Tenka, certainly familiar with Hinata's appearance, felt little interest in the child. Observing her retreat, he closed his eyes, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hizashi was in high spirits, paying little mind to Tenka as his attention remained focused on Hyuga Hizashi. However, Hizashi recognized that the day's focus was indeed on Tenka, and he occasionally scrutinized him. Noting the latter's aloofness, this realization led Hizashi to understand that merely winning over Mimura would not suffice to earn Tenka's favor. He needed to offer Tenka some tangible benefit. Having resolved to cultivate Tenka's goodwill, Hizashi wasted no time and directly addressed Mimura. "Miss Mimura, I have prepared 3 scrolls of ninjutsu from the Hyuga clan for you to take back and diligently instruct Tenka in his training. I sincerely hope that Tenka can emerge as a prodigy of our clan." Mimura was overjoyed, although Hizashi did not specify the rank of the ninjutsu. She was well aware that they were undoubtedly of B rank or higher, as the Hyuga clan could easily practice ordinary techniques without the need for scrolls. "Thank you, esteemed clan leader." "Thank you," she exclaimed, preparing to pull Tenka over to extend her gratitude once more. However, upon seeing Tenka dozing off, her irritation flared, and she resolved to discipline him upon their return for his disobedience. Yet, within the hall, she refrained from reprimanding him. Mindful of maintaining her composure in front of the clan leader, Hizashi, unperturbed, understood that Tenka was a member of the Hyuga clan and that he would have ample opportunities to win Tenka's recognition over time. He gestured for the waiting guards to present the 3 scrolls to Mimura. Once she received the scrolls, Hizashi remarked, "Madam Mimura, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not linger any longer. Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, I will send Hinata to your home to assist Tenka in learning the new gentle fist technique." Mimura nodded eagerly, saying, "You are too kind, esteemed clan leader. I will ensure everything is prepared, and Tenka will diligently instruct the young lady." Hizashi nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Then I shall not escort you out. Feel free to remain here a while longer, or if you wish to depart, do so at your convenience. We are all kin and need not stand on ceremony." Hinata Mimura felt an uncomfortable hesitation about staying in the Hyuga clan's residence. With Hinata Hizashi preparing to depart, she was eager to take her leave as well. She hastily bid farewell to Hinata Hizashi, saying, "Esteemed clan leader, I must return to prepare lunch and cannot linger here any longer. I will take Tianyun back with me. Very well, you may go. Hinata Hizashi did not deter them and summoned a guard to escort Hinata Miyamura and Tianyun out. Tianyun, already irked by Hizashi's earlier remarks, immediately rose to accompany Miyamura as she exited the hall. Once Hinata Miyamura and Tianyun were out of sight, Hinata Hizashi sighed, reflecting on Tianyun's distinctiveness and recognizing the miscalculation in attempting to win over Miyamura instead of directly courting Tianyun. From the shadows of the hall, Hinata Jizong approached Hizashi and inquired, "Clan leader, what shall we do now? Will Tianyun withhold the new soft fist technique from us? It is a powerful A-rank ninjutsu, and if utilized by our clan, it could potentially reach S-rank." Hizashi shook his head reassuringly. "Fear not. That Tianyun is quite astute. He will share it with us. However, we must offer him some incentives. Otherwise, he may take his time to teach us. Why not simply demand it from him? Why complicate matters for a mere branch family member?" Jizong frowned in confusion. Hizashi cast a glance at Jizong and replied calmly, "They did not choose to become branch family members willingly. If we, the main family, continuously demand without giving in return, the branch will inevitably grow estranged from us. I do not wish for our clan's unity to deteriorate. Let us refrain from such discussions in the future." Pausing to impart a lesson to Jizong, Hizashi continued, "I have heard that the third Hokage offered Tianyun 10 million for that ninjutsu. We, too, must not be miserly. Find an opportunity to present him with that sum. But ensure that Miyamura is unaware. I suspect that boy has a penchant for money. He might keep the funds from both the third Hokage and myself. And should it fall into Miyamura's hands, he would surely be displeased. Just a boy. How could he have such a fascination with wealth? I truly do not understand." Jizong muttered in bewilderment before conceding, "Understood, clan leader. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements." Hizashi nodded. "Then it is settled. I must speak with Hinata about ensuring she trains diligently with Tianyun tomorrow to master the new soft fist technique. This may elevate our clan's strength and help us regain control over the increasingly unruly Uchiha clan." As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi was acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's issues. To ensure the safety of his own clan, he deemed it essential to remain vigilant against the Uchiha. As the personal guard of Hinata Hizashi, Hinata Hayashi was undoubtedly aware of the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Hizashi's remarks, he solemnly took his leave to address the matter concerning Hinata Tenkyu. Meanwhile, our Hinata Tenkyu was enduring relentless torment, as Hinata Mikura incessantly bombarded him with questions on their way home. "Tenkyu, what is this new? Did the Hokage ever summon you? And if so, what did he say? Tenkyu, what was your demeanor towards clan leader Hizashi earlier? Do you have a death wish? And who taught you that new? I've never heard of it. When we get home, I want to see you demonstrate it." Hinata Tenkyu chose not to respond to any of Mikura's inquiries. Just as she was on the verge of erupting, Tenkyu activated his Byakugan, leaving Hinata Mikura so astounded that she momentarily forgot all her previous questions. She hastily embraced Tenkyu, scrutinizing his Byakugan from every angle, eager to ascertain whether it was genuine. With only 300 meters left to their home, Mikura clutched Tenkyu, examining his eyes, and, unable to restrain herself, touched them lightly, her tone oddly inquisitive. "Tenkyu, have you truly activated your Byakugan? Is it possible it's just painted on?" Tenkyu, exasperated, struggled against his mother's grip, saying, let me go, Mother, you're holding me too tightly." Mikura, realizing that her earlier questions were somewhat foolish, understood that for the Hinata clan, the Byakugan was a familiar sight. If it were merely painted on, it would be immediately apparent. Once she released the squirming Tenkyu, Mikura became exhilarated. Her child, barely over 5 years old, had already awakened his Byakugan, marking him as a prodigious talent of the Hinata clan. She could hardly contain her excitement, wanting to announce this news to the world, her expression shifting to an almost distorted joy. Tenkyu, however, was not keen on having his Byakugan exposed so soon. He promptly cautioned, "Mother, please do not speak of my awakening. Who knows how the clan leader might react if this information gets out." In that instant, Mikura snapped back to reality, comprehending Tenkyu's concern. After a moment of silence, her brow furrowed in thought. Being a branch family member, if others learned that Tenkyu had awakened his Byakugan, it was uncertain what decision the main family would make. They might even transfer Tenkyu to the main family to serve as a lifelong guard, a fate Mikura fervently wished to avoid for her son. After pondering for a while, Mikura, gazing at the now dormant Byakugan of Tenkyu, earnestly stated, "You are correct, Tenkyu. It is best that we keep this matter to ourselves. I will heed your advice." At this juncture, Her expression morphed from seriousness to something more peculiar as she added, "And by the way, are you truly my child? I have never encountered a child as astute as you." Hinata Miku was certainly not foolish. The recent transformation of Hinata Tenyu was too abrupt, entirely unlike her previous son. She harbored no doubts that something was amiss, however. The third Hokage had informed her that Hinata Tenyu was neither under the influence of an outsider's illusion nor had any signs of soul replacement. She could only trust that her child remained her child. Hinata Tenyu was not naive either. He was well aware that his closest mother would harbor suspicions about him. Thus, he had long prepared a few explanations. When Hinata Miku inquired, he feigned contemplation and replied, "Of course, I am your son, mother. It's just that a few days ago, a surge of confidence suddenly flooded my mind. I do not comprehend the source, but I know that this information is beneficial to me." Hinata Miku, perplexed and frowning, pondered his words. In a moment of affection, Hinata Tenyu quickly embraced his mother's legs, playfully asserting, "Mother, regardless of how I change, I will always be your son. Please do not worry about me. I can take care of myself from now on." Hinata Miku felt torn, unsure of how to confront the new Hinata Tenyu. When he had previously refrained from voicing his thoughts, she could deceive herself into believing he had merely become suddenly astute. However, now that he had mentioned the influx of new information, she had to concede that he was no longer the same, which left her in a quandary. She considered whether she should seek assistance to erase the memories from Hinata Tenyu's mind. Yet, now that her child had inexplicably become a genius, she found herself reluctant to revert him to his former, less capable self. Moreover, the potential harm of memory erasure further complicated her dilemma. Observing her turmoil, Hinata Tenyu promptly took her hand and led her home, saying, "Mother, do not overthink it. Am I not still the same as before? Just consider that I have grown up, and I will no longer act strangely." Hinata Miku gazed at Hinata Tenyu's face, unable to discern any differences from her son. With a resigned sigh, she finally acquiesced, "Very well. I will try to accept that you have matured. I hope you do not change too rapidly. Otherwise, I might truly struggle to accept it." Hinata Tenyu assured her, "Rest assured, mother, no matter how I change, I will never forget your teachings." Hinata Miku's emotions were complex. After another glance at her son, she said, "Let us hope so. For now, I can only strive to adapt to the person you are now. Please do not let me down. I promise I will never disappoint you, mother," Hinata Tenyu declared resolutely. Despite the sudden and peculiar changes, Hinata Miku ultimately accepted the current state of Hinata Tenyu. However, she found herself at a loss for how to communicate with the more mature version of her son and chose to remain silent. Hinata Tianyun did not pay much heed to the situation. After Hinata Matsuin returned home to prepare dinner, he settled in the hall, contemplating his next course of action while also honing the newly acquired ninjutsu techniques. Shadow Clone Technique. Hinata Tianyun promptly manifested 5 shadow clones of himself and commanded, "You 4 shall train in the Hinata Clan's ninjutsu techniques, while I remain here to have a sincere conversation with my mother." The 4 clones exchanged glances before swiftly exiting the hall, disappearing in no time, while the original Hinata Tianyun awaited their return. The Shadow Clone Technique, classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, was precisely what Hinata Tianyun had prepared for this moment. He intended to delegate the practice of some lower-tier ninjutsu to the clones, allowing him to conserve a substantial amount of resources, which was ideal for his current circumstances. As for the drawbacks of the Shadow Clone Technique, it was well known that clones could sometimes defy orders. Hinata Tianyun was aware of this, so he allocated only 1 day's worth of chakra to each clone. Should they choose to disobey, they would inevitably dissipate after a day, a unique feature bestowed by the system-enhanced version of the technique. Hinata Tianyun surmised that this capability was a hallmark of mastering the Shadow Clone Technique, though few had the dedication to refine it to such proficiency. Hence the rarity of those who could effectively control their clones. Having dispatched the 4 clones for training, Hinata Tianyun turned his thoughts to other matters, such as how to synergize the newly learned ninjutsu and strategize ways to amass greater wealth to fortify his strength. After an hour of wandering thoughts, Hinata Matsuin returned with food, ready to dine with Hinata Tianyun. However, she found it challenging to adjust to her son's newfound maturity, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Eager to bridge the growing distance, Hinata Tianyun feigned a childlike demeanor, indulging in playful antics to lighten Hinata Matsuin's spirits. Although he found the act of regressing to childishness rather exhausting, he persevered for the sake of his mother's happiness. Throughout the afternoon, Hinata Tianyun refrained from attending the Ninja Academy, choosing instead to remain at home, providing solace to the somewhat conflicted Hinata Matsuin. By 6 o'clock, after their evening meal, Hinata Matsuin finally came to terms with her son's sudden maturity, regaining her former vivacity. With the realization that her child no longer required her constant care, her inner ninja spirit began to stir. Post-dinner, she set off to train, determined to regain her former combat prowess in preparation for future missions. Little did Hinata Matsuin know that the tasks awaiting her would primarily involve childcare, searching for lost items, and running errands. Having successfully persuaded Hinata Matsuin, Hinata Tianyun relinquished any further involvement in her pursuits. The effort of maintaining his childish facade had been quite taxing, prompting him to retreat to his room for rest. Upon entering his chamber, he was greeted by the sight of a box and a note placed upon his desk. Approaching it, he picked up the paper to discover it detailed a generous gift of 10 million, sent by the clan leader. Hinata Hazashi is not without his wits. Hinata Tenkai contentedly set fire to the paper and secured the 10 million, decisively enhancing his own physique once more. In an instant, the sum vanished. And as Hinata Tenkai moved about the room, he realized that his physical prowess had significantly improved again, likely rivaling that of an average nin, which filled him with great satisfaction. However, akin to the previous occasion, there remained an aspect of discontent. The cost for a third physical enhancement had surged to 100 million, a daunting prospect for Hinata Tenkai at this juncture. He contemplated that tomorrow would be the opportune moment to commence business with the Tintin family. Otherwise, amassing a substantial fortune in a short span appeared exceedingly challenging. As he pondered these perplexing matters, Hinata Tenkai drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, others found their sleep elusive. The first was Naruto Uzumaki, who had, earlier that afternoon, rushed to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, hoping to converse with Hinata Tenkai. However, he soon caught wind of rumors proclaiming Hinata Tenkai as a talented ninja, admired by the entire Konoha Academy, which left Naruto feeling anxious about whether Hinata Tenkai would still wish to associate with him. The second was Hinata Hyuga, who, rarely venturing outside, had been instructed by Hizashi to accompany Hinata Tenkai in learning the new gentle fist technique starting tomorrow, with the stipulation that she must master it within 3 months. This demand left Hinata Hyuga conflicted, as she harbored a dislike for Hinata Tenkai. His indifferent gaze the previous day had unsettled her, making her perceive him as difficult to approach. Additionally, the 3-month time frame seemed exceedingly brief for her to grasp the new technique. The third was Uchiha Fuku, who had been unexpectedly visited by Shimura Danzo, who insisted on transferring Uchiha Shinku and Uchiha Baku to Rude's management. Naturally, he refused Danzo's proposal. Consequently, Danzo reiterated that since he would not surrender Uchiha Baku and Uchiha Shinku, he must ensure they would not disclose the details of the new gentle fist technique, or else the entire Uchiha clan would be compelled to sacrifice 3A rank ninjutsu as compensation. Uchiha Fuku realized he had been outmaneuvered by Danzo. Yet he found himself unable to decline again, as having already refused once, a second refusal would irrevocably sever ties with the village of Konoha. Unable to refuse, Uchiha Fuku's mood soured further, exacerbated by the tumultuous circumstances within the clan, which rendered his sleep even more fitful. The fourth group consisted of the elite class students learning the new gentle fist technique. Upon discovering they were practicing a technique suitable even for children, their spirits soared, and sleep eluded them. Little did they know that the principle of Tai Chi, easy to enter but difficult to master, would imply that achieving proficiency at an A-rank level might remain an unattainable aspiration for some throughout their lifetimes. After a night of rest, Hinata Tenkai arose at 6 in the morning to attend school. As for Hinata Miku, upon realizing her son's remarkable intelligence, she ceased accompanying Hinata Tianyun to school, allowing him to attend independently while she remained at home to regain the strength she had neglected for 3 years. Hinata Tianyun, naturally, ambled his way to class, for he had already mastered the teachings of the Ninja Academy. Were it not for the necessity of concealing his true prowess and amassing wealth in Konohagakure, he would have commenced undertaking missions and ventured beyond the village, where greater fortunes awaited him. Sauntering to the Konohagakure Ninja Academy and having indulged in breakfast along the way, Tianyun arrived after 7 o'clock, a time by which classes had already commenced, leaving the school entrance devoid of students. He strolled into the academy alone. Uninterested in the theoretical knowledge imparted by the instructors, he chose instead to meander through the hallways, observing the dynamics of other classes and contemplating the distinctions from his elite class. To his dismay, Tianyun discovered that he had become somewhat of a celebrity within the academy. As he wandered into other classrooms, the students therein fixated their gazes upon him, making him feel uneasy, prompting a hasty retreat. With his observational endeavors thwarted, he reluctantly returned to the elite class, where at least he could engage with Tintin, potentially facilitating a profitable exchange. In the elite class, Irika was exasperated, as a significant number of students had taken leave, claiming they had trained late into the night and had not rested well. Consequently, only 13 students attended that day. Due to the absentees, Irika could not proceed with several important lessons. Thus, he announced that the students would recite the 30-second rule of the ninja code, allowing them to study independently while he retreated to his office for a rest. Of course, he would still lead the outdoor training session in the afternoon, as attendance was less critical for that class. Upon Tianyun's arrival in the elite class, he noted that only 13 students were present, and not a single teacher in sight. However, Irika's absence brought him some relief, for his primary focus was on Tintin. Spotting her, he dismissed the absence of his classmates and teacher. As a well-known figure in the elite class, Tianyun's entrance sparked a desire among his peers to converse with him. Yet they found themselves gravitating towards Tintin, retreating to their seats to avoid interrupting the budding interaction between the two. In the elite classroom, Tianyun once more positioned himself beside Tintin, who appeared somewhat exasperated, unsure of how to respond to his presence. Despite her tender age, Tintin exhibited a maturity characteristic of ninjas. Recognizing that Tianyun harbored little affection for her, otherwise, she would not have remained indifferent to him. Yet, Tianyun's persistent pursuit of her left her perplexed, feeling that his affections were indeed misplaced. Now, Hinata Tianyun straightforwardly approaches and says, "Tianyun, if you have something to say, just say it directly. If not, please leave quickly. Otherwise, I will go elsewhere." Today's children truly lack charm. Hinata Tianyun, feeling quite vexed, mutters to herself and then boldly states, Tian, I heard that your family runs a tool shop. Could you let me take a look at the ninja tools your family manufactures? Is that all?" Tian, puzzled, promptly pulls out a kunai and hands it to Hinata Tianyun, saying, "Here, take this as a reward for not charging me tuition. Please don't bother me again." No, I don't want your kunai. In fact, I possess a unique ninjutsu that can enhance the hardness of ninja tools. I need to test your family's finest tools to see if I can double their strength, Hinata Tianyun hurriedly explains, intentionally piquing Tian's interest. Indeed, Tian is captivated by Hinata Tianyun's words, for her family sells ninja tools, and it is impossible for her not to care about such matters. She even excitedly exclaims, "Are you serious? Can you show me?" Tian's sudden loud voice draws the attention of all the students in the classroom toward Hinata Tianyun and her. Hinata Tianyun quickly whispers, Keep it down. This is my secret. Please don't spread it around, or I won't talk to you anymore." Tian ponders for a moment. A ninjutsu that enhances the hardness of tools is indeed highly valuable. She nods and whispers, "All right then. Let us head to the forest from yesterday to try it out. If you can really do it, I'll take you home to test the advanced tools." "Deal. Let us go." Hinata Tianyun decisively takes Tian's hand and walks out of the classroom. Tian, curious about the truth of Hinata Tianyun's claims, does not resist and follows her outside. Once they leave, the elite class buzzes with excitement. Wow, Hinata Tianyun is impressive. She managed to win over Tian so quickly. That fool Inuzuka Pingue has been chasing Tian for 3 years without success. Hinata Tianyun is a genius. How can Inuzuka Pingue compare? If only I had Hinata Tianyun's talent, I would have already won over Mi Hue from the next class. Truly, comparison can be infuriating. In truth, Hinata Tianyun and Tian are merely engaging in conversation, yet the gossip among the elite class students swiftly spreads throughout the ninja school. In the training forest of the ninja school, Hinata Tianyun leads Tian to a secluded tree, retrieving the kunai Tian had given her, and asks, "Is this kunai custom-made or ordinary?" "Of course, it's custom-made," Tian replies proudly. "How much is it worth?" Hinata Tianyun inquires. "Why are you so concerned about money? Quickly demonstrate your ninjutsu for me," urged Tian, dissatisfied. If you don't tell me how much it costs, I can't use it carelessly." "What if I break it?" "I have no money to compensate," replied Hinata Tianyun. What a miser. This kunai is already a gift to you. If it breaks, you won't have to pay me back. Just hurry up and show me," Tian insisted. Hinata Tianyun initially intended to inquire about the cost of reinforcing the kunai, so he could determine the price after enhancement. However, observing Tian's attitude, he realized that if he didn't demonstrate it first, she wouldn't divulge any information. Reluctantly, he began to enhance the kunai. Holding the kunai in his hand, he pretended to shake it vigorously. ensuring it was indistinguishable to Tianyun before selecting the enhancement option in the system. Enhancement cost, 300,000. Upon completion, Hinata Tianyun ceased his theatrics and examined the kunai closely. Before he could discern any differences, Tianyun had already snatched it away, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The sharpness has doubled, and the hardness has also doubled. This is an exquisite item, she exclaimed, continuously rubbing and tapping the kunai. Hey, that kunai belongs to me. Hinata Tianyun protested, eager to reclaim it. After all, he had spent 300,000 on its enhancement. Losing it would be a significant loss. Tianyun quickly stowed the kunai back into her kunai pouch, dismissively saying, "It's just a kunai. Come home with me later, and I'll give you 3 more. What a miser. Hinata Tianyun was at a loss for words, contemplating that receiving 3 kunai was not a bad deal. He nodded and replied, "Then it's settled. You shall give me 3 kunai, and I want the special ones your family makes." Having witnessed Hinata Tianyun's capability to enhance weapons, Tianyun cheerfully responded, "Sure, it's a small favor. Now, come home with me. I want to introduce you to my father." With that, she eagerly pulled Hinata Tianyun along, sprinting home without regard for the curious glances of passers-by or acquaintances. Moments ago, it was Hinata Tianyun who had dashed out of the classroom with Tianyun. And now the roles were reversed. If this gossip spread, it would be impossible for them to clarify their relationship. Unbeknownst to them, upon arriving at her family's ninja tool shop, Tianyun proudly presented the enhanced kunai to her father, saying, "Father, take a look at this kunai." Her father, initially pondering whether Tianyun was romantically involved with Hinata Tianyun, was intrigued to see the kunai she presented. His professionalism emerged, mirroring the earlier actions of Tianyun. As he rubbed and struck the kunai, muttering to himself, "Whose kunai is this? Ours is supposed to be double the quality. This can't possibly be true." Tianyun's father, standing in the ninja tools shop, found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, momentarily at a loss for words. The cause of his turmoil was the realization that the kunai in his hand was of a superior quality, twice as good as their own. If the competitor could mass-produce such an item, their shop would likely face closure due to the insurmountable quality gap, which they could not hope to bridge. Furthermore, he pondered whether this might signify a new manufacturing technique that could significantly elevate their ironworking standards, igniting a fervent desire within him to uncover this potentially revolutionary method. After a brief period of contemplation, Tianyun's father solemnly inquired, "Where did you purchase this kunai? Take me there at once." "Ha, father. Did you not notice the markings on it? Just take a closer look," Tianyun proudly replied. Upon inspecting the kunai, Tianyun's father quickly spotted a familiar emblem, his own shop's mark, which only deepened his frown. "What is the meaning of this? Are our counterfeit products now surpassing our craftsmanship? How can this be possible?" Ha, father, you are mistaken. This was crafted by our own hands," Tianyun excitedly clarified. Surprised, Tianyun's father asked, "Was this made by that master? I must reward him handsomely and promote him to chief." Beaming with joy, Tianyun introduced Hinata Tianyun to his father, saying, "It was he who created it. Father, you should appoint him as chief." Tianyun's father recognized Hinata Tianyun, especially since the third Hokage had personally dispatched someone to inform him to prevent Tianyun from disseminating the new gentle fist technique. It would be foolish not to pay attention to Hinata Tianyun. However, when Tianyun claimed that Tianyun was the artisan behind the kunai, he found it hard to believe. After all, craftsmen are not as common as cabbages. How could a 5-year-old possess such remarkable skill? He admonished Tianyun, "Do not speak nonsense. Tianyun is merely a child. How could he be the master behind this kunai?" Tianyun, reveling in her triumph, replied, "Father, do not misunderstand. I never claimed that Tianyun forged the kunai. I merely stated that he enhanced it. Do not confuse the two." To Tianyun's father, forging and manufacturing held the same meaning. He frowned and asked, "Can you clarify this, Tianyun? I do not comprehend what you are saying." This time, Tianyun ceased to jest and candidly explained, "Tianyun possesses a unique ninjutsu that can enhance the capabilities of weapons. The kunai you hold in your hand was improved by him after I handed it over. Isn't that an impressive ability?" Tianyun's father, now serious, gazed at the calm Hinata Tianyun and introduced himself, "I am Taishing. Might I have the privilege of witnessing your jutsu that enhances weapon strength?" Hinata Tianyun glanced at Taishing and replied, "That is certainly possible. However, I do not favor squandering energy. Thus, I require payment up front before the demonstration. I trust Mr. Taishing has no objections. You cannot speak to my father in such a manner," Tian retorted, visibly displeased. Just as she was about to escalate her protest, Taisheng promptly intervened, saying, "Enough, Tian. Tianyun is correct. I ought to pay first. Please refrain from interjecting. This is our matter." Chastened by her father's reprimand, Tian shot a resentful glare at both Hinata Tianyun and Taisheng, declaring, "Do as you wish. I shall return to my room to rest. I do not wish to see either of you again." In a huff, Tian departed, and Taisheng immediately turned to gather a stack of money from the shop, presenting it along with a kunai to Hinata Tianyun. "Young brother Tianyun, here is 100,000. This should suffice, but if it falls short, I can procure more." 100,000? That seems rather mediocre, Hinata Tianyun responded, accepting the cash and kunai. He tucked the money away and proceeded to brandish the kunai theatrically for 20 seconds before handing it back to Taisheng, saying, "Here, take a look." Taisheng, possessing a keen eye for weapons, sensed the kunai's enhanced strength even before receiving it. Once it was in his hands, he confirmed that the kunai had indeed become significantly sharper and harder, causing his admiration for Hinata Tianyun to grow immensely. However, Hinata Tianyun simply stated, "This is a bloodline jutsu. If you wish to learn it, Mr. Taisheng, that is impossible," thus plunging Taisheng's exhilaration into despair. Disappointed, Taisheng regarded Hinata Tianyun thoughtfully and suddenly conceived an intriguing proposition. "Young brother Tianyun, how about we collaborate? You enhance the weapons, and I shall handle the sales. We can split the profits evenly. What do you think?" "Split evenly? Are you certain?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, astonished by Taisheng's generosity. He had not anticipated such a fair offer, initially expecting a share of only 30 to 40%. Considering Taisheng was providing the materials and facilitating sales while he merely lent a hand, Taisheng's tone was resolute. "Rest assured, young brother Tianyun, this is a long-term venture. I would never allow you to be at a disadvantage. Should you choose to partner with me, I will ensure you receive 50% of the profits." Impressed by Taisheng's magnanimity, Hinata Tianyun decided not to dwell on it further, stating, "Agreed. From now on, Taisheng and I are allies. Now I can inform the boss about you. Currently, my chakra is limited, allowing me to produce only 10 kunai-sized weapons each day. Should I attempt to forge larger weapons, it would deplete my chakra entirely. Thus, for the next year or two, I will not be able to supply many weapons. However, as I mature and my chakra capacity increases, I will be able to create more." I asked for the esteemed Ironborn's understanding. Ironborn felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he could only acquiesce, especially since Hinata Tianyun was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan and under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. He dared not provoke Hinata Tianyun lightly. Observing Ironborn's disheartenment, Hinata Tianyun chuckled, remarking, "It seems the esteemed Ironborn has overlooked the principle that rarity enhances value." Being a businessman, Ironborn swiftly grasped Hinata Tianyun's implication and, suppressing an urge to curse him for his cunningness, nodded in agreement. "I understand the intent of young brother Tianyun. I will strive to provide quality weapons for your enhancement." This was precisely what Hinata Tianyun desired. He had no inclination to squander time on crafting mundane weapons. Now that Ironborn comprehended his intent, he nodded in satisfaction and began discussing ways to increase their profits. At Tian's weapon shop, Hinata Tianyun engaged in lively discussions with Tian's father, quickly reaching several agreements on potential earnings. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, Hinata Tianyun left behind 10 enhanced kunai for Ironborn, and together with Tian, who was reluctantly thrust upon him, they made their way back to the ninja school. On their return journey, Tian glared at Hinata Tianyun, visibly dissatisfied, and exclaimed, "What on earth did you say to my father? Why does he insist that I accompany you to school?" Hinata Tianyun rolled his eyes and replied, "You ought to ask your father. I certainly did not suggest that you follow me." "Huh, I can hardly believe you. You must have said something to him," Tian retorted angrily. Hinata Tianyun shook his head and replied, "If you are unwilling to accompany me to school, you may simply return home. I won't stop you." Of course, Tian did not wish to follow Hinata Tianyun, but her father's warning gaze compelled her to stay with him. She sulked, trailing behind Hinata Tianyun as they ambled towards the ninja school, resembling a pair of quarrelsome young lovers. Hinata Tianyun, glancing back at the displeased Tian, shook his head in resignation, understanding Ironborn's intent to foster a good relationship with her, hoping that it would ensure continued collaboration. However, he had little interest in childish company. His initial engagement with Tian was merely a strategic move for today's arrangement. Now that the transaction was secured, he had no desire to play with the child. Yet, out of respect for Ironborn's share of the profits, he could not dismiss her. with the burden of a companion. Hinata Tianyun soon arrived at the entrance of the ninja school. He then turned to Tianyun and said, "You may head to the classroom for your studies. I have matters to attend to." Tianyun was reluctant to follow Hinata Tianyun, as the curious gazes of passers-by made her feel quite uncomfortable. Now that Hinata Tianyun was about to leave, she shot a glare at him and dashed into the school. Once Tianyun was gone, Hinata Tianyun made his way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Upon entering, he greeted the owner, saying, "I would like a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Without that mountain paste, please." "How can you not like mountain paste? It adds flavor, doesn't it?" Young Tianyun, the ramen chef, chuckled. Hinata Tianyun dismissed him with a wave of his hand and, after settling onto a children's high chair, retorted, "What do you care about what I like? Just prepare it as I instructed, or I won't pay. Understand?" All right, I hear you," the chef replied, shaking his head in resignation as he began preparing the ramen for Hinata Tianyun. It was 10:40 in the morning, an hour that was not typically associated with dining, so the Ichiraku ramen shop had only one patron, Hinata Tianyun. As he sat down, he pondered over his savings of 6 million yen, contemplating how best to utilize this sum. Initially, he had only possessed 6 million. But Taishing had forcefully handed him an additional 4 million upon his departure from the ninja tool shop, claiming it was an advance on his wages. During the chef's preparations, Hinata Tianyun contemplated the enhancements available for him. Firstly, he could strengthen the basic ninjutsu of the Hinata clan. However, he deemed the potential power increase insufficient, viewing it as a waste, and decided it would be better to allow his shadow clones to gradually cultivate these skills instead. Next, he considered the 3B rank ninjutsu he had recently acquired from Hinata Hizashi, but enhancing these techniques would require 6 million yen, prompting him to temporarily forego that option. Finally, he pondered the possibility of a second enhancement for the body replacement technique, which would cost 1 million yen each time. This foundational ninjutsu left him uncertain about any significant changes that might result from the second enhancement, yet he felt that spending 3 million yen to test it was reasonable. So he proceeded to enhance the body replacement technique. After completing the enhancement, he felt it inappropriate to demonstrate his newfound skill in the ramen shop. Just as the tonkatsu ramen was ready, he prepared to eat before seeking a suitable location to experiment with his upgraded technique. However, his plans for experimentation were abruptly interrupted when an excited little fellow burst through the door of Ichiraku ramen. Upon seeing Hinata Tianyun, he exclaimed, "Big brother, you're really here. I thought I must have seen wrongly on the way. It's you, kid. What brings you to find your big brother?" Hinata Tianyun recognized the voice immediately as that of Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing Hinata Tianyun's response, Naruto's excitement surged, as he was thrilled that Hinata still referred to him as his little brother, indicating no distance between them. He eagerly called out to the chef, "Boss, please give me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen as well. Today, I'm treating my big brother to ramen." "Wow, Naruto, you're feeling generous today." The chef laughed. "Indeed. My elder brother is here to enjoy some noodles. How could I not be generous?" The exuberant Naruto Uzumaki pointed at Hinata Tianyun. The chef, not particularly disliking Naruto, smiled and said, "Please take a seat. In 2 minutes, you shall savor the ramen." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, scampered over to Hinata Tianyun's side and inquired, "Elder brother, why are you not in class? Have you frightened off those students again?" "Stop with the trivialities. Your saliva is about to splatter into my bowl," Hinata Tianyun remarked, exasperated by Naruto's exuberance. Naruto quickly wiped his mouth, ensuring no dribbles escaped, and cautiously reassured, "Elder brother, do not worry. My saliva will not reach you. Please do not ask me to leave." Faced with Naruto's pitiful demeanor, Hinata Tianyun shook his head in resignation, saying, "Fine, stay if you wish. But refrain from asking too many questions. Later, accompany me somewhere. I have a task that requires your assistance." Instantly, Naruto's excitement reignited as he thumped his chest, declaring, "Elder brother, rest assured, whatever it is, I can accomplish it." "All right, now eat your noodles quickly. It may become a bit arduous later." Hinata Tianyun gestured towards the bowl of noodles brought over by the chef. Perhaps it was the tantalizing aroma of the ramen that captivated Naruto. He merely nodded, refraining from responding to Hinata Tianyun, and began voraciously devouring the noodles, inspiring Hinata Tianyun to join in as well, though not particularly hungry. Seeing Naruto relish the meal compelled him to finish his own bowl. After Naruto paid the bill, the two exited the ramen shop together. In a secluded grove within the hidden leaf village, Hinata Tianyun found himself somewhat disoriented, yet still within the village confines. This location was suggested by Hinata Tianyun for Naruto to find a quiet spot, and Naruto had led him through several twists and turns. Upon reaching the small forest, Naruto proudly proclaimed, "Boss, this is my secret base. No one will ever know. Just command me as you wish." Hinata Tianyun glanced around, noting the absence of any onlookers. However, considering Naruto's unique identity, he seized the moment while Naruto was distracted by a small creature in the forest to activate his Byakugan and scan the vicinity. His instincts proved correct. The instant his Byakugan activated, he spotted the presence of Umbu in the distance, likely stationed there to prevent Naruto from straying from the village. Since they were too far away to perceive the situation, Hinata Tianyun retracted his Byakugan and confidently told the overly excited Naruto, "Do not be distracted. It is merely a squirrel. I have something for you to do, so do not waste my time." Naruto, snapping back to attention, asked curiously, "Elder brother, what use could I possibly have in a place like this? Are you asking me to train with you?" Hinata Tianyun nodded and said, "You could say that. I wish to practice the technique of the three bodies. You will be responsible for attacking me while I defend myself using this technique. Surely, you are capable of that." Naruto Uzumaki responded with a hint of embarrassment. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, you are my elder brother. What if I accidentally injure you? Do you truly think you could harm me?" Hinata Tianyun scoffed. "Give it your all. I am eager to witness your abilities." Naruto Uzumaki, visibly displeased, retorted, "Even if you are my elder brother, you cannot underestimate my strength. Today, I intend to defeat you." "Very well, come at me." Hinata Tianyun beckoned with a dismissive gesture, exuding an air of contempt towards Naruto. Enraged, Naruto lunged forward, attempting to kick Hinata's leg in an effort to topple him. Believing that even if he were to defeat Hinata, it would be through a calculated attack on a less vulnerable area. In his mind, Hinata appeared significantly younger and, despite his prowess, could not possibly be that formidable. Yet, Naruto was soon taken aback, although he had clearly struck Hinata's leg. It felt as though he had kicked a solid stone, causing him to clutch his foot in pain and rub it incessantly. "What just happened, brother?" he exclaimed, sitting on the ground, perplexed as he gazed at the unmoving Hinata Tianyun. Hinata remained still and silent until, suddenly, with a resounding thud, he transformed into a piece of wood, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had witnessed the body replacement technique before, but never had he seen one remain in its original form for so long after being struck. While Naruto stood there in a daze, Hinata Tianyun, concealed behind a tree, was quite pleased. The enhanced body replacement technique appeared to maintain its original form for 3 seconds and did not transform into wood after an attack. If utilized effectively, this 3-second window could easily allow him to eliminate an unsuspecting Jonin, leading him to feel that the investment of 1 million was indeed worthwhile. After testing the technique, Hinata stepped out from behind the tree and approached the still-dazed Naruto, saying, "All right, get up quickly. We must continue our training." Once Naruto regained his senses, he disregarded the lingering pain in his foot and excitedly asked, "Brother, what was that body replacement technique? It felt as if I had kicked that piece of wood. Yet you remained unchanged and walked out from behind the tree. What is the explanation for this?" Hinata Tianyun, of course, had no intention of explaining. He shot Naruto a stern glance and replied, "Does my brother require your inquiry? Prepare yourself quickly. We shall commence the second experiment." With that, Hinata created 3 ordinary clones and instructed Naruto, "Try giving each clone a punch." Naruto Uzumaki was filled with curiosity regarding the training conducted by Hinata Tianyun. Upon receiving a command from Hinata, Naruto unhesitatingly launched an attack towards the Hinata Tianyun on his left. However, with a resounding thud, the left Hinata Tianyun transformed into a cloud of smoke. Realizing it was merely a clone, Naruto swiftly redirected his attack towards the Hinata Tianyun in the center. Yet again, as he struck the central Hinata Tianyun, it too dissipated into smoke with a loud pop. Excited, Naruto then aimed for the final Hinata Tianyun. The Hinata Tianyun on the right was indeed the real one, but he had originally stood in the middle. He had discovered that he could seamlessly switch positions among his 3 clones, and when Naruto aimed for his central form, he quickly moved to the right. The enhanced shadow clone technique now seemingly allowed for instantaneous transitions between clones, much to Hinata Tianyun's satisfaction, as it provided a formidable life-saving skill, making the investment of 1 million well worth it. As the shadow clone technique concluded its test, Hinata Tianyun raised his hand to block Naruto's punch, stating, "All right. The training is temporarily over. Let us rest for 5 minutes, after which you shall continue to train with me." "Resting so soon? I still feel incredibly energetic," Naruto lamented. feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Hinata Tianyun's choice to rest for 5 minutes was not for recuperation, but rather to contemplate the application of the enhanced three-body technique. He shot a glare at Naruto to prompt him into submission, and then settled onto a relatively clean spot on the ground to ponder the matter. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. After organizing the information regarding the secondary three-body technique, Hinata Tianyun began experimenting in the forest with Naruto, exploring various applications of the enhanced technique. Today marked an eye-opening experience for Naruto. The peculiarity of Hinata Tianyun's technique meant that despite attacking for 2 hours, he failed to land a single hit, leaving him breathless and enviously observing Hinata Tianyun. After 2 hours of experimentation with the formidable secondary three-body technique, Hinata Tianyun, satisfied with the results, cautioned Naruto not to divulge any of his secrets. He then handed Naruto 5,000 yen, encouraging him to treat himself to ramen, and left in good spirits towards the Konoha Ninja Academy. Receiving the 5,000 yen and gaining insight into Hinata Tianyun's secret made Naruto believe he was now a loyal subordinate. Ignoring his fatigue, he excitedly dashed towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. As Hinata Tianyun leisurely made his way to the Konoha Ninja Academy, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The entire class had gone outside for lessons, leaving the classroom empty. He chose to find a seat and lie down to rest until 5 o'clock, when he would head home. While resting in the classroom, Hinata Tianyun did not actually sleep. Instead, he continuously contemplated ways to earn more money. Currently, he had a daily agreement with Tianyun's father for 10 enhanced kunai orders, priced at over 600,000 yen each. After deducting the enhancement fee of 200,000, Hinata Tianyun was earning approximately 2 million yen daily. Every day, earning 2 million amounts to 60 million over a month. However, for Hinata Tianyun, this sum is still rather inadequate, as he requires 5 billion to enhance his Byakugan. It would take him a full 10 months to accumulate that amount, which is simply unacceptable to him. In his view, he must attain the rank of a jonin within a year, and given his current rate of income, such a goal appears utterly unattainable. Thus, he is compelled to devise alternative methods to generate greater wealth. After deliberating for some time, Hinata Tianyun realizes that financial gain is not his forte. He struggles to conceive of any methods beyond the capabilities of his system, which leaves him in a state of considerable frustration. Consequently, he decides to cease pondering the issue of wealth altogether. While he is capable of providing Ironborn with enhanced weaponry on a daily basis, doing so would undoubtedly attract undue attention from outsiders. Should that occur, his insufficient strength would jeopardize the wealth he has painstakingly acquired. Thus he refrains from indiscriminately increasing the number of enhanced weapons. Ultimately, Hinata Tianyun comes to the realization that everything is contingent upon strength. Were he to possess the power of a jonin, he could easily enhance the bodies, jutsu, and chakra of others to amass a significant fortune, rather than proceeding as he currently does, with trepidation. Strength. With a sigh, Hinata Tianyun rises and makes his way out of the classroom, resolving to return home first. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage receives a report from the Umbu at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, stating that Hinata Tianyun has been playing with Naruto Uzumaki for 2 hours, given Naruto's significant identity. The third Hokage is somewhat taken aback and inquires of the Umbu ninja how the two came to know each other, wondering if there are any hidden motives behind Hinata Tianyun's approach to Naruto. The Umbu ninja replies, "Lord Hokage, Hinata Tianyun met Naruto Uzumaki the night before last. At that time, Hinata Tianyun was resting at the school gate when Naruto ran over to play and was called by Hinata Tianyun, who asked him to buy ice cream and even insisted that Naruto pay for it. Such a little miser." The third Hokage mutters, bemused, before asking, "And what about today? How did they end up together?" The Umbu ninja explains, Naruto sought out Hinata Tianyun on his own today. Hinata Tianyun was initially heading to Ichiraku Ramen alone when Naruto spotted him on the way and simply followed him. After finishing, the Umbu ninja adds, "In the end, it was Naruto who paid for the ramen." The third Hokage shakes his head in disbelief and sighs, "Let it be then." Since Hinata Tianyun did not deliberately approach Naruto, they may as well enjoy each other as company. Naruto needs a friend, even if that friend is a shrewd little rascal. Having been tasked with monitoring Naruto, the Umbu ninja is well aware of his identity. With the third Hokage's orders given, he nods and departs to continue following Naruto. Meanwhile, at the Hinata residence, as Hinata Tianyun strolls back leisurely, he discovers that Hinata Matsuin is not home. Instead, he finds a note indicating that she has gone to train and advising Hinata Tianyun to eat out. On this day, Hinata Michimura, upon realizing that her son, Hinata Tianyun, was a prodigy and an exceptionally intelligent individual, exhibited a surprising lack of concern, even neglecting to prepare a meal for him. One might ponder whether Hinata Tianyun was still her son. After voicing her grievances, Hinata Tianyun casually scavenged for something to eat at home. Shortly, Hinata would arrive to train with him in the new gentle fist technique, leaving him no time to venture out for a meal. Of course, the reason Hinata Tianyun found himself without dinner was due to his assumption that Hinata Michimura would prepare supper, leading him to leisurely return home, thus wasting precious time. Otherwise, after an hour's journey home, he could have easily indulged in a meal. At 6 o'clock in the evening, having hastily consumed a few bites, Hinata Tianyun reclined on the steps at the entrance, gazing at the sunset. It was then that a guard from the Hinata clan arrived punctually, escorting Hinata to his doorstep. The guard, displaying utmost courtesy towards Hinata Tianyun, gently brought the timid Hinata before him, stating, "Young Master Tianyun, the young lady has arrived. Please provide her with proper guidance during her training." Lying on the steps, Hinata Tianyun smirked, rising lazily to declare, "Let the young lady come inside. You may wait outside. Our training sessions will last 1 hour, and I cannot afford to extend my teachings beyond that. You may occupy yourself as you wish during this time." The guard, feeling somewhat disgruntled, noted that Hinata Tianyun's demeanor rivaled that of the clan leader, provoking a desire to reprimand him. However, recalling the clan leader's directives, he suppressed his frustrations and respectfully replied, "I shall wait here. An hour hence, I will escort the young lady back. Suit yourself. Hinata, come with me," Hinata Tianyun instructed. Without hesitation, he strode into the estate, observing the guard's nod of approval. Hinata, albeit anxiously, followed closely behind him into the residence. In a vacant area beneath a grand tree within the estate, Hinata Tianyun observed Hinata approaching and called out, "Hurry up. My time is invaluable." Feeling aggrieved, Hinata adhered to her strict upbringing, which mandated decorum in her movements, preventing her from skipping about like an ordinary child. Thus, compelled by Hinata Tianyun's insistence, she could only hastily jog to his side, lowering her head and softly murmuring, "Teacher Tianyun, please instruct me." Hinata's demeanor left Hinata Tianyun at a loss for words. After a brief internal lament, he stated, "First, I shall demonstrate the complete set of movements. You must memorize them all. Afterwards, you will practice on your own, and I will gradually correct your erroneous postures." "Understood." Hinata responded, still not daring to lift her gaze. Hinata Tianyun furrowed his brow, urging, "Do not keep your head down. I am about to begin teaching you. Lift your head and observe closely." As Hinata raised her head, Hinata Tianyun was met with the sight of tears pooling in her eyes, coupled with her expression of distress, a revelation that momentarily made him feel as though he had committed a grave transgression. Hinata Hyuga's sense of grievance stirred a brief fluctuation in the emotions of Tenkyu Hyuga. However, Tenkyu, having matured psychologically, quickly regained his composure and refrained from gazing at Hinata's distressed visage. In a composed manner, he remarked, "All right, pay close attention to my movements. If you misremember even a single step, do not hold me accountable later." With that, Tenkyu proceeded to the center of the open space, performing the Tai Chi sequence with deliberate slowness, offering no explanations to Hinata as the movements were so leisurely that even a fool could comprehend them without interruption. Upon completing the set, Tenkyu turned to Hinata and inquired, "Did you observe my movements clearly? If so, come over here and stand properly. We shall commence the formal training. You have but an hour, so do not squander it." Coming from a prestigious lineage, Hinata was accustomed to rigorous training, and she certainly could memorize Tenkyu's unhurried actions. Noticing Tenkyu's inquiry, she hastily shelved her doubts, nodded, and briskly approached him, saying, "Master Tenkyu, please instruct me," and began her own Tai Chi practice before him. However, Hinata executed her Tai Chi movements even more slowly than Tenkyu. Despite the sluggish pace, Tenkyu was no fool. He immediately discerned that Hinata's movements were impeccably precise, devoid of any deviations, thus requiring no correction from him, which brought him great satisfaction. Since Hinata exhibited no errors, he felt no need to supervise her closely and decided to take a leisurely rest, sitting down on the nearby stone steps. He said to the slowly practicing Hinata, "Today, complete this set of movements 10 times earnestly, and you may return home. Tomorrow evening, I will teach you something new." Hinata was eager for Tenkyu to leave her be, allowing her to immerse herself in the new soft boxing techniques. Observing her training from the sidelines, Tenkyu noted that she was neither slacking nor being negligent. Her focus was commendable. It seemed that Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, enforced strict discipline, eliminating the need for his oversight. After watching for a while, Tenkyu simply closed his eyes. Half an hour into her training, Hinata noticed Tenkyu, who appeared to have fallen asleep, and silently criticized his lack of seriousness. Nevertheless, she continued her practice of the new soft boxing. In truth, Hinata wished to inquire about the purpose of such a slow-paced technique, as it seemed devoid of any discernible power, but Tenkyu's indifferent demeanor deterred her from approaching him with questions. As time gradually elapsed, after completing her Tai Chi practice 10 times, Hinata realized that her hour had nearly concluded. Upon finishing, she glanced once more at Tenkyu, who had now opened his eyes and was observing her. "Master, may I return now?" she boldly asked, as Tenkyu had awakened. After a brief assessment of her lightly beaded forehead, he recognized her dedication to training and nodded, saying, "Very well, you may go home. Come back tomorrow evening." Hinata Hyuga, having received permission, hurriedly jogged away from the clearing towards the entrance of the residence, as if she wished to avoid lingering before Hinata Tenkyu for even a moment longer, or perhaps to evade encountering him altogether. As Hinata Hyuga departed in her brisk manner, Hinata Tenkyu paid her little heed. Upon observing her exit, he simply dusted himself off, rose, and retreated to his room to rest, contemplating how he might earn money in the future. Shortly after 8 o'clock, as Hinata Makura returned home, she found Hinata Tenkyu lying on his bed, lost in thought while staring at the ceiling. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Tenkyu, what troubles you? You seem rather vexed." Without turning his head, Hinata Tenkyu replied, "Of course, I'm pondering how to make money. What else could possibly trouble a genius like me?" Hinata Makura chuckled at his unconsidered response and remarked, "Why do you need so much money at your age? I've heard you earned over 10 million at school. That should suffice for you to spend lavishly when you become a genin." Regaining his focus, Hinata Tenkyu turned to face Hinata Makura, ready to respond, only to find her extending a stack of cash towards him. "Here, this is 2 million. If you find yourself short on funds, you can temporarily take this, and I'll provide you more later." Staring at the money without making a move, Hinata Tenkyu sat up abruptly after a 30-second pause and declared, "No need. That sum is of no use to me. What I require is funding in the billions. Please keep that money for yourself, mother." You need over 1 billion? Hinata Makura shook her head in resignation, retracting the cash. "Then I cannot assist you. I doubt even Lord Hokage could help you. Perhaps you should ponder your worries further." Finding Hinata Tenkyu's claims absurd, Hinata Makura turned and exited his room, leaving him momentarily stunned. Once she had departed, Hinata Tenkyu shook his head in resignation, retrieved a 1,000 yen bill, and began conducting an experiment based on a thought that had just occurred to him. Earlier, when Hinata Makura had offered him money, he suddenly recalled the system's ability to enhance items. An exciting idea struck him. Well, what would happen if he enhanced a banknote? With eager anticipation, Hinata Tenkyu focused intently on the 1,000 yen note and activated the enhancement function. In an instant, the bill in his hand transformed into a 2,000 yen note. Bewildered by this turn of events, he realized that in the world of Naruto, the only denominations above 1,000 were 10,000, meaning that the 2,000 yen note was effectively worthless. Moreover, since the cost to enhance the note had been 1,000, even if the new note were valid, he had not gained any profit. Feeling dejected, Hinata Tenkyu pulled out several coins of 10, 100, and 500 yen to test further. He discovered that the enhancement cost corresponded directly to the value of the coins, making it impossible to earn money through the enhancement of currency. After struggling to devise a profitable method, he lay back on his bed, continuing to ponder how he might achieve financial success. The pursuit of wealth, at least for the moment, has not yielded any remarkable progress. Hinata Tianyun began to find his days increasingly monotonous, as he spent an entire week adhering to a routine of attending classes, returning home, instructing Hinata Hanabi, sleeping, and then repeating the cycle the following day. Yet, unbeknownst to others, Hinata Tianyun clandestinely dispatched 4 shadow clones each day to engage in secret training of ninjutsu. Each time the clones ventured out, they would assume the guise of different individuals, and with their shared Byakugan abilities, tracking them would be nearly impossible, thus ensuring their actions remained highly discreet. In the Hidden Leaf Village, as a week elapsed, a sudden flurry of activity emerged, sparked by the appearance of high-priced ninja tools at the local shop, with the cheapest priced at 60,000 ryo. Initially, no one was willing to invest in such expensive equipment until a jonin purchased a weapon, which he used to sever an enemy's arm during a mission. This incident propelled the pricey tools into the limelight. Prominent clans within the village, flush with resources, rushed to acquire the effective weapons, only to find a notice posted at the shop. Due to the complexity of crafting high-grade ninja tools, only 10 would be available each day, with a limit of 1 per person. Frustrated, the attendants of various clans opted to camp near the shop, eagerly awaiting its opening each day in hopes of securing a purchase. Consequently, the shop became the most bustling establishment in the Hidden Leaf Village. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage also paid close attention to the situation regarding the ninja tools, recognizing their potential to significantly enhance the village's combat capabilities, an issue he could not overlook. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, while Hinata Tianyun dozed off at the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage was engaged in a discussion with an Umbu member regarding the matter at hand. Third Hokage, Haikais, how is your investigation progressing? Umbu Ninja Haikais, Lord Hokage. The situation with the ninja tools appears to be connected to Hinata Tianyun, although I lack concrete evidence. The Hokage sighed, exasperated by the recurring mention of that troublesome boy. He continued, have you uncovered anything of note? After a moment's hesitation, Haikais responded, I have observed that the daughter of Ironborn, Tianyun, brings a sealing scroll for ninja tools to school each day, along with a substantial amount of money. By the time she returns home in the evening, the money is gone, yet the sealing scroll remains. Haikais speculated that, given Hinata Tianyun's penchant for wealth, he might be involved in the ninja tools affair and planned to conduct further investigation. However, he noted that Hinata Tianyun was exceedingly vigilant upon approaching within 100 meters. The boy continuously glanced in the direction of Haikai's hiding place, thus deterring him from drawing closer and preventing him from uncovering the true nature of the ninja tools. The third Hokage expressed surprise. You mean to say that Hinata Tianyun was able to detect your presence? You are an Umbu Jonin, and yet that child could sense you? After a brief silence, Haikais replied, I suspect that Hinata Tianyun has already awakened his Byakugan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to perceive my existence. Has he truly awakened it at the tender age of 5? The third Hokage, holding a pipe, muttered to himself, his brows furrowing in contemplation. After a 10-minute silence in the Hokage's office alongside Kuroke's, the third Hokage ignited his pipe and took a deep drag, exclaiming, forget it. Do not monitor that boy any longer to avoid drawing his attention. Inform Taishing that all his ninja tools will be acquired by Konoha as strategic reserves, and ensure he offers a favorable price to prevent those weapons from falling into the wrong hands. As you command, replied his subordinate, and with that, Kuroke's vanished from the Hokage's office. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, on the practical training grounds, Hinata Tianyun reclined on a stone in the shadow, gazing at the clouds above and the children training below, lost in thought. Although he was part of the elite class, there were no lessons today, and his classmates were busy honing their skills and throwing shuriken and sparring. Only Tianyun took a rest. This was due to his earlier playful antics with Irika using his formidable body techniques, which led Irika to lose interest in supervising him, as he had exhausted his teaching capacity. The other students in the elite class, recognizing Irika's authority, naturally refrained from provoking Tianyun and chose to ignore him instead. The only one maintaining a decent relationship with him was Tintin, although she too found him overly mature, feeling as though they belonged to different ages, making it difficult for them to bond. Her amicable disposition towards him stemmed solely from her role as a liaison and courier between her father and Tianyun. Lying on the stone, Tianyun mused that the clouds above seemed to transform into money, eliciting a sigh of reflection. Despite having spent the past 7 days pondering profitable ventures, he still found himself at a loss. While it would be relatively simple to exploit the system for wealth, such actions could thrust him into a perilous situation. The means to earn money necessitated leaving Konoha, for any endeavor within the village would attract undue attention, posing a significant risk to him. Yet, the prospect of departing Konoha felt unattainable in the short term. Firstly, the Hyuga clan would not permit his departure. Secondly, the third Hokage would intervene. Thirdly, Hinata would prevent it. And lastly, Tianyun himself was not yet prepared to leave, needing to amass further strength. Ultimately, he resolved to endure a year within Konoha, during which he would accumulate sufficient prowess before applying for graduation and embarking on missions to earn a living. In the meantime, he intended to cultivate a sense of tranquility, allowing the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi to gradually deepen their trust in him and lower their guard, thus facilitating his integration into the village. When the time comes, with the support of the third Hokage and Hinata Hayashi, along with a considerable reservoir of strength, he can act more boldly, unrestrained in his pursuit of wealth and rapid enhancement of his abilities. Having devised a plan in his mind, Hinata Tianyun's spirits suddenly lifted. He envisioned establishing his roots in the world of ninjas over the course of a year, with the mightiest Konoha village as his ally. He believed that he could conquer the Hokage world in less than a decade. With his mood brightening, Tianyun looked at his training companions and suddenly found them endearing. He stood up and walked over to them, eventually stopping beside Tintin with a cheerful smile, saying, "Tintin, would you like to train together?" Tintin's opponent was also a female student, who, upon seeing Tianyun approach, quickly ceased her combat to allow him to converse with Tintin. The reason for her deference was that the children of Konoha village had spread the word that Tintin was Tianyun's little girlfriend. And given Tianyun's reputation for dominance in the ninja academy, she dared not provoke either of them. Upon seeing Tianyun, Tintin rolled her eyes and retorted, "Who would want to train with a weirdo like you?" After saying this, she waved to the departing female classmate, saying, "Ayuyu, come here, let's continue training, ignore that guy." With Tintin's lack of cooperation, Tianyun could only shrug helplessly. He approached Irika, who was supervising the students' training, and said, "Irika-sensei, would you like to train with me on the body flicker technique? I'm in a good mood today, and I promise not to use transformation technique." Irika waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head. "No, you should go play instead. Last time you transformed into me and ran around half naked, turning me into the laughingstock of the school. I really don't want to provoke you." Irika's reaction was rather excessive. It was merely a small incident, after all. Tianyun sighed repeatedly. Irika shot a glance at the pretentious Tianyun and chuckled wryly. "You may not care, but I certainly do. If you weren't only 5 years old, I would wish for you to graduate quickly and leave me be." Feeling somewhat dejected, Tianyun found that despite his cheerful disposition and desire to play with his classmates and teachers, no one paid him any mind. Shaking his head, he walked out towards the school entrance. Hinata Tianyun had intended to remain in seclusion for a year, but only 9 tranquil months had passed. In the second year of his arrival in Konoha, as a new batch of students prepared to enroll in the Konoha Ninja Academy, he was informed by Irika that the third Hokage had decided to graduate him directly. Although Tianyun had yet to amass 500 million, he was contemplating the growing trust bestowed upon him by the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi, which could allow him to sell more enhanced weapons and increase his earnings. Suddenly, the third Hokage's decree for him to graduate and embark on missions left him somewhat reluctant, prompting him to rush to the Hokage's office. During this nearly year-long period, Hinata Tianyun had become quite a notable figure within the Konoha ninja village. First, his newly developed gentle fist technique had gained the recognition of the majority of the village's jonin, many of whom had taken to studying his innovative style, thus creating a sense of indebtedness among the jonin towards him. Second, Tianyun had gradually revealed his prowess to the community, having playfully bested several chunin from the Konoha Ninja Academy, which led the instructors to regard him with caution. His reputation as a prodigious talent, capable of sparring with chunin at merely 6 years of age, spread throughout the village. Third, secrets seldom remained concealed for long. With the frequent interactions between Tianyun and the daughter of Tetsushin, the ninja tool shop owner, the ninjas of Konoha quickly learned that the high-grade ninja tools were supplied by Tianyun, coupled with the impressive feats of those wielding his tools and missions. Tianyun garnered a notable reputation across the ninja world. Even spies from other ninja factions attempted to investigate or capture him. But these intruders were swiftly dealt with by the protective shinobi dispatched by Hinata Hizashi, never once laying a finger on Tianyun. As for why Hinata Hizashi provided guardianship for Tianyun, it was clear. Tianyun was a valuable asset to the Hinata clan. Not only did his gentle fist technique enhance the clan's overall strength by a third, but his ability to craft enhanced weapons made it imperative for Hizashi to ensure Tianyun's safety, as the Hinata clan also required such weapons. Following the conclusion of a 3-month training period with Hinata Hanabi, Hizashi insisted on continuing to place Hanabi under Tianyun's tutelage, ostensibly to have the talented ninja instruct her. But in truth, it was to foster a closer relationship between the two. This way, Tianyun might develop a favorable sentiment towards the Hinata clan regarding his ties to Konoha. However, Hizashi dared not force Tianyun, for he had become a treasured figure in the village. Any coercion on Hizashi's part could prompt the third Hokage to whisk Tianyun away, assigning him the protection of the Umbu. As for the reason behind Tianyun's somewhat notorious reputation, it stemmed from his extreme frugality. He was known to deceive others into paying for his ramen and never contributed a dime when dining out, earning him a reputation as someone who only took without giving. Although ordinary individuals may exhibit a degree of stinginess, none can compare to the uniquely miserly disposition of Hinata Tianyun, a wealthy figure in the Hidden Leaf Village. Whispers circulate in hushed tones, referring to him as a stingy iron rooster. Naturally, such remarks are confined to private conversations. For those who have dared to speak ill of Hinata Tianyun have met with dire repercussions. Once, a critic found himself parading through the village in a state of undress. A consequence of Hinata Tianyun's impeccable transformation technique. Even seasoned Jonin could not discern the ruse, believing the unfortunate ninja was merely engaging in a scandalous display. It was only when Hinata Tianyun revealed the truth that the villagers realized the ninja had been ensnared in a trap. With his notoriety preceding him, Hinata Tianyun faced no opposition as he ascended to the third floor of the Hokage building, boldly kicking open the door to the Hokage's office. "Old man, he began, ready to unleash a tirade upon the third Hokage, only to discover the presence of others in the office. He swiftly curtailed his words, casting a glance at the assembly. The room was filled with esteemed elders of the village, including the enigmatic Shimura Danzo, whose half-masked visage betrayed his nefarious nature, along with the gravely serious elders. Tinari Cospring and Mito Gaiden. Hinata Tianyun's abrupt entrance captured the attention of the three elders, causing a flutter of anxiety within him. "If you have matters to discuss, please continue. I shall return shortly," he stated hastily, turning to exit. "Wait, come back. I have something to discuss with you, young rascal. Take a seat," the third Hokage interjected, prompting a resigned expression from Hinata Tianyun. Over the past 9 months, he had encountered the three advisors. But unlike the amiable third Hokage, they were less approachable, perpetually wearing stern expressions. Consequently, Hinata Tianyun held no desire to linger in their company. Danzo offered a mere nod in acknowledgement, while Mito Gaiden and Nari Cospring invariably adopted a tone reminiscent of an adult reprimanding a child, incessantly lecturing him to the point of exasperation. Reluctant as he was to remain, the third Hokage's summons compelled him to acquiesce. With a slight grimace, he returned to the office. In the presence of Nari Cospring and Mito Gaiden, Hinata Tianyun refrained from any displays of insolence. Aware that such behavior would only invite further admonishment, he feigned a demeanor of compliance as he settled into a chair at the periphery of the office, patiently awaiting the discourse among the village's senior officials. Once seated, the four dignitaries resumed their formal discussions. The third Hokage addressed the others directly, stating, "The fourth Kazekage has sent a letter requesting our assistance in supplying them with specialized weaponry. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Sitting quietly to the side, Hinata Tianyun understood with a single statement from the third Hokage why he was requested to remain. Although the ninjas of Konoha were largely aware that the specially crafted weapons were the result of Hinata Tianyun's machinations, the third Hokage nonetheless ordered the villagers to feign ignorance, ensuring that no word of their origin reached the other ninja villages. Now, with the third Hokage summoning him, Hinata Tianyun sensed that trouble awaited him, yet he recognized it as a lucrative opportunity, prompting him to attentively listen to the discussions among the four esteemed leaders. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage articulated the demands of the fourth Kazekage. Immediately, the hardline Shimura Danzo tapped his cane against the floor, declaring, "No. We do not have enough ninjas for ourselves. How could we possibly supply others? I refuse to acquiesce to this request." Upon hearing this, Mito Gaiden responded without hesitation. "What Shimura says holds merit. We cannot allow our specialized weapons to be leaked. However, the Sand Village is an allied village. If we outright reject the fourth Kazekage, it would jeopardize our alliance." Zhuan Xiaochun, an old partner of Mito Gaiden, instantly grasped his intentions and interjected, "I propose this. Let the fourth Kazekage offer a high price for the weapons, and we shall provide them with only 100. Shimura Danzo, visibly displeased, could do nothing but snort in discontent, unable to counter Mito Gaiden and Zhuan Xiaochun's proposal. Once the three advisors concluded their remarks, the third Hokage abruptly shifted his gaze to Hinata Tianyun, who was startled into closing his eyes, feigning ignorance. He wished to avoid offending either party. As Hinata Tianyun attempted to feign sleep, the third Hokage, unwilling to let him off the hook, deliberately coughed loudly and directed his attention towards the faux slumberer, saying, "Tianyun, why don't you share your perspective? As the creator of those weapons, do you think it appropriate to supply the Sand Village?" With his eyes closed, Hinata Tianyun silently cursed the shameless third Hokage. He found himself in a quandary. Agreeing to the sale would alienate Shimura Danzo, while declining would surely earn him the ire of Zhuan Xiaochun. Caught between a rock and a hard place, he felt paralyzed in his response. "Stop pretending to sleep and answer promptly," Zhuan Xiaochun insisted, exposing Hinata Tianyun's ruse. With a sense of resignation, Hinata Tianyun opened his eyes and replied, The four esteemed leaders are engaged in discussion. How could I dare to interject? Zhuan Xiaoqun, maintaining her stern demeanor, retorted, when prompted to speak, "You should do so. Do not presume we are unaware of your cunning. You are more devious than many adults." Finally, with a twitch of his lips, Hinata Tianyun conceded, "I align myself with Lord Danzo's opinion. We shall not sell to the Sand Village." His statement, however, was not born out of genuine agreement with Shimura Danzo, but rather a calculated decision, for selling weapons to the Sand Village would yield him no profit, as the financial rewards would ultimately benefit the Konoha Ninja Village. Upon encountering Hinata Tianyun's agreement, Shimura Danzo smiled and nodded at him. However, within the depths of Hinata Tianyun's eyes, Danzo's smile appeared even more terrifying than his usual demeanor. Danzo harbored intentions of bringing Hinata Tianyun under his wing, yet the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi cherished Tianyun like a precious gem, leaving him with no opportunities to act. Nevertheless, Danzo bore no ill will towards Hinata Tianyun, for the latter's abilities were of great significance to Konoha. Even if he were to ascend to the position of Hokage, Tianyun's skills would serve as a tremendous asset. Thus he maintained a relatively favorable disposition towards him. Observing the exchange between Danzo and Tianyun, the third Hokage coughed discreetly and remarked, "Tianyun, the Sand Shinobi Village is our ally. It would be unwise to refuse outright. Would you be willing to exert yourself a bit more and create some special ninja tools for us?" Cursing silently in his heart, Hinata Tianyun lamented the cunning nature of the third Hokage, while outwardly expressing his grievances. "Lord Hokage, my chakra supply is limited. Producing 10 tools in a day is already quite taxing." Casting a sidelong glance at the calculating Tianyun, the third Hokage replied with feigned nonchalance, "Tianyun, I recall you were able to produce 10 weapons 9 months ago. Now, with your chakra seemingly at the level of a genin, are you perhaps reluctant to contribute to Konoha?" With the third Hokage's statement laid bare, Tianyun could only respond with a sense of resignation. "Lord Hokage, crafting these weapons is quite laborious for me. Surely you wouldn't want to overexert me. How about I produce 3 additional tools each day?" The third Hokage shook his head in exasperation. "I require 20 tools daily, and in return, I shall provide you with 500,000 ryo each day. What do you say? Deal?" Tianyun eagerly agreed, motivated by the prospect of monetary gain. His eagerness to comply sparked a desire in T-Rin Kamachi and Midogate to reprimand him immediately, yet they restrained themselves, aware of Danzo and the third Hokage's presence. As for Shimura Danzo, he merely furrowed his brow briefly before relaxing. In his mind, he concluded that Hinata Tianyun's fondness for money revealed a weakness, and those with weaknesses are easily manipulated. Finally, the third Hokage, having anticipated that offering more funds would sway Tianyun, declared, "Well then, since Tianyun can produce extra weapons, let us sell 500 to the fourth Kazekage. We can earn some profit and bolster Konoha's finances." Both T-Rin Kamachi and Midogate nodded in agreement with the third Hokage's proposal. Upon seeing the consensus among the three, Danzo snorted coldly and departed the Hokage's office. As soon as Danzo left, Hinata Tianyun hurriedly followed suit, knowing that if he lingered, T-Rin Kamachi, the elderly woman, would undoubtedly subject him to a lengthy lecture. "Do not forget your promise. Starting tomorrow, you will provide 20 weapons. I will inform Tetsu," the third Hokage called out loudly, noticing Tianyun's hasty retreat. Having sprinted out of the Hokage office, Hinata Tianyun heard the voice of the third Hokage and simply replied, "Understood," before dashing out of the Hokage building. However, as soon as he exited, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had seemingly forgotten to inquire why the third Hokage had permitted his premature graduation. With a sigh, Hinata Tianyun resolved to return home first, as he was unwilling to confront the third Hokage again just yet. He knew that Tsunade would undoubtedly reprimand him, so it would be wiser to wait until the morrow to seek out the third Hokage. Over the past 9 months, Hinata Miku had largely remained at home. The reason for this was clear. She had discerned that the tasks assigned to her by the third Hokage were merely of genin level, which hardly inspired her enthusiasm. Moreover, since Hinata Tianyun possessed greater financial resources than she did, she felt no pressing need to assist him. Thus, she opted to remain at home, continuing her training. Additionally, Hinata Tianyun had secretly enhanced her physique twice, leading her to believe that her efforts were yielding results, which in turn motivated her to train even harder, aspiring to become a chunin within the next 2 years. Upon returning to the estate, Hinata Tianyun found that Mika was not at home. At this hour, she was likely at the training grounds, engaging in battles with wild beasts. He casually found a seat and began contemplating the challenges that lay ahead, pondering how best to address them. First and foremost, the third Hokage's decision for him to graduate implied that there was a task awaiting him, given his current abilities. Embarking on a mission posed a significant risk. The four great villages of the ninja world were already aware of his existence. If he dared to leave Konohagakure, the number of ninjas sent to capture or eliminate him would likely exceed the hairs on a bull. Next, Hinata Tianyun speculated on what the third Hokage might require of him. Given his present status, it was unlikely that the Hokage would place him in jeopardy, as that would be detrimental to Konohagakure as well. It was precisely this reasoning that left him perplexed about the third Hokage's motives in allowing him to graduate early, as it seemed utterly illogical. Finally, there was the matter of strength. Over the past 9 months, aside from secretly spending a substantial amount to enhance his mother's physique twice, he had not expended any further funds. Instead, he had diligently saved. After 9 months of saving, he now possessed a total of 570 million yen, which was sufficient to enhance his Byakugan once. Initially, Hinata Tianyun intended to save up to 700 million to augment his Byakugan, physique, and chakra simultaneously. However, it now appeared imperative to strengthen his abilities first to avert any unforeseen circumstances. In quiet contemplation, Hinata Tianyun concluded that the Byakugan would be the most beneficial asset for him at this juncture, primarily due to its exceptional reconnaissance capabilities, which would enable him to evade numerous dangers. Having made his choice, he promptly allocated 500 million yen to enhance his Byakugan. As the enhancement commenced, he sensed an inexplicable absence within his mind, prompting him to hastily activate his Byakugan and assess its condition. Indeed, as Hinata Tianyun had anticipated, he discovered that he had been afflicted by the caged bird curse seal. The faint flaw in his Byakugan had vanished, which indicated that the curse seal had been lifted, leaving only the markings on his forehead. While Hinata Tianyun felt immense relief at the dissolution of the caged bird seal, he found himself somewhat disheartened. What he truly desired was to augment his strength, not merely to be freed from the seal. Given his relationship with the Hyuga clan, it was inconceivable that Hinata Hizashi would employ the curse seal against him, rendering the presence of the caged bird seal inconsequential. Spending 500 million to remove a single caged bird seal left him in a rather sour mood. His enhancements had already been completed, and the system could not refund him, leaving him to accept his circumstances with resignation. After casting a glance at the amount required to further enhance his Byakugan, which was a staggering 5 billion, he felt a surge of frustration, realizing that he would likely need to wait a considerable time before he could strengthen his Byakugan again. Sighing in his room for 2 minutes, he contemplated his remaining 7 million in savings. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to invest 30 million into a third enhancement of the basic clone technique, eager to discover the power it would yield after 3 enhancements. Upon completing the enhancement, Hinata Tianyun ventured into the courtyard to conduct his experimentation, as the confines of his room were far too small for such an endeavor. 20 minutes later, the experiment concluded, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. The third enhancement of the clone technique allowed for a seamless transition between the user and their clones while significantly increasing the clone strength, enabling them to engage in combat with adversaries before vanishing. Now, Hinata Tianyun's clones possessed abilities akin to the shadow clone technique, with one notable distinction. While the latter allowed for shared memories upon disappearance, it also evenly divided the user's chakra, diminishing the main body's strength. In contrast, the enhanced clones did not share memories but required significantly less chakra. They would not dissipate merely upon taking damage. They would only disappear if the user chose to release them, sustained severe injuries, or fully depleted their chakra. Reflecting on the differences between the shadow clone and the enhanced clone techniques, Hinata Tianyun resolved to utilize the enhanced clones in battle while reserving the shadow clones for training, thus achieving a harmonious balance between practice and combat. As for the third enhancement of the substitution technique, the second enhancement allowed the substitute object to retain the appearance of the original body but lacked vitality. Careful observation could still reveal its true nature, limiting its utility to mere deception. However, upon the third enhancement, Hinata Tianyun was astonished to find that the substitute not only retained the original's appearance, but also exhibited signs of life, such as bleeding when injured, making its deceptive capabilities far superior to the second enhancement. The sole drawback was that the Hinata Tianyun created from the substitute object could neither attack nor flee, resembling a human with restricted movement, which could easily arouse the enemy's suspicion. Nevertheless, even so, Hinata Tianyun felt that this substitution technique was already quite peculiar. If utilized adeptly, his chances of escape would significantly increase, for no one would suspect that a bleeding individual could actually be a mere wooden figure. The third enhancement of the transformation technique. This improvement brought immense satisfaction to Hinata Tianyun. The second enhancement allowed his transformations to appear more lifelike, while the third enhancement enabled him to metamorphose into various entities, even granting him some capabilities of those objects. For instance, during a recent test, the small bird he transformed into surprisingly took flight, and the animals he became could outrun humans. It resembled the legendary 72 transformations. But the only aspect that left Hinata Tianyun feeling somewhat incomplete was that any object he transformed into would vanish upon being attacked, rendering it ineffective in combat. However, Hinata Tianyun remained undeterred. Based on his current strength, he believed that with 2 more enhancements, his transformation technique could rival the 72 transformations, potentially endowing him with the combat prowess of the objects he transformed into. Having completed the testing of the new 3-body technique, Hinata Tianyun felt exceedingly pleased. Though this technique lacked offensive power, it significantly enhanced his survival capabilities, effectively doubling his chances of survival. In a good mood, he decided to venture out to find a place to celebrate, intending to enjoy a hearty dinner before returning, thus avoiding the unappetizing meals prepared by his mother, Hinata Matsuin. As for the remaining 40 million, Hinata Tianyun had formulated a plan. He would await the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage to commence negotiations. Once he accumulated enough funds to reach 200 million, he intended to enhance both his physical body and chakra, thereby augmenting his strength further. At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Hinata Tianyun arrived at 5 o'clock, the perfect time for dinner. Upon entering, he spotted a Kimichi Daihiko, the older brother of a Kimichi Daisher, dining inside. In a few swift strides, he approached and seated himself beside a Kimichi Daihiko. Having dined with a Kimichi Daisher on multiple occasions, Hinata Tianyun had become acquainted with a Kimichi Daihiko through those meals. And now he naturally sought to mooch off him once more. A Kimichi Daihiko, already a genin, had just completed a mission and arrived with his companions for dinner. Hinata Tianyun's sudden appearance left him somewhat speechless, as he and Hinata Tianyun were not particularly close. However, given Hinata Tianyun's prominence, a Kimichi Daihiko could not possibly dismiss him. Additionally, since Hinata Tianyun was a classmate of his brother's, he feared any repercussions that might arise should he send Hinata Tianyun away. Thus, he begrudgingly allowed Hinata Tianyun to sit and eat. A Kimichi Daisher's 2 companions were from the Yamanaka and Nara clans, both of whom recognized Hinata Tianyun, though not as intimately as a Kimichi Daihiko. Upon seeing Hinata Tianyun approach, they recalled the tales of his frugality and quickly deduced his intent to dine for free, leading them to roll their eyes and deliberately ignore him. Regardless of Hinata Tincloud's modest appetite, he could hardly consume much. A Kimichi Daihiko alone could match the consumption of 20 of him. Moreover, their elders had advised against provoking Hinata Tincloud, so they paid little heed to the trifling amount he spent on food. Unfazed by the gazes of a Kimichi Daihiko and his companions, Hinata Tincloud devoured 20 pieces of grilled meat and downed a large cup of juice, patting his belly in satisfaction. He turned to a Kimichi Daihiko and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. I have graduated now, and in a couple of days, I shall become a genin. If you come here tomorrow, I shall treat you to a meal." Daihiko was well aware that Hinata Tincloud never paid for his treats, so upon hearing the invitation, he quickly responded, "No, no, no. We have a mission tomorrow," and one TB returning to the village. Hinata Tincloud raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What a pity. I seldom treat others. And it seems you shall miss out." A Kimichi Daihiko cursed Hinata Tincloud's shamelessness in his mind, but replied, "Well, we cannot delay our mission." Before he could finish, Nara Akifumi, seated across from him, suddenly interjected, "Tincloud, you just mentioned you are about to graduate and become a genin. Aren't you only 6 years old?" Hinata Tincloud scoffed. "It's not my choice. The 3rd Hokage compelled me to graduate. I had hoped to stay in school for a few more years." His tone regarding the 3rd Hokage was somewhat disrespectful. Nara Akifumi paused for a moment, but then set aside his thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. "Congratulations on your eminent status as a genin, Tincloud. I wonder if we might have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. I truly look forward to it. You wish to collaborate with me?" Hinata Tincloud looked at Nara Akifumi in surprise and shook his head. "No way. I do not collaborate with the impoverished. Come back to me when you have $1 billion in savings." Nara Akifumi was left speechless, realizing that conversing with Hinata Tincloud had been a misstep. Although he was somewhat impressed that Tincloud could graduate at such a young age, he chose to remain silent. Noticing the lull in conversation as a Kimichi Daihiko and the others resumed eating, Hinata Tincloud grew bored and stood up, making his way outside the barbecue shop. He had to return by 6 o'clock to train the sluggish Hinata, and he planned to rest a bit before instructing her. Speaking of Hinata Tincloud had managed to amass quite a sum from her. The spare change she brought was often taken by him, which explained why he could afford to continue teaching her. Of course, it was not merely Hinata who contributed to his earnings, it was primarily from Hyuga Hisashi, as otherwise. Hinata would not consistently carry 50,000 with her. That amount was clearly a teaching fee from Hyuga Hisashi. Since he had accepted money, Hinata Tincloud felt obliged to ensure that Hinata did not remain stagnant in her progress. Thus, he discreetly utilized the funds acquired from her to enhance her physical abilities and further strengthen her Hyuga clan techniques. As Hinata Hyuga's prowess grew, Hinata Hayashi could not help but feel elated, allowing Hinata Tenkyu to take on the role of her mentor. He even occasionally offered monetary tokens of gratitude to express his heartfelt appreciation for Tenkyu's guidance. Upon returning to the estate, the clock struck 4:40, and Hinata Hyuga would invariably arrive punctually at 6. Thus, he chose to rest beneath a grand tree in the estate's courtyard, awaiting Hinata Hyuga's arrival for training. 20 minutes later, she approached the estate, spotting Hinata Tenkyu reclining on a wooden chair, seemingly lost in slumber. To be candid, Hinata Hyuga harbored a mix of admiration and disdain for Tenkyu. Her admiration stemmed from the realization that Tenkyu, despite being younger than herself, exhibited remarkable strength. She often mused that even the guards assigned to her might struggle to match Tenkyu's capabilities, which only intensified her respect for him. Conversely, her disdain was rooted in several grievances. Firstly, Tenkyu had the audacity to request money from her, adopting an utterly disinterested demeanor should she refuse, thereby neglecting her training and feigning headaches to avoid instructing her, a ruse evident to anyone with a modicum of sense. Secondly, his approach to her education was lackadaisical, typically relegating her to self-training while he idly offered sporadic advice, often appearing to doze off in his chair. Lastly, Hinata Hyuga perceived Tenkyu as lacking the vivacity and charm typical of youth, rendering their interaction strained. His adult-like reprimands left her feeling unjustly aggrieved. Despite these 3 reasons for her disdain, Hinata Hyuga could not ignore the undeniable fact that her abilities were indeed advancing. She felt herself on the cusp of acquiring the strength of a genin, compelling her to acquiesce to her father's wishes and persist in her training with Tenkyu. Yet, within her heart, she grappled with confusion. It perplexed her that, despite feeling as though Tenkyu had imparted little knowledge, her strength continued to rise inexplicably, leaving her bewildered and uncertain of the reasons behind her progress. In the vacant lot of the Hyuga Tianyun residence, Hinata Hyuga approached Master Tianyun, placing 50,000 ryo upon the wooden chair where he reclined, as was her customary routine, before proceeding to train in solitude. However, to her surprise, today Master Tianyun sat up and beckoned her over, as if inviting her to join him. Puzzled, Hinata inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Master Tianyun?" "I have yet to complete my training for today." With a gentle pat on the seat beside him, Master Tianyun gestured for her to sit and smiled, saying, "I merely wish to inform you that, starting tomorrow, you need not come here for training any longer." Instead of complying, Hinata stood there in bewilderment and asked, "What do you mean? Do you no longer wish to teach me? Are you reluctant to part with me?" Master Tianyun chuckled. No, perhaps. A little." Hinata stammered, her words becoming jumbled. Truthfully, she found the prospect of being away from him somewhat unsettling. Yet, after instinctively denying it, she felt a pang of guilt, realizing it might seem disrespectful, as Master Tianyun had indeed contributed significantly to her growth. Her cheeks flushed crimson, while Master Tianyun, unfazed, glanced at her flustered state and remarked earnestly, "I do not concern myself with whether you like me or not. I shall speak plainly. If your disposition does not strengthen, your future achievements will be limited." Noticing Hinata's complexion pale further, he shook his head and continued, "Look at you. I have yet to utter anything more severe, and you already appear this way. If you do not amend your ways, you may as well remain a sheltered lady within the clan, lest enemies find an opportunity to eliminate you." Hinata, incensed by his words, glared at him defiantly, "My affairs are none of your concern. I will become stronger on my own. Please refrain from your nonsensical remarks." To her surprise, Master Tianyun laughed heartily at her indignation, saying, "Remember this feeling. If you wish to avoid being looked down upon in the future, hold on to this sentiment and train diligently. Do not forget what I have said today." After a moment of stunned silence, Hinata watched as Master Tianyun departed, feeling a mix of astonishment and uncertainty about her next steps. Just as she hesitated, his voice echoed from afar, "Go home. Inform your father that I shall visit tomorrow, and I will clarify your matters with him." As she absorbed Master Tianyun's instructions and observed him vanish from her sight, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Throughout the 9 months of training, despite the limited conversations, each interaction had struck at the heart of her challenges, a sentiment that Hinata keenly recognized. As Hinata Hyuga finds herself without the guidance of Tenkai Hyuga, she feels that her future progress will not be as rapid as it has been over the past 9 months. This realization leaves her momentarily lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tenkai Hyuga believes he has successfully distanced himself from Hinata and, in a good mood, returns to the estate to speak with his mother, Mitsumura Hyuga, who has already returned home to prepare dinner. They discuss his imminent graduation. During this time, Mitsumura has come to accept and become familiar with the new Tenkai, who has transformed into a talented and mature young man, and she no longer feels the need to interfere in his affairs. Now that Tenkai speaks of graduation and the start of his true ninja career, Mitsumura feels compelled to discuss some matters regarding ninjas with him, prompting her to begin a lengthy conversation. Tenkai, somewhat exasperated, thinks that coming to talk to Mitsumura was a mistake. Yet he cannot leave and must endure her stories about her experiences as a ninja. In the Hokage's office, while Mitsumura is chatting with Tenkai, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Hisashi Hyuga are engaged in a discussion. Hisashi learns in the afternoon about Tenkai's impending graduation and, after contemplating the matter at home, heads to the Hokage building after dinner to discuss Tenkai with Hiruzen. Upon entering the office, Hisashi speaks directly. Hiruzen, I wish to discuss the arrangements for Tenkai's future now that he is graduating. The third Hokage, aware of Tenkai's significance to the Hyuga clan, responds with a smile. Hisashi, you need not worry. Tenkai is vital to the village of Konoha, and I will ensure his safety. Hisashi shakes his head and clarifies. I am not concerned about his safety. I wish to discuss the possibility of assigning my daughter, Hinata, to work alongside Tenkai. That would satisfy me. Startled, the third Hokage raises an eyebrow and questions, Hisashi, your daughter is only 7 years old. Are you sure it's appropriate for her to undertake missions? She does not possess Tenkai's abilities. What will you do if something goes wrong? With a sigh, Hisashi replies, my daughter's temperament is too gentle, and she lacks talent and training. I had planned to send her to the Ninja Academy at 7. However, after these past months with Tenkai, I have observed her rapid progress. I believe she can still be salvaged. The third Hokage quickly grasps Hisashi's intentions and frowns in contemplation. Hisashi, I had intended to assign an Umbu ninja as Tenkai's lead instructor. Now, with your request to include Hinata, a single Umbu ninja may not suffice to protect both children. I can have Niji protect them, Hisashi insists. Given Niji's burgeoning power, akin to that of a Hokage, the third Hokage acknowledges his prowess. Nonetheless, he realizes that placing Tenkai entirely under the control of the Hyuga clan does not align with the best interests of Konoha. After a minute of contemplative rubbing of his pipe, the third Hokage gazed at Hinata Hayashi and suggested, it seems more fitting for Kakashi Hitaki to guard Hinata and Tenten. What do you think? Hinata Hayashi had already anticipated that the third Hokage would not allow Hinata Hisashi to accompany Hinata and Tenten, so he hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. I can acknowledge Kakashi's abilities. Let it be him. The third Hokage, not one to be easily deceived, recognized Hinata Hayashi's intent and replied directly, then it shall be arranged. I still need to find another Genin to accompany them, so I will not keep you here. Having achieved his objective, Hinata Hayashi did not linger in conversation, simply stating, I will send 10 clan members to contribute to Konoha. Please take good care of them. With that, he departed. Hinata Hayashi's provision of 10 clan members to the third Hokage was a gesture of accountability, as suddenly assigning Hinata to the third Hokage would disrupt the agreement between Konoha and the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage understood the implication behind Hinata Hayashi's offer and silently indicated his consent, signifying the completion of their transaction. The following day at 9 o'clock in the Hokage's office, Hinata Tenten intended to discuss his graduation with the third Hokage. Instead, he was met with the sight of Hinata and an unfamiliar girl being ushered before him with a broad smile. Tenten, the third Hokage began. With your current strength, remaining at the Ninja Academy is not advisable. I have arranged for you to have 2 companions. You shall work together on future missions. He gestured towards Hinata, adding, this is Hinata. I want to elaborate further. Then he introduced the other girl. This is Kokomura Kokomi, 9 years old, an elite Genin. You must all get along. You are now comrades. The third Hokage, with a cheerful demeanor, looked expectantly at Hinata Tenten. who felt an overwhelming urge to strike the Hokage's aged visage in frustration. Just as Tenten had begun to feel a sense of ease, the third Hokage presented him with two burdens that hindered his ambitions, leading to his discontent. He expressed his dissatisfaction. "Old man, are you deliberately causing me trouble?" The third Hokage's lips twitched slightly. He anticipated such a reaction from Tenten. However, in front of the two girls, Tenten showed no regard for his authority. The Hokage, irritated, slapped the table and declared firmly, "Regardless of your feelings, you must take them with you. Otherwise, you cannot leave the village." "Old man, you are relentless," Tenten muttered, recognizing the third Hokage's determination and begrudgingly venting his frustration. The third Hokage, uninterested in further debate, issued a command. "You three should go familiarize yourselves. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, your team leader will be waiting for you at the village gate." Hinata Tincloud was quite displeased and stated directly, "First, return my money to me. Otherwise, I shall disregard any teacher's authority. I plan to strike tomorrow." The third Hokage, with a helpless gesture, replied, "You may retrieve it from Taishing. I have already provided him with the funds necessary for 3 months' worth of weaponry." "Damn it, that scoundrel Taishing. How could he not inform me at once? I must teach him a lesson." Upon finishing his words, Hinata Tincloud vanished in a puff of smoke from the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Hyuga and Kimura Kokomi exchanged glances after Tincloud's abrupt departure, both turning their attention to the third Hokage, silently imploring him for guidance on their next course of action. The third Hokage, feeling exasperated, suggested, "You two should head to Hinata Tincloud's residence. He will inevitably return. Familiarize yourselves in the meantime." Hinata Hyuga was already quite acquainted with Tincloud, and upon receiving the third Hokage's command, she proposed to Kimura Kokomi, "Shall we take a stroll? That fellow won't return until afternoon." Though young, Kimura Kokomi was not an ordinary ninja. She was a child specifically trained by the Umbu. Prior to joining Hinata Hyuga and Hinata Tincloud's team, she had been thoroughly briefed on their various identities and, by extension, their personalities. In response to Hyuga's invitation, Kokomi merely nodded and followed her out. After dispatching the trio, the third Hokage found himself suddenly empathizing with Kakashi, pondering whether he could manage that troublesome brat. He shook his head in resignation, contemplating the misfortune that awaited Kakashi due to Tincloud's cunning nature. At Tieshin's ninja tool shop, Hinata Tincloud arrived within 5 minutes of leaving the Hokage building, eagerly rushing in to find Taishing. Taishing, the proprietor of the shop, was responsible for overseeing operations and conducting business, remaining at the shop to attend to customers rather than laboring in the forge. Over the past 9 months, Taishing and Tincloud had become quite familiar, and the shop staff recognized Tincloud as Tieshin's affluent patron. Upon seeing Tincloud, a staff member promptly escorted him to the reception area at the back of the shop to meet Taishing. As Taishing sipped his afternoon tea, he instantly recognized the excitement on Tincloud's face and understood the purpose of his visit. After dismissing the staff member, Taishing, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Young Tincloud, I am aware of your intentions, but I truly do not possess that amount of money. The funds provided by Lord Hokage are merely sufficient to cover material costs. If I were to give you everything, I would be unable to fulfill the tasks assigned by Lord Hokage." Tincloud's expression of excitement immediately faltered. On his way there, he had indeed considered that the third Hokage had stated he would allocate 3 months' funding to Taishing, calculating an average of 12 million per day. That would amount to nearly 1 billion over 3 months. Originally, Hinata Tianyun was contemplating the rare generosity of the third Hokage, who had astonishingly provided a sum of 1 billion. However, it soon became evident that the third Hokage was merely deceiving him, aiming to trick him into leaving. After a moment of silence, Hinata Tianyun, feeling somewhat displeased, inquired of Taishing, "How much funding did you actually secure? Please enlighten me." Taishing promptly replied, "Only 400 million. As for the remaining 600 million, the Hokage stated that it would be dispersed once the funds from Sand Ninja Village arrive." Damn it, that old coot. Hinata Tianyun couldn't help but mutter, then directly instructed Taishing, "Quickly procure 200 million. The remaining 200 million should suffice for your material purchases. Do not attempt to deceive me." Taishing was somewhat speechless. Indeed, 200 million was sufficient for the weapon materials, yet when considering labor costs and other miscellaneous expenses, it fell short. Nevertheless, since Hinata Tianyun demanded it, he had no choice but to provide the 200 million up front, with the deficit temporarily covered by his own savings, expecting to recoup it once the third Hokage settled the outstanding payment. Having made up his mind, Taishing readily responded, "Very well, I shall retrieve it." Tianyun, please wait for me here for 5 minutes. Receiving only 200 million, of which 100 million would go towards enhancement fees, left Hinata Tianyun in a rather irritable mood, prompting him to wave Taisheng off. In the ninja world, currency notes of 10,000 were commonplace, and 200 million took up minimal space. Taisheng emerged carrying a leather suitcase, having managed to fit all 200 million banknotes inside. After depositing the 200 million into the system, Hinata Tianyun stood and said, "All right, please deliver the completed weapons to my home. I will refine them at my leisure. And you can collect your goods once a month. My mother will hand them over to you." With that, Hinata Tianyun departed the ninja shop without a backward glance, leaving Taisheng with a mix of exasperation and a hint of joy. In Konoha village, at the Hyuga clan residence, Hinata Hyuga, along with her teammate, Mikami Kimu, initially intended to explore the village. However, Hinata Hyuga lacked any shopping aptitude and found herself at a loss for words with Mikami Kimu. Ultimately, Hinata led Mikami back to her home to rest and await lunch, with plans to visit Hinata Tianyun. In truth, Hinata had considered visiting Mikami's home, but when she inquired about its location, she faltered, unable to continue the conversation upon hearing Mikami's calm response that she was an orphan from Konoha village, and the orphanage was her home. Within the comfort of her own abode, Hinata felt more at ease than outside. Engaging in conversation with Mikami about her knowledge of Hinata Tianyun, while also introducing herself to Mikami, Mikami felt a sense of helplessness regarding her future teammates. One was the ever-obedient heiress of the Hyuga clan, and the other, an eccentric yet formidable individual. The peculiarities of their personalities weighed heavily on Mikami's mind, leaving her increasingly anxious about fulfilling the task assigned to her by Danzo. In a room belonging to Hinata Hyuga, two individuals were engaged in trivial conversation. As noon approached, Hinata stood up and said, "Let us go, Konomi. We shall wait at the home of Tenkyu. He may return for lunch. If he is not there, we shall wait a while longer, for he will surely come back to take a nap." What will we do? We haven't had lunch yet," Konomi Kimura inquired, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. Hinata retrieved some snacks from her pocket and offered them to Konomi, saying, "Let us head over first. If Tenkyu's mother is home, we shall have lunch. If not, we can nibble on these for now, and later we can go to Konoha village together." Konomi accepted the snacks with a twitch of her mouth, feeling exasperated with both Hinata and Tenkyu. She chose to follow Hinata in silence, familiar with the path. Hinata led Konomi to Tenkyu's residence, where smoke was billowing from the kitchen. With a cheerful tone, Hinata said to Konomi, "Aunt Michiru is home. We shall have lunch today." Konomi felt a sense of disbelief. It was merely a meal, yet Hinata's exuberance suggested she had never eaten before. Her childish demeanor surpassed that of an actual child. Aunt Michiru regarded Hinata with genuine respect, treating her like a young lady, which endeared Hinata to her even more. Upon seeing Aunt Michiru at home, Hinata's spirits lifted. She tugged at Konomi's hand and rushed to the kitchen door. "Aunt Michiru, I have arrived. This is Konomi Kimura, Tenkyu's new teammate assigned by Lord Hokage. We have come to find him." As Hinata introduced Konomi, Aunt Michiru, who was busy cooking, immediately understood that the two girls were Tenkyu's companions. With a warm smile, she welcomed them, saying, "Come in and join me. Who knows if that rascal Tenkyu will return for lunch? You both appear to be hungry. Stay here and have something to eat. He will surely come back for his nap." Hinata nodded, leading Konomi to the small dining area adjacent to the kitchen. They sat quietly at the table, patiently awaiting the meal Aunt Michiru would prepare. Konomi, sitting beside Hinata, could not help but whisper, "Hinata, should we not assist Aunt Michiru?" Hinata shook her head, replying, "No, Aunt Michiru prefers not to be disturbed while cooking. She says she needs to improve her culinary skills, lest Tenkyu complain about her cooking." Konomi felt perplexed. Hinata's implication was that Aunt Michiru's dishes were subpar, yet she still sought to dine with her. What peculiar taste did Hinata possess? The more Konomi pondered, the more she found Hinata's behavior to be rather odd. Upon reflecting on this, Kimura Kokomi found herself devoid of anticipation for the midday meal, feeling disinclined to converse with Hinata. Instead, she chose to quietly await the arrival of Hinata Makura with their lunch, eager to discern the culinary prowess of Hinata Makura. 10 minutes later, both Hinata and Kimura Kokomi were served dishes prepared by Hinata Makura. While Hinata had already savored Makura's cooking and had grown accustomed to its unique flavors, she relished the meal with evident enjoyment. In contrast, it was Kimura Kokomi's inaugural experience, and upon tasting a morsel, she grimaced, pondering the peculiar taste that likely dissuaded Hyuga Tenku from partaking in Makura's cuisine. The flavors were indeed odd, as if the seasonings had been either excessively abundant or woefully scant. None of the dishes achieved the desired balance. As a refined elite genin, schooled under the tutelage of Shimura Danzo, Kimura Kokomi refrained from voicing her distaste for Mikura's cooking. Instead, she maintained a facade of tranquility, nibbling alongside Hinata. The lunch concluded swiftly, and just as they finished, the sound of someone approaching the residence, humming a tune, reached their ears. Money, oh money, how delightful you are. A day without you leaves my heart in disarray. Hinata Mikura, upon hearing the melody from outside, remarked, that insufferable brat is back. Only he would sing such a peculiar song. You two should go find him, while I tidy up here. That seems rather inconsiderate. Why don't we help Annie clean up before seeking out Tenku? Suggested Kimura Kokomi. Hinata Mikura shook her head, chuckling. You don't understand. Once the troublesome boy lies down to sleep, he won't acknowledge either of you. You might have to wait an additional 2 hours until he awakens to converse. Kimura Kokomi felt exasperated, silently cursing Hyuga Tenku's peculiarities. Hinata, well acquainted with Tenku, recognized the truth in Mikura's words. She tugged at Kimura Kokomi's hand, bidding farewell to Hinata Mikura before heading towards the entrance of the residence to await Tenku's return. As she followed Hinata, Kimura Kokomi increasingly found Hyuga Tenku to be difficult to engage with, for he was unlike an ordinary child. He seemed more akin to an adult who relished imposing his will, demanding that all requests align with his desires. Contemplating the mission assigned by Danzo, Kimura Kokomi felt a deep sense of frustration, believing it would be arduous to extract the information she sought from Hyuga Tenku, whose character was indeed elusive. In the morning, Hyuga Tianyun sought out a secluded spot to invest 100 million in the third enhancement of his physical abilities, subsequently testing his newfound strength. The results were quite gratifying. His physical prowess had reached the level of an average J-nin. He felt confident that even when facing higher-ranked opponents, his peculiar three-body technique would allow him to engage effectively. Should he discover an opening in his adversary's defense, he believed he could potentially defeat them, which filled him with joy. In a buoyant mood, Hyuga Tianyun chose to have lunch at a local establishment, preferring it over the unpalatable dishes prepared by Hinata May. With a light-hearted tune on his lips, he returned home for an afternoon nap. However, upon arriving at the entrance of his residence, he encountered 2 burdensome individuals, causing his mood to sour instantly. Approaching them with an air of arrogance, he declared, "Listen closely, you two. From now on, I shall be your leader. My word is law, and you are obliged to obey me. Do you understand?" Hinata Hanabi, lacking in assertiveness and recognizing Hyuga Tianyun as her master, nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood. I will heed your commands and will never defy your wishes." Satisfied with her response, Hyuga Tianyun turned to Mukai Kanami, inquiring, "And you? What will you choose? If you refuse to comply, I shall inform the Hokage, and you will face the consequences. The choice is yours." Mukai Kanami seethed with frustration, feeling exasperated by the audacity of someone 2 years her junior. The restraint drilled into her during training was nearly exhausted, and she yearned to strike that arrogant face. Yet, recalling the mission entrusted to her by Danzo, she begrudgingly replied, "I will follow your lead. I will do whatever you ask." Although she professed her willingness to obey, Mukai Kanami resolved to create trouble for Hyuga Tianyun in the future, intending to vex him and demonstrate her own strength. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Hyuga Tianyun, pleased with her submission, said to both Mukai Kanami and Hinata Hanabi, "Very well, I shall take my nap now. You both may return home. We will meet again at the barbecue restaurant at 6 o'clock. With that, he disregarded them, striding past and entering the residence. Mukai Kanami stood there, stunned by Hyuga Tianyun's audacious self-assertion, and couldn't help but turn to Hinata Hanabi, asking, "Hanabi, has he always been like this? How do you manage to get along with him?" Shyly, Hinata Hanabi shook her head, replying, "As long as we comply with him, he is quite amiable. You will understand if you spend more time with him." Mukai Kanami's lips twitched in irritation as she scrutinized Hinata Hanabi's face, saying, "It seems you are the only one capable of tolerating his peculiar temperament. I cannot accept such blind obedience." Anxiously, Hinata Hanabi urged, "Kanami, please don't act recklessly. When he gets angry, he is truly terrifying. Even my father dares not provoke him." Kimura Kokomi harbored a sense of disdain. After all, Hinata Tianyun was merely 6 years old. She could hardly believe that Hinata Hizashi would be intimidated by him, convinced that Hizashi was simply indulging Tianyun. Naturally, Kokomi refrained from sharing her thoughts with Hinata. Sensing Hinata's anxious concern, she couldn't help but offer comfort, saying, "All right, I will heed your advice. Where shall we head now? Should we return home and reconvene in the afternoon? Upon witnessing Kokomi's capitulation to Hinata Tianyun, Hinata exhaled in relief and remarked, "Very well. You should rest a bit. Let's meet up in the evening. Remember to carry some money, as Tianyun rarely pays for his food. Please be cautious." Hinata Tianyun was not one to be frugal, prompting Kokomi to twitch her lips in exasperation as she nodded in agreement. "I will certainly bring enough money. You need not worry, Hinata. Let us depart. Until this afternoon." After agreeing on a time with Hinata, Kokomi took her leave from the Hyuga clan. Resolved to investigate Hinata Tianyun's circumstances more thoroughly, for she could not ascertain whether she would be able to fulfill her task without a clearer understanding of him. At 6 in the evening, at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Hinata Tianyun arrived punctually. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Hinata and Kokomi seated to the left of the entrance. With Hinata waving excitedly at him, her mood evidently buoyant. Hinata indeed felt a surge of excitement, as tomorrow marked her first mission. Her inaugural venture beyond the confines of Konoha village. This prospect provided her, who had been bound by strict regulations, a sense of liberation. As for Kimura Kokomi, sitting beside Hinata, she maintained the same businesslike demeanor as in their previous encounters. Upon Tianyun's arrival, she did not extend excessive warmth towards him. To be candid, Kokomi was quite a beauty in her own right. With her long crimson hair and a charmingly delicate round face, her cold expression reminiscent of a striking ice princess. However, Hinata Tianyun had little interest in children. His wives were all stunning beauties, and he regarded Kokomi and Hinata as inferior in comparison. Hinata and Kokomi had chosen a 4-person table, with the two of them seated on one side, leaving Tianyun to sit across from them. He then signaled to the waiter, "Please bring us 3 juices to start, and another 3 juices in 10 minutes. Tianyun's arrangement caused Kokomi to inwardly scoff, while he was reluctant to spend. He was quite generous in his orders. The female server, familiar with Tianyun, exchanged a peculiar smile with Kokomi and Hinata before retreating to the counter to prepare the juices. Tianyun was well aware of her thoughts. She was likely bemused by the fact that he was dining while having 2 young ladies foot the bill. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. At his tender age, he would merely be perceived as stingy and nothing more. As Hinata Tianyun matures, should he continue to expect girls to cover expenses, he is likely to ascend to the status of a celebrity in Konoha village. Hinata Tianyun, Hinata, and Kimura Kokomi, soon to form a trio of genin, shared a quiet dinner at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, marking their initial collaboration. Upon concluding their meal, it was the affluent Hinata who settled the bill. Tianyun patted his backside, informed the two that he would see them the following morning, and swiftly exited the restaurant, vanishing before their eyes. The next day, at precisely 8:59 a.m., at the gates of Konoha Ninja Village, Tianyun arrived, greeted the 2 renowned gatekeepers with a wave, and approached the entrance to join Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, who had been waiting for some time. After surveying the surroundings, Tianyun noticed the absence of their supervising teacher and promptly inquired of Hinata and Kokomi, "How long have you been here? Have you seen our teacher?" "I don't know," Kokomi replied bluntly, sensing apprehension towards Tianyun. "We've been here for an hour without sight of the teacher," Hinata quickly added, not daring to appear inattentive to Tianyun. "What kind of teacher is this?" Tianyun exclaimed, clearly displeased that their teacher had arrived later than he did. Perceiving it as a slight against him, he then suggested to Hinata, "I haven't had breakfast yet. Let us go eat. Let that tardy individual wait for us, so they may understand our frustration." Kokomi pursed her lips, thinking it rather audacious for Tianyun to criticize others for lateness when he himself had arrived just a minute before their meeting. Nevertheless, considering their teacher's tardiness, she felt Tianyun's plan was reasonable, advocating for the teacher to await their return. Hinata, however, was hesitant to keep their teacher waiting. "That might not be appropriate. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer," she suggested tentatively. Tianyun shot Hinata a glare and retorted, "What is so significant about teachers? Can they arrive late? Follow my lead. Let us have breakfast and return." No sooner had Tianyun finished speaking than a thud resonated from atop the village gate, revealing a masked ninja obscuring half of his face, who addressed the trio, "Where are you headed?" Upon recognizing the figure, Tianyun could only respond with exasperation, "Ah, it's the tardy king, Kakashi-sensei. I suppose you are our supervising teacher. How unfortunate for us. What a dismal day." Kakashi leaped down from the gate, casting a glance at Tianyun, and remarked nonchalantly, "You children are hardly endearing. There is no sign of respect for your teacher." While Tianyun and Kokomi listened to Kakashi's admonishments with indifference, Hinata felt a wave of embarrassment, lowering her gaze and avoiding eye contact with him. "Kakashi, assigned as the team leader for the trio, was internally reluctant. Yet he had no choice but to comply with the third Hokage's orders to oversee Hinata Hyuga and Tenin Hyuga. Upon their first meeting, he quickly discerned the challenging nature of each individual, a dull ache already forming in his head. Tenin Hyuga displayed a dismissive demeanor, prompting Kakashi to realize that managing him would be no easy feat, surely leading to future complications. Kimura Kokomi, emerging from the root, undoubtedly carried some of Danzo's ideology. While she seemed manageable, Kakashi remained uncertain whether she would heed his guidance. Hinata Hyuga, appearing delicate and timid, instinctively hid behind Tianyun at the slightest provocation, revealing her complete reliance on him and a lack of independent thought, making her growth seem a daunting task. Sighing internally, Kakashi observed the trio and, shaking his head in resignation, declared, "Regardless of your thoughts, I am your team leader from this moment forth, and you must listen to my instructions. Now, let us embark on our mission." "Understood," Tianyun replied listlessly. "Affirmative," Kimura responded calmly. "Yes, sensei," Hinata exclaimed with a hint of excitement. Each individual exhibited a distinct attitude. But Kakashi, indifferent to their dispositions, resigned himself to the task at hand, treating it as a mere assignment from the third Hokage while assuming the role of a bodyguard for these young ones, leaving other matters aside. With his 3 charges in tow, Kakashi ventured beyond the confines of Konoha, where Hinata and Tianyun eagerly scanned their surroundings, filled with curiosity. In contrast, Kimura, having frequently undertaken missions outside the village, exhibited little interest, silently trailing behind Kakashi. The environment outside Konoha was a picturesque tapestry of verdant forests and gentle mountains, none exceeding heights of 300 to 500 meters. As they traversed the forest paths, Tianyun noted several humble homes inhabited by civilians, along with fields of vegetables and grains. The Land of Fire boasted a favorable geographical setting, allowing crops to yield twice a year, a key reason for its agricultural abundance and the envy of neighboring nations. After a 2-hour trek under Kakashi's guidance, Tianyun absorbed the scenic beauty of the Land of Fire, yet his curiosity waned into boredom. Among the 4, only Hinata remained animated. As it was her inaugural mission, her nerves fraying at the thought of any misstep that might jeopardize their success. An hour later, Kakashi halted near a mountain peak, gesturing towards a treeless hillock adorned with vegetable patches. "Your task today is to clear the weeds from this medicinal herb field. I hope you can complete it within 3 days." "What? You expect us to do farm work? What kind of ridiculous mission is this? I refuse to do this." Hinata Tianyun expressed his discontent. Kimura Kokomi glanced at the medicinal herb mountain, her brow furrowed in silence. She had already commenced infiltration and assassination missions at the root level, and now being asked to engage in agricultural labor was not to her liking either. Upon hearing Kakashi's orders, Hinata Hanabi's excitement transformed into a sense of relief. She felt confident that such a simple task would pose no challenge, and she gazed contentedly at the vast expanse of the herb mountain, observing the trio's reluctance. Kakashi wasted no time in idle chatter and stated plainly, "I have accepted the mission. Whether you wish to participate or not, you must complete it. Regardless, you will remain here for the next 3 days to assist in clearing the weeds from the medicinal fields." Hinata Tianyun, feeling disgruntled, inquired, "Are we to undertake such tasks from now on? Shouldn't talented ninjas like us be dispatched to the Land of Fire to protect the princess and prince?" Kakashi met his gaze with indifference and replied, "Your complaints are futile. Konoha has established a rule that one must complete 20 D-rank missions before being eligible for C-rank tasks. What a ridiculous regulation. Who made such a foolish rule?" Hinata Tianyun retorted, clearly dissatisfied. Kakashi shook his head, urging him, "Get to work. The pay for this mission is quite generous. If you help clear the weeds from the entire herb mountain, you can earn 2 million. This is considered a high-income task among D-rank missions. Earning 2 million over 3 days is indeed substantial for D-rank work, but for Hinata Tianyun, who typically earned 4 million a day, such a task held little allure. In his mind, he preferred missions that involved safeguarding the wealthy, allowing him to profit significantly. Ordinary agricultural labor was of no interest to him. However, given Kakashi's demeanor, it seemed that refusing the mission was not an option. Consequently, Hinata Tianyun summoned a shadow clone, instructing, "You handle the task while I rest here for a while." The shadow clone cast an annoyed glance at him but ultimately complied, knowing that with the system at Hinata Tianyun's disposal, it could not resist. Kakashi, Kimura Kokomi, and Hinata Hanabi watched in disbelief as Hinata Tianyun rested on a stone by the roadside while his shadow clone undertook the labor. They felt speechless but could not protest. After all, the efforts of the shadow clone would still reflect on Hinata Tianyun. Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi envied their inability to create shadow clones, wishing they could also take a break like him. As for Kakashi, after a moment of surprise, he remained silent, knowing that when the shadow clone dispersed, the physical exertion and memories would revert to Hinata Tianyun, rendering it akin to him performing the labor himself. While Hinata Tianyun rested, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi exchanged glances and, resigned to their fate, followed the shadow clone toward the fields of the Herb Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, only Kakashi and the real body of Hinata Tianyun remained. Lying down, Hinata Tianyun turned to Kakashi, who was sitting on a nearby stone engrossed in a book, and said, "Kakashi, I've heard that you possess a technique called Raikiri, capable of severing lightning in midair. Could you possibly teach it to me?" Kakashi, peering at Hinata Tianyun with one uncovered eye, glanced briefly before returning his focus to the book and replied slowly, "Your chakra is insufficient. You cannot wield Raikiri. Moreover, the chakra of your Hinata clan is predominantly of the yang nature, rendering the use of Raikiri virtually impossible. Is that so?" Hinata Tianyun felt a twinge of surprise, unaware that the chakra of his clan was indeed of the yang attribute. After a moment of contemplation, he persisted, "Just share with me how to use it. If I am unable to master it, I assure you I will not divulge it to anyone. What do you think, Kakashi-sensei?" It was the first time Hinata Tianyun addressed Kakashi as sensei. Kakashi set down his book and inquired, "Are you so eager to learn Raikiri? What is it that compels you to desire this technique?" "Naturally, because it is both impressive and powerful," Hinata Tianyun responded without hesitation. Kakashi shook his head in resignation, sensing that Hinata Tianyun was drawn to Raikiri for its allure rather than its might. He picked up his book once more and stated, "If you wish to learn, seek out the Hokage. This is an A-rank jutsu and cannot be carelessly shared." "TCH, how stingy." Hinata Tianyun muttered in dissatisfaction. Kakashi paid no mind to his complaints, remaining focused on his reading and disregarding the annoying boy's remarks. Disheartened by Kakashi's indifference, Hinata Tianyun decided against further conversation. Realizing he had yet to eat breakfast, he stood up and declared, "I'm going to find something to eat." "Don't wander too far, and return promptly," Kakashi advised, watching as Hinata Tianyun dashed into the forest. The Land of Fire is abundant in resources and lacks for food, with wildlife thriving in the forests. After a leisurely half-hour stroll, Hinata Tianyun had caught 3 wild rabbits and a boar that foolishly attempted to attack him. However, instead of returning to Kakashi with his catch, Hinata Tianyun found a clearing where he roasted and consumed the 3 rabbits, dragging the boar back to the Herb Mountain only afterward. By the time he returned, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After tossing the boar to Kakashi, he sought a quiet spot to take a nap, sleeping soundly until 6 in the evening when Hinata Hanabi woke him for dinner. Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi, both possessing the strength of a genin, were engaged in clearing weeds. They appeared weary, not from physical exertion, but rather from mental fatigue. Kakashi did not prepare dinner. Hinata Hyuga was unable to cook, and Tintin Hyuga was too lazy to do so. Ultimately, it was Kimura Kokomi who skillfully prepared the wild boar. After enjoying the meal, everyone followed Kakashi to a quaint wooden cabin by the mountains, where they tidied up in preparation for rest. This cabin was originally a place for the owner of the medicinal field to work and rest. However, due to illness, the owner had reluctantly hired ninjas to assist, as it was unlikely they would spend money on hiring laborers for weeding otherwise. The reason for employing ninjas instead of ordinary people was well known in the Land of Fire. Ninjas were renowned for their efficiency. Hiring 5 commoners might not even equal the productivity of a single genin. Thus, the owner of the medicinal mountain preferred to spend a little extra to have ninjas swiftly clear the weeds rather than inviting a multitude of ordinary workers who would take days to finish the task. The 3-day weeding mission soon passed, and Kakashi, accompanied by the 3 weary genin, returned to the Hidden Leaf Village to submit their completed task and, naturally, to take on new missions, which were still of the D-rank variety. For an entire month and 6 days, Kakashi led them through a series of mundane tasks near the village, causing even the diligent Hinata to feel a growing sense of ennui. Upon completing the 13th D-rank mission, as they returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, Tintin Hyuga spoke to Kakashi at the village gate. "Kakashi, I won't be participating in missions for the next 5 days. The Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy is starting to recruit new students, and my little brother is going to school. I need to see him off." Kakashi pondered for a moment and replied, "Then let us take a 5-day break. We've been working for a month. It's time for a rest. You all should head home. We'll reconvene here at 9 o'clock in 5 days. Now, you're dismissed." "Goodbye then," Tintin said, leaving without a backward glance. Witnessing Tenten's departure, Hinata quickly bid farewell to Kimura Kokomi before trailing after Tenten towards the Hyuga clan's residence. As for Kimura Kokomi, she cast a glance at the already departed Kakashi and swiftly vanished into the streets, heading back to report on the itinerary of the past few days and some findings she had uncovered. In the Hidden Leaf Village, when Tenten parted ways with Kakashi at the gate, it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Rather than returning home directly, he decided to visit Naruto Uzumaki's house to check on his well-being. During the 10 months since arriving in the Hidden Leaf, Tenten had only taken Naruto as a little brother. Although he occasionally encountered the other members of the Konoha 12, they seldom acknowledged him. Tenten's initial intention was to gather all of the Konoha 12 as his subordinates to satisfy his whimsical desires. As a result, the only individuals he could currently control were Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga, and a somewhat rebellious Tenten. As for Sasuke Uchiha, the Inuzuka Kiba, Shino Aburame, Niji Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, Rock Lee, and the like, Tianyun Hyuga had only encountered them once or twice in the past 10 months, and each time he was accompanied by adults, making it impossible for him to engage in conversation with them. Gradually making his way to Naruto's residence, Tianyun Hyuga stood at the entrance and called out to the second floor, "Naruto Uzumaki, your elder brother has arrived. Come down and greet me, or else you shall face dire consequences." At the sound of Tianyun's voice, a flurry of commotion erupted from Naruto's room on the second floor, followed by the hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Finally, with a loud creak, the door swung open. Naruto appeared visibly excited, immediately inquiring, "Brother, do you have time the day after tomorrow? I'm about to attend the Ninja Academy, and you must see me off." With a reassuring pat on Naruto's shoulder, Tianyun smiled and replied, "Fear not, you are my sole little brother in Konoha. How could I possibly miss the opportunity to see you off? I have already requested a 5-day leave from my teacher, Kakashi, so I will accompany you to school." Naruto's excitement escalated. He had initially believed that Tianyun would be preoccupied with missions and unable to escort him. Now, learning that Tianyun had taken leave to see him off, tears of joy began to cascade down his cheeks, and he couldn't help but lean into Tianyun. "Do refrain from coming closer. I'd rather not have your tears ruin my attire." Tianyun promptly halted Naruto's advance. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Naruto's earlier elation diminished significantly. He grumbled, "Come on. It's just a piece of clothing. What's the harm in wiping it? I can always accompany you in return." "Haha," Tianyun chuckled. "You, a penniless fellow, think you can afford my attire? This is an exclusive battle garment from the Hyuga clan, each piece worth 100,000 ryo. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at Tianyun's clothing, momentarily at a loss for words, as he had never encountered such an amount in his life. Quickly regaining his composure, he scoffed, "Is it really just 100,000? Once I become a ninja, I'll earn 1,000,000 without breaking a sweat. You shouldn't underestimate my capabilities, brother." All right, you might manage to earn it." Tianyun shook his head. "Now, let us go celebrate your official enrollment. Let us indulge in a feast at the barbecue restaurant." "A barbecue restaurant?" Naruto exclaimed, somewhat hesitantly suggesting, "How about we switch to Ichiraka ramen instead? I think it sounds delightful. Let us go to Ichiraka ramen." After scrutinizing Naruto from head to toe, Tianyun inquired, "You wouldn't happen to be broke, would you? How can we indulge in ramen for such an occasion?" Feeling a bit awkward, Naruto admitted sheepishly that he indeed had no money in his pockets. Upon witnessing the expression on Uzumaki Naruto's face, Hinata Tianyun knew he had guessed correctly. With a resigned shake of his head, he said, "All right, this time I shall treat you. Just remember to repay me once you become a ninja." Uzumaki Naruto instantly brightened, closing the door and leading the way towards the barbecue restaurant, exclaiming, "Let us go. Big brother, we're off for some barbecue." Hinata Tianyun furrowed his brow and replied, "You aren't actually planning to forget the repayment, are you?" With excitement, Uzumaki Naruto assured him, "How could I? I will definitely pay you back." Hinata Tianyun smirked, observing Naruto's carefree attitude. He thought to himself, "I truly doubt that." Ultimately, Hinata Tianyun chose not to voice his concerns. After all, having completed numerous D-rank missions recently, his savings had increased by over 1,000,000. Treating Uzumaki Naruto to a meal seemed a trivial expense. Besides, as the protagonist, Naruto would surely have opportunities to earn substantial wealth in the future, allowing Hinata to recoup his losses then. At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, upon their arrival, it was just the right time for dinner, and numerous patrons were already seated, including his classmates Akimichi Choji, Inuzuka Kiba, Kamadajiro, and Makamori Shizuka, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Curious about their gathering, Hinata Tianyun sent Uzumaki Naruto to place their order and approached Akimichi Choji's table, inquiring, What brings you here to eat? Isn't it just after school? Hinata Tianyun had not interacted much with his classmates at the Ninja Academy, nor did he provoke others. The other students, aware of his strength, refrained from bothering him, resulting in an ordinary relationship with his classmates. Upon seeing Hinata Tianyun approach, Akimichi Choji initially assumed he was there to mooch a meal. Noticing that Hinata did not sit down but merely asked a question, Choji replied directly, intending to send Hinata on his way. Ah, it's Tianyun. We graduated a week ago. Now, only 7 of us remain in the elite class, and that is largely thanks to your assistance. What help did I provide? Hinata Tianyun responded, somewhat puzzled. Akimichi Choji explained, Tianyun, don't you remember? You taught us the new gentle fist technique. After training for a while, our teacher deemed us suitable to become genin, so we graduated. The remaining 7 students could also graduate. But since they had not yet turned 10, the Hokage decided they should continue their studies until reaching that age. Hinata Tianyun had not anticipated such an outcome from his actions. He had never considered this possibility. Shaking his head, he said, This is all a result of your diligent training. I didn't contribute much. I shall take my leave now. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to ask, by the way, what are Hyuga and Tenten doing now? Have they graduated, or will they continue their studies? Akimichi Choji replied, as for them, their ages are still under 10, and they have been compelled to stay for an additional year. Now, they no longer attend classes, as they have been assigned by the Hokage to instruct the new students. Oh, I see. Hinata Tianyun shook his head helplessly and said, You all eat. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, today marks the beginning of the school year. Numerous parents accompanied their children, gathering at the entrance of the academy, eagerly awaiting its opening. Among them were Hinata Tianyun and Uzumaki Naruto, who were also part of the waiting crowd. However, since Hinata Tianyun was younger than Uzumaki Naruto, anyone unfamiliar with him would likely mistake him for a student. Of course, in the village of Konoha, it was improbable that anyone would regard Hinata Tianyun as merely a student, for his name had become well known throughout the village, making it nearly impossible for someone not to recognize him. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the school gate, excitedly observing the new students arriving. Yet the parents accompanying the children tended to steer clear of him, which left him feeling a mix of exhilaration and disappointment. Hinata Tianyun paid no mind to Naruto. He was focused on observing the incoming students to see if there were any familiar faces among them. Hey, what are you looking at? Suddenly, someone tapped Hinata Tianyun on the shoulder from behind. Recognizing the voice, he turned to see Tenten. What are you doing here so early, you little rascal? Shouldn't your elite class be in session right now? Tenten pouted and replied, Our elite class has been completely disbanded. Iruka-sensei is taking on a new class, and the 7 of us remaining students are left at the ninja school to serve as temporary assistants for a year until graduation. Hinata Tianyun noticed that Tenten's tone was distinctly displeased when she mentioned staying as a teaching assistant for a year. Reflecting on it, he understood her frustration. After all, Tenten had secretly strengthened her abilities a few times and could now contend with Hinata Niji, making her reluctance to remain at the academy quite understandable. The justification for Hinata Tianyun's enhancement of Tenten's skills was irrelevant. He had received considerable wealth from her father, and thus bolstering her strength was merely a justifiable act of reciprocity. As Hinata Tianyun's thoughts meandered, he continued to inquire, I asked why you came here so early, not why you are at school. Tenten shot him a glare, clearly irked, and said, Isn't it because of the Hokage? He insisted that we come to welcome the new students, wanting us to set an example for them. Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat exasperated and replied, Why are you taking out your frustration on me regarding the Hokage's decisions? I didn't ask you to come. It's all your fault. Otherwise our class wouldn't have disbanded, and I wouldn't have to be a teaching assistant. Ugh, fine, I'll ignore you. Hurry and go welcome your new juniors. Hinata Tianyun decided it was best to evade the situation. Don't leave. Just stay here and talk to me. So I don't have to go welcome the students, Tenten insisted, grabbing Hinata Tianyun before he could slip away. How lazy can you be? Dragging me into this mess as a scapegoat. Hinata Tianyun gazed at Tian with exasperation. What unwilling? Tian shot back with a scowl. Indeed, I'm not particularly inclined. Hinata Tianyun replied candidly. Unwilling or not, you shall accompany me today, Tian insisted, firmly grasping Hinata Tianyun's arm and refusing to let go. Hinata Tianyun was at a loss for words. After all, he couldn't very well engage in a scuffle with an 8-year-old girl. Just then, while Hinata Tianyun was mulling over his predicament, Naruto Uzumaki, who had been observing the other students, bounded over. Noticing Tianyun clinging to Hinata Tianyun's attire, he curiously inquired, "Hey, is this going to be my sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law, my foot." Hinata Tianyun retorted, delivering a playful strike to Naruto's head, causing him to crouch down, cradling his head. "It's not like it is, right? Why at me?" Naruto protested, looking quite aggrieved. The commotion made Tianyun feel embarrassed, and upon releasing Hinata Tianyun, she declared, "Fine. You two hurry along. I'll just bear the burden of welcoming the new students today." Hinata Tianyun pointed at the crouching Naruto and suggested to Tianyun, "He is also a new student. Why not take him into the school? That way, you'll have something to do and won't have to stand here waiting." Tianyun cast a disdainful glance at Naruto and replied, "Let that blonde head figure it out himself. I only welcome girls. Boys are not my concern. You're quite willful." Hinata Tianyun remarked, shaking his head in resignation. He then turned to Naruto and said, "You can head into the school by yourself. It seems there are more and more students arriving." Upon mentioning enrollment, Naruto perked up and waved at Hinata Tianyun. "See you later, big brother. I'll come find you tonight. I'm heading in first." With that, he dashed into the school. After Naruto's departure, Hinata Tianyun lingered at the school entrance, awaiting the arrival of the other main character, Erjuzi. Leaning against the door, he continued to observe. 5 minutes later, the parents of the Ino Shikacho trio arrived, bringing Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji to the gates of Konoha Ninja School. Among them, Nara Shikaku, Shikamaru's father, had met Hinata Tianyun a few times at the third Hokage's office. Upon recognizing him at the entrance, Shikaku nodded in acknowledgement, prompting curious glances from the three children before their parents ushered them into the school. In the following 10 minutes, Hinata Tianyun spotted Sakura Haruno arriving with her mother, followed by Inuzuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino with their mothers. Finally, Erjuzi made his appearance. Accompanying Sasuke Uchiha was none other than his enigmatic brother, Itachi Uchiha. This marked the first time Hinata Tianyun had seen the mysterious figure since his arrival in Konoha village 10 months ago. According to Hinata Tianyun's inquiries, Uchiha Itachi is still engaged in his duties within the Umbu and rarely returns to Konoha. His sudden appearance has piqued Hinata Tianyun's interest, shifting his focus from Uchiha Sasuke to Uchiha Itachi, which caused Itachi to furrow his brow. Although Itachi is familiar with the new prodigy from Konoha, Hinata Tianyun, he has yet to have an opportunity to interact with him. However, the way Hinata Tianyun gazes at him gives Itachi the impression that their acquaintance runs deeper than mere familiarity, leaving him perplexed. Consequently, he observes Hinata Tianyun in return. Seeing his brother's fixation on Hinata Tianyun, Uchiha Sasuke curiously inquires, "Brother, who is that guy? Is he a new student as well?" Uchiha Itachi replies, "That is Hinata Tianyun, the one you mentioned wanting to surpass. He has already graduated and is likely here to visit." Having lived solely within the Uchiha clan, Sasuke, while aware of Hinata Tianyun's renown, has never actually met him. Upon learning that the individual leaning against the wall is indeed Hinata Tianyun, he eagerly drags Itachi over and boldly asserts, "Hinata Tianyun, I will undoubtedly surpass you one day." Hinata Tianyun casts a glance at the rather arrogant Sasuke and replies coolly, "You must first surpass your brother, Uchiha Itachi, before you can even be considered my equal. You still have much to learn." Disdainful of Sasuke, Hinata Tianyun's words ignite Sasuke's fury, prompting him to argue back. But Itachi quickly intervenes, urging, "Enough. School is about to commence. You should hurry inside." "Humph. Consider yourself fortunate," Sasuke retorts with a cold huff, storming into the school with an air of indignation. At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, after conversing with Akimichi Choji, Hinata Tianyun returns to Naruto Uzumaki's side, only to discover that Naruto has ordered over 20 plates of grilled meat and is already devouring them. Plopping down opposite Naruto, Hinata Tianyun, visibly displeased, states, "Naruto, are you planning to make me pay back all those meals you owe me today? I must inform you that whatever you consume today, you will owe me double in the future." Naruto, seemingly unfazed by Hinata Tianyun's remarks, continues to grill and eat voraciously. He mumbles a few incoherent responses, leaving Hinata Tianyun unable to discern his words. "Speak clearly and don't talk with your mouth full," Hinata Tianyun admonishes, smacking the table in dissatisfaction. Finally swallowing a piece of meat, Naruto articulately assures, "Don't worry, big brother. I promise to repay you in the future." With that, he resumes his relentless assault on the grilled meat. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Hinata Tianyun suspects he might incur a loss this time, as Naruto is likely to forget today's events all too soon. including any thoughts of repayment. With a resigned sigh, Hyuga Tianyun found it too tiresome to quarrel with Uzumaki Naruto over a mere meal that cost only a few thousand yen. If he suffered a loss today, he could always recuperate it in the future. With this thought in mind, he joined the feast of grilled meat, although his appetite was modest compared to Naruto's insatiable hunger. After consuming merely 2 plates, he felt sated, opting instead to sip juice and watch as Naruto polished off the remaining 20 plates of grilled delicacies. Due to Naruto's antics, dinner time was prolonged by a full hour. As they exited the barbecue restaurant, Hyuga Tianyun, with Naruto's belly round and full, said, "All right, you may return home now. On the morning of the school entrance, at 6 o'clock, come to my house to find me. I won't wait for you otherwise." "Sure, big brother," Naruto replied gleefully, patting his swollen belly, and the two parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Hyuga Tianyun strolled back to the Hyuga clan's residence. Upon arriving home, he discovered Hinata conversing with his mother, Hyuga Makura, at the coffee table in the living room. "What brings you here?" Hyuga Tianyun inquired, frowning at Hinata. Taken aback by his question, Hinata hesitated, unsure how to respond. "How should I address the young lady?" Tianyun mused. "Are you feeling a bit mischievous?" Seeing Hinata's awkwardness, Hyuga Makura swiftly rose to reprimand her son, adopting a stance that suggested she might resort to physical action. Alarmed, Hyuga Tianyun quickly interjected, "All right, you two continue your conversation. I'll retreat to my room for a rest. Feel free to chat as long as you wish." Noticing Tianyun's attempt to leave, Makura called out, "Don't go. The young lady has come to bring you money. The clan leader wishes for you to properly instruct Hinata, so he sent some funds." At the mention of money, Hyuga Tianyun halted and turned, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "How much? Is it over 10 million? You wish. Not even close to that," he scoffed. Rolling his eyes as Makura continued, "The clan leader means to provide you with 5 million each month to ensure you teach the young lady well. Is that all?" Tianyun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. "Never mind. I have no time for this. I am a man who deals in hundreds of thousands every minute. I cannot be bothered to earn such a pittance." Hyuga Makura stepped forward, delivering a light tap on Tianyun's head. "Enough of your nonsense. Regardless, I have already accepted the money, so whether you like it or not, you will teach her." Now that the money had been secured by Makura, recovering it would be quite the challenge. Frustrated, Tianyun rubbed his head and conceded, "Fine. I agree to guide her. Is that satisfactory? You two can continue your discussion. I shall return to sleep as I am quite weary." With that, he swiftly made his exit. Observing Tianyun's retreat, Makura turned to Hinata and reassured her. "Fear not, young lady. Tianyun has promised to teach you. Your skills will undoubtedly improve from here on." Hinata nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Her visit to deliver money to Hinata Tianyun was primarily motivated by Hinata Hizashi's desire for her to accompany him, believing that her abilities would continue to flourish. However, after more than a month had passed, Hizashi found himself disheartened to discover that Hinata had not made significant progress. In fact, her skills had regressed compared to the days when she trained for an hour each day with Tianyun. Reflecting on this, he concluded that the root of the issue lay in his failure to incentivize the money-driven Tianyun, who consequently had not devoted himself to instructing Hinata with the seriousness she deserved. Having devised a solution, Hizashi decided to offer monetary compensation to Tianyun for his guidance, believing that the investment was worthwhile if it meant nurturing Hinata's potential. Nevertheless, he felt uncomfortable broaching the subject directly with Tianyun and instead sent Hinata to consult with Hinata Mikomo. During this time, Hizashi had come to understand Tianyun's character. He responded better to gentleness than to pressure, making Mikomo the ideal intermediary since Tianyun was more inclined to heed her words. At the Mikomo residence, Hinata engaged in conversation with Mikomo until 7:30 p.m., after which Mikomo personally escorted her home before hastily returning to confront Tianyun, who had been resting in his room. Tianyun found himself in a rather helpless predicament after years of upbringing from his mother, who had been instilled with the importance of safeguarding the clan. It was natural for Mikomo to be displeased with Tianyun's indifference towards Hinata. However, Tianyun harbored little affection for the Hyuga clan and had no intention of remaining eternally loyal to them, rendering Mikomo's admonishments a mere drone in his ears. After 30 minutes of lecturing, Mikomo noticed Tianyun's half-dazed demeanor and felt an urge to lightly tap his head to ensure he was attentive. Yet, as she raised her hand, she suddenly remembered that her son was not an ordinary boy, but a prodigious talent with his own pride. His loyalty to the Hyuga clan did not necessarily extend to Tianyun, who, after all, was not inclined to accept the burdensome fate of a caged bird. Ultimately, with a sigh, Mikomo stood and left Tianyun's room, feeling disheartened and lacking the motivation to continue her chastisement. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, after Uchiha Sasuke entered the school, Uchiha Itachi turned to Tianyun, his expression cold as he inquired, "Do I know you? You seem rather familiar." Tianyun chuckled softly and responded, "The illustrious genius ninja Uchiha Itachi. As a fellow ninja also dubbed a genius, it is only natural that I would take an interest in your endeavors. If you claim that I know you, I suppose that could be considered accurate." Itachi shook his head and clarified, "That is not quite what I meant. When I say no, I refer to a level of familiarity that is profound." Tianyun smiled and countered, "But today marks our first meeting, does it not? How could you presume that I am familiar with you?" "Intuition," Itachi replied succinctly. Hinata Tianyun raised an eyebrow and said, "Very well. I have no words left. Please retract your illusion. Such petty tricks are ineffective against me. If you possess true skill, then demonstrate it." Uchiha Itachi was indeed taken aback. The induced ninjutsu he had just unleashed was difficult for even seasoned jonin to detect, yet this mere 6-year-old had seen through his technique. He couldn't help but marvel at Hinata Tianyun's prowess. Reclaiming his induced ninjutsu, Uchiha Itachi regarded Hinata Tianyun with sincerity, saying, "You truly are the top genius of the Ninja Academy. I apologize for my earlier actions. Perhaps we can converse again on another occasion." After offering his apology, Uchiha Itachi promptly turned to leave. Once Itachi departed, Hinata Tianyun couldn't suppress the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The illusion cast by Uchiha Itachi had nearly compelled him to reveal his deepest secret. Had it not been for a system prompt indicating an additional enhancement option, he might have remained oblivious to the fact that he had fallen under an illusion. The mere thought of potentially disclosing his secret sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to consider enhancing his soul's abilities. Otherwise, if he encountered a master of illusions like Uchiha Itachi again, he would undoubtedly be ensnared with ease. However, upon seeing the exorbitant cost required for soul enhancement, which amounted to a staggering 1 billion, Hinata Tianyun could only sigh in despair. After lamenting his predicament, he began to ponder the unexpected revelation he had just experienced, that he could bolster the ninjutsu directed against him. This notion left him somewhat astonished. He contemplated whether enhancing an attack would result in a more ferocious assault or perhaps allow for a rebound effect, making it a question worthy of exploration. With the newfound potential of the enhancement system in mind, Hinata Tianyun felt no desire to linger at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Nor did he wish to dwell on Uchiha Itachi's matters. Instead, he hurried back to the Hyuga clan's residence. His purpose was to seek out Hinata Hyuga, the only person he could trust to perform ninjutsu on him, to ascertain the outcome. Frequenting the residence of Hyuga Hizashi, the guards there were well acquainted with Hinata Tianyun. He dashed towards the room where Hinata Hyuga resided, unimpeded by any ninja. By this time, Hinata had already risen to train. And as it neared the hour for her breakfast following her session, she recognized the footsteps outside her door to be those of Hinata Tianyun. Thus, she set her meal aside and stepped outside to greet him. Lost in thought regarding ninjutsu, upon spotting Hinata Hyuga, he directly stated, "Hinata, find a secluded place for me. I wish to experiment with some ninjutsu. Ensure it is a quiet location." Obediently, Hinata led him through several winding paths within the estate until they arrived at a particularly small residence. "This is the meditation room. I sometimes practice here, and no one ever comes by, so you can experiment here without worry," she explained. The meditation room is situated at the farthest end of Hinata Hyuga's residence, surrounded by a modest grove of trees, with no other buildings in sight, making it an exceptionally serene locale. Satisfied, Hinata Tianyun remarked, "Let us proceed inside to experiment with some ninjutsu. It will not take long, just 5 minutes will suffice." Hinata, curious about what ninjutsu Tianyun intended to test, felt hesitant to inquire due to her timid nature, and thus followed him into the meditation room obediently. The meditation room spans approximately 300 square meters, with a height of around 10 meters. Its walls are constructed from grayish wood panels, while the floor is covered with earthy yellow wooden planks. After a casual glance around the room, Hinata Tianyun turned to Hinata and inquired, "Hinata, are you capable of using genjutsu, even the most basic form?" "I can perform one genjutsu, the simplest binding technique," Hinata replied. "That will suffice. Please cast it upon me," Tianyun encouraged. Isn't that inappropriate?" Hinata hesitated. "What's there to fear? It's merely a binding technique. Do you think it could pose any threat to me?" Tianyun reassured her. Recognizing Tianyun's considerable strength, Hinata felt reassured. as she believed that even an average Chunin would not stand a chance against him. Thus, she nodded and said, "All right. Master, prepare yourself. I shall invoke the Genjutsu at once. Let us begin quickly," Tianyun urged eagerly. Without further delay, Hinata commenced forming the seals and directed the D-rank binding Genjutsu at Hinata Tianyun, ensnaring him within the illusion. Tianyun found himself somewhat bemused by the Genjutsu Hinata had cast, as it was evident that she possessed little talent for it. The ropes she conjured appeared as slender as a twist of dough, lacking resemblance to actual ropes, making it obvious that they were illusory. With a resigned shake of his head, Tianyun chose not to dwell on Hinata's lack of proficiency and opted to enhance her Genjutsu by investing 100,000 yen into the system's reinforcement option. Immediately thereafter, he sensed the Genjutsu's effects dissipate. What just happened?" Tianyun exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the 100,000 yen he had invested had been refunded. Upon scrutinizing the system further, he felt disheartened to discover the absence of any explanation, suggesting that his enhancement had evidently failed. After pondering in the room for 2 minutes with a furrowed brow, Tianyun arrived at a plausible conclusion, although he could select to enhance the Genjutsu. It did not belong to him inherently, thus, any attempt at reinforcement would result in failure, causing the Genjutsu to vanish. Having unraveled the issue regarding the enhancement of an opponent's Genjutsu, Tianyun suddenly found merit in this situation. Should he encounter someone wielding Genjutsu against him in the future, he could simply choose to enhance it, leading to its automatic dissolution. The only requirement for Tianyun would be to keep a substantial sum of money at hand, ensuring that he would have adequate resources to reinforce himself against higher-level Genjutsu. Discovering a bug within the system, a rather useful one at that, caused Hinata Tianyun's spirits to lift considerably. He approached Hinata, who had been patiently waiting by his side, and gently patted her shoulder, exclaiming, "All right, the experiment is concluded. We can now return home to rest." Hinata appeared somewhat bewildered, as Tianyun had stated they were there to experiment with ninjutsu. Yet she was the only one to employ a genjutsu. Tianyun had not utilized any ninjutsu at all. Thus, she hesitantly inquired, "Master, is it truly over?" "Indeed. It is over. Let us head back," Tianyun replied, leading the way towards the exit. Initially taken aback, Hinata soon shook her head to clear her thoughts and followed Tianyun outside, pondering that her breakfast might still be warm and that she could make it back in time to enjoy it. Little did she know that the gentle tap Tianyun had given her as they departed had inadvertently enhanced one of her ninjutsu techniques, serving as a form of compensation for her assistance. When Hinata next employed that technique, she would discover that she had mastered it. Upon leaving Hinata's residence, Tianyun, in high spirits, made his way to the smithy owned by the Tenten family. He intended to discuss with Taisheng the possibility of increasing their output, thereby augmenting his own finances. Since the third Hokage mandated that all weapons be procured by Konoha, the business at the Tenten's ninja tools shop had declined significantly. However, due to Konoha's acquisition, Taisheng had actually earned more than before and was relieved from the hassle of dealing with customers. When Tianyun arrived at the ninja tools shop, Taisheng was leisurely resting, with 2 employees managing the store. "You seem quite relaxed. Don't you have work to do?" Tianyun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Taisheng, who lay back in a rocking chair with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Tianyun's voice, Taisheng quickly opened his eyes and scolded his 2 employees. "You lot didn't inform me that young Master Tianyun had arrived. Is that not deserving of a reprimand? You are only permitted a single bowl of food for lunch today." Tianyun looked on in disbelief at Taisheng, who was chastising the 2 employees, and said, "Stop pretending. Even if you deny them food, they wouldn't leave this place. Don't think I am unaware of how much you pay them." Taisheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tianyun's observation was indeed accurate. He had become quite affluent and paid his employees generously. Even without providing free lunch for a month, the 2 employees would likely remain, as their wages were sufficient for sustenance, and they even had extra to indulge in some of their desires. Being an old hand, Taisheng quickly regained his composure and asked, "Tianyun, what brings you here? Do you need money? If so, I cannot provide it at the moment. You'll have to wait until the funds from Sunagakure arrive in 2 months." Tianyun waved his hand dismissively. "That's not the issue. I require a quiet place to discuss something with you, away from prying ears." Taisheng grew serious and suggested, "Let us go to the back room. There is no one there now." "Very well, let us proceed," Tianyun replied. The location of the back hall is situated in a room directly behind the ninja tools shop, separated from it by a storage area. After Taisheng brought Hinata Tianyun to the back hall and they settled down, he inquired, "Tianyun, aside from monetary matters, is there anything you wish to discuss?" I shall do all that is within my capacity. Hinata Tianyun shot a glance at Tai Shang and retorted, Do I appear to be someone who is desperate for money? Are you incapable of conversing? Truly, you are quite stingy. In response to Hinata Tianyun's words, Tai Shang could only harbor disdain internally, suppressing his urge to retort as he said, Tianyun, just speak your mind. You are rather busy, are you not? Recognizing the validity in his statement, Hinata Tianyun nodded and replied, Indeed, I would like you to sell a batch of ordinary reinforced ninja tools. Although the profits would be modest, they would accumulate over time, resulting in substantial earnings. Realizing it was still about money, Tai Shang sighed in resignation and said, Tianyun, the ordinary ninja tools, once refined by you, would only fetch prices comparable to our mid-range products, not those of the high-end variety. Each piece would yield approximately 50,000. If you require a significant sum, it would take a considerable duration to accumulate. Hinata Tianyun waved his hand dismissively, stating, Do not concern yourself with that. Just tell me how many you need, and I can procure 100 million. You simply need to prepare them. After contemplating, Tai Shang responded, There are 3,000 ordinary ninja tools in stock. If we manage to sell them all, it could amount to about 200 million. I can deliver them all to your residence for you to refine at your leisure, and then we can return them collectively to the Hokage. Do not waste time. I am in urgent need of funds. Where is the warehouse? I will handle everything today. Prepare some high-grade military rations for me, Hinata Tianyun insisted with impatience. Tai Shang stared blankly at Hinata Tianyun, as if he had just met him for the first time, inwardly cursing the deception of Hinata Tianyun in the past, who claimed he could only refine 10 tools daily. Now, with 3,000 weapons, the notion that Hinata Tianyun could complete the task in a single day indicated that he had merely pretended to be limited before. How cunningly clever. However, upon further reflection, Tai Shang realized that Hinata Tianyun's ability to refine more would translate into greater profits for him. He should be pleased to collaborate with Hinata Tianyun. In fact, he was even entertaining the thought of marrying his daughter to Hinata Tianyun, which would elevate his ninja tools shop to the foremost establishment in the Hidden Leaf Village, nay, the leading shop in the Land of Fire, or even the finest in the world. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his smile contorting with excitement. Enough of this nonsense. Lead the way. Tai Shang's grand dreams of world domination were abruptly shattered by Hinata Tianyun's words. Casting a discontented glance at him, Tai Shang obediently guided Hinata Tianyun to the storage area of the ninja tools shop. Now, Tai Shang was also eager to ascertain whether Hinata Tianyun could indeed forge 3,000 weapons in a single day. After escorting Hinata Tianyun to the warehouse, he promptly instructed, Tianyun, wait here. I shall procure special soldier food pills from the Akadu clan, which are guaranteed to be tenfold superior to the ordinary ones. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Hinata Tianyun waved Tai Shang away, then closed the door, locking himself inside the warehouse. Once Tai Shang departed, Hinata Tianyun began enhancing the ninja tools within the warehouse. Each enhancement of these ordinary tools typically cost around 10,000. So fortifying 3,000 would amount to approximately 40 million. Originally possessing 100 million, Hinata Tianyun utilized 40 million for the exquisite weapons Tai Shang had provided. And now with another 40 million spent, only 20 million remained, an amount deemed meager by his standards. An hour and a half later, Tai Shang returned with the soldier food pills. By this time, Hinata Tianyun had completed the enhancement of over 3,000 weapons. Not wishing for Tai Shang to realize the swiftness of his actions, he instructed Tai Shang to wait outside while he indulged in a leisurely nap within the warehouse. Awakening naturally, Hinata Tianyun noted it was nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After contemplating for a moment, he employed a transformation technique to appear somewhat haggard before stepping out of the warehouse. Upon seeing the weary visage of Hinata Tianyun, Tai Shang rushed over, inquiring, How is it, Tianyun? Do you need to rest for a moment? The fatigue was merely an illusion crafted by Hinata Tianyun, who replied, I still need to head to the school to wait for the students to be dismissed. The tools inside have all been enhanced. You can handle the rest and send the payment to me. With 2 hours remaining before the ninja school let out, Tai Shang expressed concern for Hinata Tianyun's well-being, urging him to take a break. However, Hinata Tianyun was reluctant to maintain the facade any longer, shaking his head and stating, All right, you attend to your matters. He then made his way directly to the ninja tool shop, traversing through it towards the direction of the ninja school. On his way to the school, Hinata Tianyun found a secluded spot devoid of onlookers to revert to his true form, feeling quite satisfied as he strolled towards the Ichiraka ramen shop, intending to savor a meal to replenish his strength. The source of his satisfaction stemmed from the success of his transformation technique. Tai Shang, the retired jonin, had failed to detect any flaws, indicating the refinement of his skills. After relishing a meal at Ichiraka Ramen, Hinata Tianyun sauntered to the entrance of the ninja school, joining the throng of young mothers awaiting the dismissal of their children. Naturally, he kept his distance from the young mothers, choosing instead to sit alone on a swing beneath a large tree at the school's entrance, swaying gently as he awaited the arrival of Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata Tianyun is a renowned figure, having achieved the rank of Genin at the tender age of 6, and was even compelled to graduate by the third Hokage. This remarkable feat has piqued the interest of many young mothers, yet Tianyun maintains a demeanor of aloofness that deters them from approaching him. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly embrace him with fervor. As it stands, they can only observe him swinging on the playground, whispering among themselves with their parents about his exploits. Naturally, Tianyun remains indifferent to their gossip, but as the school day nears its end, he notices a peculiar absence. Not a single parent from the Uchiha clan has arrived to collect their child. Last year, while attending the Ninja Academy, there were 7 or 8 Uchiha children, with their parents frequently coming to pick them up. This year, however, not a single parent has shown up. Judging by the circumstances, Tianyun surmises that the impending crisis facing the Uchiha clan is looming dangerously close. With a furrowed brow, he contemplates how he might benefit from the unfolding events. Of course, he has no intention of involving himself in the Uchiha's affairs. His current strength is insufficient to contend with the likes of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Bito, or Shimura Danzo, 3 formidable adversaries. What Tianyun desires is to ascertain whether he can acquire a pair of Sharingan. With sufficient wealth, he could enhance them multiple times, ultimately obtaining the extraordinarily powerful Rinnegan, which would elevate his prowess immensely. The more he ponders, the more exhilarated he becomes, strategizing in his mind on how to procure a pair of Sharingan from these 3 titans. Recognizing the peril of such an endeavor, he begins to temper his excitement with a sense of seriousness. As 20 minutes pass, Tianyun remains lost in thought until he is suddenly jolted by a commotion at the school gate. Looking up, he sees students from the Konoha Ninja School streaming out, their parents eagerly welcoming them, which accounts for the din. No longer preoccupied with the Uchiha clan, Tianyun rises from the swing to await Naruto Uzumaki's arrival. 3 minutes later, he spots the boisterous Naruto peering curiously through the throng of parents, seemingly searching for someone. Tianyun calls out, "Over here, Naruto." Upon hearing his name, Naruto quickly locates Tianyun and exuberantly rushes over, exclaiming, "Big brother, I was just about to come to your house to find you." Tianyun responds with a smile. "I happened to be out for a bit this afternoon and thought I would come to pick you up. How was your day at school?" "Not too shabby. I made a few decent friends, but there's one jerk," Naruto replies, his irritation palpable when he mentions the latter. "What's the matter? Who is it?" Tianyun inquires. "Some idiot named Uchiha Sasuke," Naruto retorts with indignation. "He actually looked down on you and acted all high and mighty. Just seeing him makes me want to give him a good beating." "Then just fight without hesitation," Hinata Tianyun inquired amusingly. We're all classmates. How could I possibly bring myself to strike?" Naruto Uzumaki replied, his expression betraying his embarrassment. Given Naruto's demeanor, Hinata Tianyun could easily surmise that he had indeed engaged in a scuffle, likely failing to overpower Sasuke Uchiha. In Naruto's mind, notions of camaraderie among classmates were utterly trivial. Sasuke held him in disdain, and the idea that he would refrain from confrontation was preposterous. Shaking her head, Hinata Tianyun declared, "All right, let us not dwell on Sasuke Uchiha any longer. How about we celebrate at Ichiraka Ramen?" Naruto instantly perked up, responding, "Could we possibly go to a barbecue restaurant instead? I believe the ambience there is far more suitable for a celebration." Casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, Hinata Tianyun leisurely remarked, "If you're footing the bill, we can certainly go to the barbecue restaurant. What do you think?" I still think Ichiraka Ramen is more fitting for our celebration." Naruto promptly altered his stance, expressing his desire to visit the ramen shop. With that, he took the lead towards Ichiraka Ramen, seemingly anxious that Hinata Tianyun might insist on him treating them to the barbecue restaurant. In Hinata Tianyun's mind, he contemplated the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan while dining with Naruto Uzumaki at Ichiraku Ramen. He was so preoccupied that he scarcely engaged in conversation, hastily finishing his meal before sending Naruto on his way. Upon returning home, Hinata Tianyun resumed his reflections on the Uchiha clan. His immediate objective was to acquire intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan to ascertain the precise timing of their demise. He found this task relatively straightforward, as his transformation jutsu had recently improved. He could employ shadow clones to transform into birds, allowing them to surveil the vicinity of the Uchiha clan, thus gathering the necessary information. The subsequent step was to prepare for the acquisition of a pair of Uchiha eyes while under the scrutiny of Itachi Uchiha, Danzo Shimura, and Obito Uchiha. This endeavor was not particularly burdensome, as he sought only the ordinary Sharingan, rather than the advanced variants, which were abundantly available among the Uchiha. The true challenge lay in the logistics of departing with the eyes, as both Itachi and Obito, along with Danzo, were formidable adversaries. Although obtaining the Sharingan posed no significant difficulty, the act of absconding with it was fraught with peril, given that Danzo was also in pursuit of these ocular powers, and Itachi and Obito would likely not permit anyone else to seize them. Thus, Hinata Tianyun needed to carefully contemplate this predicament. As he lay in bed, musing until the early hours of dawn, a brilliant idea struck him. He resolved to commence sending shadow clones to the Uchiha clan's classrooms the following day, while simultaneously seeking additional income to fortify himself against unforeseen circumstances. Money, he sighed, closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, he lamented the scarcity of lucrative opportunities, recognizing that rapid financial gain was an elusive goal. Instead of ruminating, he deemed it wiser to rest. Planning to explore potential business ventures the next day, just as he was on the verge of slumber, Hinata Tianyun abruptly sat up in bed, delivering a sharp slap to his own face in exasperation. How could I be so foolish? He chastised himself. After this self-reproach, he retrieved a box of military rations purchased from Taishing, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of wealth. To him, these rations represented a fortune. Once fortified, they would undoubtedly fetch a high price. His earlier slap was a reflection of his frustration at not recognizing the similarity between weapons and medicinal items. Holding the military rations in his hands, Hinata Tianyun examined them closely, noting that Taishing's offering was indeed superior to the ordinary rations, valued at approximately 100,000 each, categorizing them as mid-range products. After verifying the enhancement costs, which also hovered around 100,000, he realized he had sufficient funds on hand. He promptly enhanced the entire box of 10 military rations, investing a total of 1 million. Once the enhancement was complete, Hinata Tianyun immediately sampled one as a test. After consuming the substance for merely 5 seconds, Hinata Tianyun felt an exhilarating surge of chakra within him. His chakra, initially at the Ch-nin level, began to swell dramatically, ultimately doubling before it ceased to expand. Filled with elation at the remarkable potency of the military rations, he believed that selling them for 1 million would be a worthwhile venture, even more lucrative than trading weapons. This realization kept him awake. Seated at the edge of his bed, contemplating how to monetize the military rations. 10 minutes later, a sense of frustration washed over him as he concluded that only the third Hokage could facilitate a substantial transaction in a short time. Approaching other clans or individuals would yield insufficient funds. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Tianyun decided to lie down and rest, planning to procure 1,000 military rations the next day and negotiate a deal with the third Hokage. His apprehension stemmed from the fact that the third Hokage was notoriously difficult to deal with, and tomorrow would undoubtedly involve some spirited bargaining. Thus, he resolved to rest and gather his strength for the impending confrontation. Within Konoha village, military rations are deemed essential supplies for ninjas. While acquiring 1,000 rations posed no challenge, procuring 1,000 intermediate military rations necessitated a visit to the Nara clan, as only their apothecary maintained adequate stock. Instead of going alone, Hinata Tianyun dispatched dozens of shadow clones to transform and purchase the intermediate military rations, ensuring that no single identity acquired more than 20 rations each. After 2 hours of diligent effort, he successfully gathered the required rations and made his way towards the Hokage building with 1,000 military rations in tow. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was burdened with concerns regarding the Uchiha clan. He had intended to engage them in constructive dialogue, yet to his dismay, not a single child from the Uchiha clan had been sent to school, and those already enrolled had all withdrawn, signaling a blatant refusal to seek peace with Konoha. Faced with this impasse, the third Hokage felt powerless against the Uchiha clan's obstinacy. Compounding the issue, Shimura Danzo insisted on taking charge of the situation, prompting the third Hokage to acquiesce and pass the troublesome matter to him. Although Danzo's methods were often aggressive, his intentions were aligned with the interests of Konoha. The third Hokage could only hope that Danzo would resolve the issue, preventing the already formidable Konoha from descending into weakness once more. As the third Hokage pondered these pressing issues, the office door swung open, revealing Hinata Tianyun rushing in. "What brings you here?" After a rare 5 days of rest, Do you already seek more missions? The third Hokage inquired directly. Hinata Tianyun scoffed, muttering as he walked. Who wants to partake in your mundane tasks? I'm here for business. The third Hokage, taken aback, glanced at the self-assured Hinata Tianyun and remarked, Your lack of decorum is astonishing. You show no respect for your Hokage. Are you still a citizen of Konoha? Hinata Tianyun casually took a seat beside the desk, pursing his lips and stating, Today, I am here as a businessman to discuss a deal with you, so please refrain from trying to establish a personal connection. The third Hokage, feeling somewhat exasperated, urged Hinata Tianyun to leave. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, in a foul mood, wanted to expedite Hinata Tianyun's departure, not wishing to engage in further idle chatter. Hinata Tianyun casually tossed over a soldier's food pill, saying, Give it a try, Hokage-sama. This is a special food pill that I painstakingly crafted. Observing the dark soldier's food pill on the desk, the third Hokage frowned, unable to discern how it differed from an ordinary intermediate food pill. Naturally, he was not concerned that Hinata Tianyun intended to poison him. Rather, he was curious and picked up the pill for a closer inspection, ultimately asking with intrigue, What makes this food pill so special? Hinata Tianyun shrugged. I spent $1 million to create this. Once you consume it, you'll understand its value. $1 million. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback before placing the pill in his mouth, closing his eyes to carefully assess the changes within his body. 5 seconds later, the third Hokage's expression began to shift slightly, and after 10 seconds, he was astonished. The effects of the pill were remarkably effective, increasing his chakra by 1/5. After considering this internally, the third Hokage opened his eyes and calmly addressed Hinata Tianyun. I will offer 500,000 for each pill. I will take as many as you have. Fuming, Hinata Tianyun slammed his hand on the chair, furiously retorting, Old man, did you not hear me? The manufacturing cost is 1 million. You want to pay me only 500,000 per pill? Are you trying to drive me to ruin? Do you take me for a fool? The third Hokage calmly tapped the desk, stating, Make it 550,000. No way, at least 950,000, Hinata Tianyun demanded. Seething with anger. 600,000. How about we collaborate in the future? The third Hokage proposed. 900,000 as a concession to Hokage-sama. I will take a loss. Hinata Tianyun replied, somewhat aggrieved. 650,000 is the highest I can go. If it's any higher, our Konoha cannot afford it. The third Hokage sighed in disappointment. 800,000 is the friendship price. It cannot go any lower, Hinata Tianyun replied, his face twisted in distress. Unyielding, Hinata Tianyun's resolve remained firm, and the third Hokage, tired of the charade, slammed the desk and declared, a firm price of 700,000. Take it or leave it. Very well. For the future of Konoha village, I shall take a loss. Hinata Tianyun sighed deeply, tossing a large bag of food pills onto the third Hokage's desk. With a pained expression, he said, There are a total of 999 pills, plus the one you just consumed, amounting to 700 million. Hurry and settle the payment. My heart aches terribly. Give me the money so I can leave. The third Hokage stared blankly at the large bag of military rations on the desk, then looked at Hinata Tianyun with a bemused expression, exclaiming in exasperation, Are you jesting with me? You really expect me to believe you can produce 1,000 of these? And for 700 million? Do you think I am an ATM? The third Hokage's ire did not faze Hinata Tianyun, who retorted, If you're not going to buy them, then so be it. With that, he reached out as if to reclaim the bag of military rations. The third Hokage, aware that Hinata Tianyun was merely feigning an intention to take them back, still felt a flicker of concern. The contents of that bag could significantly enhance the survival rate of the ninjas on missions for Konoha. He hastily seized the bag and tucked it into a drawer. Glaring at Hinata Tianyun, Now be off with you. Return in 3 days for your payment, and mind you, the one I sampled does not count. A taste test is necessary, after all. How stingy, it's only 700,000. Hinata Tianyun grumbled in dissatisfaction. Are you leaving or not? If you linger any longer, I will deduct another million. The third Hokage snapped in irritation. I'm going. Is that enough? Hinata Tianyun, fearing the Hokage's wrath might cost him even more, hurriedly exited the Hokage's office. He was not concerned about the Hokage refusing to pay, as he was well aware that the third Hokage could not possibly produce such a sum all at once. The 3 days would suffice for the Hokage to distribute the military rations among the various clans, who would undoubtedly reimburse him, possibly even allowing the Hokage to turn a profit. However, The thought of borrowing 200 million from Hinata Hizashi that morning to purchase both the military rations and their enhanced versions weighed heavily on Hinata Tianyun's mind, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected and anxious. In the Hokage's office, after Hinata Tianyun had departed, the third Hokage summoned a member of the Umbu. Inform the clan leaders that I have something of great value for them to appraise. Have them come here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Once that task was completed, he intended to investigate the source of Hinata Tianyun's abundance of military rations, wary of any external forces that might be involved, taking care not to attract Hinata Tianyun's attention. Yes, the Umbu ninja acknowledged, promptly setting off to fulfill the mission. Meanwhile, Hinata Tianyun, having exited the Hokage building, was aimlessly heading towards the Nara clan's shop. He decided to check if there were any medicinal herbs available that could be enhanced for profit. Having visited the Nara shop numerous times that morning, he had been solely focused on gathering 1,000 military rations, paying no mind to the state of the shop. Now, in a more relaxed mood, he entered the apothecary and found the herbs for sale to be rather mundane. After attempting to enhance one, he discovered that the enhancement cost only a few hundred to a few thousand. Even after enhancement, their value would not be significant. Consequently, after an hour of browsing, he lost interest and left the apothecary. As tomorrow approaches, Hinata Tianyun finds himself discontented at the prospect of engaging in those tedious D-rank missions once more. He resolves that once he acquires the 700 million funds bestowed by the third Hokage, he shall petition for the opportunity to undertake more prestigious missions, for the prospect of languishing in boredom is intolerable. Furthermore, upon leaving the village of Konoha, he envisions the freedom to amass wealth without restraint. Although some perils may accompany this venture, he believes that a modicum of danger pales in comparison to the allure of profit. In contrast, within the confines of Konoha, even the slightest disturbance draws undue attention, which is wholly incompatible with his inclination to accumulate wealth discreetly. Carrying a slight air of melancholy, Hinata Tianyun prepares to return to the Hyuga clan, intending to impart knowledge to Hyuga Hinata, for whom he has already paid the tuition fees. He fears that should Hyuga Hizashi witness his idleness and neglect in educating Hinata, it would tarnish his reputation in the eyes of his clan. However, the thoughts he just entertained are but fleeting musings. The true motivation behind his actions lies in the fact that he owes Hyuga Hizashi 200 million, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Thus, he rationalizes that since he has little else to occupy his time, he may as well assist Hinata. At the Hyuga residence, Hinata Hyuga was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Hinata Tianyun, for he rarely personally requested training from her. It was usually she who sought him out for instruction. However, true to Hinata's character, she concealed her bewilderment and obediently followed Hinata Tianyun to the training ground, adhering to his directives as they practiced some fundamental ninjutsu. After an hour of training, Hinata felt as though she had transformed into a prodigy, learning swiftly enough that after a single repetition, she could master the technique upon her second attempt, demonstrating an astonishingly rapid progress. Could it be that Hinata Tianyun was indeed a master, capable of swiftly enhancing one's abilities? As Hinata Tianyun departed, satisfied with her performance, she remained gazing vacantly in the direction he had taken, lost in contemplation. Hinata Tianyun, however, had little interest in her perplexities. He had invested 2 million in fortifying the ordinary ninjutsu she had learned, which effectively offset the interest on the 2 billion borrowed from Hyuga Hizashi. Having aided Hinata, his own frustrations regarding his debts had somewhat alleviated. Upon returning to the estate, he exchanged a few words with Hinata Mikumura, who was immersed in her training. When she began to chatter incessantly, he discreetly excused himself, retreating to his room for a well-deserved rest. After a tranquil 16-hour slumber, Hinata Tianyun awoke the following morning at 7, in high spirits. He bid farewell to Hinata Mikumura and departed for Konoha village to enjoy breakfast. The notorious tardiness of Kakashi was already known to him, Hinata, and Kimura Shinmei, so he leisurely strolled through the village, eventually settling on a quaint establishment for a modest meal before meandering towards the village gates. By 8:40, he encountered Kimura Shinmei and Hinata, who had arrived early and were engaged in conversation on topics of feminine interest. He approached the well-known duo of gatekeepers, Shinkei Tsukiyomi and Kazuki Tetsu, who were familiar with Hinata Tianyun but had not conversed with him until now. As Tianyun drew near, Kazuki Tetsu asked, "You are Hinata Tianyun, correct? What brings you here?" With the conversation initiated, Hinata Tianyun wasted no time and inquired, "Do you two possess any wealth? If you have 5 million, I can assist you in refining your weapons." Interested? Kazuki Tetsu and Shinkei Tsukiyomi were momentarily taken aback. It was not that they lacked the 5 million, but rather that Tianyun's question had come as a complete surprise, leaving them momentarily speechless. Kazuki Tetsu was the first to regain his composure, recalling the legends surrounding Hinata Tianyun and his weapon-refining prowess. He hesitated, contemplating whether to accept Tianyun's offer, as the price was indeed within his means. Finally, he turned to Shinkei's Tsukiyomi for guidance, only to find her visibly excited, which made him realize that she was already intrigued by the proposition. The weapon wielded by Kamizuki Izumi is a sword, while Gongzi Tai possesses a formidable hammer. Both of their armaments are classified as medium to large-sized weapons, distinctly different from the diminutive kunai. Hinata Tianyun's prices are quite reasonable, indeed a splendid bargain, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. I'll offer 5 million. Kamizuki Izumi was the first unable to contain his agreement. I am willing as well. Gongzi Tai echoed in affirmation. With the prospect of earning 10 million, Hinata Tianyun was undeniably pleased, promptly stating, "Then, please provide the payment. I shall refine your weapons immediately." However, Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai exchanged awkward glances, and finally, Gongzi Tai hesitantly replied, "We did not bring that much money with us. Could we perhaps defer the payment until your return? Why agree to something without funds?" Hinata Tianyun retorted loudly, causing both Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi to feel increasingly helpless. Just as Hinata Tianyun finished speaking, he suddenly adopted a calm demeanor, stating, "Very well, since I am in a good mood today, I shall refine your weapons for you. However, I will charge an interest of 200,000, which means each of you owes me 2 million. Understood?" While Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai were elated that Hinata Tianyun would refine their weapons, the added interest left them somewhat speechless. Nonetheless, since they had already committed to the 5 million, they were unconcerned about the additional 200,000 and promptly produced their weapons for Hinata Tianyun. In the presence of Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi, Hinata Tianyun would not directly enhance their weapons. After taking their armaments, he pretended to examine them for a minute, finally feigning exhaustion as he returned the weapons to Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai, declaring, "All done. I exerted considerable effort, so you must pay me tonight. If you delay, an additional 200,000 will be added for each day." Upon receiving their weapons, Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai were too excited to pay attention to Hinata Tianyun's further remarks, eagerly admiring their improved gear, which had seemingly doubled in strength, and they felt compelled to test it. Noticing that Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai were oblivious to his words, Hinata Tianyun shrugged and returned to Hinata and Mukai Shinmei, disinterested in conversing further with the two guards. Having spent some time with the guards, it was already 9:10 a.m., yet Kakashi had yet to arrive. Thus, Hinata Tianyun leaned against the Konoha gate, listening to Mukai Shinmei and Hinata discuss mundane topics to pass the time. 20 minutes later, Kakashi finally made his entrance, offering no explanation to the trio, merely waving his hand and stating, "Let us go. We have an exciting mission for you today." Hinata Tianyun, Hinata, and Mukai Shinmei exchanged eye rolls at Kakashi's casualness, prompting Hinata Tianyun to inquire, "Kakashi, what exactly is the mission? Is it far from Konoha?" Kakashi, indifferent to the thoughts of Hinata Tianyun and the others, replied in a tone devoid of emotion. "A notorious thief has recently emerged in the town of Unshi within the Land of Fire, having pilfered from several wealthy families. Those affluent families have placed a bounty of 30 million for the capture of this criminal, and our mission is to apprehend him." Hinata Tianyun, having ventured to the Land of Fire for the first time, felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the possibility of discovering a lucrative opportunity within the town to fatten his purse. Hinata also shared in the thrill, as this marked her inaugural journey away from home, her nervousness manifesting in her tight grip on Komura Kokomi's clothing. Komura Kokomi, on the receiving end of Hinata's grasp, wore a bemused expression. She bore no interest in the idea of traveling far, as their objective was merely to capture a thief, which hardly constituted a grand mission. In her mind, the paramount task was to safeguard Hinata and Hinata Tianyun, while all other pursuits seemed trivial. Naturally, Komura Kokomi recognized that Hinata Tianyun required no protection. Her assistance would be solely for Hinata. Unshi Town was notably recognized within the Land of Fire, primarily due to its proximity to Konoha Village. As many supplies bound for Konoha passed through Unshi, this resulted in a vibrant and prosperous town, attracting a significant number of wealthy individuals, making it an ideal target for the thief. The only aspect that puzzled Hinata Tianyun was the thief's apparent fixation on Unshi, robbing one household after another without departing, seemingly inviting pursuit. As for the thief, Hinata Tianyun entertained only fleeting thoughts, He had no inclination to chase after such a criminal, preferring instead to dispatch a shadow clone for that purpose while he sought profitable ventures in Angshi. After following Kakashi for 4 consecutive hours, the four arrived at a hill overlooking Angshi town. For both Hinata Tianyun and Hinata, it was their first glimpse of such a town. Gazing at the charmingly antiquated architecture and the cacophony of bustling street vendors, they felt a thrill of anticipation. However, their excitement stemmed from different sources. Hinata was captivated by the novelty of it all, while Hinata Tianyun was invigorated by the prospect of abundant opportunities and potential wealth. Angshi town held significance for Konoha village, warranting a constant ninja presence to ensure safety, which alleviated Kakashi's concerns for Hinata Tianyun and his companions. He announced from the hilltop, "Your task today is to gather information on the thief's whereabouts. I have already informed you of the residences of the bountied wealthy families. You 3 shall investigate on your own." With that, Kakashi pointed to the tallest opulent structure in Angshi town, stating, "We shall reconvene there at 7 o'clock this evening to discuss our findings and formulate a capture plan." Hinata Tianyun scoffed, "It's merely a D-rank mission. I doubt the opponents will be formidable. They probably excel at hiding. I won't join in on that commotion. Hinata and Kurumi, you 2 can go alone." Before Hinata and Kurumi could respond, Kakashi immediately reprimanded Hinata Tianyun. "No, this is to cultivate your teamwork. You must accompany them. Do not think about slacking off." Sighing, Hinata Tianyun reluctantly created a shadow clone and instructed it, "You follow Hinata and Kurumi. I shall take a stroll in town." Kakashi, at a loss for words, could only glare at Hinata Tianyun and say, "If anything happens to Hinata and Kurumi, I will be eager to see how you explain it to the 3rd Hokage." "What?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, "Are you serious? Kakashi, you are the one responsible for their protection. How can it fall on me if they encounter trouble?" Without turning around, Kakashi replied, "They are both girls. Can't you protect them? Besides, did you not accept money from Hinata's father? It is your duty to safeguard her." Hinata Tianyun felt a strong urge to spit in Kakashi's face. The 5 million yen from Hinata Hizashi was merely an education fee, not a protection fee. According to his rank, a bodyguard's fee should be at least 100 million a month. However, with both girls watching him, Hinata Tianyun refrained from arguing and glared fiercely at Kakashi, saying, "Rest assured, if they need help, I will be responsible for rescuing them." "We don't need your help," Kurumi replied flatly. "I don't need it either." Hinata responded, her face flushed, her voice barely audible, likely only heard by those within a meter's radius. The 3 of them were quite individualistic, and Kakashi was unsure how to encourage their cooperation. Ultimately, he could only shake his head and say, "Do as you wish. Just remember, your mission duration is 3 days. If you fail this time, you will not be permitted to leave the vicinity of Konoha in the future. Understood?" "That's clearly a threat," Hinata Tianyun replied, displeased. "I am indeed threatening you." "After all, you cannot cooperate," Kakashi admitted with a nod. "TCH." Hinata Tianyun scoffed, then turned to Hinata and Kurumi, saying, "Let's go. We'll discuss other matters once we enter the town." Kurumi glanced at Hinata Tianyun's shadow clone and remarked, "What do we do about that guy? It wouldn't he be appropriate to just enter the town like this?" Bang! Just as Kurumi finished speaking, Hinata Tianyun transformed into Kakashi, exclaiming, "This should suffice. Let us hurry," and set off. With nothing more to say, Kurumi followed Hinata closely behind the Kakashi transformed by Hinata Tianyun, heading towards Angshi town. As Kakashi observed Hinata Tianyun and the others departing, he shook his head in resignation and followed suit. However, his intention was not to apprehend any petty thief, but rather to rendezvous with the Leaf Ninja responsible for the security of Angshi town, ensuring that they would monitor and protect Hinata Tianyun and his companions from potential peril. At the entrance of Angshi town, carriages, pedestrians, and freight vehicles continuously came and went. Hinata Tianyun, accompanied by Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, sought a concealed spot by the roadside. He instructed them, "All right, you 2, follow my shadow clone to gather information about that thief. I will discreetly shadow you from the darkness." Kimura Kokomi scoffed, "You make it sound so appealing. Are you trying to shake us off?" "How could that be?" "I am merely lurking in the shadows to safeguard you," replied Hinata Tianyun with utmost sincerity. Yet, Kimura Kokomi remained skeptical, choosing not to voice further objections. After all, Hinata Tianyun typically dispatched shadow clones for missions, and this occasion was no exception. She promptly took Hinata by the hand and said, "Let us go." "Pay no heed to that fellow." Hinata hesitated, casting a glance at Hinata Tianyun, but before she could utter a word, Kimura Kokomi had already tugged her onto the main road, swiftly entering the streets of Angshi town. As Kimura Kokomi and Hinata departed, Hinata Tianyun glanced at his shadow clone, instructing, "Just follow them and ensure their safety. If anything arises, simply dispel the clone." Assigning tasks to his shadow clone was a necessary measure, as the holder of the system was solely his original self. The shadow clones could not engage in profit-making endeavors. Once he dispatched the shadow clone, Hinata Tianyun transformed into an inconspicuous middle-aged man, gradually blending in with the flow of carriages and pedestrians, adopting the guise of an ordinary traveler to avoid attracting the attention of any discerning individuals. The streets of Ungshi Town were bustling with a variety of establishments, including kabuki theaters, casinos, brothels, taverns, restaurants, snack shops, and general stores. Hinata Tianyun sought out weapon shops and herbal medicine stores. He spent an entire hour exploring Ungshi Town, ultimately discovering 3 weapon shops and 2 herbal shops. Finally, he returned to the first weapon shop, embarking on his journey to accumulate wealth. Hinata Tianyun's method of earning was to purchase an assortment of ordinary weapons, enhance them, and subsequently sell them at the other 2 shops, profiting from the price differential. This business model was second nature to Hinata Tianyun, having engaged in similar transactions in the Hidden Leaf Village, ensuring that he would encounter no difficulties. Furthermore, by constantly altering his identity, the merchants at the 3 blacksmith shops remained oblivious to the fact that they were dealing with the same individual. The methods of earning money are indeed quite commendable, yet the only dissatisfaction that Hinata Tianyun harbors lies in the limited funds of the 3 blacksmith shops. Collectively, he has only managed to earn a mere 13 million from the trio of weapon stores, which, for him, barely suffices. In truth, Hinata Tianyun could have amassed a greater fortune, but his time outside is limited, and he is unwilling to haggle slowly with the owners of those blacksmith shops. Consequently, he has been shortchanged by the cunning proprietors of the weapon stores. After a span of 3 hours, Hinata Tianyun drained the funds of all 3 blacksmith shops and proceeded to engage with 2 herbal stores, ultimately exhausting their resources by 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The financial reserves of the 2 herbal shops were roughly equivalent to those of the 3 blacksmiths, bringing his total earnings in Ungshi Town to 270 million. As for the remaining trifles, Hinata Tianyun found them too insignificant to bother calculating. With a substantial sum in hand, he promptly invested 200 million into enhancing his chakra and soul, an endeavor he had long contemplated. Upon completion, his chakra had indeed increased significantly. However, he felt no discernible change regarding his soul, leaving him with a sense of having spent money without reaping the benefits. Sighing in resignation, he assessed his chakra levels and noted they had roughly doubled, though he could not ascertain whether it reached the level of a Nin. This uncertainty arises because the rank of a Nin is not solely determined by chakra quantity, but rather by a comprehensive evaluation of a ninja's will, wisdom, and strength. Even a genin with substantial chakra could ascend to Nin status if they excelled as a team leader with ample combat experience. Undoubtedly, a greater chakra quantity increases the likelihood of promotion to Nin, as in the world of ninjas, strength remains paramount. Intelligent individuals may encounter insurmountable power that they cannot resist. While pondering the intricacies of chakra, Hinata Tianyun realized that dusk was descending, and the time for his rendezvous with Kakashi was drawing near. He made his way to the highest casino in Ungshi Town. Upon arriving at the entrance of the casino, he found Hinata and Kimura Shime already waiting. After dispelling his transformation, he approached them with a smile and inquired, "How did your investigation fare? Have you uncovered any traces of that thief? Is he some sort of master?" Kimura Shime shot him a disapproving glance, her expression indifferent as she replied, "What thief are you talking about? He is nothing but an amateur." The 5 wealthy individuals were robbed entirely due to their own folly. Huh, what does that mean? Hinata Tianyun was somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp Kimura Shime's intent. With a tone of disdain, she elaborated. Those 5 wealthy individuals exchanged all their hard-earned money for gold bars and flaunted them in the lobby. It's no surprise they were stolen from. I believe they got what they deserved. Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, these 5 affluent individuals exhibited a peculiar eccentricity by displaying their wealth in the form of gold bars for all to see. He couldn't help but feel tempted to pilfer them. At the same time, curiosity gnawed at him, prompting him to inquire further. Why do these 5 magnates enjoy showcasing their gold bars? While one might be understandable, 5 together raises some questions. Kimura Kokomi nodded and replied, "I share that curiosity. However, when I approached them, they were reticent to divulge anything. Yet, from their expressions, I sense they must have conspired to display them collectively. Though the reason remains a mystery to me." With a resigned shake of his head, Hinata Tianyun decided to eschew pondering their motives for exhibiting the gold and instead posed the pivotal question. Kokomi, you mentioned that the thief is an amateur. Does that imply you possess some leads, or have you tracked their whereabouts? Upon mentioning the thief, Kimura Kokomi's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, there are some clues, though I am still uncertain about the identity of the culprit. To elaborate, Hinata Tianyun urged, please do. Kimura Kokomi reflected for a moment and said, the thief entered by scaling the wall, leaving very clear footprints. However, I find it perplexing how such a large quantity of gold was smuggled away from the estate, as it is far too heavy for an ordinary person to transport. Hinata Tianyun began to grasp Kimura Kokomi's confusion. The clarity of the footprints suggested the thief lacked considerable skill, unable to vanish like a ninja. Yet, the ability to abscond with such a substantial amount of gold implied strength comparable to that of a ninja, which indeed seemed strange. After a brief silence, Hinata Tianyun inquired, do you have any further clues? Kimura Kokomi replied, I possess some leads. The thief is likely still within Unshi town. Immediately following the theft of the gold from the 5 magnates, they instructed their guards to block the routes out of town, preventing the large-scale transport of the gold. You must have noticed the guards at the town entrance when we arrived. They were dispatched by the 5 affluent individuals to investigate. Hinata Tianyun was taken aback. The number of guards at the entrance was considerable. He had assumed they were part of Unshi town's defense force, tasked with preventing the smuggling of contraband. He hadn't anticipated they were the personal guards of the 5 wealthy men. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, Unshi town is quite expansive. Locating that stash of gold will not be an easy task. Kimura Kokomi smiled and said, we have some leads. The thief is an amateur, and their departure has left clear traces on the road. By following those footprints, I am confident they are in the northern civilian district of the town. However, the civilian district has a complex layout, and with a large population, identifying the thief will be challenging. Nevertheless, I have a plan and will conduct a thorough investigation tomorrow. I am certain we will find that thief. Hinata Tianyun, intrigued, asked, what plan do you have in mind? I would like to hear your thoughts. Kimura Kokomi glanced at the distant street and turned to Hinata Tianyun, saying, Kakashi-sensei has arrived. We shall discuss this matter tomorrow. Is this a deliberate ploy? He thought. Kimura Kokomi refrained from disclosing her plans, which left Hinata Tianyun immensely displeased, to the point where he wished to deliver a couple of blows to her head. However, Kimura Kokomi paid no heed to Hinata Tianyun's discontent. In her mind, Hinata Tianyun was always troubling her and Hinata with tasks while she had been idly lazing about. Thus, seeing Hinata Tianyun vexed provided a modicum of satisfaction, a small revenge for past grievances. Outside the casino in Unshi town, Kakashi soon approached to gather the trio. Already calling out, come with me. I've arranged accommodations for our rest. Without any inquiry into the matter of the thief, Kakashi immediately indicated his intent to leave, making Hinata Tianyun realize that Kakashi had been closely monitoring their actions, possibly even aware of his undertakings. Yet, Hinata Tianyun believed he had been sufficiently cautious. The enhanced medicinal herbs and weapons he possessed were merely ordinary items. Even if Kakashi were to discover them, he felt assured there would be no repercussions. Thus, while aware of Kakashi's scrutiny, he remained unconcerned. After issuing his directive, Kakashi walked past the casino towards a modest 3-story building adorned with a sign for Anji Inn, which informed Hinata Tianyun and his companions where they would be spending the night. As they followed Kakashi to the inn, Hinata Tianyun lingered momentarily. Lost in thought as he gazed at the bustling casino, his mind swirling with the notion of why he had not learned the art of gambling. If only he were adept at it, he could enhance his skills and potentially earn a fortune at the casino. Hinata Tianyun, why are you still here? Kimura Kokomi's voice jolted him from his reverie. He had been momentarily captivated by the prospect of making money through gambling, a notion that left him momentarily stunned. It was understandable. After all, what could be quicker than acquiring wealth through gambling, especially when he was in dire need of funds? The realization that the casino could be a source of income was enough to leave him momentarily dazed. Upon regaining his composure, Hinata Tianyun cast a glance at the dazzling casino before turning to follow Kimura Kokomi. He recognized that, lacking any gambling skills, entering the casino would likely lead to losses. Thus, he needed to devise a well-thought-out plan before attempting to profit from it. The inn that Kakashi had chosen was nothing more than a commonplace establishment, with rather unremarkable amenities, prompting Hinata Tianyun to regard Kakashi with disdain for his stinginess. Of course, Kakashi remained indifferent to Hinata Tianyun's scorn, believing that he was the truly frugal one, as he considered himself quite generous in comparison. Once Kakashi had assigned the rooms, he dismissed Hinata, Tianyun, and his companions, urging them to venture out for dinner, clearly uninterested in joining them. Hinata Tianyun had initially hoped to accompany Kakashi for a meal, but now, faced with Kakashi's unwillingness to treat them, he shifted his attention to Kimura Kokomi, saying, "Kokomi, I've heard you've saved quite a bit of money. How about you treat us to dinner tonight?" With a cold snort, Kimura Kokomi replied, "I'm sorry, but I already had dinner with Hinata. If you wish to eat, you'll have to go out on your own. How could the two of you hide your infidelity from me? It is utterly disgraceful." Hinata Tianyun expressed his displeasure, preparing to reprimand Kimura Kokomi. Unlike Kimura, Hinata, upon witnessing Tianyun's anger, quickly murmured, "If master wishes for dinner, I can treat. I still have some money left." How considerate of Hinata. Tianyun cast a satisfied glance at her before turning to scorn Kimura. To his astonishment, he was met with Kimura's disdainful expression, which seemed to convey, "How dare you let Hinata treat you? Do you possess no shred of masculine dignity?" Feeling slightly embarrassed under Kimura's gaze, Tianyun cleared his throat and said to Hinata, "Never mind. You and Kokomi should return to rest. I will manage dinner myself. You need not concern yourselves with me." After saying this, he turned and exited the room. Tianyun's abrupt departure left Hinata wishing to follow, as she was no fool. She could tell that his earlier words had been provoked by Kimura. However, just as she took a step forward, Kimura pulled her back into the room, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you really intend to treat that scoundrel to dinner?" With Kimura's pushback, Hinata felt too embarrassed to chase after Tianyun, resigning herself to follow Kimura back to their room to rest. Meanwhile, Tianyun, having left the inn to seek dinner at a restaurant, reflected on his inadequacies in training. The scorn from Kimura had embarrassed him to the point of not wanting to allow Hinata to treat him. With a sigh, he randomly chose a restaurant and ordered the house specialty, mullet dish, and began to eat slowly. During his meal, his thoughts shifted from concerns about his pride to the pressing issue of making money through gambling. After all, his current need was for financial resources, not for maintaining appearances. To learn the art of gambling, entering a casino would be the most straightforward path, but the initial learning phase would undoubtedly require a substantial outlay. After some contemplation, Tianyun decided it would be wiser to return to Konoha and seek out a seasoned gambler to learn the craft without incurring significant expenses. Once he acquired the skills, he could then venture into the casino to earn money, turning a profit. The notion of returning to Konoha ignited a sense of eagerness within him, prompting him to hastily finish his dinner and return to the inn for rest, preparing to resolve the matter of the thief the following day. At precisely 5 o'clock the next morning, Tianyun was the first to rise. He knocked on the doors of Kimura and Hinata's room, calling, "Awake, awake. It is time to commence our duties. Do not indulge in sloth." His shout roused a flurry of activity from within the room, and within a minute, the door opened to reveal an irate Kimura peering out, exclaiming, "Are you unwell? You seldom show such enthusiasm for tasks. What has prompted this sudden vigor?" "Mind your own business. Get dressed, and let's go," Tianyun replied. Kimura Kokomi trembled with rage at Hinata Tianyun, wishing to deliver a punch to his arrogant face. Ultimately, realizing that she might not stand a chance against him, she snorted and closed the door with a decisive slam. 5 minutes later, with a composed yet icy expression, she emerged from her room, ignoring Hinata Tianyun entirely as she strode toward the inn's main entrance, exhibiting an air of indifference. Following closely behind her, Hinata quickly explained to Hinata Tianyun, "Master, Kokomi is in a foul mood. We should hurry to catch up." She mentioned that Kokomi intended to skip breakfast to seek someone. "TCH, such a troublesome little brat," Hinata Tianyun sighed, trailing after Hinata in pursuit of Kokomi. En route to the civilian district of Ungshi Town, Hinata Tianyun casually purchased some food, sharing a portion with Hinata as they ate while keeping pace with Kokomi. This only served to further ignite Kokomi's anger, for Hinata Tianyun had not brought anything for her. At the entrance of the civilian street in Ungshi Town, Kokomi, clearly displeased, shot a fierce glare at Hinata Tianyun and Hinata, stating, "Hinata will accompany me to find someone. You can do as you please. Do you not require my assistance?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, astonished. "We can manage on our own. We do not need you to complicate matters," Kokomi retorted disdainfully. "Very well, do as you wish." Hinata Tianyun replied indifferently, as his primary concern was to capture the thief and return to Konoha. Everything else was of little consequence. Upon hearing Kokomi's words, Hinata glanced at the idle Hinata Tianyun and obediently followed Kokomi into the civilian street. Once Kokomi and Hinata departed, Hinata Tianyun found himself at a loss, for he had never been trained in such investigative matters. Even if he wished to search, he would yield no results. It was far better to leave it to the professionals, like Kokomi, who had emerged from the root division. As for the possibility of Kokomi and Hinata encountering danger, he had dispatched shadow clones hidden in the shadows to report back to him. When the time came, he could swiftly respond without wasting much time. Thus, with nothing else to occupy him, Hinata Tianyun began to meander through the civilian street. In fact, he had visited this area just the previous day, but in his haste to locate a blacksmith and a herbalist, he had left upon discovering that neither could be found, having not taken the time to truly observe the street. Today, with leisure on his side, he strolled through the civilian district and found it to be just that, a civilian district. The shops lining the streets were all operated by small vendors, selling wares of little value. The pedestrians appeared listless, their attire often tattered, presenting a stark contrast to the opulent noble district of Ungshi town, which felt like an entirely different world. As Hinata Tianyun wandered through the civilian street, he inevitably drew the attention of passers-by. His exquisite attire was the first point of fascination, followed closely by his youthful appearance. Finally, there was the unmistakable symbol of his status as a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, the forehead protector that hung from his waist. Regarding the ninja headband, when Hinata Tianyun first acquired it, he felt it looked unappealing no matter where he wore it. Thus, he resolved to tie it, akin to a jade pendant, with a string at the hem of his garment as a decorative element. This combination rendered Hinata Tianyun particularly eye-catching, and due to his identity as a ninja, no one dared to provoke him. They would merely cast a glance and hurriedly avert their eyes. After wandering through the streets of the common folk and finding little of interest, he retraced his steps to a quaint shop he had previously passed, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from within. Upon entering, he discovered the establishment was quite small, with only 10 seats furnished with simple wooden stools. Its decor exceedingly shabby, merely papered walls that spoke of utter simplicity. Had it not been for the delectable scents emanating from the kitchen, Hinata Tianyun would have exited at once rather than dine in such a place. He ordered a plate of roasted chicken and some vegetables, then settled in to savor the meal, seeking to alleviate his boredom. It was 9:30 in the morning, neither breakfast nor lunchtime, so the shop was devoid of patrons, and the service was swift. Within 3 minutes, 2 dishes were served, and he promptly began to eat. "Owner, pack 2 portions of your best dishes for me," he requested. However, after taking a bite, he found the taste not as exquisite as the aroma suggested when a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. He glanced up to see a young man, perhaps in his 20s, dressed in tattered clothing with a short, unruly hairstyle, exuding a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Hinata Tianyun felt little interest in the man, merely casting a cursory glance before returning his focus to the food. 5 minutes later, he noticed the young man departing with a bounty of takeout, thinking nothing of it, merely assuming that a young man had come into some fortune and decided to indulge in a feast. However, a minute later, his thoughts shifted when he saw Hinata and Kimura Shinmei appear at the entrance, conversing with the male server. "Hinata, Shinmei, over here." Hinata Tianyun called out to the 2 women. Upon hearing his voice, they turned to see him seated inside, and Kimura Shinmei immediately scoffed. "You seem quite comfortable. Enjoying your meal here. We have no time to chat. We must catch a thief." Hinata wished to enter the restaurant, but Kimura Shinmei pulled her away, leaving Hinata with no choice but to offer Tianyun an apologetic glance. Upon hearing Kimura Shinmei mention a thief, Hinata Tianyun recalled the young man who had just purchased food, prompting him to hastily rise, toss some money onto the table, abandon his meal, and quickly follow behind Kimura Shinmei and Hinata. 5 minutes later, Hinata Tianyun caught up with Kimura Kokomi and Hinata. The 3 of them stood behind a dilapidated wall, peering through a hole in the wall at a young man who had just entered a decrepit room. 30 seconds later, unable to contain his curiosity, Hinata Tianyun quietly asked Kimura Kokomi, "Is that fellow suspicious? How did you find him?" Kimura Kokomi did not respond to Hinata Tianyun's inquiry, but remained fixated on the movements within the wall, while Hinata answered softly in her stead, "Master, Kokomi took me to investigate the entire civilian district. We identified the individual who has suddenly changed and tracked the one known as Kamiyama, and we have been following him ever since. Is Kamiyama acting strangely lately?" Hinata Tianyun pressed on. Hinata nodded. "He used to roam the streets daily, conning people for food and rewards, but recently he has taken to hiding at home. When he does venture out, he is quite extravagant in his purchases. Kokomi suspects that he may be the one who took the gold." Hinata Tianyun pondered for a moment, recalling the arrogant man he had encountered at the restaurant. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Did Kokomi not say that the thief possessed great strength, capable of stealing a considerable amount of gold?" That man seemed to struggle even carrying food. How could he possibly have the strength to run off with gold? I cannot say for certain, but among the entire civilian street, Kamiyama remains the most suspicious. Hinata shook her head in response, unable to articulate her thoughts. And sensing that Kimura Kokomi would not provide further clarity, Hinata Tianyun decided to leap over the wall and charge into the dilapidated house. Leaving Kimura Kokomi and Hinata momentarily stunned before they too followed him in. Hinata Tianyun did not wish to linger for too long. His thoughts were already drifting towards returning to Konoha village, eager to master the art of gambling and thereby amass a fortune. Now that he had identified a suspect, he was unwilling to wait patiently. He intended to capture the suspect and conduct a thorough interrogation, which would expedite the resolution of the matter and allow him to return home sooner to study his gambling techniques. Possessing the prowess of A.J. Mean, Hinata Tianyun burst into the dilapidated dwelling, effortlessly shattering the decrepit wooden door with a single punch. He beheld a young man seated in the hall, chopsticks in hand. Staring at him in astonishment, none other than Yamayama, as described by Hinata. Casting a glance at the food laid out before Yamayama, Hinata Tianyun was poised to apprehend him when a furious voice rang out from behind him. "Hinata Tianyun, what on earth are you doing? Have you even learned the essentials of tracking?" Glancing back at the exasperated Mukimura Kokomi, Hinata Tianyun replied nonchalantly, "I have no interest in your so-called secrets. My method is sheer violence, which is undoubtedly the swiftest approach." With that, he stepped over the splintered remnants of the door and approached Yamayama, declaring, "I shall ask you one question. Should you fail to answer correctly, your fate is sealed." Yamayama, who had been enjoying a lavish meal, found himself abruptly invaded in his own home. Before he could muster any anger, this small boy stood before him, ready to chastise him, inciting a profound rage within him. He rose, intending to retaliate, but as he stood and met Hinata Tianyun's piercing Byakugan gaze, his fury dissipated entirely. In the town of Ongshi, even the common folk labored for Konoha village. Given the notoriety of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, Yamayama could not possibly be unfamiliar with it. The thought of engaging with a member of the Hyuga clan was daunting, even if he were to emerge victorious in a confrontation. He would likely find himself without refuge in the land of fire, relentlessly pursued by the clan. Standing, Yamayama towered over Hinata Tianyun by a significant margin, forcing Tianyun to look up at him, whose anger had now morphed into trepidation. Seizing the moment while Yamayama's mind was clouded, Hinata Tianyun cast a minor illusion upon him. Then inquired, "Speak. Were the gold bars belonging to the 5 wealthy families taken by you? Should you lie, you are aware of the consequences." A mere commoner, Yamayama was ill-equipped to resist Hinata Tianyun's illusion. Furthermore, burdened by guilt, he immediately knelt before Tianyun, bowing his head in submission, "Ninja Lord. The gold of the 5 wealthy families was indeed pilfered by me. However, those gold bars are of little value." Perplexed, Hinata Tianyun questioned, "What do you mean by gold being worthless?" On his knees, Yamayama hurriedly explained, "The gold is merely a thin veneer. Inside, it is filled with worthless pills. I discarded all those pills and sold the gold casing for a mere 3 million. I assure you, I was merely deceived." Deceived, Hinata Tianyun found himself increasingly perplexed. According to Yamashita, it seemed that someone had coerced him into stealing the gold of the 5 wealthy magnates. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed for clarity, stating, "Elucidate the matter. Inform me of the details. Furthermore, I must disclose that Lord Hokage is currently attentive to this situation. Should you utter any falsehoods, it would spell your demise." Yamashita, frightened to the point of losing composure, recounted everything he knew in earnest. Upon completing his account, both Hinata Tianyun and Kimura Kokomi were left in a state of bewilderment, as the gravity of the situation had surpassed their investigative authority. Pondering the matter, Hinata Tianyun activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. Almost immediately, he detected over 20 concealed figures lurking near the dilapidated structure, clearly lying in wait for their emergence. "This is a significant predicament," he muttered as he retracted his Byakugan. You have activated your eyes." Hinata Hanabi gazed at him in astonishment, her expression reflecting her uncertainty. Tianyun, however, had no time to entertain her surprise. He spoke directly to Kimura Kokomi, "Exercise caution. There are 23 individuals lying in ambush outside. Once we step out, we are likely to be assaulted by the enemy. You should keep Hinata vigilant while I search for the items. Combat is imminent." The shock on Hinata Hanabi's face gradually transformed into a mix of awe and apprehension as she absorbed his words. Kimura Kokomi, having already harbored doubts regarding Tianyun's activation of Byakugan, was not overly surprised by his findings. However, upon learning of the enemy's number, she furrowed her brows and inquired. This complicates matters. If they include any ninjas, we three should avoid direct confrontation. It would be more prudent to bring Yamashita to seek out Kakashi-sensei. Tianyun shook his head. They are merely insignificant foes. Among them, only a little over 10 are ninjas, their chakra levels likely equivalent to that of a genin. However, there are 2 ninjas whose chakra levels appear to be at the nin level. Kimura Kokomi stared at him in disbelief, baffled by his dismissive attitude towards the presence of 2 nin. How could he regard them as mere trifles? She herself was merely a genin. Not wishing to dwell on Tianyun's attitude, she asked directly, "What shall we do now? Should I take Hinata and leave this place?" After a moment's deliberation, Tianyun replied, "That could work, but only after I locate the pill that individual discarded. The 5 magnates have orchestrated the theft of those pills, which I suspect are of considerable value. If we can procure evidence, it will facilitate our report to Kakashi." "Very well, I shall follow your lead," Kimura Kokomi conceded, recognizing the validity of Tianyun's reasoning and refraining from countering his words. Subsequently, Tianyun glanced at Yamashita, who lay motionless on the ground, and declared, "You now have an opportunity to redeem yourself. Accompany us to meet Lord Hokage and repeat the account you just provided. He may yet grant you mercy." Upon hearing that he could survive, Yamashita regained some spirit and inquired, "Is it true? Will Lord Hokage truly spare me?" Hinata Tenkumo pointed to his Byakugan and replied, "This is my assurance. Can you truly doubt the words of the Hyuga clan?" Yamashita finally became serious, quickly rising to bow before Hinata Tenkumo, saying, "Lord Hyuga, I shall follow your every command." Satisfied, Hinata Tenkumo instructed, "First, take me to retrieve the pills you lost. We shall then approach Lord Hokage together." "Very well, my lord." "Follow me," Yamashita complied obediently. Yamashita's tale began with his life as a vagrant, wandering the streets of commoners, using deceit to make a living. One evening, having acquired some money, he ventured into a secluded tavern to drink, indulging until he fell into a drunken slumber. In that hazy state between wakefulness and sleep, he overheard 2 individuals at a nearby table discussing something peculiar. Due to his inebriation, he could not grasp the details, but he caught snippets about 5 wealthy magnates who would be unguarded the following night, plotting to steal the gold they kept in their homes. Initially, Yamashita dismissed the notion, believing it implausible. The gold had been on display for some time, and although he had not seen it himself, he had heard many recount tales of the 5 magnates, all emphasizing the numerous guards protecting the treasures. Yet, upon returning home and contemplating the vast amount of gold, his curiosity grew insatiable, leading him to decide to scout the vicinity of the magnates' residences. If it were true that no guards were present, he would take a chance. The following night, with a heart full of trepidation, he arrived outside one magnate's estate and was astonished to find no guards at all. Unable to contain his excitement, he stealthily entered the mansion and absconded with all the gold displayed in the hall. Subsequently, he pondered whether the other 4 magnates might also be unguarded and proceeded to rob each of their homes in succession, leaving no treasure behind. In the frenzy of the theft, Yamashita had not considered the absurdity of his haul. Upon returning home, he realized the impossibility of carrying over 500 pounds of gold by himself. He then examined one of the gold bars and, upon discovering its unusual weight, smashed it open, revealing the pills hidden within. Indifferent to the pills, he dared not show them to anyone, nor taste them himself. Instead, he buried them in a pit and shattered the gold wrappers, exchanging them with his unscrupulous friends for 3 million. In the initial days following the theft, as he observed the magnate's subordinates patrolling, he refrained from any reckless actions. However, true to his nature of indulgence, he soon succumbed to temptation, venturing out to procure fine delicacies, ultimately attracting the attention of Kimura Kokomi, who began to suspect his activities. Upon the conclusion of Yamashita's narration, Hinata Tencloud and Kimura Kokomi immediately sensed discrepancies in the situation. Being astute individuals, they recognized the underlying peculiarities. The simultaneous withdrawal of the guards by the 5 affluent magnates was clearly a deliberate ploy to facilitate the theft. It was merely a stroke of coincidence that Yamashita acted before the theft transpired. As Hinata scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, he surmised that the 5 wealthy individuals would undoubtedly endeavor to reclaim the stolen pills while concealing their intentions from others, necessitating the dispatch of followers to trail the matter. With a clear understanding of the situation's intricacies, Hinata urged Yamashita to lead him to where the pills were buried. For he was eager to discern the nature of these pills and the reason behind the magnate's elaborate scheme to have them pilfered. Yamashita had concealed the pills in his own home, fearing to stray too far after the theft. In a mere 3 minutes, Hinata unearthed a jar hidden against the wall of the courtyard, filled to the brim with the clandestine pills. Observing the jar in Yamashita's hands, Hinata quipped, "What a splendid preservation! Were you planning to sell them at some opportune moment?" Yamashita, sharing the same thoughts as Hinata, felt a twinge of embarrassment and hastily handed the jar over. With a smile, Hinata accepted it, opening the jar to reveal a collection of pills, each roughly the size of a pinky finger. While unfamiliar with their specific properties, he felt no trepidation, for the system would automatically identify them upon his grasp. Upon extracting a pitch-black pill, the system promptly prompted Hinata regarding the potential enhancement of the substance in his possession. He recognized this enhancement pill from his experiences in Konohagakure. It was a high-value item, priced at 2 million per unit, far rarer than even military rations, with at least 500 pills in that jar. Their collective worth was around 1 billion. Elated by this revelation, Hinata resolved that he would not return these treasures to the third Hokage. Instead, he intended to enhance his abilities and subsequently sell them, envisioning a profit of at least 20 billion, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Without hesitation, he retrieved a sealing scroll and sealed the entire jar, leaving behind a mere handful as evidence for Kakashi, causing Kimura Kokomi to grimace in disbelief. Kimura Kokomi, well aware of the enhancement pills and their significance, having built her own strength upon their consumption, understood that Hinata would never relinquish them. After all, the entirety of Konohagakure was aware of Hinata's notorious frugality. Extracting anything from him would be an exercise in futility. Yet, this was of no concern to her. She merely regarded Hinata with a twinge of disdain in her heart before redirecting her focus away from his actions. Hinata Tianyun amassed a considerable fortune. His spirits lifted as he turned to Kimura Kokomi and Hinata, saying, "Now is your opportunity to shine. When we depart, we shall undoubtedly encounter some ninjas intent on obstructing us. I will dispatch 4 shadow clones to accompany you in dealing with those adversaries. Do not forget to keep me in your thoughts. Master, will you not intervene?" Hinata inquired, her heart fluttering with trepidation as it was her first time participating in a life-and-death battle. She gazed at Hinata Tianyun, her thoughts simple yet profound. She believed that with Hinata Tianyun's formidable strength, he could effortlessly vanquish their foes, hence her eager anticipation for his support. Regrettably, in response to Hinata's hopeful gaze, Hinata Tianyun replied calmly, "My shadow clones are solely here to assist. If you are not in peril, they will refrain from intervening on your behalf." "Ah," Hinata gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Kimura Kokomi cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Tianyun before stepping closer to Hinata to offer comfort. "Do not worry. They are merely ordinary ninjas, unlike us. Together, we shall handle this with ease." Kimura Kokomi's assertion held merit, as typical rogue ninjas possessed limited ninjutsu and primarily relied on taijutsu in combat. In contrast, the distinguished Hinata and the skilled Kimura Kokomi, hailing from reputable lineages, wielded a far superior arsenal of techniques compared to their wandering adversaries. Hinata Hyuga's strength, after several enhancements from Tianyun Hyuga, has actually surpassed that of Kakura Kokomi. However, due to her inherently gentle disposition, she can only unleash 60% of her full potential, which is still quite remarkable. The emergence of adversaries provides a perfect opportunity for Tianyun Hyuga to expose Hinata to the harsh realities of combat, ensuring her growth and maturity. Kakura Kokomi, perceptive as ever, seems to grasp Tianyun's intentions and takes the apprehensive Hinata by the hand, leading her boldly towards the courtyard exit to take the lead in confronting the enemy. Upon noticing that Hinata and Kakura have forged ahead, Tianyun divides himself into 4 shadow clones, assigning them the task of eliminating the foes that Hinata and Kakura defeat, while simultaneously safeguarding them from sustaining severe injuries. As for minor wounds, Tianyun remains indifferent. Exiting the gates of the mountainous estate, they find themselves on a straight path lined with wild grass. Traversing this 200-meter stretch will lead them to the main thoroughfare of the civilian district. However, the lurking ninjas will not allow Hinata and Kakura to reach the civilian streets unimpeded. They spring forth from the dilapidated houses flanking the path, encircling the 4 of them in the midst of the grassy trail. Hinata and Kakura take the lead. Facing a considerable number of adversaries, approximately 16 ninjas, while Tianyun and Kamiyama remained behind with only 7 foes. Kamiyama, having never encountered such a situation, is so startled that he collapses to the ground, burying his head in the grass as if attempting to conceal himself like an ostrich. Before Kakura, a masked ninja emerges, coolly proclaiming, "Surrender the individual behind you, and I shall permit your escape. Otherwise, you shall not leave here alive today." Unfazed by these rogue ninjas, Kakura retorts boldly, "Spare me your threats. If you wish to capture him, demonstrate your strength." The masked ninja, casting a glance at Kakura, dismisses further conversation and commands his comrades, "Attack." At his signal, a barrage of hidden weapons hurtles towards Kakura, yet the outcome astonishes all, for none of the projectiles strike Kakura or Hinata. They veer off course, landing harmlessly in the surrounding foliage. "It's an illusion, be cautious." The masked ninja, witnessing the failure of the attack, promptly warns his allies. In response, the ninjas strike their comrades to dispel the illusion through pain. Once the illusion dissipates, they find their intended targets charging swiftly towards them. Kakura leads the charge with Hinata closely behind. Once they breach the enemy's ranks, the adversaries lose their opportunity to employ hidden weapons, drawing their own blades for close combat. Kakura and Hinata, being super elites among the lower-ranking ninjas, face no challenge from this ragtag assembly. Regrettably, this was merely a figment of imagination. Due to Hinata Hyuga's timidity in battle, Komura Kokomi found herself distracted, compelled to assist Hinata, which ultimately led them to become entangled with 16 ninjas in the midst of their journey. Behind them, Hinata Tenka cast a glance at the skirmish involving Hinata and Komura, shaking his head in silent exasperation before turning to the 7 approaching enemies, stating, "Your adversaries are not me. They lie behind you. Do not disturb my observation." How dare that little brat act so arrogant? One ninja wielding an iron rod could no longer restrain himself and charged at Hinata Tenku. However, before he could take a single step, he was engulfed in darkness, followed by a sharp pain in his throat, leading him into a deeper abyss of unconsciousness. Within a mere 5 seconds, 6 out of the 7 ninjas surrounding Hinata Tenku fell silently, leaving only one Nin clutching his throat as he retreated hastily, fleeing toward the Yamasan residence. Hinata Tenka surveyed his handiwork with immense satisfaction. The B-rank ninjutsu, shadow illusion technique, rendered those ordinary ninjas utterly defenseless, their throats swiftly cut by Tenka's shadow clones. As for the fleeing Nin, Tenka was indifferent, for his shadow clone was already in pursuit, leaving no hope for escape. Indeed, just 10 seconds after the masked Nin entered the Yamasan residence, Tenka heard a scream echoing from within. Ninja battles, by their very nature, should be resolved in an instant. Prolonged confrontations lasting hours are the domain of samurai, not ninjas. Hinata Tenka dispatched 7 ninjas in under 40 seconds. A true display of annihilation that left the battling ninjas in front paralyzed with fear, no longer daring to engage with Komura and Hinata, and instead seeking refuge in the civilian streets. Yet, as they turned to flee, they were met by 2 identical Hinata Tenka blocking their path to safety. The situation had reversed, with the ninjas now encircled by Tenku and his companions, mirroring the initial encirclement they had imposed upon him. The masked Nin, the leader of the remaining ninjas, recognized the formidable strength of the enemy and disregarded his fellow rogue ninjas, leaping onto a dilapidated wall at the roadside to escape into another residence. Seeing the Nin escape, Hinata Tenku addressed Hinata and Komura, saying, "The remainder is yours to handle. Should you fail, do not blame me for abandoning you in the future." With that, he paid no further heed to Komura and Hinata, swiftly pursuing the fleeing masked Nin. Upon witnessing Tenku's departure, Komura cast a glance at the pale-faced Hinata and remarked, "Hinata, if you do not take this seriously, I fear Tenka may no longer regard you in the future. You ought to consider that carefully." This marked Hinata's first encounter with genuine combat. Her inherently gentle disposition, coupled with the brutal scenes of those felled by Tenku, nearly caused her to retch her breakfast. However, upon hearing Kimura Kokomi's words, she was immediately reminded of her father's expectations for her, who had even expended a considerable sum to have Hinata Tenin educate her. If she were to be sent back by Hinata Tenin now, she could hardly fathom how she would face her father. "Hinata, take action." Seeing Hinata lost in thought, Kimura Kokomi could not help but urge her, for the enemies were scattering in all directions, and she could hardly manage to deal with the 15 fleeing ninjas. Hinata, regaining her composure, observed Kimura Kokomi relentlessly pursuing the ninjas alone. With a newfound resolve, she forced herself to chase after the escaping foes, though she still lacked the courage to strike lethally, merely inflicting severe injuries upon the fleeing ninjas. Hinata Tianyun found himself in pursuit of the fleeing masked ninja shortly after employing the swift wind technique, catching up within a mere minute. The masked ninja, upon glimpsing the bulging veins of Hinata Tianyun's Byakugan, felt an icy dread settle in his heart, deterred from approaching him. As all ninjas are aware, engaging the Hyuga clan in close combat is unequivocally perilous. Spare me, dear friend of the Hyuga clan. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you. The masked ninja, locked in a standoff with Hinata Tianyun for 10 seconds, finally succumbed to the pressure, opting to surrender. With a smirk, Hinata Tianyun remarked, I am quite fond of wealth. Should you wish to depart, you may do so by procuring the fortunes of those 5 affluent individuals. As you serve them, surely you can eliminate them while they are unsuspecting. A chill ran down the masked ninja's spine, realizing the audacity and treachery of the young Hyuga. To demand the assassination of his employers was tantamount to obliterating his standing within the ninja realm. He had no desire to tarnish his reputation or become a wandering rogue. After a fleeting glance at Hinata Tianyun, he resignedly muttered, It seems that without revealing my true capabilities, I shall not escape today. Oh, you possess a secret technique? Pray, demonstrate it for me, Hinata Tianyun said, astonished at the masked ninja's bravado. The masked ninja, perceiving Hinata Tianyun's overconfidence, swiftly formed a complex series of hand seals. Earth Release, Mud Swamp Technique. Upon invoking this jutsu, Hinata Tianyun observed the dilapidated structure beneath his feet begin to sink. Looking upward, he noticed that the masked ninja had vanished onto the rooftop. Employing his Byakugan, Hinata Tianyun scanned the surroundings and discerned that the masked ninja had burrowed underground, evidently utilizing the Earth Release technique. This individual is no ordinary rogue ninja. Such jutsu are typically mastered only by ninjas from the land of Earth. It appears that the 5 wealthy patrons may indeed be involved in illicit dealings with them. Merely pondering this, Hinata Tianyun leaped to the ground and, mirroring the masked ninja, employed the Earth Release technique to delve underground. During his time training with Kakashi, he had not merely followed, he had acquired numerous jutsu. Having learned over 100 variations of C-rank techniques like the Earth Release, even B-rank jutsu were not beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, despite his extensive repertoire, Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat envious of Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, who had mastered over 1,000 techniques. Previously, he had been reluctant to expend funds on enhancements. But having recently invested 500,000 in strengthening his Earth Release, he was now hot on the heels of the fleeing masked ninja. The masked ninja underground lacked the advantage of Hinata Tianyun's Byakugan. After executing the Mud Swamp technique, he seized an opportunity to escape using the Earth Release. Never contemplating a direct confrontation with Hinata Tianyun, nor realizing that Hinata was tracking him underground with his Byakugan. After escaping over 100 meters, the masked ninja felt he was safe and emerged from the ground to assess the situation above. However, as soon as he poked his head out, a kunai appeared above him, piercing directly through his temple. The masked ninja, in disbelief, gazed at Hinata Tianyun standing on the ground. He was aware that Tianyun's Byakugan could potentially track his location, but having advanced from underground, he never imagined that his opponent could accurately strike him down the moment he surfaced. The complexity of the terrain above, with its convoluted buildings and roads, made linear movement difficult while his underground speed was significantly greater, leading him to underestimate Tianyun's ability to catch up with him. Unfazed by the thoughts of the deceased ninja, Tianyun pulled the body up from the ground and created a shadow clone to carry the corpse back to reunite with Mukamura Shinbai and the others. He planned to take the body back to Konoha for the research department to ascertain whether it belonged to a ninja from the Earth Village, hoping to uncover some hidden secrets. Upon returning to the wild grass path, he found the battle had concluded. Hinata was standing by the roadside, retching repeatedly, while Mukamura Shinbai comforted her. Perched atop a dilapidated wall, Tianyun glanced at the defeated ninjas on the ground with satisfaction before jumping down to stand behind Mukamura Shinbai. Not bad, right? With determination, you all did quite well. Let us gather the bodies and depart, he remarked. Mukamura Shinbai shot him an irritated look, gesturing towards the still retching Hinata. She is not like you, a cold-blooded killer. She is still young. Can't you show a bit of gentleness? Tianyun, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, She is older than I am. What is so strange about killing a couple of people? It'd be truly bizarre if a ninja didn't kill. Mukamura Shinbai paused, momentarily at a loss for words, as her education at the root echoed Tianyun's sentiment. It was indeed odd for a ninja not to kill. Finally, she sighed in resignation. Fine, you handle the ninja corpses. I'll take Hinata back to the inn to report to Kakashi-sensei. We might need to return to Konoha today. Noticing Mukamura Shinbai preparing to leave, Tianyun quickly pointed to the fainted Yamayama. Take that guy back to Kakashi. He is an important witness. I have matters to attend to. If Kakashi makes any decisions, he can relay them through my shadow clone, and I'll receive the information once it's dispelled. What are you planning? Mukamura Shinbai frowned at him. Mind your own business. Just focus on what you need to do, Tianyun replied, dismissing her concern entirely. Casually, Kimura Kokomi, in a fit of anger, tugged Hinata Hanabi away from Hyuga Tianyun, leading her to Yamayama's side, and hoisted him along as well, thus fulfilling the task entrusted by Hyuga Tianyun. As soon as Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi departed, Hyuga Tianyun instructed his shadow clone, burdened with the corpse of a masked ninja, to accompany Kokomi in the other's back. Meanwhile, he remained with the remaining 3 shadow clones, meticulously collecting all the weapons and tools from the fallen ninjas. Hinata Tianyun instructed Hinata and Kimura Kokomi to part ways, with a purposeful intent to investigate the residences of the 5 great tycoons in hopes of uncovering some treasures. It had become evident that these affluent individuals were engaged in the illicit trade of essence pills, a grave offense in the Land of Fire. The leaders of this nation were resolute in preventing their resources from being exploited by foreign entities that could potentially rise against them. Thus, those involved in the smuggling of essence pills faced the gallows. Given that these tycoons were known to sell as many as 500 pills at a time, and had likely sold an uncountable number previously, their punishment would be far from sufficient. Since their demise was a certainty, their fortunes would serve no purpose. Thus, Hinata Tianyun, in a gesture of goodwill, intended to tidy up their estate, perhaps earning their gratitude from beyond the grave. However, as he dispatched 4 shadow clones alongside himself to the tycoons' abodes, he discovered that they had already vacated, their guards entirely absent. This led Hinata Tianyun to suspect that the identities of these tycoons were far from ordinary, potentially concealing the fact that they were ninjas. Upon entering the now-deserted mansions, he found little of value, leading to his vexation, wishing he could set the 5 villas ablaze. Yet, upon reflection, he realized these grand residences could indeed be sold, prompting him to abandon his destructive thoughts and hastily return to reunite with Kakashi, hoping to persuade him to sell the villas for a share of the profits. Otherwise, he would gain nothing when the matter reached the 3rd Hokage, and his impatience grew. The value of the 5 mansions would surely exceed 500 million. And even if Kakashi claimed half, he would still pocket 250 million, a lucrative deal he was unwilling to forfeit. However, as he made his way back to the inn, he received a message from Kakashi through the retraction of his shadow clone. Kakashi's message read, "Hurry back. The situation has already escalated to the 3rd Hokage. This task is no longer under our jurisdiction, but has been taken over by the Umbu, and we must return to Konoha to report." Hinata Tianyun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, as selling the villas would require considerable time he no longer possessed. Yet, he consoled himself with the thought of returning to Konoha to learn gambling techniques from a master, deeming the loss of 250 million inconsequential. After all, he still possessed around 1 billion essence pills, and the mission had already proven to be quite profitable, alleviating his earlier discontent. Upon returning to the inn, he found Kakashi waiting for him alongside Kimura Kokomi, Hinata, and Umurayama. He promptly joined Kakashi, who glanced at him and said, "Now that we are all back, let us depart. We aim to return to Konoha before 5 o'clock this evening to report to the 3rd Hokage, after which you may rest well." After Kakashi concluded his words, he created a shadow clone and swiftly ascended the rooftops, heading towards the village of Konoha. Mikumi cast a sharp glance at Hinata, who, after stealing a furtive look at Hinata Tenku, followed Kakashi without uttering a single word to him. "I haven't wronged you. Why all the disdain?" Hinata Tenku sighed in resignation and followed suit. At precisely 5 in the afternoon, before the gates of the Hokage, Kakashi and his companions took 3 hours and 10 minutes to return to the entrance of Konoha, where they paused briefly to prepare for their meeting with the 3rd Hokage. Hinata Tenku, unfazed by fatigue, upon reaching the village gates, was reminded of the 10 for million he was owed by Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Utsuki. He hurriedly approached them and demanded, "Where is the money? You two should have it ready, right?" Gongzi Tai, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled and replied, "The money has already been delivered to your residence, signed for by your mother. You'll find out when you return." "What?" Hinata Tenku's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table. "Are you doing this on purpose? Do you not intend to pay me?" Hearing his furious outburst, Kamizuki Utsuki mumbled, "If you hadn't delayed payment, you stingy miser, it wouldn't be strange for you to charge us an additional 20,000 daily. We wouldn't want to pay 80,000 for nothing." Hinata Tenku clearly heard Kamizuki Utsuki's mutterings and understood their intention. They likely knew he wouldn't return for 3 days and, to avoid incurring the extra daily charge, had chosen to send the money directly to his home. Casting a fierce glare at Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Yatsuki, he coldly remarked, "Fine, I'll spare you this time out of respect for my mother. But next time, I won't be strengthening you anymore." With that, Hinata Tenka departed, leaving Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Yatsuki helplessly watching him leave. Pondering whether their offense against the young boy was ultimately worth the trouble, at the entrance of the ninja gate, as Hinata Tenka conversed with Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Yatsuki, Kakashi and his group regained some of their vigor. Upon seeing Hinata Tenka return, Kakashi urged everyone to set off promptly. In the office of the third Hokage, Kakashi and his 5 companions hurriedly entered. Hinata Tenku casually selected a seat to rest, while Kakashi detailed the events to the third Hokage. After Kakashi finished his account, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, remaining silent for 3 minutes before stating, "Kakashi, first take the corpse of that Nin to the intelligence department for investigation and arrange for Kamizuki Yatsuki to settle into temporary accommodations. Mikumi, Hinata, you two may return to rest." Once the arrangements were made, the third Hokage's gaze turned towards the drowsy Hinata Tenku, calmly saying, "Don't pretend to be asleep, brat. Don't think I am unaware of your thoughts. Those suede-idan belong to Konoha. Hand them over immediately." Upon being exposed by the third Hokage, Hyuga Tianyun nonchalantly sat up and began to dig at his ears, declaring, Old man, what are you saying? My ears feel uncomfortable today, and I couldn't hear you. Are you suggesting that I return home to rest? If so, I shall take my leave." With that, Hyuga Tianyun attempted to slip away. "Stop right there. If you dare to leave, I shall withhold the payment for those 1,000 soldier food pills." The third Hokage immediately threatened him. "How outrageous, old man. That money was earned through my hard work, and you dare to covet it." Hyuga Tianyun retorted angrily. In the Hokage's office within the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi, Konoha Shinobi, Hinata Hyuga, and others had been dismissed by the third Hokage, who fixed his gaze solely on Hyuga Tianyun. Understanding the determination of the third Hokage, who would not let him go without obtaining the sway pill, Hyuga Tianyun could only pout and toss 2 sway pills towards the third Hokage, saying, "Old man, try consuming these 2. If you desire the ordinary sway pill, I shall return it to you today, but do not expect me to provide you with anything of value in the future." Previously, the third Hokage had investigated the matter of the soldier food pills for a long time without any leads, only to discover that on that particular morning, Nara's store had sold 1,000 medium soldier food pills, which were not the enhanced pills in Hyuga Tianyun's possession. Although he could not ascertain that Hyuga Tianyun was behind it, the third Hokage, with his keen intellect, could easily deduce that it was indeed Hyuga Tianyun's handiwork. After all, he had a history of enhancing weaponry, and now he was capable of augmenting the efficacy of pills as well. Now, as Hyuga Tianyun presented the 2 pills, it was a clear admission of his ability to enhance their potency. The third Hokage could not resist picking one of the pills and tossing it into his mouth. 3 minutes later, having swallowed both pills, the third Hokage's gaze towards Hyuga Tianyun shifted. It was no longer resolute, but rather tinged with a pitiful demeanor as he implored, "Tianyun, you see, our Hidden Leaf Village is quite impoverished. I had to scrape together funds for the soldier food pills last time, and I am willing to forego the sway pills this time. Could you perhaps sell them at a more affordable price?" Having tested the effects of the enhanced sway pill, the third Hokage realized that with just 2 pills, the physical prowess of a non-ninja could be elevated to that of a genin. This was a remarkable boon for augmenting their forces. The only drawback was that the effects of the sway pill were gradual, likely requiring 6 months for an ordinary person to reach the level of a genin. Yet, this minor limitation was inconsequential to the third Hokage, who was eager for Hyuga Tianyun to sell the enhanced sway pills to the Hidden Leaf Village. However, upon finishing his plea, he noticed Hyuga Tianyun's expression remained unperturbed, prompting him to inwardly curse Tianyun for his lack of empathy towards an old man. Yet, with a different tone, he continued, "Tianyun, should you be willing to sell at a lower price, I can arrange for you to refine all the sway pills for the Hidden Leaf Village, with a commission of 500,000 per pill. How does that sound?" Hinata Tianyun's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Shedding his previous languid demeanor as he stated earnestly, "The Hokage truly embodies profound wisdom and is undeniably the pillar of Konohagakure. No, the Fire Country. Very well. I shall comply with the Hokage's wishes." The enhancement pills required an investment of 2 million, and with the third Hokage offering him a commission of 500,000, he could garner a profit of 3 million per pill. This represented a significant business opportunity for Hinata Tianyun, and he deemed the slight loss worthwhile. Furthermore, he had already begun to perceive Konohagakure as a formidable power for his future endeavors to conquer the world. The third Hokage's decision to distribute the enhancement pills among the village's ninjas would ultimately serve his interests, yielding a dual advantage. The third Hokage, feeling quite exasperated, observed Hinata Tianyun's sycophantic behavior, inwardly cursing him for referring to him as old man when there was no benefit involved, yet immediately elevating him to Hokage status when there was profit to be gained. Such shamelessness. Nonetheless, the third Hokage merely scolded Hinata Tianyun in his thoughts. The latter had become increasingly vital to Konohagakure, and the Hokage wished he could arrange for him to marry 100 wives in the village, thereby binding Hinata Tianyun's loyalties entirely to the village. Regrettably, Hinata Tianyun was still only a little over 6 years old. Otherwise, the Hokage might have taken it upon himself to inquire about his lifelong commitments. As for compelling Hinata Tianyun to work, that would be a fruitless endeavor for the third Hokage, for he could not be certain that the boy would not tamper with the weapons or pills. Thus, collaboration was the preferred approach. The third Hokage was even contemplating whether to designate Hinata Tianyun as his successor, believing that with the valuable resources in the boy's possession, he could not possibly require funds from any subordinate. Lost in these thoughts, the third Hokage was abruptly jolted back to reality by the sound of Hinata Tianyun slamming his palm on the table. He quickly cleared his throat and asked the visibly dissatisfied boy, "What is it, Tianyun? Do you have further matters to discuss? We have already reached an agreement." Hinata Tianyun retorted, "I would like you to assign my mother to a safer department to prevent her from incessantly seeking out missions." The third Hokage immediately shook his head, replying, "That matter is rather complicated. Your mother belongs to the Hyuga clan, and I must confer with Hayashi. Please allow me a few days to address this." "Fine. I shall await the outcome," Hinata Tianyun nodded in acknowledgement. The third Hokage then glanced at the sealing scroll at Hinata Tianyun's waist and inquired, "When can we expect the enhancement pills? Konohagakure is in dire need of that batch." With a resigned gesture, Hinata Tianyun replied, "I cannot assist with that at the moment. I require a substantial sum to procure the necessary materials, and I currently possess very little. I can only begin producing the enhancement pills once the Hokage provides me with the funds for the military rations." In this regard, Hinata Tianyun was truthful. He had only several million at his disposal, which was insufficient to enhance the 500 pills. However, the third Hokage clearly did not believe his words. After scrutinizing Hinata Tianyun for a considerable time, he finally said, "Forget it, I am too weary to prolong this conversation. The funds for the military provisions have arrived. You may collect them from the finance department yourself. I will notify the various clans to gather money. Once you acquire the funds, hasten to refine the essence pills. In 3 days, they will likely raise around 1 billion. At that time, send over 200 of those enhanced essence pills. As long as there is a profit to be made." Hinata Tianyun promptly thumped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Lord Hokage. I shall labor diligently at home these 3 days to produce 200 enhanced essence pills for Konoha. I trust you as far as I can throw you." The third Hokage retorted, glaring at Hinata Tianyun, "Now be off. Your presence irks me. For the next half-month, refrain from undertaking any missions and remain here in Konoha for rest." Hinata Tianyun was just considering studying gambling techniques, so the third Hokage's grant of leave was fortuitous. After bowing to the third Hokage, he scampered off to collect the funds, preparing for his financial endeavors. Once Hinata Tianyun departed, the third Hokage rubbed his aching head, contemplating the most suitable arrangement for Hinata Matsuen. If the placement was inadequate and did not satisfy Hinata Tianyun, that little rascal would undoubtedly cause some mischief, and the blame would fall squarely on him. Therefore, careful consideration was essential. As for whether Hinata Rizuku would permit Hinata Matsuen's involvement, the third Hokage harbored no concerns. He was confident that once he relayed today's events to Hinata Rizuku, that fellow would likely be even more eager to curry favor with Hinata Tianyun, given that Hinata Tianyun belonged to the Hinata clan. Moreover, the advantages Hinata Tianyun possessed would only serve to benefit Hinata Rizuku even further. Such an opportunity was not lost on him. At the Hokage building, Hinata Tianyun emerged from the Hokage's office and proceeded to the finance department to collect 700 million funds, which elated him immensely. Upon exiting the Hokage building, he noted the time was already late, and as he pondered the allocation of the 700 million, he made his way back to the Hinata clan. Half an hour later, Hinata Tianyun leisurely returned to his doorstep, contemplating how to best utilize the newly acquired 700 million. Of this sum, 300 million was earmarked for further enhancing the body replacement technique, as he sought to uncover any extraordinary contributions that might arise from its augmentation. The remaining 400 million was to be reserved for fortifying the essence pills, ensuring he could satisfactorily report back to the third Hokage and avoid his incessant nagging. Having returned to his doorstep, Hinata Tianyun did not commence the enhancements immediately. Instead, he intended to converse with Hinata Matsuen. To his dismay, however, he found that his mother was once again unaccounted for. Recently, Hinata Matsuen had been tirelessly pursuing missions to bolster her combat capabilities. Yet, both the third Hokage and Hinata Rizuku were aware that Hinata Tianyun wished to shield his mother from perilous tasks, thus assigning her only mundane missions. This left Hinata Matsuen restless, often seeking out her good friends to assist them with their tasks. As for the final outcome, her friend also began to engage in mundane tasks daily, while Hinata Makura remained unaware of Hinata Tianyun's dealings with the third Hokage. She mistakenly believed that her unfortunate luck had shifted to her friend, leading her to vent her frustrations by battling in the training forest. Upon failing to locate Hinata Makura at the estate, Hinata Tianyun swiftly deduced that she had gone to the training forest, where only the beast within could pose a challenge. Consequently, he ceased to ponder her whereabouts and commenced enhancing his shadow clone technique in the estate's courtyard. After investing 300 million in its enhancement, he began to experiment with the new capabilities of the technique. Half an hour later, the testing results revealed that the current version of the shadow clone technique had begun to exhibit some combat abilities, albeit limited to physical techniques and incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Despite its imperfections, the fact that the clones could sustain injuries without dissipating and freely switch bodies within the clone's form gave Hinata Tianyun a sense of satisfaction with the technique. The only disappointment lay in the fact that he could produce a maximum of 5 clones, which he deemed rather insufficient. Regarding the substitution technique, its enhancement left Hinata Tianyun bewildered. Since the last upgrade, the substitute had acquired a physical form and blood. This time, the enhancement surprisingly enabled it to explode. The explosion's force was formidable, requiring nearly half of Hinata Tianyun's strength to withstand it. To make matters worse, the resulting splatter of blood and flesh would likely terrify any timid adversaries. As for the transformation technique, the enhanced version had begun to incorporate certain animalistic abilities, such as the eagle's keen eyesight, the mouse's burrowing capability, and the leopard's swiftness. However, the sole drawback remained unchanged from the previous enhancement: the inability to initiate attacks against foes or endure attacks without the transformation being nullified, a significant flaw indeed. Nevertheless, Hinata Tianyun considered that with continued enhancements, these weaknesses would gradually dissipate, leading him to refrain from further complaints. After all, the current results were already remarkable, with effective surveillance and deception. Having concluded his research on the shadow clone technique, he realized it was already 7 in the evening. Hinata Makura had returned earlier, but having observed Hinata Tianyun training, she refrained from interrupting him. Upon entering the kitchen, he found her waiting to share a meal, and as they dined, they discussed various matters related to missions and other trivialities. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the 10 million provided by Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai, as well as his dealings with the third Hokage, opting instead to converse about everyday occurrences. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi summoned Hinata after receiving a message from the third Hokage, meticulously inquiring about every detail of her recent mission, leaving no stone unturned. After listening to Hinata's report, Hyuga Hizashi pressed further. Hinata, you mentioned that Tianyun has become proficient in using the Byakugan, correct? Hinata pondered for a moment before nodding, stating that he merely glanced at the enemy's numbers and discerned that they were somewhat more formidable than Uncle Hizashi. Hinata's certainty prompted Hyuga Hayashi to reflect on the profound depth of Hyuga Tenkyu. The adeptness with which Tenkyu wielded the Byakugan could not have been achieved overnight but was undoubtedly the result of prolonged training after awakening his eyes long ago. Such a prodigious talent within the Hyuga clan, coupled with Tenkyu's remarkable ability to generate wealth, was indeed a treasure bestowed upon the Hyuga family. After considerable contemplation, Hayashi suddenly lowered his gaze to Hinata and inquired, Hinata, do you harbor feelings for Tenkyu? What is your current relationship with him? Hinata's face flushed crimson at Hayashi's words. She hastily shook her head and replied, I hold great respect for my master, and he possesses immense strength, but the respect Hinata expressed subconsciously indicated her lack of affection for Hyuga Tenkyu, a notion that was readily apparent to her father, Hayashi. However, for the sake of the Hyuga clan's future, Hayashi asserted, Regardless of your past feelings for Tenkyu, from this moment forth, you must develop an affection for him. When he turns 16, you are to marry him, as this is also for the benefit of our clan. Hayashi's forceful decree left Hinata standing frozen in place, her mind racing with a desire to refute his command, yet words eluded her as she merely stared blankly at him. Unperturbed by Hinata's thoughts, Hayashi deemed the matter concerning Tenkyu to be of paramount importance and summoned Hisashi, saying, "Hisashi, procure 500 million yen and exchange it for 100 reinforced essence pills from Tenkyu. Additionally, inform him about his mother's situation. I will arrange for a light workload for him." Having learned about the function of the reinforced essence pills through Hayashi, Hisashi queried with some confusion, "Why not acquire more? Isn't there a stock of 500 pills with Tenkyu?" Hayashi shook his head, insisting, "We cannot take too many, as that would incite discontent from the Hokage towards our clan. Other families are also awaiting their share. After all, Tenkyu is within our clan, and we will have ample opportunities to procure essence pills for his enhancement in the future. There is no need to jeopardize our relations with the various clans of Konoha over this matter." Hisashi, not lacking in intelligence, swiftly grasped Hayashi's intent and replied, "Understood. I will seek out Tenkyu and handle this matter immediately." "Go ahead." Hayashi waved his hand, signaling Hisashi to depart. In the Hinata Tianyun residence. After enjoying a dinner with Hinata Hinata Tianyun was preparing to rest when Hinata Ritsu approached him, conveying a message from Hinata Ritsu, along with a sum of 500 million. Hinata Tianyun displayed indifference towards Hinata Ritsu's enthusiasm, as long as there was profit to be made. He cared little about selling additional Sudai pills to the Hinata clan. After all, the ordinary Sudai pills and the enhancement cost were covered by the Hinata clan, allowing him to profit effortlessly. Thus, in response to Hinata Ritsu's solicitation, Hinata Tianyun declared his willingness to supply the Hinata clan with Sudai pills, even offering a 10% discount, which greatly pleased Hinata Ritsu, who praised him and promised to speak favorably of him to Hinata Ritsu upon his return. After handing over 100 enhanced Sudai pills to Hinata Ritsu and sending him on his way, Hinata Tianyun returned to his room in high spirits, contemplating how to spend the 500 million, whether to enhance his ninjutsu or to save for an even greater improvement of his Byakugan abilities. After an hour of deliberation, he concluded that there was unlikely to be any imminent danger, so it would be prudent to conserve his funds for future necessities. At present, his focus should be on mastering gambling techniques to earn money at the casino. However, the following day, just as he was preparing to seek a gambling expert for instruction, Hinata informed him that the stewards of various clans had arrived with significant gifts, expressing their intent to purchase items from him. Upon hearing this news, Hinata Tianyun could no longer contain his frustration. Damn it, these people are truly wealthy. They've already managed to acquire 200 from the old man, and now they still have spare funds to spend. After venting his ire, he donned a smile and proceeded to meet the stewards, as he was not one to refuse an opportunity to earn money, despite his disdain for the affluent. In the hall of the Hinata residence, upon his arrival, the stewards, having been seated by Hinata stood up eagerly to speak. Hinata Tianyun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am already aware of your requests. Let me be direct. The Hinata clan has taken 100, and I must deliver 200 to the Hokage. That leaves me with 186. You may negotiate amongst yourselves regarding the distribution. I will merely await my payment." After making his statement, he settled himself in the main seat, and the stewards began to converse quietly among themselves, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. While Hinata Tianyun enjoyed a cup of tea, the stewards reached an agreement on the distribution plan. Each major clan would receive 10, while the remainder would be shared among the smaller families. Once the discussion concluded, the steward of the Saratobi clan collected the money and presented it before Hinata Tianyun with a smile, saying, "Young Master Tianyun, this amounts to 930 million. Please accept it." Hinata Tianyun was not inclined to engage in idle chatter with the stewards, as they were not the heads of their respective clans. Thus, he set down his teacup and replied, "All right, you wouldn't dare deceive me. Now, return and report back. I shall not keep you here, for I have matters to attend to." The essence pills from Hinata Tenyu have already been sold out, and the stewards of various clans have no reason to linger. After receiving the essence pills bestowed by Hinata Tenyu and extolling his virtues, they departed from his residence. Having successfully dispatched those bothersome individuals, Hinata Tenyu gazed at his wealth, which had now exceeded 600 million, and contentedly took his leave from Hinata Mifune, setting off to seek a master of gambling within the village of Konoha. Konoha is home to 3 casinos, albeit of modest scale. However, where there are casinos, a gambling expert is an essential presence, for without them, the deceitful patrons would run rampant. Knowing that a gambling master could be procured, Hinata Tenyu had no trouble in his monetary pursuits. Indeed, within a small inn, he engaged in discourse with a middle-aged man sporting a ponytail. This man, Nagano Ishishi, was the overseer of the esteemed Tianyun Casino, one of Konoha's 3 major gambling establishments, and had been hired for 10 million to impart his gambling expertise to Hinata Tenyu. The two conversed diligently throughout the day until Nagano Ishishi departed in the evening. It was then that Hinata Tenyu grasped the essence of his gambling technique, which was fundamentally a synthesis of card counting and keen observation, coupled with the ability to read one's opponent's expressions to discern whether they were bluffing or deceiving. While such concepts are easily articulated, their execution is far from simple. Hinata Tenyu contemplated the slim probability of mastering the art of gambling, as his intellect was not particularly high, and he surmised that it would take several years to attain proficiency. In those years, he believed he could dominate the world of Hokage, rendering the need for gambling to generate income moot. He could simply print money. Thus, his 10 million would be deemed a waste. Nevertheless, Nagano Ishishi also imparted another form of gambling technique, that of employing ninjutsu to cheat. However, this method demanded considerable skill, and most casinos are equipped to detect chakra flow, thereby limiting its practicality. With his gambling aspirations thwarted, Hinata Tenyu returned home, disheartened. As he lay in bed, he pondered ways to earn money and swiftly elevate his strength, enabling him to conquer the world of Hokage sooner. Ultimately, he concluded that establishing his own influence would facilitate greater financial success. For instance, should he control the entirety of Konoha, amassing wealth would become exceedingly simpler, potentially yielding hundreds of billions. With a sigh, Hinata Tenyu buried himself under the covers to rest, resolved to venture forth the following day to engage in endeavors beneficial to Konoha that would also yield profit. Thus, he could bolster his reputation in the village while simultaneously earning some extra income. After a night of rest, he strolled through Konoha at dawn, surveying opportunities to generate income while enhancing his standing. After half a day's exploration, he discovered an excellent method to elevate his reputation while simultaneously accruing wealth. It is often said that the money of women and children is the easiest to earn. As long as they are pleased, their entire families will be delighted. And soon enough, word of his deeds would spread through the gossiping women of the village. Moreover, within the village of Konoha, the populace predominantly comprises women and children leisurely going about their days, while the adult men are largely occupied with labor to provide for their families, leaving them little time for idle wandering. Thus, Hinata Tianyun resolved to capitalize on the women and children of the village. Conceiving a plan, he procured a vast square capable of accommodating 2,000 individuals in the afternoon and casually erected 2 modest wooden cabins on the premises, designating them as venues for profit-making endeavors. With an investment of 100 million, Hinata Tianyun had the square and cabins meticulously arranged by the afternoon's end before making his way to Naruto Uzumaki's residence. Recently, Naruto had been faring well at school. Despite encountering a few individuals he found irksome, nonetheless, he had managed to forge some friendships, allowing him to nearly forget about his elder brother, Hinata Tianyun. When Hinata Tianyun sought out Naruto, he found him just returning home after a hearty meal, lying down to rest before heading to his secret training location. Today, having lost to that scoundrel Sasuke Uchiha in a shuriken throwing contest, he resolved to practice further in preparation for their next duel. Upon hearing Hinata Tianyun's voice calling from outside, Naruto hastily rose to open the door, gazing curiously at his brother, who was clutching a stack of papers. "Brother, what brings you here?" "I need to train shortly. I was just about to rest." Hinata Tianyun promptly delivered a light punch to Naruto's head, glaring at him. "What is this? Feeling rather audacious, are we? It seems you have forgotten who the true elder brother is. Care to settle this with a spar?" Naruto had witnessed Hinata Tianyun's prowess numerous times and dared not provoke him further. He cradled his aching head and earnestly replied, "Brother, please assign me a task. I assure you I will complete it all." Satisfied, Hinata Tianyun handed the stack of papers to Naruto, instructing, "Tomorrow, distribute these flyers to the students of the Ninja Academy, then escort them to the locations indicated on the papers." Upon examining the flyers, Naruto discovered they announced the inauguration of a temporary training class for Konoha's children, personally instructed by the prodigy, Hinata Tianyun. The training was scheduled to take place daily from 6 to 7 in the evening, at a training ground located 1 kilometer southeast of the Hokage building. Astonished, Naruto looked at Hinata Tianyun, fully aware that training under him would lead to rapid enhancement of one's abilities, as he had personally experienced the benefits of such rigorous training. Excitedly, he inquired, "Brother, may I participate in the training? I am your loyal subordinate." Hinata Tianyun smirked. "It appears you have completely forgotten about me as your elder brother. I have no desire to instruct such a rascal." Naruto, feeling a surge of excitement, understood that training with Hinata Tianyun would significantly boost his strength. If his brother denied him this opportunity, he would fall behind Sasuke Uchiha. He promptly seized Hinata Tianyun's arm, pleading, "Brother, I admit my fault. I promise to keep you in my thoughts henceforth. Please, allow me to partake in this special training." Having achieved his objective, Hinata Tianyun donned a calm expression and said, "Since you are so sincere, I shall forgive you this once. However, you must understand that my tuition fees are exceedingly high. Just take a look at the text on the back of this flyer, and you will realize that it is not easy to persuade me to teach you." Uzumaki Naruto released Hinata Tianyun, puzzled, and turned the flyer over. There, in large letters, it proclaimed a training fee of 5 million per person, followed by smaller print indicating a 10-day training period, with a full refund of tuition if no improvement was achieved. Naruto, uninterested in the fine print, found himself staring blankly at the 5 million, for he certainly did not possess such an amount to pay Hinata Tianyun. He could only ask, "Isn't there any possibility of a discount?" In response to Naruto's dismay, Hinata Tianyun pondered for a moment and said, "It's not impossible. I will assign you 2 tasks to complete. If you manage to accomplish them all, I shall waive your tuition." "What tasks?" Naruto inquired, suddenly invigorated by the prospect of free tuition. Hinata Tianyun produced a large stack of flyers and handed them to Naruto, stating, "You must paste these flyers on every street in Konoha tonight, and then bring 50 students to my location for training tomorrow. If you succeed, you will receive my instruction free of charge." Excitedly, Naruto accepted the flyers and nearly dropped them upon seeing a strikingly beautiful woman featured prominently on one of them. Her figure, face, and allure were nothing short of perfection, stirring feelings within him that even his seasoned self could not resist. Who is this captivating beauty? Naruto murmured to himself, clutching the stack of flyers tightly. Hinata Tianyun, of course, would not divulge to Naruto that the image of the beauty was a youthful rendition of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, which he had artistically enhanced after an hour of labor. He had also cleverly noted that anyone wishing to maintain their youthful appearance, akin to the beauty in the image, should visit a beauty parlor located 1 kilometer southeast of the Hokage building, where his innovative beauty technique could rejuvenate anyone's visage by a decade, though children were exempt from this treatment. Hinata Tianyun was confident that those familiar with Tsunade would recognize her, and he anticipated that middle-aged women would flock to the beauty parlor, allowing him to profit significantly from their desire for youth. "So, Naruto, will you undertake this task, or shall I find someone else?" Hinata Tianyun roused the dazed Uzumaki. Snapping back to reality, Naruto eagerly replied, "Leave it to me. I promise to complete the task. Just wait and see tomorrow." "Very well, I shall entrust it to you," Hinata Tianyun said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "I must return to renovate my home in preparation for guests. Should I find no guests tomorrow, I may have to come looking for you, understand? Don't worry. I've got this," Naruto assured, thumping his chest with confidence. "Then I shall take my leave." Hinata Tianyun bid farewell to Naruto, feeling assured as he assigned the promotional task to him. Naruto Uzumaki, that fellow, is undoubtedly committed to enhancing his strength through diligent effort. Regrettably, Hinata Tianyun's assumptions are somewhat misguided, for after Naruto's departure, he found himself engrossed in a beauty salon flyer, studying the image of a youthful Tsunade for a full 2 hours before contentedly stepping out to distribute flyers for the salon. Of course, Naruto's intentions were far from nefarious. He merely found the beauty depicted by Hinata Tianyun to be somewhat more alluring than his cherished Sakura, leading him to engage in an extensive comparison between the two. Ultimately, while he concluded that the beauty in Hinata Tianyun's illustration was indeed the most exquisite, his heart remained loyal to Sakura. Unbeknownst to Hinata Tianyun, Naruto was preoccupied with his own musings. After departing from Naruto's residence, he returned home to rest, indulging in several delightful dreams where he envisioned a prosperous opening day, raking in billions. His joy was, however, perhaps premature, as reality often diverges starkly from dreams. The following morning, Hinata Tianyun arrived with palpable excitement at the newly established training grounds, eagerly anticipating clients bearing gifts of money. However, his early arrival found the streets of Konohagakure devoid of pedestrians, compelling him to rest and await the arrival of patrons. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, The third Hokage observed a ninja at the gate tearing down a flyer, his lips twitching in bemusement. Tsunade, being the third Hokage's apprentice, was easily recognizable, even with Hinata Tianyun's attempts at altering her image. Given that Hinata Tianyun closely mirrored Tsunade's likeness, it was implausible for him to remain unrecognized, especially considering that anyone over 40 in the village would likely know her. Upon examining the alluring depiction of Tsunade on the flyer, the third Hokage found himself curious as to whether Tsunade would react by turning Hinata Tianyun into a mere heap of pulp upon seeing the image. Eventually, regaining his composure, he began to scrutinize the text on the flyer, discovering it to be merely an advertisement for beauty services regarding Hinata Tianyun's recent land acquisition to construct a building. The third Hokage had received reports but remained unaware of Tianyun's intentions. Now, understanding the purpose behind the land purchase, he felt a twinge of confusion. Having reviewed the reports, he knew that the area was expansive enough to accommodate not just 2 small cabins, but even 500, making the establishment of a beauty salon seem an unnecessary use of such space. Pondering this, the third Hokage addressed a hidden Umbu ninja outside the room. Anki, investigate the true purpose behind Hinata Tianyun's extensive land acquisition. Is he up to something devious? As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, an Umbu ninja appeared in the office, stating, "Hokage-sama, the ninja assigned to track Naruto Uzumaki has returned with a report." Naruto was seen with 2 types of flyers, one being the one in your hand, and another which he did not distribute, though he is already aware of its contents. "Oh, and what of the other flyer?" The third Hokage inquired, intrigued. In the realm of the hidden leaf, a flyer for a training program had surfaced, proclaiming the grand opening of Hyuga Tianyun's genius training class, promising an investment of 5 million for 10 days of training, with a full refund offered should one's abilities not improve. The third Hokage found himself at a loss for words. The miserly Hyuga Tianyun, in his relentless pursuit of profit, had resorted to preying upon the children and women of the village, a situation that caused the Hokage considerable distress. Yet, it was not merely the antics of Hyuga Tianyun that troubled the third Hokage, but the knowledge that he would soon face a deluge of requests from various clans wishing to enroll their children in Tianyun's program. No longer a mere unknown, those who had undergone training under Tianyun had already achieved at least the rank of a genin, and even the more gifted clans had taken note of Hyuga Hinata, a girl once deemed lacking in talent, who had risen to the level of a chunin thanks to the hefty monthly fee of 5 million provided by her father, Hyuga Hizashi. With Tianyun now openly seeking students, the clans were eager for him to continue his training indefinitely, as it promised an expedited path to success for their offspring, even for those lacking innate talent. Ultimately, the third Hokage raised his hand and instructed the Umbu ninja, "Inform the clans that they may enroll their children without further notification to me. I have already consented." The Umbu nodded and withdrew. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage pondered whether to scold or commend Hyuga Tianyun. His endeavors had indeed brought him some troubles, yet they also bore potential benefits for Konoha. After some reflection, he decided to declare a day off, intending to enroll his 3-year-old grandson, Konohamaru, in Tianyun's program, hoping that perhaps his grandson might glean some valuable knowledge. A gesture of support from a grandfather. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, Hyuga Tianyun sat in a state of discontent at the training ground, having waited since 6 that morning without the arrival of a single customer. This absence was disheartening for Tianyun, who had invested a staggering 100 million in acquiring the land. If he could not recoup his investment swiftly, it would be a significant loss. Thus, he began to contemplate strategies for attracting a substantial clientele. While engaged in thoughts of promotion, he noticed a group of women approaching the training field, each accompanied by children. Observing them sparked an idea in Tianyun's mind. The parents, though not elderly, bore the marks of motherhood, their appearances shaped by years of caring for their offspring. In a modern context, they might be viewed as youthful women of around 25, yet in this world, where strength reigned supreme, they had little time for cosmetics or adornment, leading them to resemble middle-aged women. If Hyuga Tianyun could devise a means to enhance their beauty without the need for makeup, he believed they would be hard-pressed to refuse his offer. His immediate goal was to successfully entice his first customer. Once the first customer is secured for promotion, further advertising becomes unnecessary. The women who undergo beauty treatments will undoubtedly take pride in showcasing their transformations, leading to an influx of other women eager to follow suit. Thus, Tianyun Hinata promptly stood up and approached the mothers who had come with their children, greeting them directly. "Are you ladies here for beauty treatments? As our first customers, you are entitled to a 50% discount. ensuring you emerge exquisitely beautiful. The mothers of the 5 children were amused by Tianyun Hinata's words, yet mindful of her status. They refrained from being disrespectful. One mother replied, "We are here to register our children. We merely brought them to look around and will return later for pickup." Tianyun Hinata, uninterested in the children, donned a serious expression and stated, "Since you are not customers, feel free to explore on your own. I do not have time to attend to you. Please do not disturb my business." The 5 mothers were left bewildered, wondering if they had offended this esteemed individual. Fearing that she might refuse to teach their children, leaving them unable to explain at home. One timid mother, feeling anxious, asked, "Boss Tianyun, may I try a beauty treatment?" Having successfully drawn in a customer, Tianyun Hinata immediately brightened her demeanor, saying, "Let us discuss this inside the room. This space is not suitable for treatments. By the way, young lady, you have yet to share your name. I am Mei Hua. You may call me Mei Hua." The anxious mother replied before being ushered into the small wooden cabin by Tianyun Hinata. Mei Hua's thoughts revolved around her desire for her child to receive training from Tianyun Hinata. She viewed this beauty treatment as a leap into the unknown. After all, it was hard to believe that Tianyun Hinata could perform beauty treatments. Just before entering the cabin, she wore a sorrowful expression, bidding a farewell to the 4 mothers outside, as if parting from life itself. Hinata Tianyun constructed 2 quaint wooden cabins, both rather hastily assembled. One serves as a waiting area for guests, furnished with a multitude of benches capable of accommodating 200 individuals. The other is a beauty salon, also rather casually arranged, featuring merely 2 wooden beds and an oversized mirror, devoid of any beauty products or cosmetics. Upon entering the room, Mei Hua, the mother, lamented her misfortune at being startled by a mere child, now finding herself subjected to the whims of this young one. Hinata Tianyun, unfazed by Mei Hua's thoughts, pointed to one of the beds and declared, "Aunt Mei Hua, lie down. I will have your beauty treatment completed in 5 minutes. This is a unique ninjutsu beauty technique, and the results are remarkable." Mei Hua harbored little faith in Tianyun's claims of extraordinary results. Her only hope was that he would not disfigure her in the process. Thus, as she reclined on the wooden bed, her expression conveyed a sense of resignation akin to facing death, which elicited a twitch at the corner of Tianyun's mouth. Deciding to disregard Mei Hua's inner musings, Tianyun positioned himself at her head, placing his hands on her face and kneading gently, akin to a typical massage. Upon realizing that it was merely a massage, Mei Hua felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least the boy was not brandishing a knife to mar her visage. She resigned herself to this experience, viewing it as a simple massage treatment. Tianyun's massage technique was, in truth, rather haphazard, allowing him to mask the true nature of his enhancement technique. After 2 minutes of massage, while Mei Hua was distracted, he enhanced her facial skin entirely, expending 20,000 yuan to render her complexion as smooth and radiant as if she had reverted to her youthful self. Once the enhancement was complete, he casually continued with a few more strokes before withdrawing his hands with a smile, stating, "The beauty treatment is complete, Aunt Mei Hua. You may rise and take a look in the large mirror. The results are remarkable." Mei Hua remained skeptical of Tianyun's assertions regarding the results, as she felt no discernible difference, only noting that his massage technique left much to be desired, having inadvertently pressed her nose several times. With the treatment concluded, she dismissed any grievances about Tianyun's methods, feeling fortunate that she had not been disfigured. Thus, she sat up and inquired, "So, what is the cost of this beauty?" However, her question faltered, and she involuntarily let out a shriek. The cost? Upon sitting up, she faced the expansive mirror and was taken aback by her reflection, which seemed to mirror her visage from a decade prior. Overcome with astonishment, she disregarded Tianyun and leapt to the mirror, scrutinizing her face with fervor, murmuring to herself, "Is this truly me? Could this possibly be me? This cannot be an illusion, can it? This is genuinely not an illusion, is it?" When Hinata Tianyun encountered Mei Hua, she had already succumbed to her own world, her uncontrollable cough serving as a reminder to the other party. However, Mei Hua had completely forgotten her surroundings, fixated on the grand mirror before her, showing no reaction to Hinata Tianyun's attempts to alert her. Outside the beauty salon, Mei Hua's earlier shriek had startled the 4 mothers waiting outside, leading them to wonder if Mei Hua had met with a tragic fate. What should we do? Should we go in and check? That might not be wise. Hinata Tianyun is not someone we can provoke. But what about Mei Hua? We brought her here. If something were to happen to her, how could we explain it to her husband upon our return? Well, perhaps you should go in and take a look. I dare not. As the 4 mothers grappled with their dilemma, The child brought by Meihua could no longer contain himself. Having heard his mother's scream, he rushed straight towards the beauty salon, worried for her safety. With one child leading the way, the remaining mothers hurriedly followed, all of them arriving at the salon's entrance. Knocking incessantly, the vigorous knocking, accompanied by the child's cries of mommy, finally roused Meihua from her stupor. She hurried to the door, flung it open, and scooped up her crying child. In her fervor to comfort her son, Meihua failed to notice the bewildered expressions on the faces of the other mothers and children, including her own. They looked at her as if they did not recognize her at all. In that moment of stillness, the child in her arms suddenly began to yell and struggle, exclaiming, "Who are you? Let me go. My dad is a high-ranking ninja." With a look of indignation, Meihua glared at the squirming child, retorting, "What are you saying? You don't even recognize me? Just wait until I..." Mid-sentence, she froze, realizing her own transformation. Just a moment ago, even she could scarcely believe her eyes. It was no wonder the child did not recognize her. After a brief pause, Meihua's expression shifted to one of excitement as she tossed the struggling child onto the ground and, turning to the astonished mothers, exclaimed, "Alian, Huayin, Xiaogu. Mizi, I am truly Meihua. I have become youthful after being beautified by Master Tianyun." The mothers who had accompanied Meihua had essentially grown up alongside her. Now, upon her words, they scrutinized her closely and realized that she indeed resembled the Meihua of a decade ago. This revelation ignited their excitement. As they gazed at Hinata Tianyun with sparkling eyes, remembering that he had promised them a 50% discount, their enthusiasm soared as they surrounded Meihua, bombarding her with questions, completely neglecting the bewildered children in their wake. Even the son whom Meihua had unceremoniously discarded onto the floor, rubbing his little backside, muttered to himself, "She is definitely not my mother. My mother would never treat me like this. She must be a villain in disguise." In the serene confines of the art academy, Hinata Tianyun observed Meihua engaging in conversation with four mothers, a profound sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. He was acutely aware that in the forthcoming days, he would attract all the women over 20 from Konoha, envisioning a time when his earnings would flow abundantly, rendering him almost overwhelmed with wealth. As this scenario unfolded in his mind, Hinata Tianyun could not stifle a laugh, reveling in the thought of amassing a fortune of 100 billion in a single sweep. Within the training grounds of Hinata Tenyu, 5 mothers had abandoned their children, and after inquiring about the beauty treatments from Meihua, their curiosity finally led them to focus their attention on Hinata Tenyu. Meihua, now bolder than before, directly asked Hinata Tenyu, "Master Tenyu, how long will the effects of my beauty treatment last? And is the half-price offer you mentioned genuine?" Hinata Tenyu had been anticipating this moment. With a smile, he responded, "The jutsu I employ is everlasting. The effects of your beauty treatment will revert you to your appearance from a decade ago. From this point forward, you will age as you always have, but you shall always retain the visage of being 10 years younger. I can assure you of that. As for the cost, I believe you understand that this level of beauty is not easily attainable with mere currency. As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, I shall only charge you, the residents of this village, 10 million. At a half-price discount, that amounts to 5 million. You must know that if women from other villages wish to undergo such treatments, I would not entertain them for less than 30 million. The mothers, primarily the wives of elite ninjas, recognized that 5 million was a trivial sum. An elite ninja could earn that amount in a month. Hence, Meihua promptly produced 5 million and declared, "This is not exorbitant. I am willing to pay. However, I hope that if any issues arise, Master Tenyu can assist us without charge." Hinata Tenyu swiftly accepted the money, thumping his chest with assurance, "Within 5 years. Should any problems arise, I, Hinata Tenyu, will compensate you threefold. You are aware of my earning capabilities. This sum is inconsequential to me. Why would I deceive you?" As for Hinata Tenyu's financial prowess, the people of the Hidden Leaf Village were well aware. He frequently engaged in transactions worth hundreds of millions. 5 million was indeed not a figure that warranted deceit. With this understanding, the 5 mothers were convinced of the efficacy of Hinata Tenyu's beauty techniques. And the 4 mothers who had not yet undergone treatment could no longer contain their eagerness, rushing into his beauty parlor. Their children, now neglected, were left dazed outside, oblivious to the unfolding events. 20 minutes later, the 4 mothers emerged from the beauty parlor, radiant and brimming with joy, chattering animatedly with their friends about their newfound feelings. They had even forgotten that the 5 million they had brought was intended for their children's tuition, now repurposed for their beauty treatments. Inside the parlor, Hinata Tenyu was nearly overwhelmed with joy. This beauty business was indeed lucrative. For every 200,000 invested, one could yield 5 million. and he was even contemplating the prospect of exchanging 200,000 for 10 million. The thought exhilarated him. After securing the received funds, Tianyun exited the beauty parlor, only to be greeted by an amusing sight. The five mothers strolled back towards the hidden leaf village, engaged in lively conversation, while their children trailed 5 meters behind, looking bewildered, as if they wished to approach but were hesitant to do so. At last, Tianyun chuckled, disregarding the departing mothers and children. He was in urgent need of sustenance, for it was anticipated that the beauty salon would soon be inundated by affluent women. He dispatched a shadow clone to procure food while he himself set about crafting beds from leftover wooden planks. Otherwise, the influx of clients would keep him occupied until the afternoon. His foresight proved astute, as he had scarcely fashioned 3 beds and consumed the food brought by his clone when a throng of women came rushing from afar. In haste, he summoned 6 shadow clones. In this arrangement, 5 clones were assigned to massage, while 1 was tasked with collecting payments. Tianyun merely needed to feign oversight on the enhancements being administered by the 5 clones, allowing him to expedite the departure of the women while simultaneously accumulating wealth. As he busied himself, the men of Kanahegakure found themselves in a predicament, for their wives stormed into their workplaces, brandishing flyers from Tianyun's salon, demanding money for beauty treatments. Some women even resorted to tantrums, refusing to leave without funds, creating chaos throughout the village, with excited women filling the streets and men desperately searching for loans. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage received reports from the Umbu, indicating that the women of the village had gone wild, much to his dismay. Curiously, he inquired of the reporting Umbu, "Is that young boy's beauty technique truly so extraordinary? The results are indeed remarkable, capable of making one appear a decade younger. My subordinate's wife has taken their entire savings of 10 million and rushed to the salon." Although the Umbu ninja wore a mask obscuring his expression, his tone betrayed a hint of exasperation, which the 3rd Hokage, not lacking in perceptiveness, readily discerned. With a twitch of his lips, the 3rd Hokage began to murmur, "That young lad is truly a master of profit. The women of Kanahegakure are on the brink of financial ruin. I estimate he will earn no less than 10 billion. Perhaps we could acquire his essence pills without remuneration." The Umbu ninja dared not interject during the 3rd Hokage's ramblings, quietly listening until he was finally ordered to inform the ninjas of Kanahegakure that the village was willing to offer loans, provided they repaid within 3 months. There would be no interest, however. Any overdue payments would incur a daily interest fee of 10,000. This strategy served to leverage Tianyun's endeavors to augment the village's finances, as the 3rd Hokage recognized the difficulty for those without familial backing to repay 10 million within 3 months, thus ensuring he would still profit from the interest. Once these arrangements were set in motion, the 3rd Hokage could not resist declaring the end of the workday. Eager to visit Tianyun and witness firsthand the prowess of his beauty techniques, in Tianyun's beauty salon, he found himself busily occupied. The various clans of Konoha village were numerous, including several prominent families, all of whom were financially well off. Upon discovering the remarkable effects of Tianyun's beauty techniques, the women from these families flocked to him. His reception room, designed to accommodate 200 individuals, was filled to capacity, leaving those who arrived later to queue outside. After dedicating a full 3 hours, Tianyun finally completed the beautification of the women in line, allowing some to enter the reception area. He subsequently spent another hour and a half ensuring that all the women from the various clans were attended to and sent on their way. During this 5-hour span, he came to know the appearances of the wives and daughters of every clan leader in Konoha, including several women from the Uchiha clan, who, despite their rivalry with the Hyuga clan, could not resist the allure of beauty. Tianyun's beautification services continued until 5:30 in the afternoon, when he announced the conclusion of the day's work, instructing the remaining women to return the following morning. The reason for this was that he was about to commence training the children. In truth, the remaining number of women seeking beauty treatments was not substantial. Nearly all who could afford it had already been attended to. The few who remained were those who had just managed to gather enough money to seek his services. Unfortunately, Tianyun's assumption was misguided. Those women with money were unwilling to wait. They lingered at the entrance of the salon, insisting they would not leave until after the training concluded, claiming they would have no face to return home without receiving their treatments. This left Tianyun at a loss, and he was compelled to use 5 shadow clones to continue the beautification services while designating 1 clone to attend to the children arriving for training. At 5:40, a large group of students, led by Uzumaki Naruto, arrived at the training grounds, numbering over 200. including a few toddlers aged 2 or 3. Naruto was particularly exhilarated today, feeling an exhilarating sense of leadership, as the children were obliged to heed his commands. Upon reaching the training site, he excitedly approached Hinata Tianyun and exclaimed, "Boss, did you see? I have exceeded my mission. Shouldn't you reward me?" Hinata Tianyun clearly understood Naruto's enthusiasm and smiled, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, you have performed admirably. I can appoint you as the coach for the training grounds. From now on, you will oversee their training every evening. Teach me the methods you use to train them. I trust you haven't forgotten them?" Naruto was instantly elated, envisioning the grand spectacle of directing 200 to 300 little followers. He couldn't help but leap for joy and declared, "Don't worry, boss. I'll handle the training tasks. It's just running and jumping, right? That's easy. All right, then my shadow clone will accompany you. You will lead the training while I supervise." Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile. "Ah, big brother, you are a shadow clone," Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Hinata Tianyun pointed at the entrance of the beauty salon, specifically at the area adorned with a pricing sign, where a throng of men and women had gathered. He remarked, "Where's the main body? He only handles the finances. The labor is left to us." Uzumaki Naruto smirked, saying, "Brother, how lazy. You let them do all the work. I truly feel sorry for you. Should we teach him a lesson?" Hinata Tianyun's shadow clone retorted, "Do you recall your earlier words? Let me remind you, the moment I vanish, the main body will be instantly aware of what you said. Are you certain you wish to proceed with that?" Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback, and quickly feigned ignorance. "Did I say anything? I was merely expressing concern for our leader, who takes on such a strenuous task of collecting money. I genuinely worry for his well-being." Hinata Tianyun's shadow clone delivered a light punch to Naruto's back, urging him, "Enough with the nonsense. Quickly direct those students in their training. My role is merely to supervise. If you cannot manage them, I shall appoint another instructor." Having relished the feeling of being in charge, Naruto immediately adopted a serious tone, replying, "Leave it to me. I promise to fulfill the task flawlessly." As time progressed, Hinata Tianyun witnessed the rather inept teaching abilities of Uzumaki Naruto. Fortunately, the children training were primarily future ninjas. And despite their dissatisfaction with Naruto's guidance, they persevered without complaint or fleeing. Of course, another factor was that most parents were observing from outside the training area, and the children were reluctant to return home and face reprimands. From 6 to 7 in the evening, the hour was largely spent on the children's self-directed training, with Naruto playing almost no significant role. He merely bounded about, directing those younger than himself, while the older ones barely acknowledged him. Among the observing parents, the third Hokage discreetly blended in to observe, but found nothing extraordinary, which led him to question whether Hinata Tianyun could indeed facilitate any improvement in the children over the course of 10 days. However, considering that Hinata Tianyun had become quite wealthy, earning over 100 billion in the afternoon alone, the third Hokage lost interest, recognizing that the current financial burden was manageable for Hinata Tianyun. At precisely 7 in the evening, some parents, feeling disheartened, began to take their children home, having seen no remarkable difference in the training or any tangible results. Nonetheless, having already paid, they intended to continue bringing their children for training over the next 10 days, as seeking compensation from Hinata Tianyun would be futile. Thus, they left in a state of dissatisfaction. Hinata Tianyun, however, had no time to attend to the departing parents, as the beauty salon continued to be bustling with women seeking treatments. These were either men returning home from work or female ninjas who, after finishing their duties, hurried over with their earnings for beauty services. Consequently, Hinata Tianyun found himself just as busy in the evening as he had been in the afternoon. The duties at the beauty salon persisted until the clock struck 11:40. After bidding farewell to the last client, Hinata Tianyun stretched languidly, preparing to return home for some much-needed rest. Upon dispelling his shadow clone, Uzumaki Naruto immediately felt the weariness in his body. However, as a man of wealth, he unhesitatingly spent 30 billion to enhance his physical form, spirit, and chakra, subsequently regaining some vitality and even a sense of well-being. Following his previous expenditure of 1 billion to fortify his spirit, Hinata Tianyun had delved into the intricacies of the soul's influence. He concluded that ordinary D-rank Jinjutsu no longer affected him, while he possessed formidable resistance against C-rank illusions. Only B-rank techniques could inflict any harm. The enhancement of his soul endowed him with prolonged mental stability, ensuring that fatigue would not lead to errors during combat, thus allowing him to remain alert for extended periods. After augmenting his body, spirit, and chakra, Hinata Tianyun resolutely invested 50 billion to strengthen his Byakugan, a desire he had long harbored. Once the enhancement was complete, he gazed into the mirror but observed no visible changes in his eyes. He then activated his Byakugan to test its newly enhanced capabilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that his visual range had expanded from a kilometer to an impressive 10 kilometers. Additionally, the clarity of his observations increased with proximity. He could now discern ants and tiny insects crawling beneath the leaves, as well as small mice burrowing underground. The 50 billion he spent proved to be a worthy investment. Satisfied with his progress, Hinata Tianyun glanced at the remaining 70 billion, shook his head, and refrained from further expenditures. He intended to save until he reached 100 billion to further enhance his spiritual abilities. This decision stemmed from his impending involvement in the Uchiha clan's affairs, where the clan's formidable strength lay in their jinjutsu, necessitating his resistance against such techniques to ensure his safety. Having contemplated his financial strategy, Hinata Tianyun contentedly closed the door behind him and headed home, eager for a restful night before embarking on another day of earning. However, his plans for slumber were thwarted upon his arrival. As he encountered Hinata Matsuin seated in the hall, her expression decidedly displeased. "Mother, it is already past midnight. Why are you still awake?" Hinata Tianyun stammered, quickly attempting to console Hinata Matsuin. You do remember how to return, I see. I thought you were so engrossed in beautifying those women that you had forgotten about your mother." Hinata Matsuin replied coldly. If Hinata Tianyun was still oblivious to the source of his mother's ire, he would truly be a fool. Thus, he quickly reassured her mother. "Your beauty radiates like a blooming flower. You require no enhancements. I believe you are the most beautiful just as you are." Upon hearing her son's praise, Hinata Matsuin's demeanor softened slightly. That scoundrel Hinata Meishu returned after her beauty treatment, flaunting her appearance. "Though I find her unimpressive, I cannot allow myself to be outshone. You must hurry and beautify me as well." Hinata Mio is a close friend of Hinata Makura, who, presumably spurred by Mio, finds herself too embarrassed to ask her son for beauty treatments and instead waits at home in frustration for Hinata Tianyun to return. Realizing this, Hinata Tianyun rushes to his mother, assuring her, "Do not worry, dear mother. I did not exert my full strength in enhancing Hinata Mio's beauty. Allow me to provide you with a complete makeover that will surely leave Hinata Mio envious come tomorrow." Instantly exhilarated, Hinata Makura seizes Tianyun and hurries back to her room, insisting he perform a full-body beauty treatment for her immediately. Although Tianyun is somewhat speechless, he can only comply before bedtime, investing a considerable sum to rejuvenate his mother's appearance to that of an 18-year-old. Over the following 10 days, Hinata Tianyun's beauty business flourishes remarkably, leading to a noticeable decline in the commerce of shops within the Hidden Leaf Village. The reason is obvious. Tianyun has thoroughly drained the funds of the ninjas, causing them to cut back on expenditures. However, the villagers of the Hidden Leaf experience a bittersweet joy, despite their financial constraints. They find solace in the presence of a beautiful wife, which lifts their spirits. Thus, they bear no ill will towards Tianyun, merely wishing to earn some money to replenish their wallets. This situation results in a surge of interest in the missions released by the Hokage, with many vying to undertake them. In fact, there was a moment when all tasks in the Hidden Leaf Village were claimed in just 3 hours, leaving the ninjas with nothing to do. The third Hokage, faced with such an unprecedented scenario, finds himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. As it is the first time in his life that a ninja village has run out of tasks, he can only marvel at Hinata Tianyun's peculiarities. Lastly, among the training class of 232 children, the third Hokage expresses his utmost satisfaction yet remains perplexed. With his grandson also in the training class, he visits almost every night but fails to discern any notable difference in Tianyun's teaching methods, leading him to suspect financial losses in the future. However, on the final day, he discovers that nearly all the children over the age of 8 have developed the physical capabilities and skills of a lower-ranking ninja, while those under 8 have successfully grasped the basic transformation techniques, and rather proficiently at that. Thus, the 5 million provided by the parents, from the Hokage's perspective, proves to be worthwhile. Though he cannot fathom how Hinata Tianyun achieved such results, the strengthening of the Hidden Leaf Village's power brings the third Hokage great satisfaction. The only aspect that leaves him discontent is Tianyun's insistence on collecting payment for his training pills, showing no consideration for the elderly Hokage's position, which makes him wish to strike Tianyun with his cane. That mischievous boy has amassed over 300 billion in merely 10 days and still insists on collecting even the smallest amounts, prompting the third Hokage to contemplate disparaging Tianyun. As for Tianyun, he remains indifferent to the Hokage's thoughts, for he currently possesses no money. All the earnings from the past 10 days have been invested in enhancing his own strength, leaving him with merely 10 billion as a reserve. The enhancements made by Hinata Tianyun are as follows. Soul Power, 10 billion. Hinata Tianyun can now withstand B-class illusions and possesses the ability to resist certain A-class and S-class illusions as well. Physical Fitness, 10 billion. Hinata Tianyun believes that his current physical capabilities rival those of the third Hokage, if not surpass them, as the third Hokage has aged while he remains youthful. Shadow Clone Technique, 1 billion. Hinata Tianyun has significantly advanced his cloning abilities, now capable of utilizing chakra and ninjutsu. However, the strength of the clones is merely half of his own, rendering them not particularly formidable. Substitution Technique, 1 billion. The explosive power of the substitution technique has been greatly enhanced, now possessing a terrifying force akin to a full-force strike from Hinata Tianyun himself. If struck directly, the consequences would likely be fatal. Transformation Technique, 1 billion. When transforming into animal forms, he has acquired the characteristics and abilities of the animals, although he remains vulnerable to attacks. Miscellaneous, 6 billion. Having learned numerous ninjutsu from Kakashi, Hinata Tianyun, now financially secure, decided to master them all. Among these, he found some particularly beneficial, such as the illusionary shadow technique, which he chose to enhance for 20 million, thereby increasing its potency. He also deemed the shadow clone technique very useful, investing another 20 million to enhance it, resulting in his ability to control the personality traits of his clones. Previously, some of his clones were rather unruly, occasionally grumbling, but now, post-enhancement, he can select specific personalities for various tasks. For laborious duties, he can opt for a diligent character. For surveillance, the most composed, and for combat, the most fiery. Essentially, he can choose the personality of the shadow clone according to the task at hand. However, such specialized enhancements are rare for Hinata Tianyun. Most ninjutsu enhancements merely increase their power and range, effectively elevating their level. After 10 days, once the students had successfully graduated, Hinata Tianyun relaxed, contemplating that the 15-day holiday granted by the third Hokage had concluded, and he prepared to close the beauty salon for a break. Over the 10 days, the 1 million women in Konoha seeking beauty treatments had largely completed their visits, and now only a few sporadically came, yielding minimal profits. Thus, he decided to hang a sign at the entrance, stating that beauty services would be available on the 5th of each month, with any changes depending on his mission schedule. In his newfound leisure, Hinata Tianyun intended to seek out Hinata Hanabi and Komura Shinmei, as the two women seemed to have vanished during this time, leaving him with a sense of longing. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, he greeted passers-by with Master, Teacher, Master Tianyun, Teacher Tianyun. His repeated salutations began to feel somewhat tiresome, yet out of respect for the admiration shown towards him, he felt disinclined to respond with indifference. The reason for this peculiar situation lies in two recent actions taken by Hinata Tianyun, which have led the women of the entire Konoha village to refer to him as Master, while the children affectionately call him Teacher. Eventually, Hinata Tianyun, feeling somewhat exasperated by the incessant titles, sought refuge in a deserted alleyway, transforming into an ordinary Konoha resident. He then exited the street and made his way toward the residence of Hinata Hyuga. Recently, Hinata Hyuga had been in a state of disarray due to her father, Hinata Hazashi, declaring that she must marry Hinata Tianyun upon turning 16. This revelation left her in a perpetual daze, rendering her unable to muster the courage to seek out Tianyun. The mere thought of him conjured images of marriage, which deterred her from attending his training sessions. As Tianyun approached the Hyuga household, he noticed the guards casting peculiar glances in his direction, some even enthusiastically calling out young Master Tianyun, leaving him utterly bewildered. Despite his confusion, Tianyun was in a good mood and chose to disregard the odd behavior of the guards, proceeding directly to Hinata's room. "Open up, Hinata," he called, knocking on the door. Inside, Hinata Hyuga heard his voice, her expression shifting rapidly as she wrestled with the decision of whether to answer. Fearful of inciting Tianyun's anger should she remain silent, yet equally apprehensive of not knowing what to say if she opened the door, she found herself frozen at the threshold, her hand resting upon it, uncertain of her next move. Hinata Tianyun stood at the entrance of Hinata's residence, waiting for 2 minutes with no response from within, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Moments ago, he distinctly heard footsteps approaching the door, yet now Hinata was unwilling to let him in. "Hey, Hinata, are you going to open the door or not? If you don't, I'm leaving," he issued his final ultimatum. Ultimately, Hinata opened the door, unable to find a way to refuse his entry. As the door creaked open, Tianyun was greeted by the sight of Hinata, her head bowed in silence. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What's the matter? You're home, yet you want to open the door. Hurry, let us go find Shinbai. That woman is quite erratic, and I can't seem to locate her anywhere." Hinata did not respond, but merely stepped out of the room, trailing behind Tianyun without uttering a word. Although she typically preferred silence, her demeanor was unusually subdued in Tianyun's presence today. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What is wrong with you today? You seem preoccupied. Do share." Still not lifting her gaze, Hinata softly replied, "Don't ask me. Let us just hurry to find Shinbai. I know where she lives, but it will take some time to get there." With that, Tianyun chose not to press further and allowed her to lead the way toward Kimura Shinbai's residence. As they departed from the Hinata estate, Tianyun once again experienced the peculiar stares of the guards and the warm greetings from the servants. Hinata appeared oblivious to her surroundings, hastening her pace as if eager to escape her home. Upon leaving the estate, her walking speed returned to normal. After traversing 2 kilometers toward the southernmost part of Konoha village, they arrived at a modest apartment building. Standing before the apartment, Hinata finally looked up at Tianyun and said, "This is where Shinbai lives. I heard it's a communal dormitory. She resides on the 4th floor in room 5. "She lives in this rundown place?" Tianyun exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the wooden 5-story structure, which seemed to be the most unattractive and dilapidated building in Konoha village. In his mind, Kimura Shinbai was a woman of considerable means, and it was utterly incongruous for her to inhabit such a decrepit dwelling. Hinata explained, "Shinbai mentioned that her money is meant for the orphanage director. She only needs a place to stay, so it doesn't have to be anything extravagant. Is that so? She certainly has a kind heart." Tianyun mused before adding, "Let us go up and have a chat with her. If she is in need of funds, I wouldn't mind giving her 1 or 200 million. Hinata followed closely behind Tianyun as they approached the building, continuing, "Shinbai won't accept your money. She insists on earning her own way, so you should refrain from offering. Refusing money when she has it? Truly bizarre." Tianyun shook his head in disbelief. "Who are you calling bizarre? Isn't being wealthy impressive?" Kimura Kokomi suddenly appeared at the top of the staircase, glaring at Hinata. "Of course being wealthy is impressive. You can do whatever you please," Hinata retorted, causing Kimura Kokomi to fume with anger. After taking a few deep breaths to suppress her irritation, Kimura shot a glance at Hinata and said, "What brings you here? I hope it's not just to flaunt the money you've earned recently." Hinata, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "If you put it that way, then yes. I came to touch base with you all since we have a mission tomorrow. We should gather for a meal beforehand, and it's on me." Kimura Kokomi glanced at him dismissively, shaking her head. "It seems you've lost track of reality. I take it you haven't visited Lord Hokage in a while. Our mission has been cancelled, and we are to remain in Konoha for another 5 days. You should head back promptly." Goodness, that old man truly is something else. How could he not inform me of such an important matter? Just because I accepted a small amount of money from him? Hinata was filled with indignation, convinced that the 3rd Hokage had deliberately kept the information from him. At that moment, Hinata, standing behind him, said in a daze, "Master, Lord Hokage instructed me to inform you that in 5 days, the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo wishes to see you for a beauty treatment. You are to rest in Konoha for a few days. I forgot to mention it." Hinata was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Hinata's face flushed, leaving him at a loss for words. "Well, you two can discuss your little affairs at home. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me while I work to earn some money." Kimura Kokomi suddenly interjected, prompting Hinata to question, "What do you mean by little affairs? Hanabi and I have no such relationship. Please refrain from making baseless assumptions." Kimura Kokomi scoffed. "It seems the family is unaware. The Hyuga clan has decided that once Hinata comes of age, she will marry you. They intend to bind this genius to the Hyuga clan's legacy." Hinata was genuinely stunned by this revelation and inwardly cursed Hyuga Hayashi, wondering why that old man felt entitled to dictate his marital affairs. It was no wonder Hanabi had been behaving so oddly today. He contemplated confronting Hyuga Hayashi to refuse the arrangement, but glanced back at Hinata, whose face was now crimson, her head bowed almost to her chest. He realized it would be better not to discuss this matter in her presence. However, as he considered the situation, he thought that by the time Hinata turned 16, which would be in 8 or 9 years, he would likely have established dominion over the entire ninja world. At that point, he would have the freedom to act as he pleased, rendering Hyuga Hayashi inconsequential. With this thought, Hinata Tinya calmed down and said to Kimura Kokomi, "Let us set this matter aside for now. Today, I am in a good mood and will treat you to a meal. You two should join me for a delightful feast." Kimura Kokomi shook her head, saying, "I have work to attend to, so I won't be joining you. Enjoy your meal together." As Kimura Kokomi was about to leave, Hinata Tincloud abruptly grasped her arm and exclaimed, "What nonsense about work? If you truly wish to work, why not assist me at my beauty salon? I happen to need a server, and I assure you, the salary will surpass what you currently earn." Hinata Tincloud's proposal piqued Kimura Kokomi's interest. Being a renowned tycoon in Konoha, it was widely acknowledged that his wealth seemed to multiply effortlessly without any expenditure. Working for Hinata Tincloud would indeed guarantee her a reliable income. However, recalling Hinata Tincloud's notorious stinginess, Kimura Kokomi replied, "That sounds reasonable. But my wage is 20,000 yen per day. If you are unwilling to meet that, I shall not work for you." "What do you mean 20,000? Do you underestimate my capabilities? I can offer 200,000 a month, including meals and accommodation," Hinata Tincloud declared with an air of authority. "Deal," Kimura Kokomi readily agreed. Presently, Hinata Tincloud regarded such petty sums as inconsequential, as his aspirations were now measured in billions. 200,000 yen was merely a gesture to alleviate Kimura Kokomi's burdens. Having secured her employment, the trio set off towards Konoha's pastry shop, intent on enjoying a delightful meal. Initially, Hinata Tincloud had envisioned dining at a barbecue restaurant, but Kimura Kokomi staunchly refused, insisting on maintaining her perfect physique, compelling him to acquiesce to her choice of the pastry shop. Nonetheless, Hinata Tincloud inwardly criticized her, for the calorie count of pastries often exceeded that of meat, and her desire to maintain her figure clearly masked a craving for sweets. Konoha boasted but a single pastry shop, known for its decent offerings. Hinata Tincloud had previously visited, but that time he had merely partaken without expense. This occasion, however, he was treating others. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the pastry shop was not overly crowded, predominantly filled with women. Paying little heed to them, Hinata Tincloud located a 4-person table and beckoned to a female server. "Please bring me one of the giant rose specialty cakes, along with a strawberry flame cake, and 3 cups of iced blue raspberry juice." Once he had placed the order, Kimura Kokomi looked at him with discontent and remarked, "Shouldn't you order what we like? All you've chosen are merely visually appealing pastries." I ordered the most expensive ones. Do you think they won't taste good?" Hinata Tincloud replied, astonished at her reaction. Kimura Kokomi shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Who said the most expensive is necessarily the best? It seems you simply wish to flaunt your generosity. Return those and allow me to choose some pastries for you." Upon hearing this, Hinata Tincloud quickly countered, "No way. I never retract my orders. If you wish to return them, do so yourself. I still have my pride. I'll go." "I will." Kimura Kokomi shot him another glare before standing up and hastily pursuing the server she had previously seen. Hinata Tianyun shook his head in silence, showing little interest in Kimura Kokomi. Just as he was about to engage in conversation with Hinata, a woman suddenly walked through the door. Hinata Tianyun immediately stood up and waved. "Beautiful lady, come sit here." The woman paused momentarily, glanced in Hinata Tianyun's direction, and then briskly approached him, smiling as she said, "Ah, so the master is here. Are you inviting your girlfriend for a meal?" "What girlfriend? I am far from the time to find one. If you, beautiful lady, are willing to be my girlfriend, I could consider finding one ahead of schedule," Hinata Tianyun replied with a grin. The woman who entered the pastry shop was Yuhi Kurenai, who knew Hinata Tianyun because she had previously sought his beauty treatments, accompanied by her mother. Hinata Tianyun held a certain admiration for Yuhi Kurenai, primarily due to the virtuous woman she was in his memories, as well as her pleasing appearance, making her quite suitable for a wife. Yuhi Kurenai merely chuckled at Hinata Tianyun's teasing, recognizing that taking the words of a 6-year-old seriously would be foolish. She then seated herself beside Hinata and said, "Your girlfriend is still present. Refrain from teasing other women here." Hinata, already flustered, felt her cheeks flush even more at Yuhi Kurenai's remark. She quickly took a gulp of water from the table, her reaction leaving Yuhi Kurenai somewhat speechless. Observing Hinata's embarrassment, Hinata Tianyun shook his head helplessly, choosing not to tease Yuhi Kurenai any further. Instead, he inquired, as a busy person, "What brings you back to Konoha?" Yuhi Kurenai replied with a smile, "I returned after hearing about your exceptional beauty techniques. I thought I might take the opportunity to rest for a while. But it seems you have attracted the attention of the daimyo's wife, and Lord Hokage has assigned me to perform defensive duties in the village." "Curious about the daimyo's wife?" Hinata Tianyun asked, "Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over just the daimyo's wife?" Yuhi Kurenai shook her head. "Do not be mistaken. While the third Hokage mentioned the daimyo's wife, there are many noble women accompanying her, all coming for your beauty techniques. I foresee you could earn at least 5 billion from this venture." "Is that so?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the prospect of earning money. He cheerfully responded to Yuhi Kurenai, "Thank you for the information. I shall treat you today." "You stingy fellow. Treating us is quite a rarity. I shall indulge today." Yuhi Kurenai graciously accepted Hinata Tianyun's invitation, engaging in light conversation about various happenings beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village. It wasn't long before Kimura Kokomi returned with an array of delightful pastries, and everyone began to enjoy the treats. Having roots in the foundation, Kimura Kokomi recognized Yuhi Kurenai, the daughter of the former Konoha Eight Colors, and their conversation flowed pleasantly. The meal turned out to be a delightful gathering for all. The only outlier at the banquet was the taciturn Hinata Hyuga, whose spirits were notably low, and the others chose not to dwell on it. At the entrance of the pastry shop, after bidding farewell to Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Tenkyu, Kimura Kokoro remarked, "I shall return to the beauty salon to move my belongings. You should escort Hinata home. She appears to need some rest, lest she encounters further difficulties." Hearing Kimura's words, Hinata quickly shook her head, insisting, "I am fine. No need for my master to accompany me. I can return on my own." Hinata shared a good rapport with Kimura and was willing to converse with her. Observing this, Hyuga Tenkyu decisively suggested, "How about this? I will arrange for a separate room at the beauty salon. Kimura, you can stay in the single room. As for Hinata, she can accompany you to move your luggage. I believe it will be more comfortable for her to be with you, and you can have a good chat." Kimura understood Tenkyu's intentions to provide comfort to Hinata and nodded in agreement. "All right. Then Hinata can come with me while you find someone to fix the room." "I shall take my leave then," Tenkyu said before departing. Once Tenkyu was gone, Kimura glanced at Hinata, who was lost in thought, staring at Tenkyu's retreating figure, and gently pulled her along. "Enough of that. You both are still young. Do not think too far ahead. Let things unfold naturally." Kimura's words eased Hinata's mood slightly, and she ceased her gaze upon Tenkyu's silhouette, following Kimura to her communal dormitory to collect her belongings. At the beauty salon, Hyuga Tenkyu had hired Fortunen at a considerable price, and within 2 hours, everything was completed. The furnishings in the room were abundant and far more luxurious than those at the salon, costing Tenkyu a grand total of 5 million. When Kimura and Hinata arrived with their luggage and beheld the state of the room, Kimura expressed her satisfaction and praised Hyuga Tenkyu, who was soon to be her employer. Currently, Hinata was unable to face Tenkyu, as the mere sight of him made her anxious. After exchanging a few words with Kimura, Tenkyu instructed her to escort Hinata home before he made his way to the Hokage building. His reason for visiting the third Hokage was to inquire about the matter concerning the daimyo's wife, seeking clarity on the number of noble women present and the potential financial gain therein. As he strolled towards the Hokage building, upon reaching the office's entrance, Tenkyu was surprised to find 2 Umbu ninjas stationed as guards. This ignited a strong sense of curiosity within him. In his previous visits, the Hokage's office had never been guarded, and the sudden appearance of these 2 sentinels indicated that the third Hokage was likely engaged in discussions of great significance with someone. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Hinata Tianyun stealthily retreated to the hall, seeking a secluded spot to create a shadow clone, transforming into a mosquito. He commanded the clone to infiltrate the Hokage's office and gather information. Once the mosquito clone was dispatched, Hinata Tianyun meandered aimlessly through the streets surrounding the Hokage building. Half an hour later, a sudden influx of information flooded his mind, relayed from the recently dissipated shadow clone. It had entered the Hokage's office through a crack in the door, concealing itself among the leaves of a vase, and observed the proceedings within. Present in the office were the third Hokage and a masked Umbu ninja. The mosquito clone arrived too late to catch the earlier conversation, but it diligently recorded what unfolded thereafter. The discourse revolved around the Uchiha clan. The Umbu ninja expressed concern that Shimura Danzo's actions had begun to adversely affect the Uchiha, rendering him incapable of managing Danzo's affairs. He emphasized the necessity of addressing the Uchiha issue with utmost priority. The third Hokage, however, remained silent, puffing on his pipe contemplatively for an extended period. Eventually, he assured the Umbu ninja that he would confer with Danzo regarding subsequent matters, while urging him to resolve the Uchiha situation. Throughout this clandestine eavesdropping, the mosquito clone gleaned but one critical piece of intelligence. As the Umbu ninja prepared to depart, the third Hokage called out, "Shursui, Take care. The Uchiha matter may rest solely upon your shoulders upon processing this intelligence. Hinata Tianyun found himself disinterested in discussing the issues surrounding the daimyo's wife with the third Hokage, recalling the memories embedded in his mind. He recognized that Danzo had once stolen one of Uchiha Shirsui's eyes, which Shirsui later gifted to Uchiha Itachi. Following Shirsui's tragic suicide, Itachi, consumed by grief, awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, foreshadowing the impending massacre of his entire clan. Faced with the inevitability of such calamities, Hinata Tianyun dismissed any concerns about the mere 50 billion. Instead, he resolved to enhance surveillance over the Uchiha clan through additional shadow clones, preparing to insert himself into the events surrounding their downfall for his own benefit. As for the Uchiha's demise, Hinata Tianyun refrained from intervening, understanding that the Uchiha were unlike other families in Konoha. They were resistant to outside control. Thus, he sought only to extract personal advantage from their plight. As he pondered these matters on his leisurely walk home, Hinata Tianyun promptly summoned 3 more shadow clones, transforming them into various small animals, and set them forth towards the Uchiha clan, ready to infiltrate the unfolding events at a moment's notice. For the subsequent 5 days, until the third Hokage informed Hyuga Tianyun that the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire required his presence, Hyuga Tianyun remained sequestered within his home, leading to Hyuga Mix's growing curiosity as she inquired if something was amiss. Naturally, Hyuga Tianyun refrained from disclosing his daily research on the Uchiha clan and resorted to a trivial excuse to dismiss her. Upon being summoned to the Hokage building, Hyuga Tianyun exhibited significant dissatisfaction. The audacity of a daimyo's wife to demand the attention of a future world sovereign was quite irksome. His sour demeanor was evident as he arrived at the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, upon witnessing Tianyun's attitude, chastised him, remarking on the importance of these women as his benefactors and questioning his apparent lack of ambition. Ignoring the Hokage's reprimand, Tianyun nonchalantly stated that it was they who sought his assistance, not the other way around. The Hokage sighed in exasperation, remarking on Tianyun's inflated sense of self-worth and the substantial financial gains he was overlooking, before issuing a direct command that he must provide beauty treatments for the women, lest the promised funds from the daimyo for the current year be withheld from Konoha. With an exasperated huff, Tianyun acquiesced, albeit begrudgingly, stating that he would attend to the matter for the sake of Konoha's interests, but insisted on an additional 10 million for emotional distress due to the women's unattractiveness. The third Hokage, caught off guard, sputtered his tea in disbelief and hurled his cup at Tianyun, reproaching him for his audacity in claiming emotional damages while he himself endured daily torment. In the face of the Hokage's ire, Tianyun hastily placed the cup down and exited the office. For the next 2 hours, he dutifully accepted payment while providing beauty treatments to the affluent women without incident. Upon completion, he departed with a staggering sum of 6,900 million, having exchanged no words with the clients. Contrary to Tianyun's perception, the women of the Land of Fire were not inherently unattractive. After all, one does not marry into nobility without some appeal. However, a few noble daughters possessed portly figures that adversely affected the overall aesthetic. To Tianyun, their overwhelming arrogance was off-putting, and he found it challenging to regard them favorably. Especially considering a few older women who attempted to flirt with him, it was quite the feat that he refrained from losing his temper. Having fulfilled the Hokage's assignment, Hyuga Tianyun found himself at leisure once more, meandering through the village of Konoha. In the present day, the atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf village has grown rather peculiar, as Hinata Tianyun has begun to sense. The Uchiha clan's Leaf security force has practically ceased its operations, and the streets are devoid of any Uchiha patrollers. This absence has led to frequent loud arguments and even outright duels occurring in the streets. Just a month ago, the Uchiha clan would have been on patrol, swiftly intervening to quell such disputes and escorting the participants for a civil discussion over tea, preventing the current turmoil. Moreover, the third Hokage, that old man, seems to have neglected the necessity of appointing someone to take over the duties of the security force. He appears to be biding time, hoping that the Uchiha will calm down so that they may resume their responsibilities. Alas, the third Hokage remains oblivious to the fact that the true architect behind the Uchiha clan's demise is the enigmatic Uchiha Obito, while Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi were merely pawns in a larger game. To restore tranquility to the Uchiha clan, one must confront Uchiha Obito. However, given the current capabilities of the third Hokage, such a feat seems utterly unattainable, as Obito's space-time ninjutsu is far too formidable for him to counter. Of course, if Uchiha Obito were to meet his own demise, the situation would be entirely different. Lost in these tangled thoughts, Hinata Tianyun wandered through the village until he arrived at a beauty salon, intending to have a conversation with Kimura Kokomi. Recently, Kimura Kokomi has found herself quite content. The tasks assigned by Tianyun are remarkably effortless, leaving her with ample free time, and she enjoys the privilege of a private room for her training. When Tianyun approached, Kimura Kokomi was engrossed in her practice of illusion techniques. Upon noticing Tianyun's proximity, she could not resist casting a terrifying scare illusion at him. To her astonishment, Tianyun seemed entirely unfazed by her jutsu and simply walked up to her, stating, "Spare me these trifles. I have come to speak with you." Kimura Kokomi, perplexed, inquired, "Did my illusion fail? It appears you were unaffected by it." Hinata Tianyun curled his lips in disdain and remarked, "With your rudimentary illusions, how could they possibly affect me? Perhaps after a decade or more of practice, you might stand a chance." Kimura Kokomi was deeply troubled. Her expertise lay in illusionary techniques. Yet they proved ineffective against Hinata Tianyun, which left her feeling disheartened. With a flicker of dissatisfaction, she glared at him and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Historically, her demeanor towards Hinata had been far from cordial, but he seemed unfazed. He replied directly, "As a member of the Root, could you escort me to their headquarters? I wish to converse with Advisor Danzo." Kokomi felt a wave of surprise wash over her. Among the ninjas of Konohagakure, very few held any affection for Shimura Danzo. His appearance was unremarkable, his personality cold, and his methods often tyrannical. After a brief pause, Kokomi's tone shifted, laced with astonishment as she asked, "Do you truly wish to meet Lord Danzo? Are you not afraid of him?" Hinata Tianyun cast a sidelong glance at Kimura Kokomi and remarked, "Danzo is but a mere advisor, a revered elder of Konoha. Would he truly harm a prodigious ninja such as myself? I suspect your reasoning may be somewhat flawed." After a moment's contemplation, Hinata Mikura conceded, recognizing that Kimura Kokomi was indeed a prized asset of the village, and that Lord Danzo would never dare to lay a finger on Hinata Tianyun. In fact, he had dispatched numerous Root members to safeguard him. Reflecting on this, Kimura Kokomi felt a twinge of frustration, for the treatment of the Root members was far from that of Hinata Tianyun. They trembled in the presence of Shimura Danzo, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone engage him in conversation. They were compelled to obey his every command. After a brief moment of discontent, Kimura Kokomi declared, "Very well. I shall return to report to Lord Danzo. Should he be unwilling to meet you, that is not my concern. Then hurry along." Hinata Tianyun urged impatiently, "Lest I fear that old Hokage will assign us yet another task." Hinata Tianyun held little respect for the third Hokage. Kimura Kokomi shot him an exasperated look, saying, "Wait for me here for an hour while I report to the Root. I will return with an answer." "Do hurry," Hinata Tianyun replied. As Kimura Kokomi departed for the Root, Hinata Tianyun remained in the beauty salon, reflecting on his previous hesitations to confront Shimura Danzo. However, having recently experienced a significant financial windfall and a notable enhancement in strength, he believed he could withstand any potential hostility from Danzo, which prompted him to seek a business arrangement. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, Hinata Tianyun struggled to conceive of additional avenues for profit. His options were limited to weapons, various pills, and the beauty salon, none of which yielded substantial returns. This predicament could not solely be blamed on Konoha's economy, but rather its size. For after being thoroughly exploited by Hinata Tianyun, the village had little spare currency to purchase his wares. To amass greater wealth, he could either wait for Konoha to regain its vitality or pursue external ventures. However, with his current capabilities, expanding outward proved a slow and arduous task. If he could leverage the influence of Shimura Danzo, the endeavor would be considerably simplified as the Root's ninja network spanned across the shinobi world, with their power extending to various nations. Hinata Tianyun pondered the best approach to negotiate a profitable transaction with Shimura Danzo. The hour passed swiftly, and Kimura Kokomi returned to the beauty salon, stating, "Come with me. Lord Danzo is willing to discuss matters with you." Hinata Tianyun rose, saying, "Then let us proceed. I am eager to behold the true nature of the Root. Could it be inhabited by fiends and specters?" "Fiends and specters?" Kimura Kokomi retorted, giving him a disapproving glance. "Do you truly believe the Root is some chaotic domain? It is a place of business. There is nothing strange about it." In Hinata Tianyun's mind, the Root was a shadowy realm filled with silent, chilling ninjas and adorned with the remains of various creatures, evoking an air of dread and foreboding. As Kimura Kokomi spoke, it seemed that the root organization resembled the Hokage's office building, and his anticipation swiftly transformed into disappointment. He pouted and remarked, "I don't see anything remarkable about Root. It's merely akin to the Hokage office." Kimura Kokomi could easily comprehend Hinata Tianyun's sentiments and responded somewhat exasperatedly. "The terrifying images you have of Root are merely figments of your imagination. No one has ever conveyed such notions to you. Please refrain from your fanciful thoughts. Root is simply underground, not a dreadful place at all. Never mind, I shall not elaborate further. You will understand once you arrive at Root." Without further ado, Kimura Kokomi led Hinata Tianyun towards the outskirts of Konohagakure, indicating that the base of Root appeared to be situated in a rather remote area, rather than at the heart of the village. Its location was near the Uchiha clan's residence. Hinata Tianyun surmised that Shimura Danzo's actions were indicative of surveillance over the Uchiha clan, explaining their palpable aversion towards Konohagakure. After all, no one relishes the feeling of being watched incessantly. After traversing 3 layers of ninja defenses, they finally entered an underground passage, arriving at the office of Root. Just as Kimura Kokomi had described, aside from being subterranean, the working environment of Root was quite similar to that of the Hokage's office, bustling with ordinary staff organizing resources and documents. The sole distinction lay in the many enigmatic chambers beneath, each adorned with various seals on their doors. Hinata Tianyun found himself captivated by those rooms. However, no matter how he inquired, Kimura Kokomi remained tight-lipped, urging him instead to hasten their meeting with Shimura Danzo. Progressing approximately 500 meters down the corridor, the passage abruptly inclined upwards, akin to ascending a slope. After climbing over 200 steps, they finally arrived at a spacious hall. Upon entering the hall, Hinata Tianyun could not suppress his astonishment. He discovered a large glass panel on the right wall, through which the entirety of Konohagakure was visible. This indicated that the headquarters of Root could monitor the entire ninja village, showcasing Shimura Danzo's meticulous efforts, truly a shadow of Konohagakure. How about it, Hinata Tianyun? The environment of Root differs from your expectations, does it not? Just as Hinata Tianyun was taken aback, Shimura Danzo approached, leaning on his cane. Speaking in a tone that was calm yet filled with pride, Hinata Tianyun turned to Danzo, giving him a thumbs up and earnestly said, "Advisor, your dedication is commendable. With an advisor like you in Konohagakure, I believe peace shall endure forever. Your efforts are truly appreciated." Danzo stepped towards the glass window, gazing out at Konohagakure, and remarked, "A little hardship is inconsequential. What I fear is the potential disruption of this peace, and my inability to prevent it." Hinata Tianyun approached Shimura Danzo, both gazing at the village of Konoha. He remarked, "How could that be? The strength of the advisor is comparable to that of the Hokage. How could he lack the power to protect Konoha?" Shimura Danzo turned to Hinata Tianyun, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. No matter how strong an individual's power may be, one can still encounter unavoidable dangers. At my level, further advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. Thus, I can only cultivate more ninjas to safeguard Konoha. At this juncture, Danzo paused and added, "I have high hopes for you. If you are willing to join me in protecting Konoha, I could nurture you as a successor to the Roots." Hinata Tianyun was taken aback, unable to fathom Danzo's directness. Did he not consider the opinions of the third Hokage or Hinata Hisashi? Truly, a man of singular will. Noticing Tianyun's silence, Danzo chuckled, "Never mind. If I were to recruit you into the Roots, Hisashi and Hayashi would likely trouble me incessantly. Now, why don't you tell me what brings you here?" Upon the mention of serious matters, Hinata Tianyun regained his composure. "Advisor, don't you think the power of the Roots is rather weak and in need of enhancement? I could offer some assistance." Danzo glanced at him again, shaking his head. The strength of the Roots must not be excessive, otherwise, Hayashi would be displeased. Besides, my current manpower is sufficient. Tianyun scoffed. "Forget about that stubborn old Hokage. He is merely a traditionalist. I believe Konoha should become stronger, ideally to the point of commanding the entire ninja world." Danzo looked at him quizzically, clearing his throat before speaking. "I did not expect you to harbor such thoughts, Tianyun. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. I find myself in agreement with your perspective. However, I am not the Hokage, merely an advisor, and cannot make decisions on his behalf. Then let us collaborate to strengthen Konoha. We need not concern ourselves with the old man," Hinata Tianyun asserted boldly. "After all, Hayashi is the Hokage. Can you not show him a modicum of respect?" Danzo shook his head, somewhat exasperated by Tianyun's attitude. Yet, within Danzo's heart, He held a certain admiration for Hinata Tianyun, for their aspirations aligned. Both sought to elevate Konoha to dominate the entire ninja realm. Advisor, just give me a clear answer. Will you cooperate with me or not? I am in urgent need of funds. Tianyun pressed. Danzo shook his head once more. You, young one, have recently amassed several hundred billion, yet you claim to be short on money. I suspect you are wealthier than Konoha itself. With a smile, Tianyun replied, surely. Advisor, you do not believe that my extraordinary abilities came from thin air. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. Tianyun had inadvertently revealed that his remarkable talents were tied to finances, leaving Danzo, who had long sought to uncover the origins of Tianyun's abilities, in profound contemplation. After a considerable time, Shimura Danzo cast a serious glance at Hinata Tianyun and stated, very well, we can collaborate. Please, elaborate on how we might proceed. Hinata Tianyun replied, I can provide enhanced weaponry, fortified military rations, and various improved pharmaceuticals. Whatever you desire, I shall supply. The profits will be divided 60-40. What do you think? Shall it be 6 for me, 4 for you? Shimura Danzo retorted, how is that even feasible? Clearly, it shall be 6 for me and 4 for you. Hinata Tianyun insisted, that is simply out of the question. It is I who shall receive the larger share. You little rascal remain as stingy as ever. Shimura Danzo remarked with a shake of his head. I have no choice in the matter. It is imperative that I acquire funds, Hinata Tianyun responded. After a brief silence, Shimura Danzo conceded, fine, I accept your terms. However, do consider this. Should Hayashi learn of our dealings and come to trouble you, do not seek my assistance. Fear not. I can handle that old man myself, Hinata Tianyun asserted confidently. Shimura Danzo, no longer inclined to be polite, directly stated, very well. I happen to have a batch of supplies that require your refining expertise. However, I cannot provide immediate payment. I shall settle the account within 2 months. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Hinata Tianyun nodded, no problem at all. I trust in your integrity, and considering this is a long-term arrangement, I believe you would not jeopardize our friendship over trifling gains. Shimura Danzo shook his head. You are indeed a clever child. Very well. I will have Kokumi escort you to the supply depot. She will also see you safely away, and I shall ensure she delivers the subsequent funds to you, along with updates regarding our dealings. Excellent. May our collaboration be fruitful, advisor, Hinata Tianyun replied, feeling pleased. After bidding farewell to Shimura Danzo, he followed Mukamura Kokumi out of the hall. Once they exited Danzo's office and entered the corridor, Kokumi, her face pale and visibly shaken, remarked, Tianyun, you truly are audacious. How could you speak so boldly to Lord Danzo? I feared he might eliminate you on the spot. Hinata Tianyun responded nonchalantly. He is the advisor of Konohagakure, while I am its prodigy. There is no way he would dare to act against me. You worry too much. I believe you are simply overthinking. Kokumi scoffed, unconvinced by his reassurances. Having spent years in the roots, she had come to understand Danzo's nature quite well, if not entirely. While she held reservations about Danzo's demeanor, Hinata Tianyun remained unfazed. He could not disclose that he had already engaged in a covert battle of wits with Danzo, who had ultimately been unable to hinder him, thus agreeing to collaborate. Earlier, within Danzo's office, when Hinata Tianyun revealed his secrets pertaining to money, Danzo had quietly cast a genjutsu upon him. However, Hinata Tianyun's soul strength had significantly improved, rendering Danzo's E-rank genjutsu ineffective, merely causing a slight flicker in his eyes before it was dispelled. As Shimizu Danzo's scheme faltered, Hyuga Tianyun swiftly transferred his essence to a shadow clone position just outside the roots, transforming the Hyuga Tianyun before Shimizu Danzo into a mere apparition, thus preventing Danzo from taking action. This peculiar skirmish unfolded in secrecy, although Kimura Kokomi was present in the office. She remained oblivious to the clandestine confrontation between Shimizu Danzo and Hyuga Tianyun. While Hyuga Tianyun was engaged in work at the warehouse alongside Kimura Kokomi, Shimizu Danzo furrowed his brow in contemplation within the office. Following his recent covert clash with Hyuga Tianyun, Danzo had become acutely aware of Tianyun's enigmatic capabilities. He was untroubled by Danzo's A-rank genjutsu and could unexpectedly transform his true form into a clone, rendering Danzo incapable of directly controlling him. Moreover, once Danzo's ambush concluded, Hyuga Tianyun could revert to his true self again, extinguishing Danzo's confidence in capturing him. Such a peculiar ability made it exceedingly difficult for Danzo to ascertain whether the being he confronted was indeed the true Hyuga Tianyun. After half an hour of deep contemplation, Shimizu Danzo realized that his previous understanding of Hyuga Tianyun had been overly superficial. He had not grasped the extent of Tianyun's formidable strength. Consequently, he resolved to engage in a serious discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen to clarify matters regarding Hyuga Tianyun. In the warehouse of the Roots, after Hyuga Tianyun had reinforced the supplies, he instructed Kimura Kokomi to accompany him away from the Roots. The intentions of Shimizu Danzo were of no concern to him, with his current strength sufficient for self-preservation. Should Konohagakure wish him harm, he could depart without trepidation, thus he felt no fear regarding the exposure of his abilities. Nevertheless, Hyuga Tianyun understood that the third Hokage would not act against him. Even with his current peculiarities, he remained beneficial to Konohagakure, and the third Hokage, despite any foolishness, would not force Tianyun into opposition. Upon returning to the beauty salon, Hyuga Tianyun advised Kimura Kokomi to rest well at home, while he leisurely strolled back to the Hyuga clan's residence. Currently, there were no lucrative ventures in Konohagakure for Hyuga Tianyun to pursue, prompting him to contemplate how to exit the village to amass wealth before returning. Naturally, he did not wish to venture too far, as he needed to acquire certain items related to the Uchiha clan incident. Sauntering back to the estate, he found that Hyuga Mikura was still absent. He casually settled beneath a large tree in an open area to rest and enjoy the cool shade. Over the course of 5 days, the third Hokage continued to assign no tasks to Hyuga Tianyun, leading him to feel a tinge of boredom. He pondered whether he should seek out the third Hokage to request a mission beyond the village to alleviate his ennui. As for the Uchiha clan issues, Hyuga Tianyun believed there would be no immediate changes. Moreover, he had already devised contingency plans, ensuring he could address any matters regarding the Uchiha clan promptly. On a bright morning, Hinata Tianyun made his way to the Hokage building, eager to seek out the third Hokage and embark on a more prestigious mission. The third Hokage had been contemplating the matter of Hinata Tianyun, especially after receiving a notification from Shimura Danzo, who informed him of Tianyun's burgeoning strength, suggesting a need for stricter oversight. Additionally, Danzo had divulged his dealings with Hinata Tianyun to the third Hokage, which left the latter feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as he struggled to devise a strategy to manage the spirited young ninja. Ultimately, he decided to allow Tianyun to rest within the confines of Konoha. However, the third Hokage was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary solution. The young rascal would not be content to remain idle in the village. Upon Tianyun's arrival, the Hokage recognized that the youth was itching to venture beyond the village's borders. Without formality, Hinata Tianyun settled into a chair and stated, "Old man, do you have any missions available? I wish to go out and explore," he quickly added, "but I'm not interested in any tasks below B rank." Casting a sidelong glance at the audacious Tianyun, the third Hokage replied, "Kakashi is currently on a mission and has yet to return. Can you not refrain from causing trouble for a few days? He will be back in 3 days." Tianyun scoffed, "Kakashi? Let us not even go there. Having him around makes no difference to me. I can handle missions on my own," the third Hokage remarked. "I've heard you possess the strength of a jonin. It seems you are becoming rather overconfident, seeking to undertake missions solo." "Huh, just rumors, old man. How could someone as young as I be a jonin?" Tianyun chuckled dismissively. "Do not attempt to mislead me. Danzo has informed me of your dealings, including the transactions," the third Hokage said, narrowing his eyes at Tianyun. Upon hearing this, Tianyun cursed Danzo inwardly for his betrayal, recalling how the elder had claimed he would bear no responsibility should the third Hokage discover their dealings. Frustrated, he addressed the Hokage. "Old man, consider it a means of strengthening Konoha. Why must you be so petty? Perhaps I could even share some with you. Let us split it 40-60 half." "As if I have any funds left for you to pilfer," the third Hokage shot back, glaring at Tianyun. "However, should you agree to a 50-50 split, I might allow you greater freedom to choose missions of rank S and below." "All right, old man, it's a deal." Tianyun eagerly accepted. For him, sacrificing a portion of his earnings in exchange for autonomy was a small price to pay, especially since he was currently earning around 20 million a day. A slight loss was inconsequential. In the Hokage's office, Tianyun felt a surge of joy as he concluded the agreement with the third Hokage. Hinata Tianyun declared, "Very well, old man. Since we have reached an agreement, I shall now seek an A-rank mission." Upon uttering these words, he attempted to depart. The third Hokage, noticing Hinata Tianyun's intention to leave, promptly interjected, "I only consented to you selecting the mission. I did not stipulate that you should undertake it alone. Regardless of where you go, you must take Mukamura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi with you." Hinata Tianyun turned, expressing his discontent. Are you not asking me to carry 2 deadweights? Old man, is this your intention? The third Hokage nodded. Indeed, it is my intention. This is to ensure you do not wander off without return, leaving me to ponder who shall honor our agreement. Hinata Tianyun grimaced, coming to understand the third Hokage's reasoning. He was being tethered by 2 burdens, preventing him from straying from the village of Konoha. However, having the 2 companions was preferable to being confined to Konoha without the option to leave, so he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall heed your counsel and bring them along. With a heavy heart, Hinata Tianyun departed, while the third Hokage refrained from further obstruction. In his mind, as long as Hinata Tianyun was accompanied by Mukamura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi, he would remain under the village's jurisdiction and would not be tempted to engage in excessively perilous missions, thus indirectly ensuring Hinata Tianyun's safety. As for the potential dangers of the missions, the third Hokage had already assessed Hinata Tianyun's capabilities from the words of Shimura Danzo, concluding that his prowess was certainly on par with that of Kakashi Hatake. Coupled with Hinata Tianyun's cunning disposition, the likelihood of encountering danger was reduced to a mere 10%, a remarkably low probability within the realm of high-ranking ninja missions. Moreover, with Hinata Hanabi now confirmed as Hinata Tianyun's future wife, even if he desired to leave Konoha or had no intention of marrying her, he would at the very least refrain from causing her harm, thereby ensuring a bond with Konoha. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Hinata Tianyun proceeded directly to the Mission Assignment Center, cheerfully addressing the station ninja. Nakata, please procure an A-rank mission for me, preferably one that leads to a major city. Nakata, well acquainted with Hinata Tianyun, who frequently sought the third Hokage and referred to him as the old man, was hesitant. Despite their familiarity, Nakata was not inclined to assign an A-rank mission to a mere genin, and he shook his head resolutely. Hinata Tianyun, you should depart promptly. I cannot entrust you with an A-rank mission. Understanding Nakata's apprehension, Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile, Nakata, worry not. The Hokage has sanctioned my undertaking of A-rank missions. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire. I would never deceive you. That is inconceivable. Nakata remained steadfast in his disbelief. Then go ask the old man. Hinata Tianyun retorted, somewhat irked. Fine, I shall. Nakata stood up, intent on consulting the third Hokage. However, just as he rose, he spotted a member of the Umbu in the distance nodding at him and signaling, which immediately confirmed to him that Hinata Tianyun was indeed speaking the truth. Casting a peculiar glance at Hinata Tianyun, Nakata seated himself and remarked, Are you seeking death? Although the Hokage has consented to assign you tasks of A rank or lower, could you not select a B rank mission instead? Hinata Tianyun, noticing the distant gestures of an Umbu ninja, though unable to decipher them, felt assured as long as Nakata provided him with a mission. Thus, in response to Nakata's inquiry, he retorted, What business is it of yours? My abilities have already been acknowledged by the old man. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Hurry and find me a task. With an exasperated shake of his head, Nakata retrieved 2 documents from his drawer and said, Very well, since you are unafraid of peril. There happen to be 2 A-rank missions available in the Land of Fire's towns. You may select one. Before Nakata could finish, Hinata Tianyun snatched both documents from his hand, stowing them away without so much as a glance. I'll take both missions, no need to choose between them. Nakata, bemused, had never encountered anyone who would accept tasks without reviewing them. Regaining his composure, he incredulously asked, Tianyun, those are A-rank missions. Won't you at least take a look? Hinata Tianyun disdainfully replied, If it weren't for the old man stopping me, I would even consider an S-rank mission. 2 A-rank tasks are hardly significant. Left speechless, Nakata simply produced paper and a pen, urging Hinata Tianyun to sign, thereby indicating his acceptance of both missions. Taking the pen, Hinata inscribed his name on the paper, tossed the pen back to Nakata, and waved goodbye as he departed. Once outside the Hokage building, Hinata Tianyun felt in high spirits and began to examine the 2 mission orders. The first A-rank mission entailed dealing with a rogue ninja from the Land of Water named Chongfang, who was causing disturbances in the town of Pingliang in the Land of Fire. The town's lord had requested assistance from Konohagakure to eliminate this troublesome figure. The second A-rank mission involved protecting a wealthy individual in the town of Weno, who claimed that enemies were plotting against him. After reviewing both tasks, Hinata Tianyun purchased a map of the Land of Fire and realized he must first proceed to Weno to safeguard the wealthy man. Otherwise, the deadline for his protection would lapse, leading to the cancellation of his A-rank mission. As for the rogue ninja, Chongfeng in Pingliang, he would have to remain at liberty for a few days until Hinata completed the protection task. With the missions and route clear in his mind, Hinata Tianyun made his way to a beauty salon to inform Kimura Shinbai and Hinata Hanabi of their departure the next day to tackle both A-rank missions before returning to Kanehagakure. Arriving at the salon, he found Kimura Shinbai lounging leisurely. Upon noticing Hinata Tianyun's approach, she quickly rose and asked, "Is there something amiss? You appear quite exhilarated." Hinata Tianyun sat beside her, smiling as he replied, "I've accepted 2 missions. We can leave Kanehagakure. Please inform Hanabi that we shall gather at the village's exit at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Surprised, Kimura Shinbai exclaimed, "A mission? But isn't Kakashi-sensei still away?" Hinata Tianyun disdainfully remarked, "Who cares about Kakashi? From now on, I shall be your captain. Your sole task is to heed my commands. Quickly inform Hinata, and do not waste any time." Kimura Kokomi did not acquiesce but retorted, "How long must we be away? If it's for an extended period, I need to report back." Tianyun understood that her mention of reporting referred to informing Shimura Danzo, and he nodded. "We should be away for about half a month to a month. You can decide if you need to report. Then I shall return to make my report," Kokomi stated. "Very well, just let Hinata know that we will gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning at 8, Tianyun replied with a smile. Kokomi shot him a disdainful glance and said, "Aren't you heading to Hinata's house anyway? Why do you need me to notify her?" Tianyun shook his head. "No, I prefer to avoid provoking her for now. Otherwise, we might both find ourselves in a predicament." Kokomi chose not to comment further, casting him a scornful look that seemed to convey that he couldn't even manage a girl, portraying him as utterly inept, which left Tianyun feeling quite vexed. Tianyun was certainly capable of handling Hinata, but he harbored no particular interest in the young girl, leading him to disregard her. Otherwise, with his skills, he could easily win her over in no time. At the entrance of Kanehagakure, Tianyun was not one to arrive late like Kakashi. He departed at 7 in the morning, had breakfast, and arrived at the meeting place with 5 minutes to spare before 8. Kimura Kokomi and Hinata were already there, each shouldering a backpack, waiting at the village gate. Upon seeing Tianyun approach, Kokomi inquired, "You didn't tell us yesterday what our mission entails?" Tianyun nonchalantly replied, "It's merely a minor A-rank mission. No need for extensive details. Let us set off." "A-rank mission?" Kokomi exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Hinata, equally bewildered, stared vacantly at Tianyun. After her initial shock, Kokomi confronted him. "Are you out of your mind? We are still mere genin. Why would you accept an A-rank mission? Are you trying to put us in danger?" Tianyun chuckled. "What is there to fear? It's just an A-rank mission. With me around, it will be effortlessly resolved. Just think of it as a little excursion." Kokomi felt a sense of helplessness. Tianyun's eagerness to undertake the A-rank mission left her with no grounds for rebuttal. Eventually, she sighed and said, "Fine, but you must train us along the way. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise due to overstepping our rank." Kokomi's request was quite reasonable, and Tianyun genuinely wished to enhance their abilities since they would be accompanying him in the future. If they lagged behind, it would pose a problem. "All right, I agree to your terms," Tianyun declared straightforwardly. Hinata Tincloud conferred with Kimura Kokomi and subsequently announced their departure to Weno Castle. The opinions of Hinata were disregarded by both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Tincloud, for they were well aware that Hinata would hold no significant thoughts. On their journey to Weno Castle, Hinata Tincloud urged Kimura Kokomi and Hinata to advance at the swiftest pace, declaring that this was his method of training. Both Hinata and Kimura Kokomi had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, Hinata Tincloud's mind was solely occupied with the prospect of reaching Weno Castle to earn money. Any mention of training methods was mere pretense. However, it was not entirely disingenuous. For Hinata Tincloud had resolved to enhance the physical prowess of Kimura Kokomi and Hinata upon their arrival at Weno Castle, aspiring to elevate them both to the physical standards of a Chunin. Weno Castle, an ordinary town in the Land of Fire, boasted a considerable population and numerous buildings, surpassing the size of Konoha village by at least 5-fold, ranking among the top 10 bustling towns within the Land of Fire. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, Hinata Tincloud and his companions finally reached the outskirts of Weno Castle by 5 o'clock on the 3rd day. While Hinata Tincloud remained unfazed, both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata were utterly exhausted and held no interest in appreciating the town's scenery. Observing their state, Hinata Tincloud casually checked into the first inn they encountered, allowing Hinata and Kimura Kokomi to rest. While they reclined in bed, Hinata Tincloud feigned a casual pat to awaken them, yet his true intention was to enhance their physical abilities in those fleeting moments. Upon returning to his own room, though not feeling fatigued himself, he could not abandon Hinata and Kimura Kokomi to slumber unattended. Therefore, he dispatched 8 shadow clones, armed with funds, to seek out blacksmiths and apothecaries in Weno Castle, tasked with trading weapons and medicinal supplies while his original self remained at the inn to oversee the enhancements. Much like his previous endeavors in Ungshi Town, Hinata Tincloud, while his companions rested, utilized his shadow clones to amass wealth. However, Weno Castle differed significantly from Ungshi Town, housing 5 blacksmiths and 5 apothecaries, each establishment larger than those in Ungshi Town. Throughout the night, Hinata Tincloud's 8 shadow clones flitted between the 10 shops, leveraging the enhancement system to profit from the price differentials. The shopkeepers, eager for profit, cooperated with the shadow clones, remaining open for business, resulting in a mutually beneficial situation wherein Hinata Tincloud amassed a staggering sum of 5 billion. Of course, amidst the satisfaction shared between Hinata Tincloud and the 10 shopkeepers, there was one individual initially displeased. However, upon receiving a sum of 1 million, that individual's discontent swiftly transformed into satisfaction. As for that individual, he is the proprietor of the inn where Hinata Tianyun and his companions reside. Hinata Tianyun's 8 shadow clones were constantly entering and exiting the inn, delivering and collecting goods, which left the innkeeper restless throughout the night, fearing that the next visitor might be a thief or a bandit. Eventually, overwhelmed by fatigue, the innkeeper decided to close the doors at 2 in the morning, leaving Hinata Tianyun's clones unable to come and go. Consequently, Hinata Tianyun offered the innkeeper 1 million in exchange for a promise to keep the establishment open all night. At 6:30 in the morning, Hinata Tianyun's business dealings came to a close. After listening intently, he realized there was no sound from the rooms of Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, prompting him to dispel his shadow clones and lie down for a brief respite. Just as he was drifting into a light slumber, a sudden scream from Kimura Kokomi jolted him awake. Noting the time, which was just 11 in the morning, he climbed out of bed and approached the door of their room, knocking and calling, open the door, let me in." 30 seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Kimura Kokomi's excited face, who exclaimed, "Guess what? I've become a chunin. Soon, I will surpass you." "Huh, what a ridiculous boast. If it weren't for my investment of 10 million to enhance your abilities, you wouldn't even be close to becoming a chunin," Hinata Tianyun thought derisively, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, replying, "Oh, is that so? Congratulations then." Seeing Hinata Tianyun's indifferent attitude, Kimura Kokomi couldn't help but scoff. "What do you want? If there's nothing, please leave us be. We need to change and get up for lunch soon. If it weren't for your scream waking me, do you think I would have come looking for you?" Hinata Tianyun shot her an exasperated glance. Embarrassed, Kimura Kokomi abruptly closed the door, leaving him outside with a parting remark, "Give us 5 minutes, and then we'll go to lunch together. Today, it's my treat." Upon hearing her words, Hinata Tianyun shook his head and returned to his own room to organize his belongings. In a small restaurant on the streets of Weno Castle, Kimura Kokomi, known for her frugality, chose a very inexpensive eatery for their meal. Though Hinata Tianyun was dissatisfied with the choice, Kimura Kokomi retorted that if he didn't like it, he could simply not eat. Thus, he reluctantly joined her in the modest establishment. The food was rather unpalatable, and after a couple of bites, Hinata Tianyun set his utensils down, leaning back in his chair to rest. Having spent the previous night toiling away, he now felt drowsy and yearned for a brief nap. Meanwhile, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata animatedly discussed their newfound abilities, completely oblivious to Hinata Tianyun's presence, granting him the perfect opportunity to doze off while they chatted and enjoyed their meal. He finally stirred awake. After dozing for half an hour, Hinata Tianyun was roused by the voice of Kimura Kokomi, who was banging her fist on the table, calling for him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the food on the dining table had been entirely consumed, and the plates had been tidied up meticulously. "Have we finished eating already? Once we are done, let us seek out the client." Hinata Tianyun stood up, preparing to depart the restaurant, only to realize that both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata had not followed suit. Turning around, he saw Kimura Kokomi glaring at him with a displeased expression. "Is there a problem?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, somewhat perplexed. Kimura Kokomi, with a fierce gaze, replied, "We need to first investigate the circumstances surrounding the client before we approach them." Hinata Tianyun scoffed. "Why complicate matters for a trivial A-rank mission? We can simply go and find the client directly." Kimura Kokomi huffed in response, "We do not possess your capabilities. This is an A-rank mission, and there are potential life-threatening risks involved. We must ascertain the nature of the client's adversaries first." Her resolve was unwavering. With a hint of resignation, Hinata Tianyun conceded. "Very well. You two can conduct the investigation. I shall seek out the client on my own. You can find me at the client's residence later. Do as you wish." "Hinata, let us go," Kimura Kokomi said, pulling Hinata away, bypassing Hinata Tianyun with palpable irritation. Hinata, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, cast an apologetic glance at Hinata Tianyun as they departed. After they left, Hinata Tianyun followed suit, and the three parted ways at the restaurant's entrance. The residence of the affluent client was situated in the northernmost region of Winnow Castle, where an expansive mansion sprawled over more than 50,000 square meters. Although the number of structures within the mansion was few, it boasted a variety of pavilions and terraces, adorned with an abundance of flowers and trees. The construction of such a grand estate would undoubtedly cost billions, confirming the client's status as a true magnate. Upon arriving near the mansion's entrance, Hinata Tianyun noticed the absence of any guards. He then utilized his Byakugan to scan the interior, discovering that all the occupants were congregated around a 3-story pavilion. With no one else in sight, could it be that the wealthy client has been attacked, summoning everyone for protection? Hinata Tianyun pondered aloud before resolutely crossing the threshold and making his way towards the 3-story pavilion. However, to his dismay, the moment he leaped into the luxurious estate, a multitude of traps activated, launching an array of shuriken, iron spikes, and flying needles towards him at alarming speed. Hinata Tianyun sighed, realizing he had fallen into a trap designed by the affluent client. Yet, he regarded these traps with disdain, with a single agile leap. He evaded all the attacks and continued towards the 3-story pavilion. It seemed the wealthy client was indeed fearful for their life. As an elaborate array of traps lined Hinata Tianyun's path to the pavilion, rolling boulders, massive logs, explosive tags, and more. However, these traps posed no challenge to him. Effortlessly avoiding them, he arrived at the entrance of the 3-story pavilion, ready to investigate further. As Hinata Tianyun was about to enter the room, it seemed that a ninja had unleashed a jutsu, causing countless small flames to rain down from above, enveloping all directions around him. Observing the thumb-sized flames overhead, Hinata Tianyun couldn't help but scoff. What was touted as meteor flames were merely feeble flickers, given the insignificance of such a technique. He surmised that his opponent was at best a nin, and thus decisively formed hand seals to conjure a tempest, with the wind release, hurricane technique. This B-rank jutsu of Hinata Tianyun extinguished the diminutive flames in an instant, sweeping towards the 3-story loft, causing the wooden walls to creak ominously. Immediately following this, the occupants of the loft, fearing the structure might collapse, rushed out, revealing their true identities to Hinata Tianyun. Among those who emerged from the loft was a rather rotund middle-aged man, who, upon spotting Hinata Tianyun's Byakugan, exclaimed loudly. Hinata Tianyun glanced at the portly individual, and with an indifferent tone remarked, "I have come to protect you. Do not provoke my ire, or I shall deal with you and your subordinates without hesitation." The rotund man had witnessed Hinata Tianyun's prowess and recognized that he was indeed superior to his lackeys. It was well known that the Hinata clan possessed formidable strength, indicating that his adversary had not yet revealed their full capabilities. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the rotund man dared not underestimate the youth before him. Stepping forward from the crowd, he clasped his hands and said, "Ninja-sama, I am Nakajima Aikir. I humbly ask for your forgiveness regarding our previous actions. We were left with no choice, as the enemy may arrive at any moment." Hinata Tianyun was not particularly interested in Nakajima Aikir's apology and directly inquired, "Has the enemy attempted to attack yet?" Nakajima Aikir shook his head, "Not yet, but I estimate they will arrive within a day or two. I have heard that they have hired foreign ninjas, which would require some time to reach Winnow Castle." Foreign ninjas? Hinata Tianyun was somewhat taken aback. In the towns of the Land of Fire, the territory was predominantly held by Konoha ninjas. It was audacious for foreign ninjas to intrude and cause chaos, tantamount to courting death, unless they believed themselves powerful enough to defy Konoha and pursue their objectives. Both scenarios were plausible, yet Hinata Tianyun could not ascertain which one it was. Unable to resolve his confusion, Hinata Tianyun directly asked, "Who exactly seeks your life? Are they also in Winnow Castle?" Nakajima Aikir hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge the name of the enemy. However, upon meeting the piercing gaze of Hinata Tianyun, he ultimately relented. "That individual is a relative of the castle lord, I dare not retaliate. If I can survive this ordeal, they will not dare to act against me further. Hinata Tianyun found Nakajima Ikiru's reasoning perplexing. Why was survival in this instance synonymous with safety? He straightforwardly queried, 1 billion. I will eliminate your adversary, provided you pay me 1 billion. At the entrance of the 3-story loft, Nakajima Ikiru and his subordinates gazed at Hinata Tianyun with a look of astonishment, as if he were a madman. Finally, unable to contain himself, Nakajima Ikiru spoke. Ninja Master, my enemy is a relative of the Lord. Even if I were to kill him, the Lord would still seek retribution against me. I think it would be best if you could simply help me withstand this attack. How cowardly, Hinata Tianyun scoffed at Nakajima Ikiru. If you offer 30 billion, I could eliminate the Lord as well, thus resolving the issue once and for all. Wouldn't that be splendid? Nakajima Ikiru felt as if he were losing his mind. He was terrified at the thought of killing even the Lord's relative. And now Hinata Tianyun was suggesting he could slay the Lord himself. This made him question whether the ninjas of Konohagakure had forsaken the land of fire, daring to kill even the important lord of that realm. Startled by Hinata Tianyun's words, Nakajima Ikiru quickly shook his head and said, No, Ninja Master. I shall pretend I did not hear what you just said. Please, just stay here and protect me. What a troublesome matter. I have other tasks to attend to. Could you not be more agreeable? Hinata Tianyun replied with evident dissatisfaction. Nakajima Ikiru wished he could simply dismiss Hinata Tianyun. But given his affiliation with the esteemed Hyuga clan and his formidable strength, he could only respond with a forced smile, Ninja Master. Please have mercy on a humble merchant like me. Though Hinata Tianyun looked down on Nakajima Ikiru's spineless demeanor, he still shook his head and said, Very well. Arrange a place for me to rest. I will require your assistance shortly. Of course, I shall arrange it immediately, Nakajima Ikiru eagerly responded. Hoping that Hinata Tianyun would quiet down and refrain from uttering more distressing remarks, he quickly instructed 2 guards to prepare a room for Hinata Tianyun. The guards accompanying Nakajima Ikiru, now quite wary of provoking Hinata Tianyun, were hesitant to challenge him, setting aside Hinata Tianyun's terrifying prowess. His audacity to threaten even the Lord instilled fear that they might meet a swift demise should they provoke him. After guiding Hinata Tianyun to a room on the 2nd floor of the 3-story loft, Nakajima Ikiru prepared to leave for some rest. Do not leave. Did I not just mention that I have matters to discuss with you? Hinata Tianyun called out to Nakajima Ikiru. Reluctant to attend to Hinata Tianyun, but fearing refusal, Nakajima Ikiru feigned a pitiful expression. Master, considering my current predicament, there is scarcely time to assist others. Understanding Nakajima Ikiru's apprehension about potentially burdensome requests, Hinata Tianyun smiled and reassured him. Do not worry. The assistance I require is trivial and will not place you in a difficult position. You need only introduce me to a few individuals. Relieved at the simplicity of the request, Nakajima Ikiru sighed. Please, Master, tell me what I can do to assist. Hinata Tianyun replied, Excellent. If you can be of help, I am prepared to offer you a reward of 10 million. Surely, that should satisfy you. As we delve into the topic of wealth, Nakajima Ichiro exhibited a notable cleverness, nodding in acknowledgement. Please, my lord, share what you wish me to introduce. I shall present everyone I know. With Ichiro's perceptiveness, Hinata Tianyun expressed his satisfaction, saying, I have heard that you have been operating in Ueno Castle for over 30 years, dabbling in various businesses. I would like to inquire about the identities of the foremost iron merchant and herbal merchant in Ueno Castle. Suddenly, Ichiro's lips twitched, and he gazed at Tianyun with a peculiar expression. My lord, could it be that the incident involving the 5 major blacksmith shops and the 5 major apothecaries last night was orchestrated by you? Ah, you are not hiding here. Yet you are aware of the happenings within the castle? Tianyun remarked, astonished at Ichiro's knowledge. Ichiro forced a wry smile, replying, to be candid. 2 of those shops originally belonged to me. They were merely taken from me. The shop assistants there are my long-time employees, and they discreetly report back to me whenever there are developments. Ichiro's words prompted Tianyun to ponder, and he exclaimed in surprise, Surely, those who seized your shops cannot be the ones intent on taking your life. Ichiro sighed, Indeed, they are the very ones who wish to see me dead. You've truly offended a heartless and ruthless individual, Tianyun lamented. Ichiro, suddenly incensed, declared, If it were a matter of fair business competition, I would not fear that person. However, he resorted to the despicable act of commandeering my shops through the Lord's orders, which I cannot accept. Tianyun cast a sidelong glance at Ichiro, stating, He has successfully usurped your shops. Why then would he still seek to kill you? Surely, there must be a reason. Ichiro grew awkward, hesitating before confessing. That day, I could no longer restrain myself and confronted him directly, delivering a beating before storming off. Tianyun shook his head in disbelief. It was astonishing that Ichiro would strike someone so openly. If the other party did not retaliate, it would only fuel the perception of Ichiro as an easy target, thus explaining the motive behind the assassination attempt. Were Tianyun in Ichiro's position, he would have quietly dispatched someone to eliminate the adversary, thus avenging himself while also reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him, a truly advantageous course of action. Tianyun, disinterested in Ichiro's tale, interjected, "Enough of your troubles. Kindly answer the question I posed earlier." Ichiro felt a sense of resignation. He had sought to vent his frustrations. Yet it was clear that Tianyun had no intention of listening. Given Tianyun's formidable nature, Ichiro could only bottle up his discontent. With a sigh, Ichiro replied, "My lord. The largest iron and herbal shops in Winnow Castle belong to the lord's estate. Those 2 shops of mine were taken from me. Rather than saying they were seized by the lord's relatives, it is more accurate to say they were appropriated by the lord himself, for his relative merely manages the business on his behalf, with the lord ultimately making the decisions." Ichiro Nakajima's response left Tianyun Hinata feeling somewhat troubled. If he were dealing with an ordinary merchant, he could contemplate collaboration. However, conducting business with the lord of Winnow Castle posed a significant risk of loss. Consequently, his mood was rather dismal. After a period of silence, Tianyun Hinata observed Ichiro Nakajima's troubled expression and suddenly conceived an excellent idea. He turned to Nakajima and inquired, "May I pose a personal question? If I could provide you with those weapons from last night on a long-term basis, could you reclaim all the business from Winnow Castle?" When it came to business, Ichiro Nakajima was brimming with confidence. He asserted resolutely, "As long as no one employs special means, with the goods from last night, I can expand our business throughout the Land of Fire." "Excellent. I admire your ambition. I have decided to partner with you in this venture," Tianyun Hinata replied, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Ichiro Nakajima. In the attic room, Ichiro Nakajima looked at Tianyun Hinata with a perplexed expression. It was baffling to him that someone like Hinata, a ninja of the esteemed Hyuga clan, would be interested in making money through business. Shaking his head, he dismissed his bewildering thoughts and said, "My lord, to speak frankly, I currently possess nothing but this unsellable residence. Otherwise, why would I only hire such a meager number of guards? Moreover, with the lord of Winnow Castle present, it matters not how extensive my business grows. With a mere word, he could seize all my assets." Tianyun Hinata chuckled, "Rest assured, I can enlist 4 elite jonin to protect you, and I will also provide you with 1 billion yen as startup capital. Your sole responsibility will be to generate profit for me. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Ichiro Nakajima was momentarily taken aback. "Are you implying that I would be working for you?" "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean," Tianyun Hinata confirmed with a nod. Previously, Ichiro Nakajima had been his own boss and was accustomed to being in control. Although he found himself in a dire situation now, he was reluctant to become subservient and hesitated to respond. Observing the expression on Nakajima's face, Tianyun Hinata understood his apprehensions and stated directly, "Take your time to consider this. Even if you evade peril this time, there will be future threats. You cannot perpetually wait for your enterprise to be usurped. If you collaborate with me, I can guarantee your safety from threats beyond commercial competition, allowing you to focus solely on business. Furthermore, if you require funds for every billion yen in profit you generate, I will provide you with 5 million. What do you think?" Coming from the prestigious Hyuga clan, Tianyun Hinata held considerable esteem in the Land of Fire. Although the lord of Winnow Castle wielded power, he would not dare to bully Nakajima if he knew he was working for the Hyuga clan. He would only engage in conventional commercial rivalry. After much contemplation, Ichiro Nakajima realized that collaborating with Tianyun Hinata was his only viable path forward. Attempting to revive his fortunes independently would prove exceedingly difficult. Additionally, the 5 commission offered by Tianyun Hinata was indeed a substantial reward, and with no risk of financial loss. The proposition began to appeal to him. After a prolonged 5 minutes of contemplation, Ichiro Nakajima finally lifted his head and earnestly stated, "Very well. As long as you can fulfill your promises, I shall assist you in executing all tasks assigned." The prospect of finding a subordinate to conduct business outside of Konohagakure put Tenka Hinata in good spirits, and he smiled while saying to Ichiro Nakajima, "You shall not regret this. Following me will undoubtedly bring you great advantages." Ichiro Nakajima, however, replied with a sense of urgency, "My lord, we must first address the imminent threat. I have heard that the scoundrel has summoned a highly renowned jonin. This is precisely why I expended my last savings to send someone to Kanahagakure for an A-rank mission. Such a famous jonin. Tenka Hinata inquired with a hint of surprise. Do you know who it is? What do they look like? Ichiro Nakajima shook his head, responding, I am not entirely certain. Only that they're an exceptionally formidable jonin, rumored to be a judgment ninja from the Mist Village. A judgment ninja from the Mist Village. Tenka Hinata could not fathom who it might be and chose to abandon the inquiry. Regardless of their identity, you can rest assured with me by your side. Please arrange for someone to wait at the entrance of the estate. 2 young ladies will be arriving shortly. One is the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, while the other has a rather irritable disposition. If you fail to treat them well, it will be quite troublesome for you. The mention of the Hyuga clan's heiress instantly brightened Ichiro Nakajima's eyes. The heiress was not to be underestimated, even if she were merely a child. He surmised she must possess remarkable abilities or be accompanied by formidable guardians, alleviating his concerns regarding his safety. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately. Please wait here, my lord, Ichiro Nakajima exclaimed excitedly before hastily exiting the room. Once Ichiro Nakajima departed, Tenka Hinata contemplated a pressing issue. The considerable distance between Ueno Castle and Kanahagakure rendered it impractical for Ichiro Nakajima to transport goods there. Consequently, the only viable option was to leave a clone at Ueno Castle to accompany Ichiro Nakajima, allowing for seamless body transfer without necessitating the transport of goods to Kanahagakure. However, this clone possessed minimal intellect, retaining only basic combat capabilities. Should it be inadvertently eliminated, the time taken to summon a new one would be considerable. After much deliberation and glancing at his recently acquired 3 billion, Tenka Hinata reluctantly decided to invest 10 billion to enhance the clone technique. Upon completion of the enhancement, he promptly released a clone for observation. Following a series of experiments, Tenka Hinata concluded that the clone could replicate 100% of his abilities. Yet due to its lack of intelligence, it could only act on instinct, achieving a maximum combat effectiveness of 70%. Even so, Tenka Hinata felt content with this outcome, as its 70% combat capability would pose a challenge for ordinary ninjas. As long as a shadow-level master did not confront him, it would suffice. Leaving a shadow clone here allows for constant surveillance on Nakajima Ikaru's potential rebellion, while also enabling a seamless transformation to enhance items, liberating him from the confines of Konoha's governance. Truly a triple benefit. The expenditure of 1 billion is indeed worthwhile. Hinata Tianyun felt immense satisfaction and summoned 2 more cautious shadow clones to assist, thereby entrusting the trio with the management of Nakajima Ikaru's lucrative business. With all arrangements meticulously set, Hinata Tianyun began contemplating the matter of Nakajima Ikaru's 2 shops. If Nakajima Ikaru were to embark on a new venture now, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time. However, reclaiming those 2 shops would permit him to commence earning immediately, circumventing the need for entrepreneurial groundwork. After 5 minutes of deliberation, Hinata Tianyun resolved to consult with the rogue ninja from the Mist Village before approaching the insufferable Lord of Ueno. Should that lord dare to refuse, Hinata Tianyun would ensure he comprehended the meaning of lawlessness, rendering any reports to the daimyo or Hokage utterly futile. Having concluded his considerations, Hinata Tianyun cast a glance at the armchair in the room before rising to recline comfortably for some rest. Fatigued from the previous night's exertions and having been awakened too soon by Kimura Kokomi's shrill cries, he found himself rather drowsy. Within 5 minutes of lying down, he was fast asleep. As for safety concerns, with 2 shadow clones and a regular clone present, Hinata Tianyun felt entirely at ease, thus slumbering soundly. At Nakajima Ikaru's residence, Hinata Tianyun was roused from his slumber by the calls of Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Kimura Kokomi's disgruntled expression. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, "What is all this noise? Do you not see that I am sleeping? Have you completed your investigative tasks? You still have the leisure to sleep? Do you have any idea who we are about to confront?" Kimura Kokomi retorted, her face aflame with indignation. "Oh, you've managed to uncover the identity of our adversary? How delightful. Pray tell, who is this individual?" Hinata Tianyun inquired with a hint of surprise before breaking into a smile. "Smile? What is there to smile about?" Kimura Kokomi glared at him, exclaiming, "Our enemy is none other than the rogue ninja responsible for the assassination of the Mizukage Kisame Hashigaki. Do you think this is a trivial matter?" Kisame Hashigaki. Hinata Tianyun's interest piqued immediately. Of course, his intrigue was not directed at Kisame himself, but rather at the enigmatic figure accompanying him, Zabuza Momochi, who truly captivated his attention. "Ah, You're aware of him. Kimura Kokomi observed the excitement flickering across Hinata Tianyun's visage, her surprise evident. Hinata Tianyun chuckled. To say I know him would be accurate, yet to claim I do not would also hold truth. In any case, I find this individual rather intriguing. Leave this matter to me to resolve. Kimura Kokomi, visibly displeased, countered, what you're saying makes no sense to me. Regardless of your thoughts, I intend to inform Lord Hokage and request his intervention regarding Zabuza Momochi. Even if we were to vanquish that individual, he remains the judgment ninja of Mist Shadow Village. And we lack the authority to intervene. It is a matter for the Hokage to address. Kimura Kokomi's demeanor caused Hyuga Tianyun's expression to turn notably frosty as he replied coolly, very well. Return and report to your Hokage. Do not return thereafter. I will speak with that old coot, Danzo. Taken aback, Kimura Kokomi found herself at a loss for words. Hyuga Tianyun's intent was unmistakable. Either she feigned ignorance regarding Momochi Zabuza or she would forever distance herself from him. Just as Kimura Kokomi grappled with her predicament, Hyuga Hinata, standing behind her, gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Kokomi, my master's temperament is rather overbearing. If you do not placate him, he may indeed send you away. Having trained under Hyuga Tianyun, Hinata was acutely aware of his disposition. His earlier indifference signified his anger, and it was prudent not to defy his wishes. Encouraged by Hinata's counsel, Kimura Kokomi recognized that it was wiser not to oppose Hyuga Tianyun, for should he send her back, she would face severe retribution from Shimura Danzo. However, her earlier statements were made with the intention of benefiting everyone, and being met with Hyuga Tianyun's coldness, coupled with Hinata's urging to comply, left her feeling disheartened. Unable to contain her emotions, she exclaimed, Fine, I shall heed your wishes. Do as you please. I shall no longer concern myself with you. With that, Kimura Kokomi turned and fled the room. Witnessing her departure, Hyuga Hinata could no longer hold her tongue and confronted Hyuga Tianyun. Tianyun, Kokomi acted for our sake. Your attitude is truly problematic, and you ought to apologize to her. Upon uttering this, Hinata felt a wave of embarrassment flush her cheeks, and she quickly turned to follow Kimura Kokomi out. Hinata's unexpected outburst left Hyuga Tianyun momentarily stunned. As she dashed away, he called after her, Hinata, well done. From now on, you must possess such courage. As Hinata fled, her steps faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. But she quickly steadied herself against the door and hurried outside. With both Hinata and Kimura Kokomi gone, Hyuga Tianyun reclined once more to rest, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Momochi Zabuza and Haku, feeling no inclination to wander through the streets of Ueno. However, no sooner had he settled than Nakajima Ichiro entered the room, prompting him to rise in irritation. Speak quickly, I have matters to attend to. Internally, Nakajima Ichiro harbored disdain for Hyuga Tianyun, having clearly observed him napping, not engaged in any pressing work. Yet, as a subordinate, he could only scorn silently and said aloud, Sir, you requested 4 Jonin to come protect me. It seems you have yet to seek them out. Are you truly that fearful of death? Hyuga Tianyun regarded Nakajima Ichiro with disdain. Ichiro Nakajima chuckled, Hiki, the strength of an adult is exceptional. Naturally, I am not afraid of the enemy's attacks. I am but a mere mortal and cannot be compared to you. I still believe it is safer to have someone to protect me. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Please leave and do not disturb me any further. 3 Nin will come to see you shortly. You can manage that, Hinata Tianyun said, waving his hand dismissively to send Ichiro Nakajima away. As for the 3 Nin Hinata Tianyun arranged, they were simply his 2 shadow clones and 1 transformed clone. Otherwise, he would have had to spend money to hire them from Konoha, as he did not know any Nin in Ueno Castle. Upon receiving Hinata Tianyun's response, Ichiro Nakajima ceased to interrupt him and, pleased, bowed before taking his leave. After dispatching Ichiro Nakajima, Hinata Tianyun finally enjoyed a moment of peace to rest. When he awoke again, it was already past 4 in the morning. Having regained consciousness, Hinata Tianyun felt no inclination to continue resting. So he exited his room on the 2nd floor and descended to the lobby on the ground floor, intending to take a stroll. However, as he entered the lobby, he noticed 10 guards seated on the tatami mats, eyes closed in meditation. The moment Hinata Tianyun appeared, the Nin who had attacked him the previous day stood up, accompanied by 4 others who opened their eyes and approached him with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Boss, Yamamoto Roka's wishes to pay his respects, he said. Hinata Tianyun glanced at Yamamoto Roka's and intercepted him as he attempted to leave, coolly stating, Speak your mind. I have no time for games. Yamamoto Roka's forced a smile and replied, Let me be straightforward then. All 10 of us wish to work alongside young Master Tianyun. Hinata Tianyun looked at Yamamoto Rokas with surprise and suddenly grinned. You must understand, Konoha does not accept ninjas of unknown origins. It will not be easy for you to work with me. Yamamoto Rokas shook his head vigorously. We do not wish to go to Konoha. We want to follow Mr. Nakajima. He has shown us kindness, and we wish to continue protecting him. We do not want to leave Mr. Nakajima. Hinata Tianyun frowned, perplexed. If you wish to follow him, then do so. What concern is it of mine? Why have you come to me? Yamamoto Rokas sighed. Mr. Nakajima informed us yesterday that we have repaid our debts to him and advised us to find our own paths from now on. With Yamamoto Rokas and his companions expressing their loyalty, Hinata Tianyun pondered for a moment before deciding to accept all 10 of them, allowing them to continue accompanying Ichiro Nakajima. Their unwavering commitment, demonstrated by not leaving during such perilous times, assured Hinata Tianyun of their reliability. After all, Nakajima's business ventures would require more strength for protection in the future, and it was impractical for Hinata Tianyun to create hundreds of shadow clones for assistance. Thus, Yamamoto Rokas and his companions would indeed serve a purpose. After careful consideration, Hinata Tianyun declared, Very well, you may continue to follow Nakajima Aikir. Your salaries will be commensurate with your abilities, 50,000 for a Genin, 300,000 for a CH Nin. Now, go seek out Nakajima Aikir. Yamaguchi Rokas, filled with joy, bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. That will suffice. You may now pursue Nakajima Aikir. I wish to take a stroll. Hinata Tianyun replied, eager to dismiss them and step out of the estate. As he entered the courtyard of the estate, Hinata Tianyun observed the inky darkness of the night sky beginning to yield to a faint light illuminating the grounds. However, alongside this illumination, wisps of thin mist floated about, obscuring his view of the estate's contours. Feeling a sense of ennui, Hinata Tianyun inhaled deeply the crisp morning air, dispelling his drowsiness, and began to practice Tai Chi in the courtyard to pass the time. After a while of practicing Tai Chi, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The morning fog, which should have gradually dissipated, had instead thickened, rendering the rising sun invisible. This was peculiar, and with a furrowed brow, he quickly deduced the cause, the Mist Village Mizukage technique. Realizing this, he understood that Momochi Zabuza had arrived. However, he found it perplexing that Zabuza had not launched a direct assault on the estate. His intuition had alerted him to the oddity of the mist when he first stepped outside, though it had been faint at the time, prompting little concern. Now, however, the fog was so dense that the golden morning light was completely obscured. If he failed to recognize the danger now, it would be sheer folly. Having discerned the anomaly, Hinata Tianyun refrained from immediately activating his Byakugan, opting instead to continue his Tai Chi practice, as if nothing were amiss, while mentally preparing himself for combat. Just as he sought to disarm Momochi Zabuza's vigilance, a man's voice emerged from the thick fog. Kid, stop pretending. You've noticed me, haven't you? Your taut muscles have betrayed you. Realizing he had been discovered, Hinata Tianyun smirked and activated his Byakugan, scanning his surroundings. He soon identified a chakra signature approximately 30 meters to his right, perched upon a tree. Locking onto the enemy's position, he spoke in an unusually calm tone. Momochi Zabuza, I had initially believed you to be a formidable opponent above such underhanded tactics. I did not anticipate you would go to such lengths to conceal the fog's true nature. Observing that Hinata Tianyun had activated his Byakugan, Zabuza understood that his assassination plan had been thoroughly thwarted. Yet, with the fog at this density, he did not consider himself completely defeated. At the very least, he still held the advantage in this battleground. Humph. Knowing that a member of the Hyuga clan is present, how could I brazenly launch a surprise attack? I simply did not anticipate your vigilance. Indeed, your fortune is quite unfortunate. As Momochi Zabuza spoke, he advanced towards the residence. Oh, you claim my fortune is unfortunate? Hyuga Tianyun responded with a hint of confusion. Had you not noticed me, you would have perished silently and without pain. Now that you have discovered me, I can only allow you to die in agony. Is that not truly a stroke of bad luck for you? Upon uttering these words, Zabuza closed the distance to 5 meters from Tianyun, ensuring that the latter could see him clearly. Ignoring Zabuza, Tianyun continued to scan the surroundings with his Byakugan. Despite his ability to detect within a 10-kilometer radius, he found no trace of the person he sought. Observing Tianyun's distracted demeanor, Zabuza, clearly displeased, remarked, Child, do you look down upon me? How dare you gaze about so carelessly? Tianyun turned to face Zabuza and directly inquired, Where is that child who accompanies you? Did you not bring him along? Zabuza, taken aback, furrowed his brow, devoid of eyebrows, and replied, What do you mean? I do not understand. Since you belittle me, I shall ensure you perish here, and in a most painful manner. With that, Zabuza swung the decapitating sword, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist, aiming for Tianyun's head. As Zabuza's blade swept through the air, Tianyun's form dissipated into a wisp of mist, leaving Zabuza in a state of shock. Mist technique. Zabuza paused momentarily, quickly realizing the peculiar density of the fog surrounding him. Initially, his own mist technique had merely rendered the area slightly hazy, but now it transformed into an impenetrable white shroud, obscuring all visibility. This indicated that the Hyuga child had also employed a mist technique, one far superior to his own. Zabuza's expression darkened. In such a blinding fog, even his silent killing techniques could not rival the prowess of the Byakugan. He had now become the target of a surprise attack. Moreover, his adept water clone technique held no advantage against the Hyuga child's vision, as his water clones lacked any chakra pathways. As thoughts raced through his mind, Zabuza dashed toward the direction of the residence, recalling its layout from memory. If he could enter the estate, he could shift from a defensive to an offensive position, engaging the Hyuga child in close combat. A proud ninja of the mist. He could not fathom being outmatched in martial prowess by a mere child, even if that child belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan. However, the reality proved starkly different. Zabuza had scarcely covered a meter when a shadowy figure emerged before him, forcing him to halt abruptly. He swung his decapitating sword once more toward the silhouette. Bang! As the blade neared the shadow, it was abruptly intercepted, producing a resounding clash of metal against metal. What is happening? Why does that child possess such strength? Could he truly be just a child? After a brief moment of hesitation, Peachland's Zaibujan summoned all his strength, attempting to thrust his decapitating blade toward his opponent. However, the adversary remained utterly immovable, and he could faintly sense that his own blade was being pushed back. The clash between Zaibujan and Hinata Tianyun persisted for a minute, during which Zaibujan recognized the formidable prowess of his opponent. Nevertheless, Zaibujan was reluctant to concede that his strength paled in comparison to that of Hinata Tianyun, so he exerted every ounce of his might to force the blade forward, hoping to push back the oppressive presence of Hinata Tianyun. "You won't defeat me, you little brat," Zaibujan declared with a suppressed voice. "Is this entertaining?" Came the sudden voice of Hinata Tianyun from behind Zaibujan. Startled, Zaibujan turned around only to see another shadow of a child lurking behind him, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. To withdraw, however, Zaibujan needed to retract his decapitating blade. Yet, upon attempting to do so, he discovered he was unable to release it, as if his adversary had firmly grasped it. "Let go," Zaibujan shouted, summoning all his strength to finally withdraw the blade. The tremendous recoil forced him to stumble back 5 steps, nearly colliding with the shadow that had spoken. Experienced in combat, Zaibujan swung his decapitating blade backward while continuing to retreat, aiming to eliminate the shadow before it could reach him. "Impossible!" Zaibujan exclaimed in disbelief as he swung his blade, for the shadow he had presumed to be a mere clone had again seized hold of his decapitating blade, halting his retreat and sending both him and his weapon flying through the air. Landed more than 2 meters away. Zaibujan quickly supported himself with one hand and sprang back to his feet, eager to distance himself from the 2 shadows. Yet, before he could escape, he noticed 2 shadows flanking him, and as he stood, they ensnared his arms and swiftly struck several points on his chest, causing his chakra to vanish in an instant. The ultimate technique of the Hyuga clan, the chakra point sealing technique. Zaibujan realized he had become a captive of the white-eyed boy, which rendered his expression grim. He struggled desperately to flee, but it was futile. The binding strength of his 2 captors far surpassed his own. At that moment, Zaibujan observed yet another shadow materializing before him. Suddenly, a whirlwind swept through, dispersing the thick fog to reveal only a thin veil of mist. It was then that Zaibujan clearly discerned the appearances of the 3 individuals surrounding him, only to find they were all manifestations of the same Hyuga child. Shadow clone technique. No, wait. Shadow clones lack such formidable strength. What kind of clone is this? Zaibujan pondered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Hinata Tianyun approached Momochi Zabuza, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You seem rather unafraid. How can you still entertain other thoughts?" Momochi Zabuza, lowering his gaze to meet Hinata Tianyun's eyes, replied coldly, "Child, as a ninja, I have long since cast aside the notions of life and death. Someone of your tender years would not understand." Hinata Tianyun nodded, saying, "Indeed. I am quite fearful of death. There remains much for me to accomplish and a family to care for. I have no desire to perish just yet." Upon hearing this, Zabuza looked at him with disdain and turned away, unwilling to further converse with someone he considered a fool. The mention of a family to support only served to deepen his contempt. Unfazed by Zabuza's thoughts, Hinata Tianyun cheerfully continued, "Well then, a captive must adopt the demeanor of one. Should I deliver you to Konoha and subsequently return you to the hidden mist? You must surely understand the consequences that await you, as well as the fate of your companion. The fourth Mizukage is not one to be trifled with. Zabuza, no fool, discerned the underlying meaning in Hinata's words. He glared at him, his voice icy. Speak plainly. My affairs are not your concern." Hinata smirked, regarding Zabuza with contempt. The earlier words of Zabuza had clearly hinted at a desire for survival. With a dismissive air, Hinata stated, "Let us get straight to the point. You are a rogue ninja, after all, motivated by monetary gain. Instead of resisting, why not join me? I have ample funds, and I require protection for my ventures outside. Your skills, alongside that of the Mizukage clan, would serve me well." When Hinata mentioned the Mizukage clan, Zabuza fixed him with a cold stare. "You appear to have done your research. Did you already know I would be here?" Hinata shrugged. "Please exercise caution when accepting jobs. The client has already compromised your identity. Do you think we are too foolish to uncover the truth?" Zabuza, incensed, contemplated violence, frustrated at the incompetence of a client who had jeopardized them before the mission even commenced. With irritation etched on his face, he glared at Hinata. "Do not presume that threatening me will grant you control over my fate." Hinata merely chuckled lightly, replying, "Very well, you may wait here. Soon, I will hang you at the door for all to see. I wonder if that little companion of yours will come to your rescue." Zabuza's chest heaved with anger, trembling at Hinata's shamelessness. Yet, Hinata continued to smile. "So, have you made your decision? After all, we all serve others. Why not serve me instead? I can assure you that the hidden mist will not dare to trouble you. Do you really believe you are the Hokage?" mocked Momochi Zabuza, gazing disdainfully at Hinata Tianyun. "How dare you make such guarantees?" Hinata Tianyun chuckled. "Do you think the fourth Mizukage is still the fourth Mizukage? That individual has long been under someone else's control. If he dares to provoke me, I shall reveal his name, making him aware of the consequences of offending a genius ninja like myself." The notion of the Mizukage being controlled left Zabuza momentarily speechless. The idea that such a powerful figure could be subjugated had never crossed his mind, leading him to doubt Tianyun's words. However, observing the disdain on Tianyun's face, Zabuza sensed that the latter was not lying. This realization left Zabuza feeling oddly unsettled. He found Tianyun's arrogance astonishing, particularly in his disregard for the Mizukage, despite being imprisoned. After conversing with Tianyun for a while, Zabuza's resolve to embrace death began to wane. He struggled internally, believing that surrender was not in his nature, leaving him indecisive. However, upon hearing Tianyun's claim that the fourth Mizukage was under control, he felt a renewed desire to survive. Initially, Zabuza had attempted to assassinate the Mizukage due to the chaos wreaked upon the Mist Village. His intention had been to eliminate the Mizukage and seize power for himself, to reorganize the village according to his vision. Now, upon receiving the information about the Mizukage's control, he resolved to uncover the truth and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, "If the fourth Mizukage is indeed under control, what evidence do you possess? Why should I reveal anything to you?" Tianyun retorted dismissively. Zabuza glared at Tianyun's infuriatingly contemptuous expression, wishing he could land a punch that would shatter that arrogant face. Unfortunately, he was the defeated one, significantly weaker than his opponent. Even if they were to engage in combat now, he knew he would not stand a chance against the young boy. Thus, Zabuza begrudgingly stated, "If you tell me the truth, I will serve you for a year, for free." Tianyun merely smiled faintly, disregarding Zabuza's proposition. He had no intention of discussing Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ibito casually. Trust would have to be established first. After a brief laugh, Tianyun glanced at Zabuza and remarked, "It seems you have little interest in surrendering, and I am too disinterested to persuade you otherwise. Frankly, I have no interest in a subpar jonin like you. My curiosity lies solely with your subordinate's bloodline limit." Initially enraged by Tianyun's insult, Zabuza was taken aback by the latter's next statement. He began to struggle fiercely, exclaiming, "You wretch, you will not lay your hands on him. He belongs to me for life. Seal him and hang him at the entrance of the estate." Tianyun commanded to his two clones without hesitation. Tianyun's words shocked Zabuza, who coldly replied, "If you dare to act in such a manner, I will take my own life." With a sense of resignation, Hinata Tianyun paused for a moment and nonchalantly remarked, "Fine, do as you wish. As long as your head remains attached, that fellow will surely come for you. If you desire to die, then so be it." Tao Di Zai Bujan was utterly bewildered by Hinata Tianyun's audacity. He could hardly fathom how a mere child could be so shameless. Feeling two shadow clones tugging at him, he finally could no longer contain himself and declared, "Very well. I agree to assist you in the future, but I have my own matters to attend to and cannot be at your beck and call." Hinata Tianyun waved his hand, signaling the clones to cease their insistence, and smiled. "It would have been much better had you said so earlier. We've wasted enough time. Extend your arm. I shall place a tracking seal upon you." The tracking seal was commonplace in Mist Village. Merely a standard C-rank technique with a range of 100 kilometers. Upon hearing that Hinata Tianyun intended to apply a tracking seal, Tao Dizai Bujan could not help but chuckle inwardly, readily extending his arm toward him. However, his expression soon soured dramatically as he realized that the seal being inscribed upon his arm was not a mere tracking seal, but an advanced tracking seal imbued with a soul imprint. Such a soul mark would enable Hinata Tianyun to locate him at any moment, regardless of how far he might flee, unless he could devise a means to nullify the seal placed by Hinata Tianyun. With his face wrapped in bandages, Hinata Tianyun could not discern his expression, yet the flickering gaze of Tao Dizai Bujan revealed his thoughts. With a knowing smile, Hinata Tianyun remarked, "Surely you do not believe I would be so foolish as to bestow upon you a standard tracking seal. This is an S-rank technique. If you wish to break it, be prepared to sacrifice a portion of your very soul." Having completed the seal, Tao Dizai Bujan realized the situation was beyond remedy and coldly stated, "Will you not release me? Are you truly afraid I might flee?" "Very well," Hinata Tianyun chuckled, instructing his clones to release Tao Dizai Bujan while also alleviating the pressure of the acupuncture point, allowing him the freedom to move. Once restored, Tao Dizai Bujan cautiously flexed his limbs and regarded Hinata Tianyun with a calm demeanor, saying, "Tell me about the fourth Mizukage, and I shall work for you. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Hinata Tianyun shook his head, replying, "You lack the qualifications to know such matters. If you possess strength at the shadow level, I might consider sharing. Otherwise, knowing will avail you nothing if you lack the means to defeat your opponent." Tao Dizai Bujan fell silent, understanding that ultimately, strength must prevail. After a minute of contemplation, he spoke, "I can assist you in your endeavors, but I shall not roam aimlessly. I require a tranquil space for my cultivation." Hinata Tianyun nodded, gesturing toward the villa behind him. "No problem. You may reside here and safeguard my partner. In truth, there is no need for you to venture out." Tao Dizai Bujan pondered for a moment and replied, "But if he must go out on business, will I not be required to accompany him? Can you truly trust your own words?" Hinata Tianyun chuckled, "Do you not have a little brother following you? I find him quite talented. With some training, he could serve as a bodyguard, protecting my partners in your stead when you are reluctant to venture out." He then mentioned Mizuki Bai, prompting Toad Daizai to retort, "Do you truly believe his strength surpasses mine?" "Haha." Hinata Tianyun laughed. "At present, you are indeed stronger, but your future pales in comparison to his. Given your current level, I perceive you have reached your peak, with little opportunity for further advancement. However, he possesses a unique bloodline limit that will enable him to surpass you swiftly." Toad Daizai listened, feeling a surge of discomfort. Yet he could not deny the truth in Hinata Tianyun's words. His initial decision to take a Mizuki Bai stemmed from the latter's formidable bloodline limit. He believed that nurturing Mizuki Bai would allow them both to return to Mist Village and confront the Mizukage, ultimately realizing a vision of a prosperous Mist Village. Of course, this idyllic version of Mist Village existed solely in Toad Daizai's imagination, and he likely did not care whether others shared his vision. He was intent on following his own desires. Toad Daizai's submission pleased Hinata Tianyun immensely. At last, he had a capable ally by his side, alleviating his immediate concerns and freeing his shadow clones from constant labor. Although Toad Daizai found it irksome to acknowledge the arrogance of Hinata Tianyun, he begrudgingly accepted his allegiance, recognizing that his current inferiority compelled him to yield. Yet, in Toad Daizai's heart, he harbored intentions of leveraging this leisurely period alongside Hinata Tianyun to hone his skills, with the ultimate goal of turning the young man into pulp, thereby avenging himself. As Hinata Tianyun and Toad Daizai engaged in casual conversation at the entrance of the residence, Yamamoto Rokuzu and his companions finally emerged, hastily making their way towards Hinata Tianyun. Subsequently, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata joined him. They had all heard the sounds of battle outside the residence but had refrained from leaving due to the thick fog, waiting until it dissipated before rushing to provide assistance. However, it seemed they had arrived a tad too late. Toad Daizai had already capitulated, leaving them with no choice but to stand beside Hinata Tianyun. Observing the imposing figure of Toad Daizai, who bore a large sword and exuded a fierce demeanor, Toad Daizai cast a glance at the approaching individuals but quickly dismissed them. In his eyes, only Hinata Tianyun warranted his attention, while the rest were mere insignificances. Upon seeing Kimura Kokomi and Hinata approach, Hinata Tianyun pointed to Toad Daizai and introduced him. This is Toad Daizai. You may have heard of his reputation. He will henceforth serve as the head of security for this residence, overseeing all matters concerning its safety. Standing behind Hinata Tianyun, Yamamoto Rokuza hesitated before approaching his superior, whispering, "Is this truly wise, boss? He is our adversary. Who knows if he might betray us?" Hinata Tianyun shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, 3 elite shinobi are tasked with my protection, and there is no need for excessive interaction with him. He is solely responsible for the security of the estate. Simply heed my words." With the word of his superior, Yamamoto Rokuza had no choice but to acquiesce. Retreating to observe Momochi Zabuza. Although Tianyun placed his trust in Zabuza, that trust had yet to be fully established. Rokuza's vigilance did not pique Tianyun's interest. After their exchange, he turned to Zabuza and declared, "Very well, you may leave. You have 1 day to attend to your matters. Ensure that the young one accompanying you comes here to commence work." Humph. Zabuza snorted dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Hinata Tianyun before dissipating into a thick fog, vanishing from sight. Once Zabuza departed, Tianyun addressed Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi. "You two may continue to rest. I must pay a visit to the Lord of Weno Castle. We shall set off for Pingliang City tomorrow." Due to the events of the previous night, both Hanabi and Kokomi regarded Tianyun with a cold demeanor. Upon hearing his command, they turned away without a word and returned to the estate. Their attitude left Tianyun with a resigned shrug, and he instructed Rokuzu and the others. "Return to Nakajima Ikaru and inform him that I am reclaiming his shop. He should prepare to resume his business." After issuing his directives to Rokuzu, Tianyun made his way towards the estate's entrance, intending to confer with the Lord of Weno Castle and ensure that the old man refrains from targeting Nakajima Ikaru in the future. Meanwhile, Noda Masanobu, the Lord of Weno Castle, found himself increasingly content with his circumstances. After 5 years of effort, he had finally seized control of Weno Castle's lucrative enterprises, even managing to deal with the notoriously difficult Nakajima Ikaru through his connections. At 6:30 in the morning, having just relished a sumptuous breakfast, Noda planned to stroll through the garden to exercise his rather portly physique, lest the 3 women in his household chastise him for his lack of vigor. However, after merely 5 minutes of training, a servant rushed in, breathless, to report, "My lord, a child from the Hyuga clan has come to pay his respects, requesting your personal greeting." Before the servant could finish, Noda interrupted, visibly displeased, "A mere child. What of it, even if he hails from the Hyuga clan? Just find a suitable place for him to wait. I shall see him when it is convenient." The servant, growing increasingly anxious, insisted, "It is not that simple, my lord. Initially, I intended to have him wait in the side hall until your training concluded, but the child insists that you meet him immediately." The petty individual, of course, disagreed. Yet the young scion of the Hyuga clan, without uttering a word, swiftly incapacitated the more than 30 guards stationed at the entrance, asserting that if the lord did not come forth to greet him, he would proceed directly to confront the lord himself. Noda Masanobu found himself momentarily stunned. The guards of the lord's mansion were far from inept. Among them were elite soldiers, as well as 2 nin and several genin stationed at the gate. The fact that a mere child from the Hyuga clan could so effortlessly dispatch the sentinels indicated that he was no ordinary child. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Noda Masanobu instructed the servant who had delivered the message, "Lead me to him. I am keen to discern the audacity of our visitor." Upon hearing this, the servant hastily guided the way. Noda Masanobu, visibly enraged, followed the servant until they reached the main hall, stopping 30 meters from the entrance of the residence, where he stood frozen in disbelief. At the threshold of the mansion, no fewer than 80 guards lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly rendered motionless by the adversary. What on earth has transpired? Noda Masanobu inquired of the servant. The servant, with a wry smile, replied, "My lord, when I came to inform you." The guards were advancing towards the entrance, but it appears they have all been incapacitated by the opponent's genjutsu. The servant's explanation left Noda Masanobu even more perplexed. In his mind, the Hyuga clan was renowned for their mastery of taijutsu, yet this child had utilized genjutsu to subdue the guards, and he appeared to be no older than 5 or 6 years. The incongruity baffled him. Nevertheless, Noda Masanobu resolved to set aside his confusion, for it was now clear that the child at the entrance was no ordinary figure. He was acutely aware that among the guards within the mansion, 3 were genin, Now lying unconscious, evidently ensnared by a potent delusion, he dared not confront the child directly. Noda Masanobu's intention was to promptly dismiss the young Hyuga and subsequently report to the daimyo of the capital, urging him to send someone to Konohagakure to manage this precocious child of the Hyuga clan. At the gates of Ueno Castle, Noda Masanobu finally encountered Hyuga Tianyun. Given Hyuga Tianyun's merciless disposition in dispatching the guards, Noda Masanobu refrained from provoking him, instead calmly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" Hyuga Tianyun, preoccupied with resolving matters concerning his shop, had come to the Lord's mansion to deliver a message. When the guards hesitated to announce his arrival, he resorted to creating several shadow clones and employed a joint genjutsu to incapacitate all the guards at the mansion, convinced that they would have no choice but to respond. Now, faced with Noda Masanobu, who remained composed and courteous rather than furious, Hyuga Tianyun opted not to chastise him, but directly stated, "I have come to inform you that Nakajima Aikir is under my protection from now on. You are to return his 2 shops to him at once, or else you shall face my wrath. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Hinata Tianyun's arrogant tone provoked Noda Masanobu to inwardly curse vehemently. However, considering Hinata Tianyun's formidable ability to eliminate all the guards, he could only suppress his anger and retort, "I do not comprehend your words. Should you dare to cause further trouble, I shall seek out your Hokage." Noda Masanobu's audacity to threaten him greatly displeased Hinata Tianyun, who boldly replied, "If you possess the courage, go ahead and find the Hokage now. I wonder what that old man can do to me. If he chooses to ignore me, you will learn what true depravity and shamelessness entail." Noda Masanobu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hinata Tianyun would fearlessly dismiss the Hokage, referring to him as an old man. This clearly indicated a rather unusual relationship between Hinata Tianyun and the Hokage. Otherwise, he would not dare to address the 3rd Hokage in such a manner. While Noda Masanobu remained silent, pondering how to deal with Hinata Tianyun, someone suddenly stumbled and crawled into the Lord's mansion, disregarding the guards sprawled on the ground. The individual rushed to Noda Masanobu, clinging to his leg and crying out, "Uncle, my father has been killed by a ninja wielding a big sword." The one kneeling and wailing was the child of Noda Masanobu's relative, whom he had dispatched to confront Nakajima Ichiro. Now, having reported that his father had been slain, Noda Masanobu's gaze immediately shifted to Hinata Tianyun. As Hinata Tianyun had come to speak on behalf of Nakajima Ichiro, the death of his relative was undoubtedly linked to him, inciting Noda Masanobu's fury towards Hinata Tianyun. Hinata Tianyun found himself at a loss for words, for upon hearing the description of a ninja with a large sword, he recognized it was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Hinata Tianyun surmised that Zabuza, having been humiliated in his presence, had gone to eliminate the task's client who had compromised his identity, channeling his resentment from being captured. Faced with Noda Masanobu's fiery gaze, Hinata Tianyun chose not to explain. After all, Zabuza was now considered his subordinate, and he could not simply hand him over, leaving him to bear the responsibility instead. Noda Masanobu glared at Hinata Tianyun for a prolonged moment, then kicked away the nephew clinging to his leg. Speaking in a restrained tone, "Very well, I shall inform the proprietors of those 2 establishments to vacate." With that, Noda Masanobu swept away, his sleeve brushing past him. In his heart, Noda Masanobu was decidedly reluctant to relinquish the shops. Yet Hinata Tianyun's audacious act of killing his men instilled a fear of provoking such a madman. Nevertheless, Noda Masanobu was not intimidated by Hinata Tianyun. His plan was to bide his time until he was adequately prepared to confront him. For now, he would endure, awaiting the opportunity to reclaim what he had lost. Hinata Tianyun watched Noda Masanobu depart, fully aware of his thoughts. However, he felt no fear of retaliation, for the larger Nakajima Ichiro's business grew. The stronger the guards would become, rendering Noda Masanobu increasingly incapable of contending with him, let alone with Hinata Tianyun himself. Having settled the affairs of the shop, Hinata Tenkumo promptly returned to the residence of Nakajima Aikuru. He intended to meet with Mizunozuki Shiro the following day before embarking on his next mission, the elimination of the rogue ninja, SHH, in Pingyang City. Upon entering Nakajima Aikuru's abode, Tenkumo was met with the sight of Aikuru engaged in conversation with several individuals he did not recognize, which displeased him greatly. Noticing Tenkumo's return and his evident dissatisfaction, Aikuru hastily excused himself from the group and approached Tenkumo with respect, saying, "Boss, these individuals are former managers and staff of my previous shop. I have summoned them back to ensure that we can resume operations immediately upon taking over." Understanding the situation, Tenkumo's expression softened, and he responded with satisfaction, "Then proceed with your tasks." The city lord has already agreed to release the personnel from the two shops. Take them with you to assume control. Noda Masanobu was overjoyed. He had initially thought that reclaiming the shop would take an additional 2 days. Surprised by Tenkumo's efficiency, he felt an even greater confidence in Tenkumo's influence, realizing that aligning with him was undoubtedly the right choice. Boss is formidable. Ikaru couldn't help but exclaim in exuberance. Tenkumo waved his hand dismissively. No need for flattery. Get to work. From now on, any medicinal herbs or weapons you procure should be stored here, and all collections must occur at this villa, which will serve as our warehouse. Ikaru was momentarily taken aback. He stammered, but Tenkumo, uninterested in his surprise, continued, leaving Ikaru feeling somewhat disheartened. This residence was the culmination of his lifelong efforts, and now it was to be treated as a mere storage facility. He longed to express his willingness to purchase land for a proper warehouse. But Tenkumo had already ascended to the second floor, leaving Ikaru as thoughts unvoiced. However, upon reflection, Ikaru realized that with the enhanced weapons and herbs Tenkumo had provided, recouping the cost of the villa would not be difficult. He could simply build another one later, and his spirits began to lift. Meanwhile, upon reaching the second floor, Tenkumo did not lie down to rest. Instead, he sat in his room contemplating a pressing issue, whether to invite some ninjas from Konoha village to safeguard Ikaru's business. Enlisting ninjas from Konoha would inevitably draw the attention of the third Hokage to his activities, potentially leading to complications. Conversely, failing to secure their assistance would hinder Ikaru's business expansion into other cities, as Tenkumo lacked the requisite strength to protect it, a significant vulnerability. After lying in bed for an extended period, Tenkumo ultimately resolved to invite the ninjas from Konoha, considering that he could share some benefits with the third Hokage. Once he established his control over Konoha, any advantages given to the Hokage would, in essence, revert to him. 80 kilometers outside Ueno City, there stood a dilapidated wooden cabin, serving as the temporary residence for Mizunosuke Shiro and Momochi Zabuza. Initially, Momochi Sandanzaka was approached to eliminate Nakajima Ichiro due to the discovery of his residence and the recognition of his associations. Sandanzaka intended to relocate immediately, however. Upon receiving an offer of 5 million, he decided to undertake the assassination, planning to secure a more favorable living situation thereafter. Yet, he did not anticipate being captured by a child during this mission, marking it as the most humiliating experience of his ninja career. In a fit of rage, he eliminated the client before returning to the dilapidated cabin to reunite with Mizunosuke Bai. Pushing the door open, he glanced at Mizunosuke Bai, who was resting beside the bed. "Pack your things. We must leave at once," he instructed. Without questioning why, Mizunosuke Bai noted Sandanzaka's irritated demeanor and began to gather his belongings. Having accompanied Sandanzaka for several years, he understood his temperament well. It was prudent to comply when he was in a foul mood to avoid repercussions, a fate Mizunosuke Bai wished to avoid. Both Mizunosuke Bai and Momochi Sandanzaka were renegade ninjas, and their possessions were minimal. Within 3 minutes, they were ready to depart. Sandanzaka said little, turning towards Ueno Castle once Mizunosuke Bai completed his preparations and swiftly advancing. At noon, at Nakajima Ichiro's residence, Hinata Tianyun dispatched a shadow clone to Konoha village to request 6 elite shinobi to safeguard Nakajima Ichiro's business, effectively notifying the third Hokage. By 4 in the afternoon, Yamaguchi Rokazuke reported that Sandanzaka had arrived at the main hall with a child. Mizunosuke Bai was already present, piquing Hinata Tianyun's interest as he joined Yamaguchi Rokazuke in the main hall. From the staircase, Hinata Tianyun observed Mizunosuke Bai, whose skin was as pale as snow, with long, silky hair that cascaded down his shoulders, coupled with an adorably ambiguous appearance that made it difficult to discern his gender. Upon arriving, Hinata Tianyun ignored Sandanzaka and approached Mizunosuke Bai, inquiring, "Are you male or female? Additionally, may I see your bloodline limit?" Mizunosuke Bai, bewildered by their presence in the city, wondered about their motives, especially when confronted by a child shorter than himself. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to Sandanzaka and asked, "Sir, what is our purpose here? Are we on a mission?" Sandanzaka replied nonchalantly, "Before you stands our future employer, Hinata Tianyun. We are here to accept his employment. Answer his questions. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Mizunosuke Bai, feeling perplexed, hesitated, casting a long glance at Sandanzaka without daring to voice his questions. Ultimately, he turned to Hinata Tianyun and stated, "I am a boy, please do not mistake me." "Ah, a boy," Hinata Tianyun replied, somewhat disappointed. Shui Wuyue Bai's mouth twitched slightly. He found Hinata Tianyun to be rather peculiar. Whether he was male or female held no significance in relation to Hinata Tianyun. Moreover, Hinata Tianyun displayed a look of disappointment, which left Shui Wu Yuebai at a loss for words. Nonetheless, Shui Wu Yuebai was not one for conversation and had no desire to engage with anyone aside from. He uttered a brief remark before decisively retreating behind, avoiding direct confrontation with Hinata Tianyun. Upon witnessing Shui Wu Yuebai's withdrawal, Hinata Tianyun chose not to pursue him further. Recognizing that there would be ample time ahead to gradually mentor Shui Wu Yuebai, thus rendering any immediate urgency unnecessary. Turning to, Hinata Tianyun smiled and remarked, "Since you have reported in, I shall refrain from saying much more. This place shall serve as my warehouse, and your role will be to protect it. There is no need for you to wander about, which conveniently aligns with your preferences. As for the accommodations for you both, you may select your rooms from the estate. I will ensure that food is delivered punctually, allowing you to focus on your training without fear of disturbances." Held a rather poor opinion of Hinata Tianyun and was disinclined to engage in further conversation. He took Shui Wu Yuebai by the hand and descended to the second floor to find a room to rest, adopting an attitude of indifference towards Hinata Tianyun. "Just look at that attitude, boss." S. departure prompted Yamamoto Rokuzu to express his dissatisfaction. Hinata Tianyun cast a sidelong glance at the irate Yamamoto Rokuzu, patting him on the shoulder with a faint smile. "If you possessed his strength, you too could afford to be arrogant, so focus on your training." Yamamoto Rokuzu was momentarily taken aback. By the time Hinata Tianyun exited the estate, he returned to his seat, feeling somewhat despondent. He understood the truth behind Hinata Tianyun's words. However, he lamented his lackluster talent. Achieving the rank of Chunin was nearly the extent of his capabilities, and advancing to Jonin seemed a daunting challenge. Hinata Tianyun paid no heed to Yamamoto Rokuzu and made his way to the estate's garden to seek out Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi, intending to discuss their departure for Pingliang City on a mission the following morning. Utilizing his Byakugan, Hinata Tianyun swiftly located Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi, who were resting in a pavilion on the left side of the garden, seemingly engaged in conversation. As he traversed the wooden walkway, passing through clusters of trees, Hinata Tianyun finally spotted the two girls conversing within the pavilion. Upon noticing his approach, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi ceased their discussion and turned away, adopting an air of indifference towards him. Hinata Tianyun chuckled softly and swiftly seated himself beside Hinata Hanabi, addressing the two sulking girls. "The matter is settled. Tomorrow, we shall depart for Pingliang City to capture rogue ninjas. Please make the necessary preparations." "Capturing rogue ninjas? Isn't a rogue ninja as well? Why not apprehend him?" Kimura Kokomi retorted disdainfully. "He is a valuable asset, hence he cannot be captured," replied Hinata Tianyun. Kimura Kokomi finally turned her head and coldly asked Hinata Tenkumo, "What use could he possibly serve? I see he will only bring you trouble. When the Umbu from Mist Village come here, I wonder how you will respond." Hinata Tenkumo smiled and replied, "Rest assured, this is the land of fire. The ninjas from Mist Village would not dare to act arrogantly here. If a few come, I will send them back." "I can't be bothered to discuss this with you," Kimura Kokomi retorted, irritated, as she turned her back on Hinata Tenkumo and pulled Hinata Hanabi away, intending to leave. Despite her departure, Hinata Tenkumo did not pursue them. His purpose was merely to inform the two of their departure the following day, and having delivered his message, there was no need to chase after them. Moreover, the two young girls would likely forget their grievances within a few days. It was best not to engage with them further, lest they be reminded of yesterday's events upon seeing him. After resting for a while in the garden pavilion, Hinata Tenkumo returned to the hall of the residence, where he awaited the return of Nakajima Ichiro. He wanted to discuss financial matters, specifically how much income Nakajima Ichiro's skills could generate in a month, so he could plan accordingly. After dinner, around 8:30, Nakajima Ichiro returned with two of Hinata Tenkumo's shadow clones. Upon seeing Hinata Tenkumo still waiting in the hall, Nakajima Ichiro hurried over to bow and ask, "Boss, is there anything else you need me to do?" Leaning back in his chair, Hinata Tenkumo lazily inquired, "How did the shop transfer go? Did the city lord give you any trouble?" Nakajima Ichiro shook his head. "No, not at all. The shop was returned intact, and all the supplies are still there. They did not touch a single item." "Consider him wise." Hinata Tenkumo nodded and continued, "Since it's already operational, how long do you think it will take to achieve a monthly profit of 1 billion? I am in need of funds." 1 billion? Do you think it grows on trees?" Nakajima Ichiro thought to himself, somewhat troubled, and replied, "Boss, we currently lack sufficient manpower. Even with supplies, it will be difficult to sell. To achieve a daily income of 1 billion, we need to monopolize the medicinal and weaponry business in Weno City first. Hinata Tenkomo also faced a shortage of manpower. After a moment of contemplation, he asked helplessly, "How long do you need to monopolize Ueno City's business? Please provide me with a specific timeline, so I can make arrangements." After pondering for a moment, Nakajima Ichiro responded, 2 months should suffice. However, during this time, I will need you to supply an unlimited amount of high-end weapons and medicinal materials to facilitate the monopoly. Hinata Tenkomo nodded. As long as you have enough ordinary medicinal materials and weapons, I can provide the high-end ones. Just bring them to the residence for processing. You need not worry about that. All right, then you can count on me, boss. Nakajima Ichiro replied confidently. After discussing business matters, Hinata Tenyu contemplated and said, "Nakajima, during this period, please find some orphans for me and establish a residence for them, limiting the number to around 300, regardless of gender. As long as they're under the age of 7. Nakajima Ichiro appeared somewhat troubled. You are only responsible for locating the children and constructing the residence. Other matters do not concern you. Just remember to keep this confidential, Hinata Tenyu instructed. That's feasible. Orphans are quite easy to find. Nakajima Ichiro nodded in agreement. Although the Land of Fire is relatively affluent, the noble class has become entrenched, and the number of impoverished individuals is significant. Thus, locating orphans is not a daunting task. Over the years, Nakajima Ichiro has traveled extensively and knows some traffickers. Once the matter of the orphans is settled, Hinata Tenyu waved Nakajima Ichiro off. Intent on pondering ways to earn more currency. Pingyang City, a common town in the Land of Fire, is at least 2 tiers below Ueno City. However, despite its small size, Pingyang City borders the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Rain, resulting in a considerable flow of visitors. Additionally, due to its location at the frontier of the Land of Fire, the security environment is not as favorable as in other cities. Furthermore, ninjas from the surrounding 3 small nations often create disturbances, rendering it a rather tumultuous place. The rogue ninja, judging Ninja Zhongfang from the Hidden Mist Village, has been notorious for robbing merchants traveling between Pingliang City and the 3 small nations, causing significant distress among the traders. Ultimately, they had no choice but to band together and pay a hefty price to request assistance from the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village to deal with Zhongfang. Regarding Zhongfang, according to intelligence provided by the merchants, his strength is not particularly high, but his mastery of escape techniques is remarkable. He simply flees when overpowered, as no one can catch him. With his abilities, Zhongfang has robbed over 20 merchants with weak escorts, instilling fear in the small merchants from the 4 nations, who began to avoid passing through the area, opting instead to take longer routes through the other 3 countries. Eventually, they concluded that the cost of detours were not worth it and decided to pool their resources to hire someone to deal with Zhongfang, thus commissioning an A-rank task to the Hidden Leaf Village. Hinata Tenyu, Hinata, and Kimura Kokomi rested for a night at Nakajima Ichiro's residence. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, they set off for Pingliang City, traversing mountains and rivers for a day and a half without rest, finally arriving at a town that was even more dilapidated than the Hidden Leaf Village. What a wretched place! Upon exploring Pingliang City, they were dismayed to find no decent inns or hotels, only shabby lodgings existed, which greatly displeased Hinata Tenyu, prompting him to voice his frustrations in the streets. Any place will do for lodging. Why insist on finding such a fine inn? Kimura Kokomi, fatigued from 2 days without rest, expressed her dissatisfaction upon seeing Hinata Tenyu still searching for a place to sleep. Hinata Tenyu scoffed, disdainfully retorting, "With wealth, one must indulge. Do you wish for me to stay in those dilapidated lodgings? You are a ninja, yet you seek indulgence," Kimura Kokomi replied with contempt. "What is the issue with ninjas? Can't they enjoy themselves?" Hinata Tianyun retorted disdainfully. Kimura Shinmei, somewhat speechless, chose not to engage further with Hinata Tianyun. Glancing around the street, she spotted a dilapidated 3-story inn and promptly pulled Hinata in that direction. "Wait for me." Upon seeing Kimura Shinmei leading Hinata away, Hinata Tianyun felt compelled to follow. The inn Kimura Shinmei selected was indeed quite shabby. As Hinata Tianyun entered, he immediately sensed the poor conditions. The lobby featured only a sleazy-looking man at the front desk speaking with Kimura Shinmei, and there were no chairs for guests, rendering it exceedingly rudimentary, barely meeting the standards of a 1-star hotel, merely a rundown hostel. However, since Kimura Shinmei had already paid, Hinata Tianyun found it inappropriate to request a refund and followed her and Hinata to a room on the 2nd floor, which turned out to be a cramped space of less than 10 square meters. To his bewilderment, the room contained 2 sets of bunk beds. Hinata Tianyun looked at Kimura Shinmei with a perplexed expression and asked, Are you really planning for the three of us to stay here? What's wrong with that? It's just sleeping. Why does it need to be so extravagant? Kimura Shinmei replied, casting a glance at Hinata Tianyun. Is it appropriate for a lone man and two women to share a room? Hinata Tianyun cautioned. Kimura Shinmei turned to him, disdain evident in her gaze. What is inappropriate about it? What do you think you can do in that state? Hinata Tianyun momentarily forgot that he was merely 6 years old. Still in the stage of innocence, and after a brief pause, he opted for the upper bunk to rest. In Pingliang City, after a night's rest, Hinata Tianyun woke at 6 in the morning and began discussing the plan to capture the target, Zhongfang, with Kimura Shinmei and Hinata. We should first investigate his whereabouts thoroughly before seeking an opportunity to capture him, Kimura Shinmei asserted earnestly. Hinata Tianyun shook his head dismissively. That seems overly complicated. I believe it would be more effective to pose as merchants and lure him out ourselves, resolving the matter in one go. Kimura Shinmei firmly disagreed. That won't do. While your strength is undoubtedly sufficient, Hinata and I are not yet capable of engaging in battle with a Chunin. That would be unwise. Since Kimura Shinmei was so adamant, Hinata Tianyun merely pouted. Very well, you two can search for clues about Zhongfang. I'll wander the streets, if anything arises. I'll signal you directly. Kimura Shinmei shot him an incredulous look. I knew you weren't out here for a mission. You were just looking for opportunities to earn money. Aren't you? Hinata Tianyun immediately countered. Who says I wasn't on a mission? Wasn't the task in Weno City completed? Isn't that a mission? Kimura Shinmei scoffed. That was something you did with your idle time after making money. Your main purpose for going out seems to be profit. Believe what you wish, Hinata Tianyun replied. Growing weary of the argument, he opened the door and stepped outside, stating, You two can take your time finding Zhongfang. I wish to take a leisurely stroll. Should any developments arise, I shall signal immediately. Farewell. Kimura Kokomi cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Tianyun, who was departing, and turned to Hinata Hanabi, suggesting, Let us have breakfast before we search for clues. That fellow is unlikely to be of any assistance. All right, Hinata Hanabi acquiesced. On the streets of Pingliang City. After wandering for a while, Hinata Tianyun found no promising opportunities. The city served merely as a transient stop. Few travelers lingered, most merely resting for the night before hastily departing the next day. Tianyun had come out, as Kimura Kokomi indicated, with the intent of earning some money. With no prospects in sight, he was eager to finish his business with Shofang and relocate to a city where opportunities might abound. Feeling fatigued from his aimless wandering, Tianyun purchased an assortment of snacks and prepared to return to his lodging to rest, anticipating a signal from Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi. He planned to resolve matters with Shofang and depart. However, as he exited the snack shop, he sensed that someone was watching him, indeed, more than one pair of eyes. This piqued his curiosity. He wondered if someone had recognized him or intended to cause trouble. Upon turning around, he identified the source of the gazes without needing to employ his Byakugan. A few small beggars lingered not far behind him, one of whom seemed rather familiar. It was Sak, a character from the Sound Village, who had been taken there by Orochimaru. However, as of now, Orochimaru had not yet departed from the Akatsuki organization. He would leave only after Itachi Uchiha joined, which meant the Sound Village had yet to be established, leaving Sak still in the role of a beggar. Tianyun recalled that in the original storyline, this individual was defeated by Shino Aburame during the Chunin exams. Although not exceedingly formidable, he was nonetheless a competent ninja. Tianyun considered the prospect of taking him under his wing. He could serve as a bodyguard in the future, potentially benefiting his endeavors. With this thought in mind, Tianyun waved at Sak, beckoning him to approach, placing the snacks on the ground as an invitation, indicating that they would belong to Sak should he come over. Sak hesitated from a distance, initially intending to snatch Tianyun's food. However, upon catching sight of Tianyun's Byakugan, he refrained from making a move. For he was also a resident of the Land of Fire and had heard of the Hinata clan's formidable reputation. Conflicted, Sak was unsure whether to approach, but his companions, unable to resist the allure of food, rushed towards Tianyun as soon as they saw the snacks laid out on the ground. Fearing that the food might be snatched away, Sak finally succumbed to temptation and dashed forward. As the children rushed toward him, Tianyun took a couple of steps back, watching as they eagerly grabbed the snacks from the ground. Among them, Sak successfully obtained 2 small packets of treats. A group of children joyfully indulged in their snacks, while Hinata Tianyun observed them from the side. As the children neared the end of their feast, he pointed at Sak, Orange, and calmly inquired, Do you desire more? If so, follow me. I require a subordinate. Sak, Orange stared in bewilderment at Hinata Tianyun, who appeared notably younger than himself. Eventually, He cast aside the unfinished morsel in his hand and declared, "Ninja Master, I shall accompany you." Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile, "A wise choice. I perceive a spark of ninja potential within you. With dedication and training, you may become a ninja. I will provide you with the resources you seek." Elated by the prospect of being recognized for his talents, Sack Orange felt an exhilarating rush. This was his golden opportunity to rise above his circumstances and avoid a life of poverty akin to that of his peers. Contemplating his future, which now hinged upon the boy before him, Sack Orange adopted a serious demeanor, resolutely standing beside Hinata Tianyun, ready to protect him. Hinata Tianyun merely chuckled at Sack Orange's demeanor and said, "Let us proceed. We shall procure some food before heading to our destination." As Sack Orange glanced back at the children he had spent time with, still merrily consuming the food provided by Hinata Tianyun, he resolutely turned away, following Hinata Tianyun into the unknown. In his heart, he vowed to succeed, hoping that his friends would still be alive upon his return. Accompanying Sack Orange, Hinata Tianyun, who initially planned to return to the dilapidated inn, changed his course. After purchasing some food, they strolled into a secluded grove on the outskirts of town, munching as they walked. Once there, Hinata Tianyun used his Byakugan to survey the area, confirming their solitude before instructing Sack Orange, "Put away the food. I shall now teach you the foundational techniques of ninjutsu and chakra cultivation. Pay close attention." As the training commenced, Sack Orange struggled to comprehend the instructions, merely placing the food aside and listening to the unfamiliar terminology. Yet, he understood the gravity of the moment. This was pivotal for his aspiration to become a ninja. Thus, Sack Orange diligently endeavored to commit Hinata Tianyun's words to memory. In the secluded grove of Pingliang City, Hinata Tianyun imparted fundamental knowledge of ninjutsu to Sack Orange over the course of half an hour. Sack Orange appeared despondent. Although he had retained the majority of what Hinata Tianyun had conveyed, a small portion eluded him, leaving him uncertain of how to face his mentor. Hinata Tianyun chuckled inwardly and addressed the bewildered Sack Orange, saying, "All right, lie down on the ground. I am about to employ a secret technique to enhance your strength. The extent of your enhancement will depend on your endurance. The longer you endure, the greater the power you will attain." The mention of a secret technique and the prospect of increased strength ignited a spark in Sack Orange's eyes. He was indifferent to other concerns. As for Hinata Tianyun's comment on endurance, he believed himself to be exceptionally resilient and was confident he could withstand the challenge. Without hesitation, he reclined on the ground. Observing Sack Orange's compliance, Hinata Tianyun activated his Byakugan and approached, tossing a small stick beside him. "Bite down on this. If you cry out, it signifies your failure. Do you understand?" Sack Orange glanced at the stick but did not pick it up. Instead, he boldly declared, "Master, bring it on. I will surely endure." Hinata Tianyun smiled and replied, "It's up to you. My secret technique is not so simple. If your strength does not increase significantly, do not blame me. That would be a reflection of your insufficient endurance." With that, he used his Byakugan to pinpoint a chakra point on Sack Orange's body, causing his eyes to bulge with intensity as he instinctively grasped the stick and shoved it into his mouth. "Haha." Hinata Tianyun laughed. "Now you understand the potency of my secret technique. Let me reveal that it consists of 18 points. If you can endure them all, you will at least possess the strength of a Chunin. Consider this carefully and muster your utmost effort to persevere." The prospect of attaining Chunin-level strength transformed Sack Orange's pain into determination, his gaze fixed intently on Hinata Tianyun, as though silently affirming, "Bring it on. I will endure." Hinata Tianyun wasted no time, promptly pressing on the second chakra point, causing beads of cold sweat to erupt on Sack Orange's forehead. And the stick he bit down on began to crack under the pressure of his clenched jaws. In the ensuing moments, every 5 seconds, Hinata Tianyun struck a new chakra point on Sack Orange. By the time he reached the 12th point, Sack Orange's complexion had turned pale. The stick in his mouth shattered, and blood trickled from his lips, the result of the splintered wood. Yet, he did not yield. After the stick fractured, he scooped a handful of dirt and stuffed it into his mouth, fearing he might cry out in agony. With the 13th point, Sack Orange's eyes rolled back. At the 14th point, his gaze began to drift. By the 15th point, his body started to tremble involuntarily. Finally, at the 16th point, Sack Orange succumbed to unconsciousness, losing all awareness. Upon encountering Sack Orange, Hinata Tianyun directly enhanced Sack Orange's physique, chakra, and various low-level ninjutsu, effectively transforming him into a competent genin. The torment he had subjected Sack Orange to earlier was entirely unnecessary. All the secret techniques were mere illusions. simply an excuse for Hinata Tianyun to mask his ability to instantly elevate someone to the rank of genin. Having resolved matters with Sack Orange, Hinata Tianyun seated himself beneath a tree, awaiting Sack Orange's awakening to assign him a task. In his dreams, Sack Orange felt a profound pain in his marrow, as if someone were incessantly scraping his bones with a knife, causing him to toss and moan in agony. After an indeterminate period of writhing and groaning, just as Sack Orange felt he was on the brink of death, he sensed a surge of power within him, alleviating some of his torment, allowing him to drift back into slumber. When he next opened his eyes, Sack Orange beheld the crimson sunset illuminating the sky and the surrounding woods, along with Hinata Tianyun resting beneath the tree. "Master, did I endure until the 18th count?" was Sack Orange's first utterance upon awakening. "You've awakened," Hinata Tianyun replied, rising to regard Sack Orange with a calm demeanor. "Tell me, did I endure until the 18th count, Master?" Sack Orange implored, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had already surmised that he had not managed to last until the 18th count, for Hinata Tianyun's demeanor had conveyed that truth, yet he was reluctant to accept it. Hence his plea for confirmation. With a sigh, Hinata Tianyun responded, "All right, rise. This is merely the beginning. You have persevered until the 16th count, which is quite an accomplishment. You can gradually continue your training from here." Upon receiving this answer, Sack Orange could not contain his frustration and struck a nearby tree with a fierce punch, dislodging numerous leaves, while his knuckles grazed against the bark, causing blood to seep forth. Unyielding, Sack Orange gritted his teeth as tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Hinata Tianyun refrained from offering comfort, allowing Sack Orange the space to compose himself while he quietly waited nearby. After 3 minutes, Sack Orange wiped away his tears and approached Hinata Tianyun, bowing earnestly, "Master, what shall we do next?" Hinata Tianyun smiled with satisfaction. "It is good that you have come to terms with this. There will be many opportunities to strengthen your abilities in the future. Tonight, familiarize yourself with ninjutsu. We shall embark on a mission together tomorrow morning." "I understand, Master." Sack Orange nodded in response. "Very well, train here. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Hinata Tianyun bid farewell, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Hinata Tianyun had arranged to meet with Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi at 7 o'clock in the evening, having delayed due to his time with Sack Orange. It was nearly 7, and should he linger any longer, he feared Kimura Kokomi would cast him a disdainful glance, a situation he wished to avoid. Hastily returning to the inn, Hinata Tenkin inquired in the lobby with a rather unsavory gentleman about the whereabouts of his 2 companions. To his dismay, he learned that they had returned an hour prior. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Tenkin ascended to the 2nd floor, only to find the door to his room locked. He knocked, calling out, "Open the door, open the door. I'm back. Hurry and let me in." While waiting at the entrance, he stood there for approximately 3 minutes before Hinata finally opened the door. "What took you so long?" Hinata Tenkin expressed his dissatisfaction. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Kimura Kokomi echoed, "You only waited 3 minutes, and you're already complaining? We waited 15 minutes, should we take it out on you? Is there something urgent you need to handle?" "It's normal to be a bit late," Hinata Tenkin said awkwardly as he stepped inside the room. "Humph. What could you possibly have to do here?" Kimura Kokomi scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Hinata Tenkin before turning to Hinata. "Don't let him fool you. He must have been off making money somewhere." Shrugging his shoulders, Hinata Tenkin chose not to engage further on the matter of his tardiness. Knowing that Kimura Kokomi would only grow more fervent in her accusations, he pondered how Kimura Kokomi had developed such a spirited demeanor, lacking the calmness typically found in root members. In truth, Kimura Kokomi's behavior could not entirely be blamed on her. When Hinata Tenkin was assigned a partner, Kimura Kokomi was the only capable child available in the entire root. The others either lacked strength or were too old, leaving Shimura Danzo with no choice but to assign the still maturing Kimura Kokomi. This was why her personality resembled that of an ordinary child, as she had yet to complete all of Root Ash training. Lying on his upper bunk, Hinata Tenkin looked down at Kimura Kokomi and asked, "So, did you uncover any news today?" Kimura Kokomi glanced up briefly before ignoring him, continuing her whispered conversation with Hinata, though she did not respond. Hinata Tenkin could tell from her demeanor that they had gleaned no valuable information. Otherwise, Kimura Kokomi would have certainly derided him. Recognizing their lack of findings, Hinata Tenkin proposed, "I believe we should proceed with my plan. It would expedite our search for that rogue ninja." Kimura Kokomi raised her head, looking down her nose at him. "Do you think I'm foolish? I've already devised a plan to deal with that individual. Tomorrow, you merely need to accompany me." "Oh, you have a plan? What is it?" Hinata Tenkan inquired with a hint of intrigue. Don't worry about it. Just follow along tomorrow. Kimura Kokomi curtly dismissed him. TCH, how dull. Hinata Tenkan rolled over, choosing not to look at Kimura Kokomi any longer. After a night's rest, at 3 o'clock the following morning, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata rose early and roused the slumbering Hinata Tianyun, urging him to hasten their departure. Upon opening his eyes and observing the inky darkness outside, Hinata Tianyun expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "Why are we up so early? Are you both out of your minds?" Kimura Kokomi shot him a glare and replied, "I discovered yesterday that a merchant from the land of Waterfall has urgent cargo to transport. If we follow them, we are bound to encounter that rogue ninja." "Humph. Isn't that quite similar to my plan? You were reluctant to share yesterday." Hinata Tianyun scoffed at Kimura Kokomi. Stung by his derision, she retorted, "Are you coming or not? If you refuse, Hinata and I will go alone." Fine, I'll go. In the interest of Kokomi and Hinata's safety. Hinata Tianyun reluctantly acquiesced. After hastily gathering his belongings, Tianyun, seizing the opportunity while Kimura Kokomi and Hinata exited the room, summoned a shadow clone to seek out Saku. He then followed behind Kimura Kokomi and Hinata. The dimly lit streets revealed only a few eateries open for breakfast. Kimura Kokomi led Hinata and Hinata Tianyun, skillfully avoiding the illumination along their path, until they stealthily approached the back door of a shop, where the surrounding alleys offered them concealment. "We'll wait here. As soon as a cargo truck emerges, we'll follow." Kimura Kokomi instructed Hinata Tianyun. "All right, I'll rest while you keep watch," replied Hinata Tianyun, promptly sitting down, exhibiting no intention of vigilance. Such a sloth. Kimura Kokomi shot him a disapproving glance, then, alongside Hinata, focused her attention on the shop's rear entrance. Kimura Kokomi's information proved remarkably accurate. Approximately 5 minutes later, the back door of the shop creaked open, and a cargo truck emerged, navigating the narrow streets of Pingliang City towards the northern gate. "Follow." As soon as the truck appeared, Kimura Kokomi signaled for Hinata and Hinata Tianyun to pursue her, adopting an air of command. Hinata Tianyun, however, was unconcerned, believing that as long as the mission was accomplished, his involvement was inconsequential. Content to let Kimura Kokomi take the lead, he leisurely trailed behind her. The cargo truck proceeded with utmost caution, steering clear of potential pedestrians and taking small paths until it reached the northern exit of Pingliang City, quietly slipping out and heading towards the land of Waterfall. The trio followed the truck for over 2 hours, and as dawn approached, they arrived at a valley nestled between 2 mountains. At this juncture, the cargo truck exhibited even greater vigilance, with its guards continuously scanning both sides of the valley. "What is going on? Are they planning to stage a robbery here?" Hinata Tianyun inquired curiously of Kimura Kokomi ahead. "Don't speak. You'll disrupt my observation." Kimura Kokomi admonished him without turning around. Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat speechless and decided to cease meddling in other matters, regardless of whether Chongfeng would appear. It mattered little to him. Once the 3 days elapsed, he would return to Konoha, taking the opportunity to enjoy the journey and earn some coin along the way. He aimed to replenish his nearly empty purse before arriving back in Konoha. Upon departing from Ueno Castle, he retained only 500 million as reserve funds, while the remainder was entrusted to his shadow clones and Nakajima Ikaru for procuring supplies to enhance his clones. After spending several tens of millions reinforcing Sake Orange yesterday, his assets had dwindled pitifully, necessitating an increase in income. Otherwise, enhancing his abilities now required a staggering 1 billion, a burden he found increasingly difficult to bear. For Hinata Tianyun, 400 million was rather meager, yet for ordinary ninjas, it constituted a substantial sum, and even for the Hokage, it represented a significant amount. At the entrance of the valley path, Kimura Kokomi gestured for Hinata Tianyun and Hinata Hanabi to halt their advance. She turned to Hinata Tianyun and instructed, "You should dispatch 2 shadow clones to explore the flanks of the valley while the 3 of us proceed forward. We need to maintain a distance from the cargo convoy, as I have heard that Chongfeng is quite alert, and following too closely may result in discovery. You truly possess a knack for commanding others." Hinata Tianyun remarked with a smirk, "If you refuse, I will investigate with Hanabi, and you will trail behind the convoy." Kimura Kokomi threatened again. All right. I will divide my clones," Hinata Tianyun relented, summoning 2 shadow clones to scout the valley's edges. Satisfied by his compliance, Kimura Kokomi turned back and waved for Hinata Tianyun and Hinata Hanabi to follow her. At 5 in the morning, the world was enveloped in darkness, further exacerbated by the shadows cast by the trees lining the valley path. In truth, visibility was negligible. Kimura Kokomi cautiously led the way, her pace hindered by the lack of light. Fortunately, the valley path was not lengthy. At full speed, it could be traversed in half an hour. Yet in the current dark conditions, it would likely take an hour. After advancing for half an hour through the valley, the first signs of dawn began to illuminate the surroundings. While it was insufficient to fully light the path, it was enough to prevent them from stumbling into a pit. Just then, a sudden and violent noise echoed through the tranquil valley, reminiscent of an explosive tag detonating. Immediately take cover and proceed along the edge of the forest. Maintaining stealth, Kimura Kokomi commanded urgently. Following her lead, she leaped into the treetops, hastening towards the location of the cargo convoy. The trio had yet to reach the convoy when they began to hear the sounds of battle, along with the desperate cries of those facing their demise, prompting Kimura Kokomi to quicken her pace and abandon her previous call for stealth. 5 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the site of the conflict. At this moment, Hinata Tianyun observed that the escort of the truck convoy had nearly perished, leaving only 4 individuals desperately resisting a ninja adorned with a black tiger mask, wielding an enormous blade measuring approximately 3 meters in length. The masked ninja swung the colossal weapon with ferocity, compelling the merchant's guards to evade while occasionally launching surprise attacks. Regrettably, the tiger-masked ninja appeared to be clad in armor, rendering the guard strikes ineffective. Even if they managed to land a hit, it seemed to inflict no damage, showcasing an extraordinary level of defense. As Hinata Tianyun pondered why the 4 guards did not flee, Kimura Shinmei suddenly turned and said, "It's your turn to take the stage. Don't let that fellow escape during such a splendid opportunity. Why do I feel like your subordinate? Shouldn't I be the leader?" Hinata Tianyun replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Those capable should take on more responsibilities. Besides, I'm not forcing you to fight. I'm merely reminding you." Kimura Shinmei shrugged, her tone nonchalant, yet her gaze fixed intently on Hinata Tianyun, as if silently challenging him to refuse. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Hinata Tianyun waved his hand dismissively. "Fine, you two be careful. I'll be right back." With that, he charged towards the battlefield. His sudden appearance caused both sides of the conflict to halt, their gazes locking onto the newly arrived Hinata Tianyun. The 4 guards, upon realizing that only a child had emerged, apparently from the Hinata clan, felt a pang of disappointment, believing that a mere child, no matter how skilled, would be of little use. The ninja in the black tiger mask, upon seeing a child, scoffed derisively, resuming his assault on the 4 guards with the intent to eliminate them before dealing with the young boy. The truck guards, witnessing the renewed attack, hurriedly attempted to fend off the tiger-masked ninja, resulting in a fierce skirmish. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Hinata Tianyun, stood at the periphery of the battlefield, observing the clash. The 4 guards were only of Chunin caliber, hardly a match for the formidable opponent bearing the black tiger mask, who possessed Jonin-level strength. In less than 3 minutes, 3 of the guards had been severed in half, and the last, terrified, attempted to flee, only to be pursued and dispatched by the ninja. Once the black tiger-masked assailant had dealt with all the truck guards, he approached Hinata Tianyun with a nonchalant tone, stating, "Kid, hand over $1 million, and I shall spare your life. You are surprisingly principled." Hinata Tianyun responded with a smirk. "Humph, a child like you can hardly possess much wealth. To kill you would be a waste. It's better to extort some money and send you on your way," the black tiger-masked ninja retorted. "Ha ha ha." Hinata Tianyun chuckled softly, his expression darkening as he remarked, "If it weren't for my Byakugan, you would have eliminated me long ago, wouldn't you?" The man wearing the black tiger mask fell into silence for a moment and then spoke. "Since you wish to seek death, I shall oblige you. At worst, I can leave this place for another. After all, I have already amassed enough and do not intend to remain here." Hinata Tenkin curled his finger disdainfully and retorted, "Come over and try it." The man in the black tiger mask appeared exceedingly enraged, swinging his massive blade directly towards Hinata Tenkin's head. Although the range of the blade's attack increased, its speed diminished, allowing Hinata Tenkin to effortlessly evade, causing the blade to swing through empty air. As he leapt away from the giant blade, Hinata Tenkin initiated his ninjutsu in midair fire release, dragon fire technique. A colossal flame dragon surged forth, hurtling towards the man in the black tiger mask. Realizing he could not dodge the incoming fiery assault while wielding the unwieldy blade, the masked man set it down and used the blade's body to shield himself from the flames, taking refuge behind it. Once the fiery dragon dissipated, the man in the black tiger mask summoned 2 ordinary clones armed with knives and once again swung his massive blade towards Hinata Tenkin, aiming to take advantage of the situation to eliminate him. Faced with the trio of attacks from the man in the black tiger mask, Hinata Tenkin merely smiled before suddenly transforming into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, dense mist began to envelop the battlefield, rendering everything obscured in a blanket of white. Mist concealment technique. The man in the black tiger mask was taken aback, becoming vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. Within the valley, the mist was so thick that visibility was utterly compromised. The masked ninja concentrated intently, observing the movement of the fog to ascertain whether the enemy was drawing near. This extraordinary skill was not exclusive to the man in the black tiger mask. It was a fundamental technique employed by mist shinobi. Some excelled in it, while others did not, and the black tiger mask wearer belonged to the former. The reason for his proficiency lay in the fact that he had often been pursued by ninjas from the mist village, who frequently utilized the mist concealment technique, thus honing his ability to discern the flow of air during these chases. A minute later, the ninja with the black tiger mask could not suppress a twitch of his mouth, having detected an anomaly in the airflow, an indication that someone was stealthily approaching him. To avoid alerting the young Hinata clan member, he stifled his excitement and feigned a demeanor of continued observation, as if he had not noticed the enemy's presence, even allowing a slight opening in his defenses. In truth, the man in the black tiger mask wished to reveal more vulnerabilities. But he understood that the young Hinata's use of the mist concealment technique indicated heightened alertness. If he exposed too many weaknesses, the youth might become suspicious and refrain from attacking. After feigning for 20 seconds, the man in the black tiger mask suddenly swung his massive blade with both hands, targeting the lower left side of his body. Buzz. The ninja in the black tiger mask felt as though he had struck something formidable with his weapon. Summoning all his strength, he managed to disarm his opponent. And at that moment, he believed he had landed a decisive blow. The final cry and the ensuing sin of blood confirmed to him that the enemy had been vanquished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a sigh of relief did not equate to a lapse in vigilance. The black tiger masked ninja remained alert until the mist began to dissipate. Upon seeing the two severed bodies of the little demons on the ground, along with their expressions of terror, he finally allowed himself to relax. Drawing a deep breath, he sheathed his massive blade. But something was amiss. He sensed a murderous intent. Just as he retracted his blade, an overwhelming aura of malice assailed him. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and looking down, he discovered a kunai embedded in his heart. How could this happen? The black tiger masked ninja was bewildered. At that moment, Hinata Tianyun suddenly appeared before him and said nonchalantly, "Did you enjoy yourself? Is killing me a source of joy for you?" "Why?" The black tiger masked ninja gasped, clutching his chest in agony. "Let your eyes close in eternal rest. Turn around and see what's behind you." Hinata Tianyun smiled, gesturing towards the ninja's back. Upon turning, the black tiger masked ninja was astonished to find the four guards he had just slain standing unharmed, their faces etched with disbelief. "I've fallen victim to an illusion." The realization dawned on him that everything that had just transpired was a fabrication of Jinjutsu. He had been ensnared the moment he encountered Hinata Tianyun. With this understanding, a sense of calm washed over him. He turned to Hinata Tianyun and said, "Well, it is a privilege to encounter a prodigious young ninja today. I suppose my death is not in vain." With that, the black tiger masked ninja withdrew the kunai from his chest, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Oh, such a clean death. I shall leave you with a complete corpse," Hinata Tianyun remarked with a shake of his head, a sigh of admiration escaping his lips. Having dealt with the black tiger masked ninja, Hinata Tianyun removed the mask, revealing a face identical to the one on the wanted poster. Confirming that the deceased was indeed SHH, he waved towards Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi in the forest, beckoning them to come forth. Kimura Kokomi emerged from the woods, somewhat dejected. She had initially intended for Hinata Tianyun to engage the enemy so she could gauge his true capabilities. However, in less than 10 seconds, the so-called Judgment Ninja SHH had been effortlessly defeated. Faced with such a turn of events, Kimura Kokomi found it impossible to assess Hinata Tianyun's genuine prowess, leaving her at a loss as to how to report back to Shimura Danzo. Thus, when she stepped out, her expression was one of displeasure. Approaching the imposing figure, Kimura Kokomi retrieved a sealing scroll and promptly sealed the corpse within it. She then turned and declared, "Mission accomplished. Let us return to the Hidden Leaf Village." "Wait. I shan't return just yet. After all, it took considerable effort for me to venture out. I intend to explore other cities," Hinata Tianyun promptly interjected. Upon turning, Kimura Kokomi cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Tianyun but refrained from further discussing their return to the Hidden Leaf Village. She was well aware that Hinata Tianyun sought to earn money in other cities, and though she could not alter his course, she decided to accompany him nonetheless. At that moment, Kimura Kokomi grasped the essence of Hinata Tianyun's character. Anyone who hindered his quest for wealth was deemed an adversary. As for matters beyond financial gain, Hinata Tianyun was rather agreeable, often displaying a genial disposition and rarely exhibiting anger. Noticing that Kimura Kokomi did not oppose him, Hinata Tianyun expressed mild surprise and, after a brief pause, suggested, "Let us first return to Pingliang City. I have some matters to attend to there before proceeding to the nearest Fengyuan city." "Very well," Kimura Kokomi replied, taking the hand of the recently arrived Hinata as they made their way back toward Pingliang City. Observing this, Hinata Tianyun felt compelled to follow suit. "Excuse me, esteemed ninja, wait." Just as Hinata Tianyun was about to depart, a voice called out from behind. Turning to investigate, he found one of the 4 guards who had survived, hastening towards him. "Do you require something?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, halting his steps. The guard reached him, hesitating slightly before saying, "Esteemed ninja, we wish to transport our goods to the land of waterfalls, but our defense forces are insufficient. We hope to enlist your protection for this journey." "Not interested," Hinata Tianyun replied curtly, dismissing the request outright. In his mind, undertaking such a trivial task would yield little financial reward. He preferred to explore the larger cities, where he might acquire substantial wealth, far exceeding the meager earnings of a bodyguard. As he turned to leave, the guard, unable to contain himself, implored, "Esteemed ninja, we are the protectors of the Lord of the Land of Waterfalls. Should you assist us in delivering this cargo to the capital, we are willing to establish a comprehensive cooperation agreement with the Hidden Leaf Village." Hinata Tianyun paused, turning back to regard the guard. "Are you truly sincere? If you are attempting to deceive me, you should know that the Hidden Leaf Village is not to be trifled with. Think carefully." The guard nodded earnestly, asserting, "In truth, I am the general of the Land of Waterfalls, and I can draft a report for you to present to the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hokage. This way, we can ensure mutual trust." With the guard's declaration, Hinata Tianyun felt compelled to consider his words, albeit perplexed as to why the general of the Land of Waterfalls would journey to the Land of Fire merely to protect a shipment of goods. The sudden request from the general left Hinata Tianyun in deep contemplation. Hinata Tianyun has always regarded the Hidden Leaf Village as his own possession. Now that the Land of Waterfall is willing to form an alliance with the Hidden Leaf, he is more than eager to seize the opportunity, for it would allow his financial influence to extend into the Land of Waterfall, thus multiplying his potential earnings. Contemplating this, Hinata Tianyun turned to Mukamura Shimei and inquired, "What do you think? Shall we undertake this prestigious mission?" Mukamura Shinmei hesitated, refraining from outright rejecting Hinata Tianyun. Instead, she suggested, "It would be prudent to inform Lord Hokage first. I sense that the general's silence on critical matters could put us at risk while escorting them to the capital of the Land of Waterfall." Hinata Tianyun was aware of the general's omissions. He feigned an apologetic demeanor and remarked, "Did you hear that? We must consult Lord Hokage before deciding whether to accept your task. If you are not in a hurry, perhaps you should wait in Pingliang City." The general appeared increasingly anxious, glancing at Hinata Tianyun as if he had something to say. At that moment, a guard approached and urged, "General, you must tell them. If we do not return to the capital of the Land of Waterfall, we cannot guarantee the safety of His Majesty." After a brief pause, the general took a deep breath and addressed Hinata Tianyun. "Ninja, I will reveal the truth to you. Our king has been poisoned, and we need a specific herb for his treatment. We came to the Land of Fire to procure this herb in secret. Our king's life hangs by a thread. And if you can escort us to the capital of the Land of Waterfall and save him, His Majesty will certainly not oppose the alliance." "Poisoned?" Hinata Tianyun furrowed his brow. "If your king has been poisoned, it suggests that someone within your own ranks is responsible. Should we escort you to the Land of Waterfall? The conspirators would likely hinder our entry into the capital." The general smiled wryly. "Since you have deduced the truth, I shall not conceal it further. The one who seeks to assassinate our king is none other than the Prime Minister, Den Masakazu. We had to sneak away, or we would never have escaped the Land of Waterfall." "Your situation is indeed perilous," Hinata Tianyun remarked with a sense of empathy. "The more dangerous the situation, the greater the reward for you. Ninja, once you save the king," the general began to entice Hinata Tianyun. Without responding to the general, Hinata Tianyun turned to Mukamura Shimei and asked, "What are your thoughts? Should we venture to the Land of Waterfall?" Mukamura Shimei scoffed. "Isn't your mind already made up? Why bother seeking my opinion?" Hinata Tianyun chuckled and replied, "Since you have no objections, I shall accept this mission." Mukamura Shinmei thought to herself, Even if I voiced my concerns, you wouldn't heed them, and I would only alienate you further. With that, she chose to remain silent, merely casting a disdainful glance at Hinata Tianyun. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to inform the elder. Let us embark toward the land of waterfalls. Hinata Tianyun decisively proclaimed. The Guardian General, upon hearing Hinata Tianyun's agreement to escort them to the land of waterfalls, exclaimed with fervor, "Thank you. Thank you. As long as we can return to the capital and revive the king, I shall fulfill my promises." However, Hinata Tianyun harbored doubts regarding the Guardian General's sincerity. After all, he was merely a general, not a king. His willingness to journey to the land of waterfalls was driven by his desire to negotiate directly with the king. Should the king awaken and refuse to acknowledge their agreement, Hinata Tianyun was prepared to eliminate him and appoint a more compliant ruler. As for any potential ire from the third Hokage, Hinata Tianyun was unconcerned. It was the king who had faltered first, and he would face no repercussions for his actions. Having resolved to proceed to the capital, Hinata Tianyun summoned 2 shadow clones, one to return to Konoha and inform the third Hokage, and the other to accompany Sakurako in fulfilling his assigned tasks. With all matters arranged, he continued onward with the Guardian General, hastening toward the capital of the Land of Waterfalls. The Land of Waterfalls, a diminutive nation nestled between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, faced considerable challenges in its development, rendering it a rather barren land. Of course, much like the 5 great shinobi countries, it boasted a ninja village. However, the number of ninjas in the Land of Waterfalls was exceedingly sparse, caught as it was between the more prosperous Land of Earth and Land of Fire, leaving little room for advancement. Hinata Tianyun recalled that the only notable ninja from the Land of Waterfalls was Kakuzu, the individual responsible for generating revenue for the Akatsuki organization, whose prowess was commendable, capable of contending with the 12 ninja guardians. As for the other ninjas, Hinata Tianyun had never heard of them. The trio, accompanied by the Guardian General, traversed a towering mountain, ultimately entering the territory of the Land of Waterfalls by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this juncture, the Guardian General became exceedingly cautious, dispatching his 3 bodyguards ahead to gather intelligence while he guided Hinata Tianyun and his companions slowly toward the capital. The territory of the Land of Waterfalls was not expansive. According to Kimura Kokomi's assessment, a full day's journey would suffice to reach the capital's vicinity. Nevertheless, the Guardian General remained vigilant, hastily instructing them to conceal themselves at the slightest hint of disturbance, which caused their one-day journey to stretch into 2, leaving one to ponder his true intentions regarding the king's rescue. Despite Hinata Tianyun's sarcastic remarks about the leisurely pace, the caution proved effective. They approached the base of the mountain near the capital without encountering a single adversary. By 4 o'clock on the following afternoon, the Guardian General stood at the mountain's foot, gravely stating, "My lord, beyond this mountain lies the capital's domain, and we can no longer proceed covertly. Thus, once we cross this mountain, you must exercise utmost caution. Prime Minister Okatani Masakazu will not permit our entry into the city lightly." "Understood. Lead the way," Hinata Tianyun replied nonchalantly. The general of the guard had witnessed Hinata Tianyun's prowess. A mere illusion could dispatch a seasoned jonin. Thus, he felt a sense of assurance regarding Hinata Tianyun's capabilities and led his group onward. Beyond the mountain peaks lay the capital, and the impending crisis would soon make its presence known. Before departing, Hinata Tianyun cast a glance at Mukamura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi, signaling them to exercise caution, before continuing alongside the general of the guard. In the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage found himself increasingly troubled by the ongoing issues concerning the Uchiha clan, which had left him torn over whether to heed Danzo's counsel. Additionally, there was the matter of Hinata Tianyun, the young rogue who was amassing wealth outside, much to Danzo's discontent, who sought to confine Hinata Tianyun within the village's borders. However, the third Hokage's perspective diverged significantly from Danzo's. He believed that trapping Hinata Tianyun within the village would only push him further away, ultimately leading to a rift between him and the Hidden Leaf. Thus, the third Hokage was reluctant to follow Danzo's directives. The only aspect that pleased him was Hinata Tianyun's sense of moderation in his dealings, primarily engaging in the trade of mid-tier weapons and herbs, while the more elite supplies remained exclusive to the Hidden Leaf. Just as the third Hokage pondered how to mend the relationship between Hinata Tianyun and the village, the young ninja unexpectedly entered the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, seasoned and astute, immediately discerned that the visitor was a shadow clone, as its demeanor was markedly serious, a stark contrast to Hinata Tianyun's usual carefree attitude. Recognizing it was not the original, he dismissed any lengthy conversation, setting aside his pipe to inquire directly, "That rascal isn't on a mission? Why have you returned? Did he land himself in trouble again?" The shadow clone, known for its honest disposition, responded straightforwardly to the third Hokage's query, "Hokage-sama. The original is currently in Pingliang City on a special mission and sent me back to inform you." "A special mission? Pray, elaborate," the third Hokage said, his interest piqued. The shadow clone wasted no time and recounted in detail the assignment from the general of the guard of the Land of Water. Upon hearing the report, the third Hokage couldn't help but light his pipe and, after a moment of contemplation, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may return. I approve of this matter." Relay my agreement to him. Having completed its task, the shadow clone dissipated, transmitting its memories back to the original. As the clone vanished, the third Hokage promptly directed towards the corner of the room. "Summon Advisor Danzo and inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss." "Yes," came the reply from the air, followed by a brief silence. 20 minutes later, Danzo Shimura opened the door to the Hokage's office and approached the third Hokage, stating, "Hiruzen, what is it?" "I'm still occupied with the Uchiha clan issues." Shimura Danzo has always been forthright in his demeanor. The third Hokage, without further inquiry, recounted the situation in the Land of Waterfalls to him. "What a splendid opportunity!" Danzo exclaimed, tapping the ground with his cane. "Hizashi, I propose we immediately dispatch a 100-man unit to the Land of Waterfalls. While fostering amicable relations, we can also subtly infiltrate our strength there, facilitating our endeavors against the Land of Earth in the future." "Are you suggesting we initiate conflict with the Land of Earth?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow in disapproval. "This is merely a precautionary measure to be well prepared," Danzo replied calmly. The third Hokage shook his head, stating, "I cannot accept your proposal. But it is imperative that we send someone there. Organize a contingent to the Land of Waterfalls to prevent any chaos from arising." Danzo cast a disdainful glance at the serious third Hokage before turning away. In his mind, the third Hokage summoned him solely to exert control over the Land of Waterfalls. And now, with his refusal, it felt as though he was merely preserving a fade for his own reputation. Nevertheless, Danzo still intended to exert influence over the Land of Waterfalls, as it aligned with his ambition to expand the power of the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus he was willing to be of service to the third Hokage for a while. Upon returning to the root organization, Danzo promptly organized a 200-man squad, led by his trusted aide, to head towards the Land of Waterfalls, 2 kilometers from the capital of the Land of Waterfalls. Hyuga Tenkan and his team lay concealed within a grove, observing the multitude of guards stationed at the city gates. Their journey to the capital had been fraught with numerous attacks, including an encounter with a battalion of 300 soldiers, which significantly hampered their advance. Fortunately, the combat prowess of those attacking ninjas and soldiers was rather mediocre. Tenkan hardly had to engage in battle, as a mere illusion was sufficient to dispatch them without expending any energy. Increasingly, Tenkan found himself favoring the use of illusion techniques, as they proved to be remarkably convenient, far simpler than physical combat. Consequently, he elevated several of the illusion techniques he had mastered to A rank, and a select few he deemed particularly useful were upgraded to S rank, all at a cost exceeding 30 billion. What vexed Tenkan, however, was the realization that advancing those lower-tier illusions to SS rank would require an exorbitant increase in resources, specifically a 100-fold increase, which was simply beyond his means. For instance, his C-rank illusion, Mirror, was a standard technique capable of creating a perfectly replicated scene. However, as the contents of the illusion remained static, it was easily decipherable, thus relegating it to the status of a mere C-rank technique. Yet, once elevated to S rank, the mirror technique became malleable to his will. He could alter it as he pleased, just as the unfortunate shinobi who fell victim to that very technique had experienced. The potency of illusions is considerable, and enhancing to S rank requires approximately 5 billion. Yet, the leap to SS rank demands a staggering 500 billion. A figure that left Tenkan utterly dismayed. Indeed, complaining proves futile. To enhance the potency of his illusions and confront mightier adversaries, he must amass wealth to further his training. Thus, he must suppress his grievances and contemplate ways to earn money. Presently, he believes that Hinata Tianyun's illusions are sufficient to contend with ordinary J-nin. Yet facing those with exceptional abilities presents a considerable challenge. Exceptional J-nin are those akin to the Uchiha clan with their Sharingan, or others possessing unique skills, or those specifically trained to resist illusions. These individuals easily discern when they have fallen under a genjutsu spell. Naturally, even if one realizes they have been ensnared by an illusion, the ability to unravel it is an entirely different matter. Assuming it could be resolved as simply as untangling a rope is an unrealistic expectation, while Hinata Tianyun reclined against a tree, pondering the intricacies of illusions. The National Guard General of the Land of Water suddenly interjected, "Attention everyone, the soldiers at the gate are about to change shifts, and it is likely that those on the walls will soon do the same. We shall seize this opportunity to slip into the city."